The story begins as the sunset falls over the trees. A blood-covered body lies on the ground, staining the grass around it. Everything Chung Myung sees is covered in red. He stands there with wide, frightened eyes, unable to understand the scene before him. A grown man lies in front of him, and Chung Myung realizes that only death remains in this place. One of his clansmen is leaning against a tree, lifeless. He cannot understand why so much blood has been spilled. A bloody sword is stuck into the ground nearby. With his shoulder wounded, Chung Myung looks back at the sword and then at the man whose arm was torn away. He remembers the fatal attack on his sect leader and the moment his comrades were killed while trying to stop their enemy. He grits his teeth until blood comes from his mouth and tightly grips his knee, thinking about everyone who died. Dozens of bodies are scattered across the battlefield. They were the final force of the elite warriors from the 9 great martial arts sects who fought against Chun Ma. Their battle ended with the destruction of almost everything around them. Blood runs down Chung Myung's chin as he wonders who is responsible for this tragedy. Sitting on a mountain of corpses is the one he believes caused everything, the demon who descended from the heavens. The founder of the heavenly demon sect, whose followers painted the world in blood. In the lotus position, Chun Ma, the founder of the demonic sect, sits calmly among the corpses. He opens his mouth and speaks about the sect. Hearing words of pity from his enemy, Chung Myung only frowns. Using his knee for support, he forces himself to stand. As soon as he rises, blood comes out with a cough. Chun Ma says that if he survives this place, he will spend the rest of his life enjoying his victory. But Chung Myung believes this is the end for both of them. He grabs his trembling leg and tells his enemy to stop talking. With countless dead bodies around them, Chun Ma acknowledges Chung Myung's swordsmanship and says that his skills prove he is the greatest follower of the sect. Chung Myung grabs the sword still stuck in his shoulder and pulls it out with force. Looking at Chun Ma with anger, he refuses to surrender. He pushes off the ground and charges forward. Chun Ma's eyes glow red as he thinks it is a shame that he will never see Chung Myung reveal his true strength. Meanwhile, Chung Myung runs across the battlefield toward the mountain of corpses. Chun Ma calmly says that this is his fate and reminds the follower of the sect that this is not the end. Chung Myung keeps moving forward, ignoring the bodies beneath his feet. Chun Ma declares that when he returns, the entire world will bow before him. The sword in Chung Myung's hand begins to shine. He swings it forward, refusing to accept that anyone can stop Chun Ma's return. His blade cuts through Chun Ma's neck, and a bright light spreads through the demon's body. Chun Ma's head separates from his body and falls to the ground, rolling down the mountain of corpses. Chung Myung takes a step forward and stands among the dead. He thinks the war is finally over. Breathing heavily, with sweat running down his face, he realizes that his own death is also approaching. As dawn begins to rise, he looks ahead and wonders what will happen to the sect now. Turning around, he looks at Chun Ma's lifeless body and thinks about all the followers of the sect who died here. The old and the young were all killed. His sword remains planted in the ground as he realizes that only the weakest children of the sect are left alive. Chung Myung looked back and wondered if the lives of the sect's followers had been a meaningless sacrifice. His hair moved with the wind as he stared at the rising dawn. He thought that if he had tried harder, maybe he could have saved at least one person. But now, everything felt meaningless. Broken weapons were scattered across the battlefield, and he collapsed among the corpses again, thinking that even plum blossoms eventually fall. He let out a heavy breath. As the steam escaped from his mouth, his expression became emotionless. He remembered that he was the 13th disciple of the greatest swordsman of the sect and one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world. His name was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Looking at Chun Ma's dead body, Chung Myung remembered that after defeating the demon who had thrown the world into chaos, he had finally fallen into eternal sleep on a mountain made of the heads of countless demons. Under the night sky, those were the last words he would leave behind in this world. A child lay in a straw cradle while 2 men looked down at him. An old man picked him up, and nearby, many disciples of the sect were training in the courtyard. Young Chung Myung stood there holding a wooden sword. His senior disciple called out to him with an angry expression, and Chung Myung felt like his entire life was flashing before his eyes. He stood calmly in front of his teacher, who reminded him that he was a Taoist first and a warrior second. Strength without the Tao was nothing more than violence. Young Chung Myung lowered his head, thinking that his teacher was complaining again. At that time, he was too proud of his natural talent and believed he deserved all the praise he received. He was a foolish person who failed to understand the teachings of the sect. His body sank into the fallen plum blossoms, and he finally realized how blind he had been. Everything he had achieved was because of the sect. The image of his teacher appeared in his mind, asking if he regretted it. Without opening his eyes, Chung Myung admitted that he regretted everything. He remembered his fallen friends and thought that if he had trained harder and become stronger, perhaps he could have changed their tragic fate. Smoke rose above the battlefield as he remembered his teacher saying that there was no reason to regret the past. No matter what happened, the sect would continue to exist. Suddenly, pain struck his body. A scream came from a small hut as someone attacked him. Chung Myung raised his hands to protect himself and thought it was another enemy. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a poorly dressed boy standing in front of him. The boy told him to stop acting strange and scolded him for sleeping there like a useless person. Chung Myung, confused, noticed that everyone else had gone somewhere while he was lying there. He looked at the stranger, holding a stick, and realized the boy was threatening him. Chung Myung told him to stop waving the stick around because he had no idea what was happening. The boy seemed offended, then suddenly laughed. Chung Myung frowned, unable to understand why this strange beggar was laughing at him. He thought he was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, so he could not understand what this shabby-looking person was doing. The boy raised his stick and declared that Chung Myung would die today. Thinking he needed to teach this person proper manners, Chung Myung reached out to block the attack. But his eyes widened in shock. The stick did not stop. It continued toward his head because his arm was too short. Chung Myung stared in confusion. Why were his arms so small? How could he fail to block such a simple attack? The boy hit him on the head with the stick and continued scolding him, saying that since he did not understand anything, he would explain everything himself. At that moment, another child entered the shack while the ragged boy continued hitting Chung Myung, saying that if he had truly lost his mind, then this beating would help fix him. The new boy looked at the scene in fear. Hearing the cries from inside, he decided to leave and return later. Chung Myung wiped the blood from his face and sat near a pond, angrily cursing the person who attacked him. He thought that he had never received such a beating even during his days in the sect. Remembering the strange boy, he wondered what he would do if he met that little beggar again. With his feet resting in the cool water, Chung Myung stared at his reflection. He could not recognize himself. He touched his face and tried to understand what was happening. Could this really be reincarnation, the thing mentioned in Buddhist teachings? As he watched the water, someone called out to him. Chung Myung turned around and saw the boy who had escaped earlier after watching him get beaten. The boy asked if he was all right and explained that their leader was usually like this, but today he had gone too far. The boy raised one finger, saying he only had one question, then quickly raised another and corrected himself, saying he actually had two. Chung Myung looked at him seriously while the boy stared back in confusion. After a moment of silence, Chung Myung asked if he was a beggar. The boy calmly replied that anyone could tell by his clothes. Chung Myung lowered himself and complained that he had somehow become a beggar. Then he raised two fingers again and asked his second question. He looked at the boy and asked if he knew about Chun Ma. The boy looked at him with concern and wondered if the beating had affected his mind. Near the pond, Chung Myung became frustrated and asked him to answer properly. The boy crossed his arms and looked at the sky before saying that he knew who Chun Ma was. Chung Myung listened carefully as the boy explained that Chun Ma was the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a demon who had died 100 years ago. Chung Myung froze. His eyes widened as he grabbed the boy's clothes and asked if it was really true that Chun Ma had died 100 years ago. He pulled the boy closer, demanding to know if he was lying. After realizing the truth, Chung Myung let go and stared forward in shock. 100 years had passed. It made no sense. Why had he been reborn immediately after his death? He felt completely lost, as if he was the only person left in the world. The boy grabbed his clothes and asked if he was really okay. Chung Myung only looked at him and thought about the sect. The beggar boy became surprised when Chung Myung suddenly asked what happened to the sect. Chung Myung was shocked when the boy did not understand what he meant. He pointed at him and asked if he really was a beggar. The boy confirmed it. Chung Myung frowned and thought that if he was a beggar, then he belonged to the Beggars Union. But he had never heard of one of the 10 great martial arts sects being called that. Where was the sect? The boy stared at him in confusion and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The boy explained, recalling the map of the martial world. The 10 great martial arts sects were Shaolin, Wudong, the Sect, Kongtong Sect, Qingshang Sect, the Lotus Order, Southern Island Sect, Kunlun Sect, and the Beggars Union. But there was no mention of the sect. Chung Myung stood there with his mouth open, unable to accept what he heard. He remembered the symbol of his sect and repeated that the sect was not among the 10 great martial arts sects. He grabbed the boy's clothes again and questioned him, saying that even other groups had joined the 10 great sects, so why had the sect disappeared? The most important thing to him was understanding why the sect no longer existed. The beggar boy tried to remember the name of the sect. Chung Myung was surprised when he heard that. After thinking about it, the boy had heard there was such a place in Shaanxi province. Chung Myung stopped shaking him and confirmed that the sect was located in Shaanxi province. He asked if the boy knew anything about it. The boy replied that he had never heard of the sect being one of the 10 great martial arts sections. Still holding onto the boy's clothes, Chung Myung froze when he heard that the sect had been destroyed. His thoughts raced as he remembered his home. The sect, once one of the 3 greatest sects in the world alongside Wudong and the Northern Royal Family, had actually fallen. He let go of the boy, causing the beggar to fall to the ground. Chung Myung stared in disbelief. The boy rubbed his bruised head and looked at him, while Chung Myung said that he would not believe it until he saw it himself. Clenching his fist, he declared that he was going to the sect. The beggar boy looked at him strangely, rubbed his head, and called him crazy. He told Chung Myung to leave and go beg somewhere else if he did not want another beating. Chung Myung raised a finger and said that he still had more questions and needed answers. He touched his chest and asked about the body he was in. He wanted to know the name of the person whose body he had been reborn into. The beggar boy stood up tiredly and said that he was a beggar, so he never had a proper name. He could choose any name he wanted, but his current name was Cho Sam. Chung Myung stretched his face in disappointment and said it was a fitting name for a beggar. Then he asked about his age. The boy replied that poor people usually did not know their exact age. Chung Myung waved his hand and asked one final question, the name of the person who had beaten him. The boy crossed his arms and introduced himself as Kuchul, adding that his real name was John Pal. Chung Myung looked at him seriously and promised that he would repay the favor twice and the insult tenfold. The boy looked at him without much interest and told him to remember the name Chung Myung from the sect. When they met again, he would repay his kindness properly. After saying that, Chung Myung turned and walked away. The beggar boy silently watched him. A moment later, Chung Myung turned back and asked which direction the sect was from Shaanxi province. The birds flew away above the trees as Chung Myung started running. His face turned red from exhaustion. In his previous life, he had never even traveled on such a slow thing as a horse. Yet now he was struggling after only running short distance. His cheeks puffed up from the effort, but soon he collapsed on the ground. Lying face down, he thought that he was already exhausted after running such a short distance. This wee child body was far worse than he expected. He wondered how he would ever reach Shaanxi province like this. Imagining his own grave, Chung Myung thought it would be ridiculous if he died on the way before even seeing the sect again. Still lying on the ground, he sighed and wondered how he would reach his destination. Then he smiled and decided that it was time for his brilliant plan. Chung Myung stood up, caught his breath, and realized that the first thing he needed was to rebuild his physical strength for martial arts. Smiling with excitement, Chung Myung thought about how ordinary people could never understand how valuable this opportunity was. Even someone who had reached the highest level of power might regret wasting such a chance. He remembered his younger days when he rested on trees instead of focusing on his foundation. He recalled how his teacher dragged him across the ground because of his laziness and how he ignored training whenever he was told to practice. He even remembered being caught drinking alcohol that he had secretly taken from his elders. Thinking about it, he smiled and admitted that he did not regret that part. Walking through the forest, Chung Myung decided to try again. He needed a quiet place where he could avoid distractions. Finding a suitable spot beside a tree, he sat down and entered a calm state. His mind contained countless theories about advanced martial arts techniques. The history and teachings of the sect were still stored in his memories. He knew many breathing techniques for cultivating qi, and outside of the sect methods, he had studied even more. As the wind moved through the trees, a leaf fell beside him. Chung Myung decided to begin with another technique. His eyes widened as he remembered the 6 interactions breathing technique. He recalled seeing books about it being sold cheaply in the streets, sometimes for only a few hundred coins. A technique like this seemed worthless to ordinary people. But Chung Myung knew the truth. The 6 interactions breathing technique was the foundation of the sect's teachings. Every new disciple began their path with this method. Although it did not immediately increase strength, it purified the body and created a stable foundation. Chung Myung understood that building power was like constructing a great tower. There was no need to rush because the foundation determined how strong the final result would become. Blue energy began flowing through his veins as he purified the qi inside his body. The light traveled throughout him, removing the unstable energy like separating unwanted threads from a large piece of cloth. The purified energy gathered inside his dantian, forming a stable source of power. A bright glow appeared inside his body. Chung Myung smiled and moved his hands, realizing he had succeeded. The dantian would become the foundation that opened the way toward a new level of power. However, his small body quickly became tired. He thought that although he was weak now, he was still full of potential. Like a snowball rolling down a mountain, his growth would become unstoppable. He wondered if he could finally run toward the sect. Taking his first step, he immediately fell down again. Lying face down in the grass, he realized that he had used up all his energy. He complained that the technique was useless because he wanted to use his power right away. At that moment, the image of his teacher seemed to appear in his mind. His teacher scolded him for always acting before thinking. Meanwhile, in the nearby town, people walked through the market streets. 2 men entered an alley and approached another man resting there. When they called him elder, he opened his eyes. They pointed toward a child nearby and explained that a little beggar had been taking their money, leaving them with nothing. The elder slowly stood up and decided that the child needed to be taught a lesson. His followers agreed and followed behind him. Not far away, Chung Myung was eating a bun when he heard someone calling him. He ignored them and continued eating, even as the voices became more aggressive. Finally, Chung Myung turned back to the men. Still chewing his food, he asked what they wanted. The elder stepped forward and questioned his attitude toward elders. He warmed up his fists and said he did not know who allowed a child to beg in that area. However, since Chung Myung was still young, he would let it go. He only needed to hand over the food in his hand and everything he had collected that day. Chung Myung froze and looked at the bun in his hand. The men prepared themselves as he asked why they wanted to take away food that had already been bitten. He wondered if beggars truly had no shame. Standing up, Chung Myung brushed away the crumbs and prepared himself, surprising the men. He suddenly threw a punch. Afterward, he looked at his hand in surprise and realized his dantian had not fully recovered yet. Still, he believed this was enough. Turning toward his opponents, he said that he now understood how to control this body, but he was too tired to deal with them one by one, so they should attack all together. The elder trembled with anger, but also noticed Chung Myung was not in perfect condition. He assumed the boy was bluffing and ordered his men to attack. One of them rushed forward. His punch missed as Chung Myung easily dodged. The next moment, Chung Myung struck him directly in the jaw. Everyone froze as their companion fell. Chung Myung's fist still carried force as he looked at the remaining men and declared that he was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint of the sect. Soon, the beaten men were kneeling before him. Leaning against a wall, Chung Myung told them to address him properly. When they corrected themselves and called him a great beggar, he became annoyed that they were still calling him a beggar. After dusting off his hands, he asked if they knew a fast way to reach Shaanxi province. The elder looked at him in disbelief and said that if they knew such useful information, they would not still be living as beggars. Chung Myung smiled and realized they had misunderstood each other. He laughed, and the beggars nervously laughed along with him. The next moment, Chung Myung grabbed the elder by the clothes and pulled him closer. He warned him that if they met again and he asked a question, they had better answer clearly if they wanted to survive. The elder's expression immediately changed with fear. The beggars quickly stood up and ran away. Later, the mountains were covered in mist. Inside a room, a man looked out the window with a smile. When someone called him, he turned around. The door opened, and Unam entered. Unam explained that nothing unusual had happened, but a child wanted to meet him. The man was surprised and asked again about the child. Soon, Chung Myung stood before him with his hands politely folded. Smiling, he introduced himself and said that he wanted to join the sect. The man looked at him carefully and repeated that he wanted to become a disciple of the sect. He then turned to Unam and asked if he had explained that they were not accepting new disciples. Unam replied that he had tried to stop him, but the child insisted on meeting him. Both of them looked back at Chung Myung, who was still smiling politely. Although his smile looked calm, Chung Myung was actually furious. To understand why, they had to look back a little earlier. His staff hit the ground as Chung Myung leaned on it. He finally arrived. In front of him were the stairs leading toward the sect. He frowned, thinking that the shortcut shown by the beggars had not helped much, but after all the effort, he had finally reached his destination. The staff lifted from the ground, and leaning on it, Chung Myung decided to continue upward. He climbed the mountain steps, forcing his tired body forward. His breathing became heavy, but he refused to stop. Grabbing onto a rocky ledge, Chung Myung pulled himself higher. Loose stones rolled down beneath him, but he continued climbing. Looking down for a moment, he reminded himself that nothing was impossible with enough determination. He tightened his grip on the staff and reached for the next rock, thinking that he would reach the sect no matter what. Finally, Chung Myung climbed over the rocks and looked ahead. But his expression changed. The sign that should have been there was gone. He waved his hands in disbelief and wondered where it had disappeared to. He remembered how carefully the sign was maintained every morning and could not understand how it was missing. Standing at the entrance, Chung Myung complained that this situation was enough to drive anyone crazy. The gate suddenly opened. A man appeared and asked who had come. Chung Myung looked at him carefully, while the man stared at the boy in surprise. He asked if he had come alone and wondered how a child had managed to climb the mountain by himself. Chung Myung looked at him with wide eyes and said he wanted to ask something. The man watched him with interest. Chung Myung asked if he was a Taoist from the sect. The man confirmed that he was. Hearing this, Chung Myung became relieved. At least the sect had not completely disappeared. When the man invited him inside, Chung Myung followed. Near the training ground, the man explained that they were not accepting new disciples at the moment. However, since the child had managed to climb the mountain, they could not simply leave him outside. Unam explained that the mountain became extremely cold at night. Chung Myung looked around the training ground in surprise. He noticed the damaged surface and wondered why the once beautiful stone flooring had been replaced with ordinary dirt. Seeing his reaction, Unam asked what was wrong. Chung Myung smiled awkwardly, reminding himself to stay calm. Perhaps the sect had simply sold things because they needed money. But his eyes continued searching. He noticed many things were missing. He wondered where the grand golden palace had gone and why the area looked so empty. Unam admitted that there had once been a palace there. Chung Myung thought that he already knew that and wanted to know where it had disappeared. Unam looked at him carefully and said that he was too young to understand story. He admitted that it was painful to remember. The sect had suffered greatly, but what was gone could never return. Chung Myung was surprised by his words, but he did not explain. Unam simply told him to follow because he had something to show him. As they walked, Unam thought that the sect was not at fault. They were only struggling to preserve what remained of their dying sect. Soon, Unam and Chung Myung stood before the Jade Palace. Unam reached for the door and explained that the sect was a place of Taoism, so certain traditions had to be respected before entering. They entered the Jade Palace. Chung Myung looked around with disappointment. Everything he remembered was gone. He thought about the precious items that once existed there, the golden candlestick gifted by the emperor, the scroll written by the great monk, and other treasures. He searched the room and noticed more things missing. When he reached the altar, his expression changed. He asked if a certain flower had once been placed there and turned to Unam, asking where it had gone. Unam looked surprised and wondered how the boy knew about it. Chung Myung stared back in shock when Unam explained that there had indeed been such a flower. It was a strange plum blossom made of white metal. Unam smiled sadly and explained that they had sold it. Chung Myung's expression immediately fell. He heard that the flower had no practical use and only stood out from the rest of the decoration. Since a merchant offered a good price for it, they decided to sell it. Chung Myung slowly fell to his knees. He remembered the sect and thought about how far it had fallen. The white plum blossom, one of the sect's treasures, was not something that shined like gold or silver. It was a small relic that carried the pure spirit of the sect, and they had sold it. Unam quickly rushed toward him and asked if he was all right. He thought he needed to calm the situation as soon as possible. Chung Myung pushed himself up from the floor and bowed deeply. He asked to meet the sect leader. With another deep bow, he said that he wanted to enter the sect. Soon, Chung Myung stood before the elders. The sect leader looked at him and asked if he truly understood what the sect was. Chung Myung calmly confirmed that he did. He frowned slightly, thinking that the leader would not accept a stranger so easily. However, he already had a plan prepared. With confidence, Chung Myung introduced himself and created a story about his past. He claimed that he was a disciple who had gone missing during the war. According to his story, he had fallen from a mountain and was found by a passing lumberjack. The lumberjack saved him and took care of him while he recovered. Because of his gratitude, Chung Myung said that the lumberjack accepted him as a disciple and taught him the sect's techniques. That was how he learned their martial arts. Chung Myung smiled, satisfied with his explanation. In his mind, he calculated the relationship between himself and the leader. If this lumberjack was considered his ancestor, then his position would be much closer to the leader. It was a perfect plan. However, he wondered if the leader would question such a young person appearing suddenly. Before he could continue, the sect leader sighed and accepted him. Chung Myung looked shocked and asked him to repeat it. The leader smiled and said that if the child truly wished to enter, he would allow it. Unam looked surprised and reminded the leader of his earlier words about not accepting new disciples. But the leader replied that he had changed his mind. Fate was unpredictable. Chung Myung stood there speechless, wondering why the leader showed no suspicion at all. The leader stepped forward and explained that this child clearly knew about the sect and had come all this way for a reason. He said that just as one should not turn away a bird seeking shelter from rain or reject an animal searching for warmth during winter, they should not abandon someone who came to them. Unam bowed and asked if he should prepare the initiation. The leader agreed. Chung Myung frowned, dissatisfied. His imagined relationship plan completely collapsed. Later, Chung Myung wore the uniform of a third-generation disciple and looked at his surroundings. He wondered what had happened to him. The room seemed to be a guest room, but it appeared to be used as a temporary residence for new disciples before they completed their training. He thought about how the sect never used such arrangements before. After closing the door, Chung Myung decided that someone must live here anyway. Suddenly, he stopped when someone called out to him. He turned around and saw an older disciple standing there. The disciple asked who he was and why he was entering someone else's room. Then he accused him of being a thief. Hearing the commotion, more disciples gathered in the corridor to see what was happening. The disciple who stopped Chung Myung explained that the child had been sneaking around inside his room. The other students looked at the scene in confusion and wondered what was happening in the corridor. Just then, their teacher appeared and asked why they were making a disturbance when training was not even finished. The students immediately bowed and apologized. The teacher then looked at Chung Myung and asked who he was. Chung Myung introduced himself. The teacher frowned and realized he was a new disciple staying in the White Plum Blossom house. Turning away, he told him it was late and that he should rest. He also reminded him to attend training the next day. Chung Myung watched the students leave and heard the others being ordered downstairs. The disciple who had stopped him looked back and warned him that they would settle things later. He promised that Chung Myung would receive a proper beating from him. After everyone left, Chung Myung stood alone in the hallway. He thought that since these students were his successors, he would personally pay attention to their training. Of course, his meaning of paying attention was very different from theirs. The moon rose above the sect. The disciple who had bullied him earlier appeared again and smiled. He ordered Chung Myung to remove his clothes. Chung Myung stared at him in confusion and asked what he meant. The disciple insisted that he should not pretend and demanded that he take them off. He joked that this was how men became closer and that a beating would strengthen the bond between senior and junior disciples. Chung Myung frowned and asked if he had finished. Then he asked where Unam was. The disciple replied that Unam had already stopped training for the day. Looking down on him, the disciple decided that Chung Myung talked too much and prepared to teach him another lesson. Before he could continue, someone called out. Chung Myung looked at him and told him to prepare himself. He did not want to waste time, but a fist suddenly struck his face. The impact was powerful enough to shake the roof. The other students looked up in surprise. But instead of Chung Myung falling, the senior disciple was thrown into the air. Chung Myung looked at his fist and smiled, saying that the lesson had finally begun. The other disciples immediately became nervous. Soon, they were all kneeling before him. Chung Myung told them they needed to put more effort into their training, and said he was only helping because their senior had promised to guide them properly. Even the older disciple lowered his head. Chung Myung waved him over and asked him to come closer. He admitted that he did not fully understand what had happened to the sect during the last 100 years, so he had several questions. The disciple promised to answer. Chung Myung asked what had happened to the sect's treasures and why the sect had fallen into such a state. The disciple hesitated. Then Chung Myung asked if he knew anything about the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. The disciple explained that according to the elders, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint had played a major role in defeating Chun Ma. However, after that victory, the Heavenly Demon Sect went into chaos and their remaining forces attacked the sect. The warriors reached their mountain and destroyed it. Because of the damage from that battle, the sect was never able to return to its former glory. Chung Myung listened in shock. He realized that the reason the sect had declined was connected to him. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He looked up, feeling frustrated that everything he had fought for had led to this. The next morning, sunlight filled the mountain. A disciple explained that the sword technique they practiced lacked proper Taoist foundations and was extremely weak without them. Chung Myung listened while eating and wondered why they thought removing the sect's techniques would not cause problems. Chung Myung smiled and replied that this sword technique was terrible. It was not even worth keeping, so they should just throw it away. The elder explained that although removing it might cause some trouble, because it was an ancestral technique, there was no reason to keep teaching something that did not help the disciples. He suggested taking it out of the library. Chung Myung continued eating while the elder turned to his student and agreed that it sounded reasonable. As plum blossoms fell from the tree, the elder mentioned that there was something else they needed to discuss. Sitting across from Chung Myung, he explained that he had not called him over only for that matter. He believed it was time for Chung Myung to take responsibility for his own disciples and asked how he planned to train them. Chung Myung froze. He squeezed the cookie in his hand. When the elder asked what he was thinking, Chung Myung calmly answered that it was simple. First, he would beat them. Once they reached the edge of life and death, they would break through their limits. Silence filled the room. After that day, the elder never suggested giving Chung Myung any disciples again. Later, Chung Myung rested on a wooden bench when someone called him. He asked not to be spoken to so formally. The disciple explained that Unam was calling him to the training ground and that he had to attend today's training. On the training ground, the disciples stood in rows. Their instructor shouted for them to prepare their swords. The disciples raised their wooden swords and repeated the movements. The instructor became frustrated and told them again to swing properly. Unam and Chung Myung watched from the side. Chung Myung looked confused and asked what kind of sword technique they were practicing. Unam explained that it was the balanced sword technique. Chung Myung listened as he learned that this technique was considered the foundation of the sect's swordsmanship. His expression changed. This was supposed to be the foundation? He thought that teaching this to young disciples was like making someone learn complicated books before teaching them the alphabet. It would only slow their growth. Chung Myung walked through the rows of students. He watched their movements and thought that this technique would only allow them to advance slightly. It gave almost no real benefit. The senior disciple continued practicing. Chung Myung looked up at the sky as plum blossoms drifted down. The sky was clear and peaceful, just like the true spirit of the sect. He watched silently, wondering where he should even begin. Then he called out to the senior disciple. The disciple looked nervous as Chung Myung asked what exactly they were teaching. The disciple explained that after the balanced sword technique, they learned the seven-sword sage technique, then the plum blossom sword technique, and finally the secret techniques. Chung Myung sighed. The disciple tightened his grip on his sword and explained that their final technique was the Tai Hua plum sword technique. Chung Myung remembered the elder saying that this technique lacked a proper Taoist foundation and was extremely weak. Still chewing, Chung Myung said that this sword technique was not very useful and perhaps they should discard it too. His expression became disappointed. He thought that the technique they were teaching was the Tai Hua plum sword technique, but what happened to the 24 plum blossom sword technique? One of the disciples noticed the conversation and said they should report it. The night covered the sect. Later, Saji turned when Chung Myung called him. Chung Myung waved his hand and asked him not to be so formal. He calmly asked Unam for a favor. Saji scratched his head and listened as Chung Myung told him to gather everyone in front of the white plum blossom house at 5 in the morning. Then Chung Myung told him to listen carefully. Everyone needed to prepare 5 specific items. Saji awkwardly scratched the back of his head and admitted that he really needed to prepare everything. Chung Myung smiled and asked if he could handle it. Saji confidently replied that he could rely on him. As Saji turned away, Chung Myung calmly watched him leave. His expression became thoughtful. The current state of the sect worried him. They had no proper techniques, no wealth, and no talented disciples. It was no surprise that the sect had declined so badly. He imagined the 3 important foundations of a sect: resources, techniques, and talent. The only thing he could help with was talent. But when he looked at the current disciples, they did not seem talented at all. For a moment, he doubted himself. Still, he remembered that even a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. He watched the departing Saji and decided that his first goal would be improving these useless senior disciples. Meanwhile, the senior disciples left the building. They complained that no junior disciple should be able to summon his seniors whenever he wanted. Saji looked at them and wondered if they were serious. It seemed they were not aware of what had happened the previous night. When they realized they were talking about Chung Myung, they became annoyed. Soon, Chung Myung stood surrounded by the senior disciples. They questioned why he had forced them to wake up so early and demanded an explanation. Chung Myung sighed. Then he suddenly smiled and turned toward them. He apologized, saying that there must have been a misunderstanding. He gently pushed the angry disciples toward the dormitory and suggested they discuss everything inside. The seniors entered the building, and Chung Myung followed. The doors closed. For a moment, everything became quiet. Then the dormitory started shaking. Saji looked at the building in concern as the shaking became stronger. Suddenly, the doors opened. The exhausted senior disciples stumbled out and lined up in front of Chung Myung. Chung Myung calmly asked them to stay quiet, warning that they might wake the sect leader. He stepped forward and announced that training would happen every morning at the same time. The mountains were illuminated by the morning sun. Inside his room, the leader woke up and looked outside. He wondered why the disciples had not come to greet him as usual and realized everyone was still sleeping. He got dressed, remembering that they had recently accepted a new disciple. He assumed the students were simply tired after the initiation ceremony. Walking outside, he thought that he needed to teach them a proper lesson. Even if Jogul was strict, he should not push the disciples too hard. But when he reached the training ground, he stopped in surprise. The students were lying exhausted on the ground. Sasek stared at them, confused. A drop of sweat ran down his face as he asked what had happened. The senior disciples looked at each other and stayed silent. They did not dare explain. Meanwhile, Saji walked forward carrying a sword, looking completely exhausted. Behind him was Chung Myung. The boy had tied heavy stones to his back as training weights. He sat down with his cheeks puffed out from the effort, trembling while carrying the weight. Counting calmly, Chung Myung continued his exercise. When he reached 10,085, he noticed the leader standing in front of him. Even while carrying the heavy stones, Chung Myung greeted him politely. The great Sasek looked at the heavy stones tied to Chung Myung's back and carefully examined their weight and the boy's condition. He noticed that Chung Myung's legs were trembling simply from standing there. The leader immediately shouted at the other disciples to bring him water. But Chung Myung calmly held the training weights with one hand, scratched his head, and said there was no need to worry. When he received the water, he quickly drank it, spilling some in his hurry. The leader looked at him and asked what exactly had happened. He turned toward the training ground. Many disciples were lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Some were begging for help, while others had already passed out. Chung Myung waved his hand casually and said it was nothing special. This was just morning training, and from today onward, they would practice like this every day. However, since it was their first day, everyone had pushed themselves too much. The leader looked at the exhausted disciples, wondering if they had agreed to this willingly. The disciples immediately shook their heads. Saji and Chung Myung looked at them. The leader realized the disciples were not tired because of normal training, but because they were afraid of this new disciple. He became annoyed. How could they call themselves disciples of the sect and still fear a newcomer? He cleared his throat and decided to correct Chung Myung. While the boy was still drinking water, the leader seriously asked who gave him permission to sacrifice everyone's sleep for training. Chung Myung stood there holding the cup, surprised by the serious tone. Then he smiled and promised to stop. The leader was confused because this was not the reaction he expected. He wanted to continue scolding him, but then he realized that such an approach would only make the senior disciples look worse. Covering his face, he thought that the third-generation disciples already looked ridiculous for being pushed around by a new disciple. And now he looked even more ridiculous for teaching them. Before he could say anything else, Chung Myung requested 1 month. He asked the leader to give him only 1 month of training. With confidence, he promised that the results would be obvious. Looking at the senior disciples slowly standing up, Chung Myung praised them. He said that even though the training was difficult, none of them complained. Then he turned to them and asked if he was right. The exhausted disciples, barely able to stand, agreed. The leader looked at Chung Myung and realized what he meant. They were not complaining because they respected their junior. He wondered where this child came from and how he had managed to control the senior disciples so quickly. Chung Myung smiled and explained why he wanted them to train every morning. He told the disciples that they could become stronger by learning from their masters, but they could improve even faster by putting in more effort themselves. Turning toward the leader, he explained that giving up a little sleep for training was worth it. The leader listened carefully. He understood why Chung Myung valued training so much. Looking at the boy and the disciples behind him, he asked what was the most important thing. Chung Myung answered immediately. Respect. The leader listened as Chung Myung explained that the words of elders should be treated with great importance. He was surprised. He realized that Chung Myung was not insulting the elders. He was using respect as a way to help everyone improve. The leader smiled. He realized that this child was exactly the kind of disciple the sect needed. Turning toward the exhausted students, he announced that he was impressed by their determination to participate in morning training. The disciples looked shocked. The leader declared that if they continued with this effort, they would achieve results beyond their expectations. One of the exhausted disciples tried to ask the leader for help, but the man quickly left before he could finish. The disciples stretched out their hands toward him, desperately calling for him to return. Meanwhile, Chung Myung calmly stretched his arms. Seeing their reaction, he smiled and invited his seniors to talk in the dormitory, assuring them that he had no intention of doing anything dangerous. The disciples froze and looked at him nervously. Chung Myung happily called them over for a discussion, but the only response he received was their tired groans. A few days later, Chung Myung sat in his room meditating. A faint energy surrounded his body as he focused. Although his dantian was still small and weak, it gave him a feeling of stability. During this time, he had learned more about the current state of the sect. The White Plum Blossom House was no longer like the Great Sect he remembered. It had become closer to a simple residence because there were too few disciples and masters to properly maintain the traditions. He remembered the relationship between master and disciple and the importance of that bond. However, when he compared the current masters to the past of the sect, he could only consider them weak. Their strength was nowhere near what the sect had once possessed. Thinking about the disciples, he realized the situation was even worse. Many third-generation disciples had joined only to build connections rather than truly pursue martial arts. Continuing his meditation, Chung Myung wondered if anything had really changed. Then he opened his eyes. The great Chung Myung had returned. He slowly stood up and decided that rebuilding the sect was not impossible. In the dining hall, the disciples gathered for lunch. One disciple's hands were shaking so badly that he could barely hold his chopsticks. The food slipped from his hand and fell onto the table. He complained that training should not be so extreme that they could not even eat properly. He turned toward the senior disciple, asking Gul to speak with Chung Myung because he had been unable to use chopsticks properly for 3 days because of the training. Gul closed his eyes and sighed. The disciples were surprised when he told them they were complaining too much. Putting down his chopsticks, Gul asked if he looked like someone who ran errands for them. The disciples became quiet. Only Zhang continued eating. Gul explained that if they had a problem with Chung Myung, they should speak to him directly instead of complaining behind his back. One disciple stood up and asked Gul for a private conversation. Gul agreed. Under the warm lights of the building, the two walked deeper into the Plum Blossom Garden. Zhang asked Gul if he had rested well. Gul shook his head and looked at the sky. When Zhang asked what he thought about the sect, Gul hesitated. He admitted that it was a difficult question. Gul explained that once he returned to his hometown, his time here would end, but Zhang's situation was different. Zhang nodded. He planned to spend his entire life in the sect. After a moment of silence, Gul lowered his gaze and admitted that he once thought the sect was finished. Zhang immediately told him to show more respect and not say such things so casually. But Gul changed his mind after remembering Chung Myung. Since Chung Myung arrived, everything had changed. He remembered the painful training and admitted that although it was harsh, he had never pushed himself that far before. Then he remembered Chung Myung carrying 2 huge boulders while acting as if it was nothing. Compared to that, their own training seemed small. Gul clenched his fists and said that he wanted to reach that level. He turned and said that he would work hard until he became a master whose name would be known throughout the world. Zhang smiled. Under the falling plum blossoms, he told his friend that he had the same goal. Meanwhile, Chung Myung watched the entire conversation from the branch of a plum tree. He leaned back comfortably and smiled, thinking that these two were finally showing some determination. Unam had also accepted his words without hesitation, but Chung Myung knew there was still a lot left to do. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by loud voices coming from the sect gate. Someone was demanding that the sect leader come out. Chung Myung narrowed his eyes in confusion. A group of people was aggressively knocking on the gates, demanding entry. The gates opened, and several merchants entered the sect grounds carrying torches. They loudly called for the sect leader. The commotion stopped when Unam and Sasek appeared with a nervous expression and explained that such behavior was unacceptable inside the sect. Watching from the plum tree, Chung Myung wondered how these people had managed to enter through the gates and what exactly was happening. The merchants complained that they had waited long enough and there was no more time. They demanded that their money be returned. Chung Myung was surprised. He wondered how the sect had ended up in such a situation. The men near the entrance shouted that their leader had no shame for hiding instead of coming out. After they called again, the old man finally appeared at the door, drawing everyone's attention. Chung Myung peeked from behind the group as the leader calmly asked what brought them to such a remote place so late at night. Seeing him, Chung Myung no longer had any doubts. This was indeed the head of the sect. As Chung Myung observed him, he noticed that even his smallest movements and words carried a faint aura. His eyes briefly moved to the old man's legs while the merchants questioned why he was pretending to remain calm. Chung Myung understood that the man was simply maintaining appearances. The leader raised a hand and greeted the visitor. The owner responded politely, and the old man admitted that he had not expected the owner of Kong Pavilion himself to come all the way here. The owner laughed awkwardly and explained that he had no desire to climb the mountain again, but many people had pushed him to make the visit. The old man lowered his head and listened as the guests reminded him that the agreed deadline had already passed. Khan explained that they had already been patient and that according to the contract, the amount owed should have increased by half by now. However, because the sect had saved their lives many times before, they had tried to handle the matter gently. The owner then gave a final deadline of 7 days and stated that if payment was not made by then, they would confiscate the sect's temple. At that moment, someone hiccuped. Everyone turned around. Someone quietly remarked that it seemed inappropriate to let a child hear such things. From the temple roof, a voice asked whether they were merchants from Wan Prefecture. One of the companions raised his hand and confirmed it. Chung Myung covered his face and looked away, realizing he had no idea what the boy might do next, and deciding it was safer to stay back. Gul asked whether Wan Prefecture was the village below the mountain, and his companion confirmed it, saying he remembered visiting there while trading with his father. A disciple then asked whether that meant the sect had borrowed money from merchants. The reply came that he did not know the details, but he did know the owner of Kong Pavilion. The explanation followed that the man was the owner of Taiwa Pavilion in Wan Prefecture, the largest pavilion in the region, a wealthy merchant involved in many affairs. Hearing this, Chung Myung asked if that meant the man truly owned Tua Pavilion. The disciples were stunned. One companion tried to calm everyone down, but the reaction only became stronger. Chung Myung suddenly remembered that the pavilion actually belonged to the sect. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of his companions by the clothes and asked whether that merchant truly owned the pavilion and whether he intended to seize the sect's temple simply because of a loan. The companion confirmed it. After letting go, Chung Myung felt that something about the situation did not make sense. Standing among the others, he realized it was strange that Kong had been the first to offer money to the sect. Lowering his head, he came to the conclusion that this entire situation had been planned. Turning back to his companions, Chung Myung asked whether they remembered the conversation from earlier and whether the requested item had been brought. The disciple looked confused, and Chung Myung frowned as he reminded him what they had been discussing. As he rushed off, his companion shouted that he would bring it immediately. When he returned holding the item, he asked what Chung Myung intended to do with it. Chung Myung removed his clothes and explained that there was a saying in Buddhist teachings. As he changed into the outfit, he reflected that if one meets the Buddha, one must kill the Buddha, and if one meets one's ancestor, one must kill the ancestor as well. Adjusting his sleeves, he added that reaching the highest level of Tao sometimes required going against the path itself. Placing his hands on his hips, Chung Myung declared that he was going to search for the true path. His two companions stared in confusion and questioned where he intended to go dressed like that and whether he was seriously planning to leave the temple. Ignoring them, Chung Myung leaped over the wall while they called him insane. In the distance, the city and its tall tower came into view. Meanwhile, the merchants sat together and talked about how the leader of the sect had looked completely troubled despite being given one final opportunity. One of them pointed out that the debt had already exceeded 100,000 yuan. Another asked whether it was true that the old man had been surprised to see Khan personally accompany them. The owner smiled and admitted that although he was a merchant who pursued profit, he regretted having to do this because the relationship between them had lasted for generations. Another merchant praised him, saying he had already done more than enough and had made countless concessions to the sect, so people would only admire his generosity. Khan lifted his drink and said he hoped that would be true. As he drank, he thought about how carefree the others around him were and how surprising it was that people could live so simply. Setting down his cup, he reflected that the sect's strength should never be underestimated. Its real value was not its martial power, but its long history. As he reached for the food, Kong thought that there was almost no one in Shaanxi province without some connection to the sect. Tearing apart the duck with his chopsticks, he realized that the sect had become weak and compared them to the soft skin breaking under pressure. One merchant then asked what they planned to do with the Mount Hua temple and whether confiscating it made sense when selling it would be difficult. Smiling, the advisor questioned why they would settle for something smaller. The owner closed his eyes and explained that the temple's value was far greater than anyone imagined. Although it looked old, it was worth far more than it appeared. When the others failed to understand, Kong silently thought about how short-sighted they were. He finally explained that they could use the sect's enemies to their advantage. Many sects would gladly spend enormous amounts to restore the temple if it also meant destroying the sect. The merchants listened in surprise as he assured them that everyone would receive their share. One of them stood up and praised the owner's insight. Drinks were poured, and everyone raised their cups in celebration. Later, one of the advisors walked down the street feeling satisfied. Staggering slightly, he thought that if they managed to pull money from the sect, the amount would support him for the rest of his life, because the pavilion owner never handled money carelessly. Under the cloudy night sky, he noticed the bright moon and then realized he could not actually see it, assuming it was simply a new moon. As he continued along the street, he thought that he should walk outside at times like this more often. Then he suddenly opened one eye. A blurry figure stood ahead. He focused and opened both eyes. Chung Myung was standing in front of him. With a serious expression, Chung Myung ordered him to stop. Rubbing his cheek, the advisor looked at the small figure in front of him and thought he resembled the kind of robber drawn in old illustrations. He wondered whether robbers actually dress like this and whether they openly announce themselves. Crossing his arms, he asked whether the stranger was a robber. Chung Myung explained that he had no interest in money and only wanted answers to a few questions. If he received them, the man would leave unharmed. The advisor replied that it was not that he refused to answer, but that he had little choice. As he mentioned that he currently had many companions with him, several fighters suddenly appeared around him. Chung Myung immediately recognized them as high-level bodyguards. One of them asked whether they should eliminate the robber, but the merchant decided they should hear him out first and ordered them to capture him without preventing him from speaking. Turning away, the advisor thought that he disliked scenes of violence and assumed his guards would handle everything. Then his eyes widened. He turned around in confusion, wondering whether they had not been told to leave the robber alive. Chung Myung was already standing there holding the final fighter. After throwing the body aside, he remarked that people should listen when instructions are given, though some never do. He gestured for the merchant to come closer. Standing in front of him, Chung Myung repeated that if he answered the questions honestly, he would leave without injury and asked whether the conditions were understood. The advisor quickly agreed. Chung Myung grabbed him by the clothes and remarked that things would have stayed simple if he had answered from the beginning instead of resisting. He assured him that he would still remain capable of speaking. Some time later, the man's face was covered in bruises. Chung Myung asked whether he was finally prepared to speak properly, and the advisor agreed to tell everything truthfully. Crossing his arms, Chung Myung asked whether it was true that the sect had borrowed more than 100,000 yang. The man confirmed it. Chung Myung called him out and pointed out that even if he stripped the merchant of everything now, there would not be 100,000 left, not even 10,000. He questioned how a nearly collapsed sect could possibly have borrowed that amount. The advisor explained that it was because of interest. They had lent the money at extremely high rates, and once repayment failed, the interest kept growing until the original amount became insignificant. Chung Myung struck him again and questioned whether he was actually proud of that. The merchant collapsed to the ground. Chung Myung then asked whether he owned the cotton shop. The advisor answered yes. Chung Myung asked when he had acquired it, and the man claimed that the shop had belonged to his family for generations. But Chung Myung immediately knew that could not be true. From his knowledge of the city, he remembered that the shop had originally been one of the sect's businesses. In fact, all of the profitable businesses in this area had belonged to the sect. Thanks to them, Hain had grown from a forgotten village into a county. As the sect declined, those entrusted with management had most likely taken control for themselves. While thinking through everything, Chung Myung continued pressuring the man. Then he suddenly turned. Someone had called out to him. A surviving fighter stood up and accused him of attacking from behind. Holding the hilt of his sword, the man judged from Chung Myung's skill that he was far from an ordinary martial artist and demanded to know who he was. The bodyguard stepped forward and introduced himself confidently, believing the young man should recognize his name. After releasing the merchant, Chung Myung casually apologized for not knowing him and questioned what difference knowing his identity would make. The guard responded that a swordsman should at least know who would fall beneath his blade. Chung Myung calmly remarked that he had recently seen someone collapse from a single strike. The swordsman frowned at what he considered arrogant behavior and slowly drew his sword. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and demanded that Chung Myung defend himself. Jongbin charged in with full force. Standing still, Chung Myung understood that the man likely came from an influential family, but comparing skill, speed, and strength alone was meaningless. His sword lay nearby as he reflected that being stronger physically did not automatically mean being stronger overall. The weapon returned to his hand. In the next moment, he deflected the incoming attack. The opponent's expression changed immediately. Holding back the blade, Chung Myung understood that the difference between them was experience. He still carried the memories of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Knowing raw strength was insufficient, he redirected the opponent's power instead. The swordsman was thrown backward. Chung Myung slightly rotated the blade and launched a strike. At that moment, plum blossom petals seemed to scatter around the battlefield. The opponent stared in shock as Chung Myung told him to train more and return later. Using the 24 plum blossom sword technique, Chung Myung passed through him. The sword dropped to the ground. As Chung Myung lowered his weapon, he remarked that people should understand their place. Then he heard someone cry out in disbelief. Turning around, he realized he had completely forgotten about the advisor. At that moment, Chung Myung regretted revealing his sword style. The merchant slowly opened one eye. Chung Myung wondered whether he had recognized the technique since he had even formed the plum blossom bud. But instead of recognizing it, the man praised the swordsmanship as refined and exciting, claiming he had even sensed a subtle freshness within it. Chung Myung stared in confusion and wondered where such a conclusion had come from. Then the merchant suddenly asked whether the young man had arrived from Jong-un. They looked at each other in silence. After a brief pause, Chung Myung simply agreed. The merchant then promised to answer every question. Later, under the cloudy sky and among the mountains, two disciples waited outside the door. Gul nervously bit his nail and asked where Chung Myung could be. His companion told him to calm down and reminded him that Chung Myung was not foolish and would return before it became too late. Still, he hoped nothing had happened. Then sounds came from behind the door. It slowly opened. Chung Myung stepped inside. Gul immediately closed the door behind him while Jang asked whether everything had gone well. As Chung Myung put his clothes back on, He casually explained that they simply had a peaceful conversation and that he had even been given travel money. Adjusting his sleeve and belt, he realized that his identity had not been exposed and everything had gone smoothly. But for some reason, he felt disappointed. Looking down, Chung Myung thought that no matter how great the Plum Blossom Sword style once was, it was no longer the symbol of the sect. Even someone who had spent his whole life near the sect failed to recognize it after seeing the technique. His companion looked at him and asked why he had left the sect. Chung Myung smiled and said that children did not need to know such things. Gul pointed out that he was still a child himself, but Chung Myung dismissed it and told him to gather everyone because training would begin. His companion hesitated and asked whether training was really necessary today. Chung Myung told him to listen carefully. Clenching his fist, he declared that from this day onward, no training session should ever be missed. Rain, snow, wind, severe frost, or even the collapse of the sect would not become excuses to rest. Gul smiled and agreed to gather everyone, realizing how serious Chung Myung was. Then Chung Myung explained that he personally would not participate because he still had something else to do. Zhang pointed out that only the youngest disciple could lead the training. He added that if Chung Myung expected real results, then it would be better for him to supervise personally. Chung Myung agreed. As his companion left, he asked whether Chung Myung would really conduct the training later, and Chung Myung confirmed it. After everyone left, Chung Myung lay down on the bed and began thinking. Remembering the merchants, he realized that the former trustees had gradually taken control of every business. Then another memory returned. When the enemies invaded the sect, the fire had destroyed all of the accounting records, which had been the only proof of ownership. If those records had survived, none of this would have happened. For a moment, he imagined simply storming in and dealing with the merchants directly. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If he acted recklessly, everyone would only believe that the sect had pushed a child into committing crimes. What he needed was a solution that would free the sect from the debt completely. He needed proof that those businesses had belonged to the sect from the beginning. Closing his eyes, Chung Myung searched his memories. Then he remembered an elder secretly writing something down. Whenever Chung Myung approached, the elder would immediately hide a thin book. His eyes opened. That book. Chung Myung suddenly sat up. That could only mean one thing. The real ledger had been stored somewhere else. There were countless businesses under the sect's control, and no small notebook could contain records for all of them. He pictured an old corridor. Then the answer became clear. There had to be a hidden storage facility accessible only to the sect leader. Remembering the leader's residence, Chung Myung recalled old rumors mentioning such a place. It had to exist, and it was most likely somewhere near the leader's house. Holding his head, he realized the house still remained where it had always been. He imagined the surrounding area and concluded that the storage could not be obvious. The most likely location was the hill behind the house. A smile appeared on his face. If it had been built underground inside the hill, nobody would ever suspect it existed, unless they already knew. Chung Myung realized that an unexpected treasure hunt had begun. He immediately opened the window. Jumping outside, he mentally apologized to the great leader and hoped he would understand. At the same time, he reminded himself that reviving the sect came first. Landing on the wall with a stick resting across his shoulder, he decided that if he found the ledger, he would hand it directly to the leader. With a grin, he leaped down. A bright flash crossed the mountains. Later, sitting on the ground, Chung Myung muttered that he would not die from something like this. Standing in the forest, he realized that even a small hill was still a mountain, and searching it would not be easy. He looked down. Blue energy spread through his body. Something slowly began forming in his hands. Immediately afterward, Chung Myung placed both hands on the ground. A bright stream of energy spread beneath the surface as he reasoned that if the energy collided with a large empty space, it would reveal a hidden storage area. Looking across the mountain, he realized he had no idea where the storage actually was. Even so, there should not be a hollow space underground without reason. After exhausting himself and dropping to the ground, he concluded that this location was wrong, but he refused to stop. Another flash of energy spread through the mountains. Chung Myung decided to try again. Then suddenly, the energy reacted in one particular area. His eyes widened. The glow flowing from his hands disappeared. Grabbing his tool, he realized he had finally found it. Swinging the pickaxe, he understood that all that remained was uncovering the hidden storage. As he dug into the ground, he told himself that everything would work out if he could just see what was below. Soon, brick flooring appeared. Chung Myung stared in surprise. He wondered why the roof appeared to be ordinary stone when the sect's ledger and valuables were supposedly hidden there. He removed one brick. Then he looked inside. A corridor stretched into the darkness. At that moment, he realized he had discovered an entrance leading underground. Then suddenly, someone's foot appeared. Chung Myung froze. The sect leader was walking through the corridor. Watching him, Chung Myung realized that the leader had known about this place all along. The old man stopped. He slowly placed his hand against the wall ahead. Chung Myung noticed cracks across the surface and understood that this was the real entrance to the underground storage. The leader's hand trembled. At first, Chung Myung thought he was trying to do something, but then he realized the old man simply could not. He stood there silently in front of the wall. Thinking back to the sect's collapsing entrance, Chung Myung understood that its decline could no longer be hidden. As the sect weakened, ignorance spread and management alone could not reverse the situation. Looking at the old man, Chung Myung realized he had spent his entire life protecting the sect only to watch it slowly collapse. He wondered what the leader truly felt. The trembling hand gave him the answer. This was not someone who could share his burden. As the person meant to support everyone else, he had to carry everything alone. Here, in this hidden place, only his pain and regret remained. The sun slowly rose over the mountains. Light entered through a gap above. Chung Myung jumped down into the corridor. Standing in the middle of the long passage, he looked into the darkness and felt the weight of everything. Then he turned around. It was not too late. But before anything else, he had to open this door. Placing his hand against it, he released energy directly from his body. The energy flowed into the surface, then his eyes widened. The wall reflected it back. Looking carefully, Chung Myung realized what it was. Eternal iron. The door was made from it and was as thick as an arm. It was a metal more valuable than gold. Yet an entire underground chamber had been built with it. Keeping his hand on the surface, Chung Myung realized only the strongest martial artists could destroy such a barrier. Now he understood why the leader had never even attempted to force it open. Light continued to pour into the corridor. Then Chung Myung realized another problem. He could not cut through it either. Standing in front of the door, he understood that if the elder had entered before, there had to be another method. There had to be a key. His eyes widened. He reached toward the door and placed both hands against it. Only then did he notice strange markings. Touching them carefully, he realized they were not decorations. They were sword traces. His expression changed. These marks resembled the Plum Blossom Sword style. The patterns reminded him of the 24 Plum Blossom Sword. Looking more closely, he recognized techniques connected to the bamboo leaf form, one of the hidden principles of the Plum Blossom Sword. Another pattern followed. Everything slowly began connecting in his mind. Perhaps this itself was the key to opening the door. Exhaling slowly, Chung Myung realized the mechanism would require several stages. Imagining the sword forms, he understood that only by combining bamboo mastery, the 6 interactions, and the 24 Plum Blossom Sword could someone reveal the true power of the Plum Blossom Sword style and open the door. Looking at the center of the pattern, he realized he had figured out the activation method. But there was still a problem. Tilting his head, he understood that his current body could not handle it. If he still had his previous body, there would be no issue. The technique remained in his memory, and he knew how to reproduce it, but his current body was only that of an ordinary teenager. It simply lacked enough energy to execute every stage continuously. Holding his head, he admitted that he did not want to resort to this. But there was no other option. Placing a hand on his stomach, he accepted that recovery would take at least a month. Energy began gathering inside him. Soon, a purple aura emerged and illuminated the corridor. Chung Myung recognized it as the circulation of natural qi, the life force every person carries from birth. Using it meant paying a heavy price. But he had no alternative. His qi gradually turned bright pink. The same glow spread across his blade. Gritting his teeth, he reminded himself that he only needed to do this once. Wiping blood from his face, he forced himself to believe it would succeed despite still being unfamiliar with this reborn body. He stepped forward. Moving quickly, he realized there would not be a second attempt. He swung the sword. Blood spilled from his mouth. Holding the blade tightly, he realized everything was still too slow and that both his body and mind were already reaching their limit. He tightened his grip. Then he shifted backward and launched 4 rapid strikes, flowing from the 6 interactions into bamboo mastery. Without breaking the connection, he followed with 4 more attacks and transitioned into the 24 Plum Blossom Sword. His body spun as strike after strike connected. Bright streams of energy rushed into the patterns carved across the wall. Blood spilled from his mouth again. The markings gradually glowed pink. Drops of blood scattered across the floor. Wiping his mouth, Chung Myung stared ahead and wondered whether it had worked. If the door failed to open after this, everything would collapse. Then every groove in the wall filled with light. He remained seated in front of the door. Suddenly, a small crack appeared. Then a narrow opening formed. Chung Myung smiled. The door had opened. Blood flowed from his mouth once more and dripped onto the surface. Breathing heavily and dropping to one knee, he realized recovery would now take at least 2 more months. Reviving the sect was proving far more difficult than expected. After resting briefly, he slowly stood. Standing before the open entrance, he wiped the blood from his face and decided it was finally time to see what the elder had hidden so carefully. He pushed the door open. It continued opening until the entire room was revealed. Looking inside, he was surprised to find only 3 bookshelves. He had expected far more. Then he remembered, only the most valuable things deserved a storage room built entirely from eternal iron. He picked up one of the books. The elder had complained every day about having no money, yet had spent everything protecting this place. Turning the book in his hands, Chung Myung suddenly froze. Opening it, he realized he had found the sect's ledger. Along with the original stored in the finance pavilion, the elder had also preserved a copy here. Reaching for more books, Chung Myung realized that this would become the end of those merchants. His clothes quickly filled with books. Then he looked back at the shelves and wondered whether this place truly contained nothing except paper. Putting his hand to his side, Chung Myung thought it would have been convenient if the elder had hidden away some wealth as well. It would have helped with food, daily needs, and creating the foundation for reviving the sect. Picking up another book, he wondered what else the elder had prepared and turned toward the second cabinet. Opening it, he found records of unfamiliar secret techniques and questioned whether any of them were still practiced. Then his eyes widened. These are not current teachings. Standing before the shelf, he realized these were forgotten teachings, arts that had nearly disappeared from the sect. Remembering the elder, Chung Myung thought it must have been difficult for him to destroy techniques, even those that were never meant to reach future generations. Closing the book, he understood that the elder had hidden them here in case they might one day become necessary for the sect. Looking at the shelves, Chung Myung realized something. The first cabinet proved that the elder had fulfilled his responsibility as the leader of the sect. The second revealed his concerns and his affection for it. Holding the book, Chung Myung silently decided that the elder no longer needed to worry. He would restore the sect. Then he corrected himself. No, the sect would rise even higher than before. His attention shifted to the third cabinet. Unlike the others, it contained only a single package. He picked it up. Inside was a document personally signed by the sect leader. Opening it, Chung Myung read that if someone was reading this letter, then that person had already been recognized by the next generation's leader. The letter stated that sometimes a single line written on paper could carry more meaning than 100 spoken words. Standing in the center of the storage room, Chung Myung continued reading. The elder wrote that being the head of the sect did not mean controlling it with force, and that whoever inherited the position should already understand this. According to the letter, those who truly carried the sect forward were its students, the children who continued striving to improve. The leader's role was simply to guide them, protect them, and help them reach their potential. The elder wrote that the successor should not worry too much about controlling the sect, because the sect itself was not something that could be forced into shape. It was a spirit, an energy, something no one could truly command. The letter continued. Whether in decline or in prosperity, the sect would continue to exist. The ancestors protected its aspirations, raised successors, and passed their will forward. As the previous leader, he now passed that burden to the next generation. Chung Myung looked at the document for a moment. Then he folded it carefully and quietly dismissed the old man's habit of speaking at length. Standing in the room, he realized he had not found what he originally hoped for. Still, what he had found was enough. The important thing was the ledger. Turning away, Chung Myung knew that with it, he could recover the businesses that originally belonged to the sect. But as he started to leave, something suddenly bothered him. He stopped and looked around again. The structure of this storage felt strange. Remembering the previous leader, Chung Myung recalled how meticulous he had been. Even the oil lamps had always been placed symmetrically so the room would be lit evenly. His eyes moved back to the third cabinet. Unlike the others, it was almost empty. Chung Myung placed a hand on the shelf, then suddenly grabbed it with both hands. Lifting the cabinet away from the wall, he became certain there had to be something hidden. He set it aside. Behind it, there was a hole. Chung Myung looked into the opening. His eyes widened. He had discovered a hidden chamber. Looking inside, he immediately understood there had to be something important hidden there. He jumped down, then he froze. Gold was stacked tightly in front of him. His eyes moved across neatly arranged weapons and valuable swords lined against the wall. Sitting on the floor, Chung Myung realized he had found an entire mountain of wealth along with secret techniques he had never seen before. Picking up jewelry in his hands, he laughed. His voice echoed as he realized he had suddenly become rich. Elsewhere, the leader stood by the window of his residence and quietly exhaled. Morning had arrived. He thought that this day would bring happiness to someone, but for him, it would only bring despair. Closing his eyes, he remembered that only 5 days remained before the deadline given by the owner of Kong Pavilion. Then someone urgently called his name. Opening the door, the leader asked what had happened. The assistant hurriedly explained that it would be easier to understand after seeing it in person. When asked where they were going, the assistant only insisted that it was urgent. The two immediately set off. They crossed through the forest. While moving, the leader suddenly noticed students collapsed on the ground. Jumping over them, he worried about what had happened. The assistant explained that the students had simply been training on their own since morning. Soon they arrived. Chung Myung was sitting there. When called, he looked over. The assistant quickly asked where he had been. Standing nearby, Chung Myung told them to come closer. The leader looked around in confusion and asked what had happened. Exhausted, Chung Myung pointed ahead and explained that something important had been found. The leader still cared more about the student's condition, but eventually looked where Chung Myung indicated. A bright light reflected across his face. In front of him lay bags of gold and countless valuables. Chung Myung casually explained that he had found them by accident. The old man turned in disbelief. Chung Myung simply claimed he may have overdone his training. Instead of questioning further, the leader told him to rest. Sweat slowly formed on the old man's face. But his attention was not on the gold. It was on the books. With trembling hands, he realized they were far more valuable than everything else. Reaching toward them, he recognized records connected to the enterprises of the Great Huashan domain in Hain. Then he suddenly pulled his hand back. He became careful. If he damaged the pages by opening them carelessly, he felt he would never forgive himself. Slowly, he reached again and opened the book. His eyes widened. The next moment, his head tilted back and he collapsed. The assistant rushed toward him. Later, waking up abruptly, the old man shouted about the 7 postulates of the wild plum sword. Back in the residence, he immediately asked about the contents of the box. The assistant confirmed everything. The leader then ordered the head of finance to be called. The finance elder arrived holding the records. Smiling, he explained that every document was original. The leader asked if that was truly confirmed. The answer was yes. Even the ownership rights had been verified. These were official government certificates that could serve as legal proof. The finance elder explained that they could immediately reclaim all of the sect's businesses, including Taiha Tower. Combined with the treasure, everything was more than enough to cover the debt of 100,000 yang. The old man lowered his head. For the first time in a long while, he was hearing only good news. Then he suddenly remembered Chung Myung. No one had expected that a single child, the one who insisted on changing everything, would become the person to pull the sect back up. The old man quietly clenched his fists. Rising from his chair, the leader realized that if the ledger was genuine, there was no time to waste. He immediately decided to summon the necessary people. Raising his hand, the sect leader gave the order that everyone connected to the enterprises recorded in the sect's Huan prefecture should be gathered at once. The records had finally resurfaced. Now it was time to bring in everyone whose names appeared in them. A few days later, the merchants climbed the mountain together. Someone behind complained about being pushed, and the owner turned around and told everyone there was not much farther to go and that they only needed a little more patience. As they continued upward, the advisor thought that once he received his money, he would forget this unpleasant place entirely. He already felt tired of even looking at it. One merchant asked why the leader had suddenly called them to the mountain, while another wondered whether he had truly prepared the money. Someone pointed out that 100,000 yang was not a small amount, and assumed the old man had called them only because he had nowhere else to get that kind of money. Remembering the entrance to the sect, the owner thought there was no point in begging once the final day arrived, and assumed the leader had gathered them beforehand for that reason. Ahead of them, some merchants quietly complained that calling them all here just to ask for more time was shameless. Others responded that regardless of debt, the old man was still the leader of a great sect and deserved some respect. Even so, everyone hoped they would not leave empty-handed. As they climbed higher, the advisor thought about the appearance of someone from the Southern Edge sect and concluded that others already had plans involving the sect's estate. He calculated that his own share would be around 5,000 yang, enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life without returning to trade. Eventually, they reached the entrance. The owner raised his head and realized they all carried similar thoughts. The merchants breathed heavily. The leader understood that they all felt uneasy about the future of the sect because the place that had protected Huam for centuries now stood on the edge of collapse. The advisor also realized that if no concessions were made today, the sect might not survive another 7 days. Still, they had climbed the mountain intending to collect the debt that had continued growing over time. A faint smile appeared. Then someone approached. The assistant bowed and greeted them before informing everyone that the leader was already waiting. The merchants gathered in front of the residence. The leader stood there with his hands behind his back and welcomed them. He acknowledged the difficulty of climbing such a dangerous path. The visitors replied that they all had responsibilities, though the leader surely carried even more. Hai and Jiang offered them tea and suggested they rest after the climb. Everyone remained standing. One of them politely declined and explained that resolving urgent matters was more important than comfort. The old man remained silent for a moment. Then he admitted that he had acted selfishly. The owner narrowed his eyes as Hai and Jiang explained that he had gathered everyone to discuss the sect's position. The old man said he had spent a long time searching for every possible way to repay them. But despite all efforts, he could not repay everything on time. The owner listened quietly. The owner reminded him that enough time had already been given and everyone also depended on that money to live. The deadline could not continue moving. After a pause, Hai and Jiang admitted that he could not repay everything, but he could repay part of it. Holding his hands together, he asked whether anyone present would be willing to wait a little longer. Then he lowered himself and asked them to help the sect. The merchant stayed silent. The advisor's eyes widened. The leader remained bowed. From behind, Chung Myung watched everything. Resting his head on one hand, he realized this was probably the decision the old man had reached. But he still did not fully understand the intention. Was this an attempt to pressure them, or was it mercy? As he continued watching, Chung Myung became certain of one thing. Hai and Jiang was far more calculating than he appeared. The entrance to the sect's territory came into view as Chung Myung reflected that secrecy was an essential quality for someone leading an entire sect. His eyes moved across the weapon racks, and he realized that even though disciples still lived here, the current state of the sect had become little more than a fading name. Lying on the roof, Chung Myung understood why the leader had to accept both profit and loss without losing control. Looking down, he tried to understand whether the old man was feeling anger. The owner smiled and reminded everyone that they had already agreed there could be no more delays because extending the deadline previously had already caused problems. Then his expression changed. The old man explained that this request was not directed only at the owner. Narrowing his eyes, the leader stated that the sect's debt totaled 100,000 yang and that everyone present was owed a different amount. He calmly explained that he was asking only those willing to delay repayment. The merchants looked at each other in surprise. The owner frowned and considered it a desperate attempt. Someone asked whether those unwilling to make concessions would still receive immediate repayment. Standing before them, the old man admitted that the sect was no longer what it had once been. But that did not mean nobody would extend a helping hand. Although he had failed to gather the full 100,000, part of the amount had already been prepared. That was exactly why he asked for understanding and promised that anyone who supported the sect today would be repaid. The owner questioned the logic behind those words. Another advisor asked whether gratitude alone would be enough if they postponed repayment. The old man confirmed it. Then the advisor raised his hand and asked for complete honesty. Everyone knew the sect could collapse tomorrow. The crowd began discussing among themselves. Some wondered whether postponing payment meant losing everything. Others questioned what reason they had to trust the sect at all. The old man exhaled. Then he opened his eyes. He asked whether the name and history of the sect truly meant nothing to them. The owner suddenly smiled. Then he laughed. Chung Myung continued watching from above. The owner kept laughing and questioned whether the old man was pressuring them. The leader calmly asked whether this truly counted as pressure. Then he asked a question in return. What did the sect mean to them? Did the name and history of this place truly have no value? Images of the past seemed to overlap with the present. The old man admitted that the sect was currently in decline. But for generations, the sect had remained inseparably connected to Huam and had shared its spirit and strength with the people there. He asked everyone standing before him to think again about what this place had meant to them. The owner closed his eyes. Then he made a proposal. Pointing to one side, he suggested that anyone willing to postpone repayment should move there. Those who wanted immediate payment should remain where they stood. He added that responsibility for the decision would belong entirely to them. No one should expect the trade alliance to rescue them if they later lost their money. The time to choose had come. The merchants looked away. No one moved. A smile appeared on the owner's face as he spread his arms and declared that nobody intended to delay repayment. Then, someone stepped forward. One advisor quietly separated from the group. The owner immediately called out to him. The leader silently watched. The owner asked what he thought he was doing. The advisor calmly replied that there was no need to react like that because he already knew people would see it as betrayal. Then he looked directly at the owner and quietly remarked that the owner was not originally from Huam after all. The man looked down and explained that he had come to this place as a son-in-law, so he could never fully understand what the sect meant to people born here. A memory surfaced. As a child, he had once stood with his father, who pointed toward the mountain and spoke about the sect. Everyone used to say that anyone accepted there could become a great master. The child kept staring at the mountain. Years passed. Even after learning that he lacked the talent to enter, he still grew up surrounded by stories about that place. Stories of how the sect protected the land and watched over Huam. The owner narrowed his eyes and questioned why he suddenly brought this up. The advisor lowered his head and explained that his father and grandfather had grown up the same way. To them, this place had always been a source of pride. Looking at the others, he said that once they received the money, most of them would simply leave and use it elsewhere. But he had spent his entire life on these lands. The owner asked whether that alone was enough reason to reject such a large amount of money. The advisor looked at him. The owner warned that he would regret it. Sweat appeared on the advisor's face as he remembered climbing the mountain, thinking only about money and the comfortable life that would follow. Clenching his fist, he realized his decision made no practical sense. But he also knew he could still survive without that money. Even if he regretted missing the opportunity later, he could live with that. But if he helped tear the sect apart piece by piece, he would regret it until the end of his life while surrounded by meaningless wealth. Looking at the others, he admitted that he did not want such a life. The owner raised his hand and said it would not matter because one person alone would change nothing. Then suddenly someone spoke. People began asking why the advisor was standing there alone. More merchants started crossing to the opposite side. Soon 4 more people stood behind him. The leader's eyes widened. He looked at them quietly. Then he lowered his head. Looking at them, he admitted that he was glad there were still people who respected the sect. The advisor turned as the leader instructed the assistant to bring something. Unam placed a box on the ground. Inside were books. The owner immediately recognized them. It was the ledger of Huam County. The leader looked at him and reminded everyone that since ancient times, the sect had treated them with kindness. Yet they had repaid that trust with betrayal. Sweat formed on the owner's face. Then the leader stepped forward and declared that based on these records, the sect would reclaim every business they had managed. Everything gained through those businesses would also be confiscated. The merchants immediately protested and demanded an explanation. The old man calmly replied that he meant exactly what he had said. Holding the ledger, the owner said the joke had gone too far. The leader answered that it was unfortunate that the leader of such a respected sect appeared to be a joke in his eyes. The owner shut the book and asked him to wait. Holding the records, he argued that nobody could know for certain whether they were genuine. The old man stood with his hands behind his back. The owner suggested that perhaps the leader himself had been deceived by a forged ledger. The leader looked at him in silence. Then he closed his eyes and admitted that there might be some reason in verifying such a claim. A house roof came into view as he instructed the assistant to call the head of the finance pavilion. Henan stroked his beard. After examining the matter, the finance director stated that confirming the ledger's authenticity would require a proper investigation. The merchants immediately raised their voices and demanded verification. Then the finance director turned around and calmly spoke. With a faint smile, Henan explained that he had expected such doubts and had already sent half of the ledger to the Huam government 2 days earlier for authentication. The owner froze. Thinking back to the city, he immediately understood the situation. If officials had already begun investigating the enterprises while all the merchants remained gathered at the sect, there would be no chance to resist. The real goal had been to draw them away from the city. His expression stiffened. Looking at the records, he realized 2 days was more than enough to complete the inspection. Clenching his fists, he understood that the documents in the box had already been verified. Grinding his teeth, he realized government forces were probably already waiting at the foot of the mountain to seize everything. Then someone called out. The old man stepped forward and ordered them to control themselves because they no longer had the right to protest. Standing with his hands behind his back, Huashan-Sekte said they had rejected the hand of an old friend in hardship. Not only that, they had betrayed that friend. Because of that, they no longer deserved to call themselves allies. Looking at them, he told them to return. Everything would become clear once they reached Huam. Grinding his teeth, the owner listened as Huashan-Sekte explained that his original intention had been to confiscate everything. But considering their years of effort, they would still be allowed to keep 1 cart of goods. The owner frowned and quietly declared that he would not forget this debt. Then he turned around and began leaving. The merchants silently followed. One advisor turned back and listened as Huashan-Sekte added that at least they had not completely abandoned their humanity. The old man continued and explained that the enterprises would still return to the sect. That part would not change, but the sect would also restore everything it had lost. Closing his eyes, Huashan-Sekte announced that those willing could continue managing the businesses locally and continue earning profits. He invited them to discuss future cooperation and asked them to come inside. Looking down, the advisor realized this arrangement was far better than remaining dependent on the owner. In an instant, their positions had changed. The former owner had become the weaker side. The man closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the merchants continued down the mountain. Hearing the sect leader, Chung Myung, cursed at him. He shouted, asking who allowed him to throw away property that belonged to the sect. The carts continued moving. As they traveled, one merchant remembered that when they had descended, government troops had already occupied the businesses and treated them coldly. If not for the leader's instructions, they would likely have been detained immediately. Looking toward the owner, the merchant realized none of this would have happened if they had not followed him. Someone asked what they should do now. The owner stayed silent while another merchant continued blaming him for everything. The owner narrowed his eyes and asked whether he was being accused. The man immediately denied it. The owner set the handles down and raised his hand. He told everyone to stop speaking carelessly. For now, they simply needed shelter and time. Then he asked whether anyone truly believed the ledger was genuine. He insisted it was fake and claimed the leader had deceived them with forged records. Another merchant disagreed. He pointed out that the government had already confirmed the documents and admitted he had secretly checked their contents himself. The records were real. Spreading his arms, the former owner argued that everyone had conspired together with the leader to divide the property. Frowning, he declared that they needed to head to Loyang. Clenching his fist, he insisted that if those people intended to pressure them through authority, then they only needed to find a way to fight back. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of the group and dismissed everything they had just said. It was Chung Myung. The owner looked at him and asked whether he had spoken. Chung Myung casually asked whether there was anyone else standing there. Squinting, the owner wondered why someone was dressed like a robber in broad daylight and assumed he was dealing with some strange old-fashioned person. Waving his hand, the owner warned him to leave if he valued his life and suggested he had come for their property. Chung Myung immediately corrected him. He had not come to rob anyone. He had come to take back what rightfully belonged to him. The owner narrowed his eyes and tried to understand what he meant. Then he asked whether Chung Myung belonged to the sect. Before the conversation continued, someone was suddenly thrown over the carts. The owner had barely finished talking about teaching someone from the sect a lesson. Bodyguards immediately appeared. Several rushed toward Chung Myung with serious expressions. They attacked all at once. Chung Myung looked up. Then he moved. In an instant, he appeared in front of one of them. He struck with the hilt of his sword. Another took a hit to the jaw. A third was struck in the back of the head. Chung Myung moved through them with overwhelming speed. Lowering the blade, he remarked that apparently they still did not understand. He calmly explained that people who ignored his warnings rarely walked away comfortably. The owner narrowed his eyes and realized there were still skilled people left in the sect. As several guards struggled back to their feet, the owner told them to step aside. Facing Chung Myung directly, he admitted that someone with this level of ability should not have hidden inside the mountain. If a disciple like him had stood at the front earlier, the sect would never have fallen this far. Then his expression changed. The owner said Chung Myung had chosen a very unfortunate moment. Energy gathered around him. He declared that killing this disciple would become a message to the leader. Aura spread around his body as he assumed the old man would be devastated by such a loss. Then he attacked. Watching him, Chung Myung realized this man was far from an ordinary merchant. He drew the sheathed sword and calmly decided not to give him an easy exchange. The owner had already closed the distance. An explosion echoed through the forest. The owner landed with both hands pressed to the ground. For a moment, nothing moved. Looking forward, the owner reminded himself that even a tiger used full strength to catch a rabbit. The masked figure moved closer. Chung Myung stopped. Looking at the owner, he thought the man looked ready to fall asleep. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, Chung Myung decided to erase that expression immediately. He rushed forward. The owner was surprised. A second later, they stood only a step apart. The owner struck with his fist. Energy exploded through the attack. But something unexpected happened. The force rebounded. Watching closely, Chung Myung understood exactly what happened. He had intercepted the attack and redirected the energy back. Resting the weapon on his shoulder again, he advised the owner to stop. His movements had already slowed noticeably. The owner became irritated after hearing that another few exchanges would destroy his fingers. Energy gathered into his leg. He twisted and attacked again. Another impact exploded. When it ended, Chung Myung was already behind him. He touched the weapon once more. Energy surged again. Looking at the owner, Chung Myung repeated that the fingers would fail first. The dark-haired man dropped to one knee. Looking at the swollen veins on his hand, the owner finally realized something. This masked opponent was not especially stronger or faster. Yet he fought as though he could defeat 10 people. The owner attacked again, but nothing worked. Even though Chung Myung appeared relaxed, he always chose the perfect timing, the correct angle, and the exact distance. Grinning slightly, the owner realized there was not a single wasted movement in his opponent's technique. Chung Myung leaned back and avoided the strike. The owner immediately stepped forward again. Watching the masked opponent, he realized he could not even estimate how strong this person really was. Standing a short distance away, Chung Myung quietly admitted that this pace would not work. Scratching his neck, he added that he had wanted to enjoy the fight a little longer, but his strength was already fading. The owner asked how someone with this level of skill had remained unknown for so long. For a few moments, both remained silent. Then the weapons lowered. Resting the sword over his shoulder, Chung Myung casually asked what would really change if his identity became known. Closing his eyes, he listened as the owner implied that people who talk too much often lived in illusions. Chung Myung stepped forward. Instead of answering, he turned the question back. Someone with this level of combat skill was clearly not an ordinary pavilion owner. There were countless ways for a master like this to earn wealth, so why settle for managing a pavilion? The owner raised his hand and tried to end the discussion. Chung Myung continued calmly. He concluded that this was neither a conspiracy nor someone else's orders. Everything seemed to be personal initiative. The owner silently admitted that the conclusion was correct. Chung Myung raised one finger and said there was one final question. How is someone supposed to get information from a person like this? Then he answered it himself, by beating it out of him. The owner was surprised. Holding the weapon loosely, Chung Myung explained that there was no point wasting words on someone who had already decided not to answer. Then he rushed forward. He declared that he would simply continue until he was satisfied. Watching him approach, the owner noticed something strange. The attack appeared, aimed at his right knee. Standing still, he wondered how anyone could react at that speed. Chung Myung swung. Pain exploded, but the strike landed on the shoulder instead. The owner did not understand. He had seen the attack with his own eyes. Chung Myung immediately moved again. The owner raised his hand and became certain the next strike would target his head. The weapon flashed in front of his face. Chung Myung closed the distance instantly. The pressure became even heavier. Then, the owner suddenly found his throat seized. Frowning, he realized something terrifying. He had watched every movement, yet he had never successfully dodged. Several energy-charged strikes swept across his body. Throwing his head back, he realized that if this continued, he would actually die. Chung Myung quietly observed his expression. His eyes slowly turned red. Then, he drew the sword from its sheath. Fear immediately spread across the owner's face. Bending from pain, he realized he did not want to die. Chung Myung stepped forward. The blade moved. Out of instinct, the owner threw up his hand. Blue energy exploded through the forest. Smoke rose above the trees. The owner extended his hand and tried gathering energy again. Then he froze. Chung Myung asked about the palm of the Lord of Tai. Squatting down in front of him, Chung Myung stared directly into his face. Then he asked whether he belonged to the Southern Edge sect. Still crouched, he remarked that it was surprising to see a pavilion owner collecting debts from the sect while using such advanced techniques. He raised his hand again and asked directly, had the Southern Edge sect sent him? Fear crossed the owner's face. At that moment, he realized he should have stayed silent, even if it meant enduring everything. Biting his lip, he understood that he had made a fatal mistake. Remembering the last exchange, Chung Myung realized that if he had not caught the opponent off guard, the man would not have exposed himself by using the palm of the Lord of Tai. If everything had truly been planned from the beginning, then the enemy's foresight was impressive. Watching him silently, Chung Myung asked whether he intended to remain quiet. The man slowly stood. Chung Myung decided that this outcome was not bad either. Loyalty had value. Thinking quietly, he remembered that hostility had existed between the Southern Edge sect and the sect for a long time, which was why their relationship had never improved. Even so, he could not deny that the Southern Edge sect deserved its place among the 10 great sections. Rubbing his neck, Chung Myung thought that a powerful sect should never solve problems in such a low and indirect way. Looking at the opponent, he concluded there was little more to learn from him. Knowing the matter connected back to Shongan was already enough. With a faint grin, Chung Myung cursed whoever stood behind this. Holding his sword, he remarked that although the old martial world had never been perfect, it had not acted this shamelessly. He wondered whether the great sects had started competing over wealth instead of principles. The dark-haired man closed his eyes. Then he asked whether this was truly the best future for the sect. Frowning, he declared that the sect had already lost hope. Without its secret techniques and former masters, it could never return to what it once was. At best, it would only delay collapse. Chung Myung looked surprised. The man continued insisting that a sect without masters could only disappear. Raising his hand, he asked whether Chung Myung truly could not see it. Chung Myung rested the sword on his shoulder and calmly asked, who said the sect had lost its techniques? Swinging the blade once, he mocked the logic of people who talked too much. If they wanted to destroy the sect, they should simply admit it instead of hiding behind excuses. As the opponent watched, he realized something. The two sects shared similarities. Even their sword styles felt connected. Two blades crossed through the air. The man fell face first. A memory surfaced in Chung Myung's mind. When two great sects with similar paths stood too close to one another, one would eventually struggle. The treetops swayed. The owner shouted that he was not from the Southern Edge sect and demanded to know what nonsense this was. Then his eyes widened. Chung Myung placed the sword near his face and said that, in return for revealing that technique, he would show him something interesting. The owner slowly raised his head. Fear appeared on his face. Chung Myung remarked that it would be amusing if the people behind him learned about this, but unfortunate if they never did. Looking directly into his eyes, he told him to report everything exactly as he saw it. Chung Myung lowered his eyes toward the blade. The owner's expression twisted. Then, the image of the sword multiplied. The owner raised both hands to defend himself. Lowering his head, He wondered how someone could create such overwhelming pressure from simple sword movements. But despite the countless blades, none touched him. Confused, he could not understand what Chung Myung was trying to do. Then he heard the words, "When plum blossoms bloom in winter, their fragrance becomes strongest." Chung Myung swung again. Winter may have arrived, but the sect's season had not ended. He turned his back and took several steps away. The owner remained frozen in defense. Then he slowly looked up. His hands lowered. His eyes widened. Chung Myung still stood there holding the sword. Around him, petals drifted downward. Chung Myung quietly said that soon, plum blossoms would cover the entire mountain. The owner raised his head. Thousands of falling plum blossoms seemed to fill the sky. His expression froze. Then he realized there had been no attack. It was only an illusion. Slowly, the owner dropped to his knees. Chung Myung returned the sword to its sheath. Then he collapsed. Blood spilled from his mouth. Adjusting the mask on his face, he realized that continuing like this would eventually kill him because his current strength was still far from enough. Closing his eyes, he remembered that in his previous life, something like this would have been insignificant. Now, a single display of swordsmanship drained everything he had. Turning his head, he noticed someone hiding behind a tree. The person cautiously peeked out. Chung Myung raised a hand and called him over. Soon 4 men stood in front of him. Crossing his arms, Chung Myung casually asked who needed to be beaten before he left. All 4 immediately looked away. Watching them, he questioned who planned to leave like that. At once, they all insisted they had no intention of leaving. The dark-haired man closed his eyes. Even those who had already started moving froze in place. Then Chung Myung stopped everyone. One of the men turned slightly and looked uneasy. Looking at the carts, Chung Myung asked whether they seriously expected him to move everything alone. Then he ordered them to report how much each cart's contents were worth. One by one, they listed the values in Niang. Someone nervously asked whether that really mattered. Chung Myung opened his eyes. Then he calmly explained that one of them would go to the nearest bank and return with the money. And if anyone tried tricks with receipts, he would deal with them personally. One man realized he had never met someone like this before. Another raised his hand and asked what would happen if the person sent to the bank simply ran away. Smiling, Chung Myung asked what exactly they thought remained for them besides the confiscated property. He quietly suggested that recovering at least part of it would be wiser than losing everything. Another person raised a hand and asked what would happen if someone reported him to the government. Chung Myung demonstrated his technique. The sudden pressure startled the birds into flight. The man immediately became frightened. Lowering his head, Chung Myung calmly explained that if someone planned to do that, it would be better never to return and instead run to the edge of the continent. All 4 silently concluded that escaping was not worth considering. Then the order was given to move. Later, the smell of banknotes filled the air. A dark-haired man held stacks of bills. Chung Myung immediately ran toward the brick building. In the next moment, he jumped higher than the roof. Elsewhere, near the river, stones lined the water. Chung Myung removed his clothes. Nearby, Gul wrung water from his cloak. Water dripped to the ground. He turned and looked at the others. Everyone looked exhausted after the long training. Still, they smiled. They all realized they had changed. The disciples washed their clothes while Gul quietly thought that they had finally become true disciples of the sect. Then Zhang approached and asked why he looked so happy. Gul turned away and looked at everyone else. He admitted that now they truly felt like disciples. Looking down, he thought it was a strange feeling. Zhang disagreed at first, but eventually smiled and admitted he felt the same. Gul closed his eyes and laughed. He never expected training to become this intense. Soon the disciples rushed back toward the mountain. They would descend again to complete their daily quota before climbing back up. But recently, something had changed. The wind moved through their hair. Gul ran ahead with a faint smile. He quietly decided that Chung Myung was responsible for all of it. The mountains stretched into the distance. No one knew whether Chung Myung would remain an ordinary disciple or overturn the entire existence of the sect. The disciples continued running. Soon they reached the buildings. Workers carried wood and supplies while shouting instructions. Others hauled sacks across the grounds. The disciples entered the area. A Taoist raised his hand and directed where all the materials should be taken. Suddenly, the junior mentor turned around after Zhang called out. The disciples approached and asked what was happening. Unam turned and explained that the people around them were laborers. Looking across the area, He added that they had decided to use the opportunity to carry out major renovations. Ghoul stood beside his companion as the junior mentor explained that the buildings had fallen into serious disrepair. The worn roofs came into view. The disciples stared in surprise. Unam asked why they were standing around and told them to help the exhausted workers. Ghoul froze briefly while Jang immediately accepted the order. The mentor pointed ahead and the boys hurried off. Later, the building was brightly lit. A roasted chicken sat on the table. The students stared at the food in disbelief. Some nearly started drooling. One disciple became so excited he treated it like a gift from heaven. Soon everyone gathered around the table in excitement. Perhaps the changes brought by Chung Myung would arrive much sooner than expected. That night, under the moonlight, one disciple held a folded uniform and commented that the renovations had started too suddenly. Ghoul and Jang walked together and talked about how there had even been meat at dinner and everyone had received 2 new sets of clothes. The students still seemed unable to believe it. Ghoul asked what his companion was thinking. As they approached the gate, Jang laughed and admitted that having money felt surprisingly good. He had expected improvements, but not this quickly. Construction materials covered the grounds. Jang wondered whether the elders had truly endured hardship willingly all this time. Remembering one elder's smile, he realized he had never seen that expression before. The night sky stretched above them. Ghoul asked what would happen next. Approaching another building, the Taoist explained that the sect was changing rapidly and they should prepare themselves. Adjusting the uniform in his hands, he pointed out that not every change would necessarily be easy. Remembering the hidden documents, he reflected on everything that had happened. Ghoul walked ahead and wondered why Chung Myung had done all of this. The answer seemed obvious. He wanted everyone to see the change. The students smiled. The sect was clearly changing. Since change could not be avoided, they needed determination to keep up. Imagining Chung Myung standing in the middle of the wind, the Taoist thought that anyone acting carelessly could easily be swept away by the storm this boy had created. They opened the doors. Ghoul smiled and told his senior not to worry. Then he asked seriously where Chung Myung had gone since early morning. His companion guessed that he was probably in the leader's residence. Near the mountains stood a small building. Several people sat around a table. Hai and Jang explained that someone who had achieved such a result naturally deserved a reward. Smiling, he added that the sect had prepared one, and that was why Chung Myung had been called there. Chung Myung looked away. The old man asked whether there was something he wanted. For a moment, thoughts of treasure appeared. The leader even suggested that if Chung Myung regretted giving up the wealth they found, some compensation could be arranged. But Chung Myung refused. He said he had no interest in riches. The old man looked surprised and felt pleased, thinking the boy was following the path of Taoism, even though overcoming greed was never easy. Chung Myung quietly thought that his own storage was already full of treasures anyway. The teapot sat between them. The leader then offered to let him access the sect's secret techniques earlier than normal. Once again, Chung Myung refused. The old man widened his eyes and wondered whether the boy considered the sect's techniques unimportant. Chung Myung calmly replied that there was no reason to break the order established by the elders. Internally, though, he knew that was not the truth. If anything, he felt more qualified to teach than to learn. Thinking about the books and everything preserved in storage, he realized there was still much to teach the Taoists. The difficult part would be doing it without anyone noticing. Resting his head on one hand, Chung Myung decided not to worry about it yet. The room remained brightly lit. Looking quietly ahead, he thought they could even hand him the sect itself, because right now, all that remained was its name. The sect leader smiled as Chung Myung looked like he had finally made up his mind. Placing a hand on his chest, Chung Myung asked Henan to allow him to go down to Huam whenever necessary. He believed that broader movement would create more opportunities. Looking at the sect leader, he explained that constant training in a confined place limited his growth, and that moving freely would help him discover new limits and improve faster. The sect leader crossed his arms. Henan understood Chung Myung's intention, but explained that such freedom went against the sect's discipline. Chung Myung looked away. The sect leader added that although he had achieved something worthy, granting special treatment could create dissatisfaction among the other disciples. They remained seated. Hai and Jang asked whether there was anything else. Chung Myung thought that if they would not even let him travel freely, there was not much else to request. Then he touched his hair and leaned forward. He explained that his body was currently in terrible condition. Smiling slightly, he mentioned that the physician said his natural chi circulation had been damaged. The sect leader nodded and said he already knew. Placing a hand on his chest, Chung Myung asked whether he could receive some healing pills to restore his body. They sat facing each other. Then Henan called the attendants. Chung Myung's face immediately brightened. The sect leader calmly drank from his cup. After setting it down, he officially granted Chung Myung permission to go down a huam. The people nearby nodded. Chung Myung looked at the sect leader in surprise. Then the sect leader stood up and explained that permission did not mean unrestricted freedom. He pushed Chung Myung outside and reminded him that he would still be responsible for any trouble he caused. The doors closed. Chung Myung stared at them in disbelief. Annoyed, he thought that he had asked politely. Imagining the sect leader's face, he concluded that no medicine in the world would be enough for him. Inside the room, the sect leader placed a hand near the door and turned to his subordinates. He asked what they thought. One of them replied that Chung Myung seemed unusually suited to the path of Taoism. Sitting again, Hunan added that despite his age, the boy's words sounded surprisingly thoughtful. Remembering Chung Myung's expression, he admitted that although the boy could be rude, his age should still be considered. Looking down, Hunan reflected that speaking with Chung Myung never felt like speaking to a child. He imagined the boy surrounded by light and realized that he lacked the childish qualities expected at his age. Hunan quietly concluded that Chung Myung carried the presence of a true Taoist. The sect leader turned to Haiyaneng and asked for his opinion. The man touched his head and admitted that he was not good at judging people. After thinking for a while, another elder said that Chung Myung simply did not behave like a child. Wu Dam quietly agreed. Haiyan-Sang extended his hand and explained that intelligent children, or children who had experienced hardship, often became more mature than their peers. But Chung Myung felt different. His speech and behavior resembled those of a grown man. Someone cautiously asked whether there was something unnatural about him. The Taoist denied that interpretation. The sect leader closed his eyes. He said he understood their concerns, but decided not to attach too much meaning to them for now. After all, Chung Myung was still a child. Looking forward, the sect leader concluded that their role was not to use people, but to guide them. If Chung Myung truly was an unpolished diamond, then the sect would help him reach his full potential. The Taoist nodded. Then Henan turned to Unam and asked about the renovation work. Unam imagined the workers cutting wood and explained that bringing materials into the steep mountains remained difficult. Workers continued processing timber. To make up for shortages, they planned to use nearby forest resources, but the process would still take time. The sect leader stroked his beard. Unam became nervous when asked whether he was focusing too much on appearances. He immediately denied it. Looking away, the sect leader explained that the sect itself needed to be reborn. Half-finished tiles covered the roofs. He added that people expressed determination through their clothing and actions, and the same principle applied to the sect. Unam bowed and agreed that the sect leader's thinking was correct. Haiyang turned to Hyansen and said that the new teachings needed to be explained to the disciples as quickly as possible. Presenting the books, he emphasized that there could be no carelessness because the future of the sect depended on how well the students mastered these techniques. The Taoist respectfully accepted the responsibility and promised not to overlook anything. Standing near the doorway, Henyong said he could only trust his subordinates. The Taoist closed his eyes. As he examined the books, he noticed something strange. For teachings that were supposedly over 100 years old, they looked unusually new. Opening one of them, he realized that some sections even showed traces of fresh ink, as though someone had copied parts of them in a hurry. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. The contents still matched the originals. Looking down, he quietly wondered whether someone had been helping the sect while keeping their identity hidden. Meanwhile, Chung Myung walked into the forest, complaining to himself that the sect leader refused to give him the pills. Sitting on the ground, he grumbled that he had even copied the teachings for them. Writing on paper, he joked to himself that not even a beggar would willingly come to this place. Imagining the sect leader's face, he realized that not only had they lost their money, they had also lost the recipes for many elixirs. Standing up, he admitted that everything had become one giant problem. Purple energy flickered around him. He already knew the consequences would be serious. Touching his forehead, he realized the situation had turned out worse than expected. Standing in the open field, he concluded that if things continued this way, he might freeze and die within 6 months because his body was not recovering. Thinking about the growth of a child's body, he realized that stopping training for half a year would be extremely dangerous. His chi continued flowing through him. This period was the best time to build internal energy. If he missed it, there would not be another chance. Frowning, Chung Myung decided he needed another solution. He remembered 2 methods. One was medicinal pills that restored natural chi circulation. The other was receiving energy from another practitioner. Then another memory surfaced. In the past, there had been countless pills. He remembered casually taking them after drinking and recovering without effort. Looking down, he wondered whether he should do something similar now. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Sweat covered his face. It felt like he had remembered something important. Without hesitation, he started running. He crossed through the forest. Under the dark sky, he thought that even a troublesome mind could occasionally become useful. The moon illuminated the mountain. Then he stopped. Ahead stood an enormous obstacle, Dwanch Cliff, the highest and most dangerous place on a mountain. Halfway along the cliff was the location he had been searching for. A hidden cave. Chung Myung realized that in all of the sect, only he knew this place existed. Crossing his arms, he remembered that training near the cliff had always been forbidden. But because of that, there was no better place to hide from the sect leader's attention. His face reddened as he remembered hiding meat there and sleeping while avoiding the elders. Standing silently, he wondered how they had never killed him for it. But none of that mattered now. Looking at the cliff, he decided to climb. Then he stopped. In the past, reaching the cave would have taken 2 jumps. With his current body, that was impossible. Instead, he ran in the opposite direction. Soon he returned carrying a rope. Dragging it behind him, he reached the cliff again. Standing at the edge, he realized going down might actually be more dangerous. Looking into the abyss, he thought it was 10 times worse than climbing. Clenching his fist, he reminded himself that he had already died once. Then he immediately admitted he really did not want to die again. He tied the rope around a tree. Holding onto the cliff, he complained that reviving the sect was far too difficult. As he lowered himself, he remembered that training there had never been prohibited only because of the height. Stepping carefully onto a rock, he remembered why Dwanch Cliff had that name. It truly was a steep cliff. He continued descending. There was almost nothing to hold on to. Then his foot slipped. Chung Myung started falling. His eyes widened. The cliff was unbelievably smooth. He screamed. He screamed. A bright flash appeared above. And in that moment, he became certain he was going to die. Suddenly, the rope tightened, and Chung Myung was pulled upward. Suspended in the air, he reminded himself that preparation was the most important thing. As he neared the cliff, blue energy spread through his hands. He pressed both palms into the rock. His bones cracked. Holding on with one arm, he let out a strained breath. Grinding his teeth, he realized his bones felt as fragile as reeds. Sweat covered him. Looking sideways, he finally spotted the entrance to his hideout. Chung Myung narrowed his eyes. He only needed to reach it. He kicked off the cliff. The rope tightened again. Using the momentum, he jumped sideways and grabbed hold. Then he surged forward, but suddenly the rope snapped. His eyes widened. He fell. Activating his chi instantly, he reached for the cliff. His fingers cracked under the pressure. He slipped again. Then he crashed downward. Pain shot through his body. The broken rope continued falling until it suddenly caught. Chung Myung stopped. Now he hung directly beside the cave entrance. Below him stretched a bottomless abyss. Grabbing the edge, he slowly pulled himself up. Breathing heavily, he cursed the madness of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Fog drifted around the cliff. He stepped into the cave and reminded himself that he had only trained here in his previous life. Sweat dripped from his face. This had once been his hidden shelter. Covered by cloth inside the cave was something important. Although he had nearly died reaching it, he pulled the cloth away. Dust filled the air. Inside stood a simple mattress and table. Even the small glowing light remained. Its soft glow illuminated the cave. Nearby sat a chest. Chung Myung opened it. Inside was another box. His eyes lit up. He remembered hiding something here. Inside, the plum blossom pills. The medicine he had saved for healing. Bright pink light shone from the box. A sharp wind passed through the cave. Chung Myung frowned. Suddenly the air filled with the scent of plum blossoms. Several glowing pills rested inside. Holding them, he smiled widely. For a moment, he imagined the unhappy face of the sect leader and realized that the truly valuable ones had survived after all. He sat on the mattress. First, he needed to recover completely. His fingers trembled as he picked up a pill. Then he swallowed it and closed his eyes. The medicine moved deep into his body. Its shell dissolved. Light spread inside him. He remained seated while the energy began restoring his body. Pressing his lips together, he focused. He could not allow himself to lose concentration. Pink energy flowed around him. Grinding his teeth, Chung Myung realized he could not allow the snow plum pill's effects to escape. He clenched his fist tightly and tried to hold the energy in place. Pink light continued shining. Closing his eyes, he realized this alone would not restore his natural chi. Two streams of energy appeared in his mind. No matter how famous the snow plum pills were, their energy contained too many impurities. He would need to filter them. He concentrated and began separating the energy. The pill glowed brighter. He reminded himself that building the perfect foundation required patience. The choice was difficult, but rushing would only ruin everything. Imagining countless crystals, he decided to preserve only the purest energy. Everything else would be discarded. Eventually, only a tiny fragment remained. The crystal shone intensely. Using all his strength, he guided it. The energy entered his dantian. The sphere inside was covered in cracks. Chung Myung carefully directed the refined energy toward the deepest point, the core of his natural chi. The crystal approached. Then, it entered the crack. A brilliant flash erupted. The chi core shone intensely. Wind burst from the cave. A blue spark appeared. Lightning-like energy spread through the shelter. The floating light dropped to the floor. Chung Myung slowly rose into the air. Bright energy surrounded him. Sweat poured down his face. He gritted his teeth, then suddenly opened his eyes. His body trembled. His hands shook from the strain. He clenched his fists. Blue light filled the cave. Closing his eyes once more, he opened them again. His hair rose. His bones began rebuilding. His eyes widened. He realized his body had become stronger. Chung Myung looked down at his hands. He had not expected the pill's effects to be this powerful. Sweat poured down his skin, but he immediately realized it still was not enough. The remaining impurities inside his body were spreading through every part of him. The symbol of the sect rested on his clothes. His entire body felt as though his veins and cells were being stretched apart. His eyes widened. Something felt wrong. His heart was beating too fast. A sharp pressure formed in his body. Yellow energy flickered above him. Chung Myung realized that the energy erupting from the lower dantian had already broken through and reached the upper dantian. Energy flooded his body. He had completely lost control. Raising his hand, he instinctively tried to stop the flow. He grabbed his uniform and gritted his teeth. Then his expression changed. A memory surfaced. He remembered someone from the past. The bearded elder smiled and explained that a warrior tries to suppress and control, but a Taoist allows things to flow naturally. The river reflected sunlight. The waterfall surged endlessly. The elder once said that not everything in this world could be solved through logic. Under the red sky, he had told Chung Myung to stop resisting and allow everything to move naturally. People were also part of nature. Chung Myung slowly released his grip. He chose to trust the current. Blue light spread across his body. Floating in the air, circles appeared beneath his feet like ripples on water. He looked up. Before him stretched something that resembled enormous tree roots. Moving forward, he thought about the upper dantian. He walked across the water instinctively. Then he understood. Clenching his fists, he realized that the cracked wall ahead represented the entrance. He placed his hand on it. Closing his eyes, he listened. The crack glowed. Behind it pulsed overwhelming energy. Waves crashed endlessly. Sooner or later, they would break through. Touching the surface, he realized the situation was far more dangerous than expected. If he resisted, the wall would collapse. If he opened it forcefully, the waves would consume him. He looked forward, then remembered the elder's words. Trust the flow. Water only overflowed when someone tried to block it. Light gathered in front of his hand, then spread across the entire wall. Water moved beneath his feet. What once sounded like nonsense finally became clear. He looked upward. Water poured from an opening overhead. After 100 years, he finally understood the meaning behind that teaching. Every channel inside his body began shining. The orange sun rose. Chung Myung slowly opened one eye. He was floating inside the cave. Then he dropped to the ground. Looking around in confusion, he wondered why he had been suspended in the air. He stretched out his hand. Remembering the light, he clenched his fist. Every vital point in his body had opened completely. Looking at his palm, he realized something surprising. Even with this young body, he had survived. He could have gone insane. He could have died. Instead, he endured. Thinking of his teacher, he realized he had escaped disaster only because of that lesson. He stood, then concluded it had been worth it. Clenching his fist again, he smiled. His internal energy had grown. Standing in the middle of the cave, he looked ahead. Birds crossed the sky outside. He quietly thought that sometimes a person only understands after dying once. Walking forward, the words that once sounded meaningless now carried a different weight. He remembered his master's smile. The wind moved through his hair. He realized something. He had always thought of himself as only a swordsman, never a Taoist. Stepping out of the cave, he reflected that the essence of the sect had always been the coexistence of the sword and Taoism. Scratching the back of his head, Chung Myung quietly wondered, could someone like him really revive the sect? Chung Myung looked ahead. A yellow sky stretched above him. He decided that at this point, he needed to use every possible method. Opening the box again, he realized the remaining pills were no longer useful to him. Still smiling, he thought they could become valuable to someone else. Standing at the cave entrance, the Taoist decided it was finally time to return. Then he suddenly ran back inside. A moment later, he came out again. Several bottles of alcohol hung from his belt. Licking his lips, Chung Myung wondered what liquor preserved for 100 years would taste like. Standing there quietly, he realized how much the sect had changed. Only this place remained exactly as before. Turning around, he felt as if he had returned to the old days. He imagined his teacher smiling. The memory lingered. Bending his knees, he decided he should visit again. Then he leaped. His body shot into the air. Heading toward the cliff, he landed smoothly. Pushing off again, he rushed upward. A satisfied smile appeared. Jumping from one point to another, he climbed toward the summit. Pressing his foot against the rock, he launched himself into the air. Turning around, he saw the bright sun behind him. Then he dropped down. After brushing off his clothes, he realized his body felt unexpectedly light. Turning around, he quietly admitted this was not bad. Closing his eyes, he breathed in deeply. Then his eyes opened. His expression changed. Looking at the trees nearby, he suddenly shouted that he smelled something rotten. Later that night, the disciples finished training and opened the doors to leave. Most only wanted to collapse in a bed. Walking into the courtyard, some wondered how much longer this routine would continue. One rubbed his shoulder and complained that Chung Myung had been acting strangely lately. Another thought about it and realized he had not even appeared at training recently. Nearby, another disciple overheard the conversation. He mentioned that people had started saying Chung Myung looked thinner every day and seemed seriously unwell. Some believed he had become sick enough to stop training. Everyone turned. Looking toward the gate, someone quietly wondered if he was absent. Could training be skipped? Another disciple narrowed his eyes. His nervous companion asked whether there had ever been any other reason they obeyed him. After imagining Chung Myung's usual terrifying presence, they admitted the truth. Even if all of them attacked together, they would still lose. But now he looked weak. The atmosphere shifted. Standing in the courtyard, several students quietly started considering rebellion. Ghoul listened from the side as more voices joined in. Zhang smiled and told himself to leave those fools alone. With a sigh, he decided they would soon learn reality. Then the school gate opened. Zhang and Ghoul turned. Light spilled through the entrance. Someone walked in. It was Chung Myung. The students froze. His face had regained color. His condition looked completely restored. He seemed healthier than ever. Everyone immediately abandoned thoughts of rebellion. One look was enough. If they challenged him now, they would probably die. Chung Myung opened his mouth. Standing in front of everyone, he calmly admitted that as their instructor, he felt responsible. Because of his condition, he had missed their training. Lowering his head slightly, he said he could not ignore that mistake. The students immediately tried reassuring him. They insisted it was fine and that anyone could become sick. Chung Myung clenched his fist. He acknowledged that they had trained hard even without him, which made him feel even more responsible. Mistakes could not be erased, but they could be corrected. Since training had been insufficient, they would simply increase it. Then he pointed behind him, toward the enormous mountain. He announced the next exercise. A race. Anyone arriving late would run again. Zhang immediately sprinted away. Ghoul chased after him, complaining that nobody even explained anything. The remaining students stared. Then one suddenly shouted that everyone should run. If they were late, they would only suffer more. The entire courtyard froze in horror before breaking into a desperate sprint. A moment later, all the students rushed forward. Standing in the middle of the dust, Chung Myung watched them with a faint smile. So they had finally started thinking about rebellion. He did not dislike it. Before, they had only followed orders without question. Now, they at least had the courage to resist. His expression sharpened. Before complaining, people first needed ability. Looking at the disciples climbing the mountain, Chung Myung thought that a warrior earned the right to speak only after gaining strength, and then gaining even more. Watching them continue upward, he quietly decided to build that strength himself. Raising his head, he reflected that throughout thousands of years of Murim history, countless individuals had reached the peak alone. But one strong person could never restore an entire sect. Remembering his old companions, he realized that if only one disciple became exceptional, the sect's name would never truly rise again. Everyone had to grow stronger. Looking toward the sky again, Chung Myung decided that he would make the name of the sect echo louder than before. Standing alone in the courtyard, he shouted that whoever arrived last would lose their meal. Soon, the sun rose. Students collapsed across the yard. Ghoul lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Covered in sweat, he lifted his head and noticed Zhang standing. Even after that training, he remained upright, quietly wiping away sweat. Ghoul finally understood why Zhang was recognized as the eldest. It was not talent, it was will. Even Zhang himself trembled while standing. Then, a huge boulder dropped into the yard. Chung Myung appeared carrying more. He told everyone to hand over their sandbags. Seeing nobody move, he questioned why they were all lying down. Had they really exhausted themselves over something so small? Ghoul stared at him. Monster. Chung Myung narrowed his eyes and commented that the current generation seemed weak. Things had not been like that in his time. Jang, standing nearby, looked speechless. After dropping the boulders, Chung Myung announced that training would stop for now. Everyone should eat, then continue after lunch. Throwing aside the sandbags, he warned that if anyone skipped effort, the workload would increase tenfold. As he walked toward the gate, he ordered them to clean everything. Looking toward the mountain, many silently cursed him. Later, during breakfast, everyone sat around the table. Zhang looked around and asked why nobody was eating. One disciple raised his head and admitted that eating felt impossible. Another stood and asked whether training had become excessive. Even Zhang's hands were shaking. Everyone looked at their trembling hands and quietly admitted that they might actually collapse if this continued. Barely lifting his chopsticks, Zhang turned to Ghoul and asked what he thought. Holding a piece of meat, Ghoul thought quietly. Every day, the training became harsher. Their bodies might eventually fail. Many students nodded. Then Ghoul looked at Zhang. People were like iron. Iron only became stronger after enduring repeated strikes. Closing his eyes and imagining Chung Myung, he concluded that someone like him would never overlook such a basic truth. Opening his eyes again, Ghoul suggested they endure a little longer. If nothing improved, then they would speak up. Zhang nodded. The others looked relieved. He promised that when that day came, he would not stay silent. That night, Ghoul collapsed on his bed. He sighed and closed his eyes. Thinking about tomorrow's training, he wondered whether his body would give out first. Until now, he believed he could endure anything. But now he was not sure anymore. His eyes slowly closed. Then someone woke him. He opened his eyes. Chung Myung sat beside him with a faint smile and quietly told him not to make noise. Sitting there, Chung Myung explained that obtaining it had not been easy, but he would give it to him. Ghoul stood up in confusion. Then he looked at Chung Myung's hand. His eyes widened. Resting in Chung Myung's palm was a pill. Chung Myung raised a finger to his lips. Still shocked, Ghoul asked where he had gotten something so valuable and whether he really did not intend to use it himself. Ghoul froze when Chung Myung explained that he needed it more. Smiling, Chung Myung told him to keep everything secret from the others. Sitting behind him, he explained that after swallowing the pill, he would help circulate the energy. Ghoul closed his eyes. Quietly, he felt embarrassed remembering that he had once truly believed Chung Myung was a complete devil. Chung Myung placed his hand against his back. His storage of pills was now empty. But he already knew, if water was given to a thirsty person, that gratitude would remain forever. Grinning to himself, he imagined the elders' reactions and thought it might be interesting to watch. Night passed. The next morning, the students trained with their swords. Each swing came without complaint. Watching them, the instructor realized something had changed. His eyes widened. Their sword techniques had become stable. Every lunge matched perfectly. The students moved together. Looking carefully at their sword tips, he noticed sharper movements and greater confidence. Each step carried power. Their balance remained steady. Even the swords seemed heavier. The change was unbelievable for such a short time. As the students continued practicing in perfect rhythm, the teacher remembered Chung Myung asking him for only 1 month. Back then, he had confidently promised results. The teacher smiled. At first, he assumed this was simply the effect of morning training. Then his attention shifted. He noticed the disciple standing in the center. His expression changed. Placing his hands behind his back, he realized something else. The students' swords had not become empty movements. Their eyes still carried passion. The students stopped and looked up. The instructor smiled and announced that if they completed their current training properly, he was considering teaching them the Tai Flummox sword technique earlier than scheduled. The students immediately began murmuring among themselves. Excitement spread. The teacher smiled quietly. Effort rewarded effort. If this cycle continued, they would become worthy swordsmen. At that moment, the sect leader entered the training ground. Everyone turned. Calling Ungam aside, the sect leader explained that a problem had appeared. Handing him a book, he asked him to check the last page of the 6 interactions sword technique. Ungam opened it, then froze. His eyes widened and shouted in shock. Written there was a message. It explained that the descendants were not at fault for changing teachings over time. Techniques should continue evolving and improving. The students continued practicing. But the note explained that the principle of 6 interactions remained the foundation and skeleton of the sect. Changing it completely would mean overturning the soul of the technique itself. Both Ungam and the sect leader understood something. The founder had wanted future generations to remember this unchanging truth. Ungam stood frozen with the book. His mouth opened slightly. 4 generations, 6 interactions had been the foundation. Like mountains supporting a sword. Every teaching began after mastering that principle. As the students practiced and their blades created ripples in the air, Ungam quietly questioned why they had abandoned it. Times had changed. 6 interactions took too long to master. That was exactly why they developed the blade of the true principle. The sect leader closed his eyes, then nodded. That was precisely why he had come for advice. Watching the disciples train, he explained that the sect had abandoned 6 interactions and rebuilt its system around the blade of the true principle. But the words left behind by the ancestors carried enormous weight. Ungam looked back at the page. He frowned. The teachings of past generations had always served as a guide, a path already walked. Holding the book tightly, he could not understand how they were supposed to go against instructions written so clearly. The sect leader smiled and reminded Ungam that he was the one teaching the children, and the opinion of the person standing at the foundation of their education could not be ignored. Ungam frowned. Looking again at the pages of the book, he struggled between preserving tradition and accepting change. His gaze moved toward the disciples, then toward the blossoming tree. Standing before the sect leader, he lowered his head and explained that he had created the blade of true principle because the days of the sect once seemed numbered. They could not afford slow progress while raising disciples. Behind them, the students continued lunging in perfect rhythm. There had been a time when even the plaque at the entrance seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Ungam quietly asked the sect leader whether he could truly see the future of the sect now. The sect leader fell silent. Compared to before, things had improved greatly. But after solving the financial crisis with difficulty, countless burdens still remained. Narrowing his eyes, he admitted there was no simple answer. Ungam covered his forehead and finally expressed his opposition. The sect leader asked why. Turning toward the training ground, Ungam explained that the matter was complicated. The blade of true principle and 6 interactions shared the same roots, but their paths were completely different. 6 interactions demanded patience and hardship while creating a stable foundation. The blade of true principle produced faster growth. He had already built the student's combat foundation. Starting over with 6 interactions now might lead nowhere. The sect leader listened quietly. Ungam continued. To truly master 6 interactions, One needed steady footing and unwavering resolve. The sect leader instinctively looked at the disciples, then raised an eyebrow. Ungam stopped. The students were standing firmly. Each swing was stable. Every movement was sincere. No one looked careless. The sect leader smiled. Their training had not been wasted. Ungam scratched his neck awkwardly. He knew the result was not entirely his doing. Then his eyes shifted. Right in the middle of training, Chung Myung stood lazily picking his nose. Ungam closed his eyes. Turning back, he requested a little time. There was one child he wanted to ask. Chung Myung stiffened after being called. Walking over slowly, he listened as Ungam asked which path was better, moving slowly toward the highest point, or running quickly for immediate results. Chung Myung looked upward. After thinking briefly, he pointed to the sky. He would choose the path to the very top. The two elders froze. Ungam asked why. Lowering his hand, Chung Myung answered simply because this was the sect. The sect leader's eyes widened slightly. Within the boy's words was complete faith. For a moment, it felt like hearing an echo from the past. Chung Myung continued. The second path suited ordinary schools, but not the sect. If they wanted to restore its former glory and make its name shake the world again, they could not surrender to reality. The elders fell silent. The sect leader realized Chung Myung had understood the hidden meaning behind the question. Leaning forward slightly, he wondered whether the boy meant they should stop accepting decline as inevitable. The elders exchanged glances. Then the sect leader told Chung Myung to return. They watched him walk away. Ungam quietly admitted that he felt ashamed. The sect leader stared after the boy. He never imagined hearing such words from child. That boy was becoming the hope of the school. Ungam tried to dismiss it as youthful idealism. But perhaps only someone young could refuse to bow to reality. Unlike everyone else, Chung Myung had already begun building the foundation beneath his own feet. Yum smiled faintly. He no longer wanted to feel embarrassed in front of that child. Looking again at the disciples, both elders realized something. That brief conversation had become something much larger. A single thought had started rolling forward, and now it would shape their choice. The sect leader closed his eyes. This decision could not be treated lightly. Looking toward the mountain, he said that the road the sect would choose required time. Then placing his hands behind his back, he ordered Ungam to listen carefully. In the name of the leader of the sect, he gave his command. Ungam froze in surprise. The sect leader turned toward him and gave his decision. From now on, the basic teachings of the sect would no longer remain centered on the blade of true principle. They would return to 6 interactions. But this was not only about one technique. Every teaching within the sect would be reconsidered. As master of the Salted Plum Pavilion, Ungam's role had become more important than ever. Ungam lowered his head and accepted the order. Standing beneath the pavilion, both men understood one thing. The sect could no longer remain trapped between hesitation and compromise. Everyone carrying its name had to aim for the highest level. Everyone who passed through these gates. That responsibility belonged to those who wore its crest. The sect was not merely buildings, it was the mountain itself. The sect leader turned his head. Watching Chung Myung walk away, he quietly thought that these children were the future. Perhaps he would never witness the result himself, but they had not given up. Looking toward the sky, he realized the sect finally had a chance to regain its former glory. Meanwhile, walking through the crowd, Chung Myung silently called the sect leader a fool. How could someone ask such an obvious question? Clenching his chest, he suppressed his frustration. He had practically placed answers directly in front of them, and they still wondered how to use them. Closing his eyes, he complained to himself that these elders never handled anything properly. Slapping his own face lightly, he became convinced they would probably create another problem anyway. Running a hand through his hair, he decided there was something else to deal with. They needed to visit Huam again. The factories were probably already in chaos. As he moved through the school grounds, he thought that without him, none of this would have been recovered. After long hardship, peace finally returned to the sect. Its greatest crisis had been resolved. Money returned. Techniques returned. Under the same sky, it looked as though laughter could continue forever. But reality was different. Sweating slightly, Chung Myung looked over the city market. The situation was terrible. Sitting beside Gul, he casually mentioned that he had heard Gul came from a merchant family and asked whether he was some great heir. Gul looked embarrassed and admitted that his family only ran a small business. Chung Myung waved it off. At first, he thought Ghoul was simply an arrogant rich kid. But over time, he realized there was genuine talent underneath. Then he immediately brushed off his own praise. Suddenly, they turned after hearing shouting nearby. Looking toward the noise, Chung Myung asked what the problem was. Remembering the merchants from before, Ghoul explained. Those people had originally controlled many operations. Even if they were swindlers, they had influence. When they disappeared, many workers left with them. Chung Myung's expression twisted. He could not understand how swindlers had influence. Ghoul explained that authority was not the issue. Connections were. Schools, officials, influential families. Many workers were relatives or acquaintances connected through those networks. Chung Myung finally understood. So the issue was manpower. Ghoul lowered his head. That was only one problem. Looking toward the elders of the sect, he explained that the larger problem was simple. They did not know how to run businesses. After observing the market, Chung Myung realized something unpleasant. The sect simply lacked the ability to manage commerce. Nearby, two disciples argued. One had prepared the wrong tea and mixed orders. Chung Myung and Ghoul watched. Management was harder than it looked. Products had to be selected carefully. Raw materials had to be purchased wisely. One bad choice ruined profits. But using poor ingredients drove customers away. Hiring outside merchants brought another problem. They could easily drain the business and leave workers with nothing. Chung Myung widened his eyes. Was it really too late to learn all this? Ghoul turned and told him to imagine forcing 40-year-old Taoists to suddenly become businessmen. Sighing, he added that the problems did not stop there. Even buying goods would become a disaster. What would happen if a simple-minded Taoist who knew nothing about trade entered the market? Chung Myung imagined it immediately. They would lose everything. Ghoul corrected him. Not only would they lose their money, they would probably be stripped clean and left with nothing. For a moment, Chung Myung pictured himself and the others becoming beggars. And suddenly, the situation no longer seemed funny. Closing his eyes, Chung Myung admitted to himself that this had been a mistake from the beginning. It should have been obvious that things would not work so easily. His eyes drifted toward the elders. Looking at the sky, he imagined them finally realizing his brilliance. Then he closed his eyes again. Back when the previous leadership handled things, business somehow continued. Now, he let out a heavy sigh and decided he would eventually have to deal with everything himself. Opening his eyes, he asked what they were supposed to do. Ghoul immediately reacted and asked why he was even asking him. Lowering his head, Ghoul admitted that if he had the ability to solve problems like this, he would have already inherited his family business and lived surrounded by wealth. Even his father had never found an answer. Raising his head, he quietly concluded there was no solution. Looking around the city, Ghoul explained that managing enterprises required capable merchants who understood goods, supply, and trade. The sect simply had nobody like that. Then he remembered someone. If Mr. Huang were still active, they would not have to worry. Chung Myung turned immediately. Ghoul explained. Mr. Huang was a merchant, one of the most influential figures in the region. Under his management flowed not only goods from Shanghai, but also trade from Yunnan and the western regions. After thinking for a moment, Ghoul explained that Mr. Huang had supported the sect for years. Without him, they probably would not have endured. Chung Myung asked why. Was he a disciple? What reason did he have? Ghoul frowned slightly. He explained that Mr. Huang also supported several other places. He mainly offered advice and financial assistance. There had never been serious problems with him. Hearing this, Chung Myung stood up. If that was the case, they could simply ask him for help. But Ghoul immediately objected. Mr. Huang had been bedridden for nearly a year. Rumors even claimed he never regained consciousness. Chung Myung sat back down. Then, someone called for him. Both he and Ghoul stood and greeted the mentor. Unam handed him a letter and told him to deliver it to the sect leader or the finance pavilion immediately. It was urgent. The sender, the Yunhe Trade Guild. Ghoul froze, then quickly whispered that this was the guild connected to Mr. Huang. Chung Myung's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he grabbed the letter. He promised to deliver it immediately. Soon, he was already running through the mountains. Then suddenly he stopped. Turning back, he pulled out the letter. If Mr. Huang's condition had truly worsened, then this was probably written by his son. Chung Myung examined the envelope. His eyes narrowed. Then he stared at the seal. Licking his lips, he quietly wondered who could resist reading a letter that had fallen directly into their hands. He imagined his master getting angry and scolding him for this habit. Turning the envelope over, he noticed the words, "Personally delivered to the head." Concentrating chi into his finger, he convinced himself, if an urgent message had been sent from a veteran man, something serious must have happened. His fingers slipped through the seal. He opened the envelope. Skipping formal greetings, he read. The letter explained that it had been written by the son because his father's condition had suddenly worsened. Chung Myung's expression changed. The symptoms had changed. Mr. Huang's pulse had become unstable. His body had started turning red. He remained unconscious, unable to move, and a black mark had appeared on the bridge of his nose. After reading the letter, Chung Myung recalled the terrifying gaze of the demons. The letter explained that renowned doctors from Zhongyuan had already been invited. Each examined Hang's pulse. None could make a clear diagnosis. With his final hope fading, the son began sending letters everywhere. Anyone who recognized the symptoms or offered treatment would receive a massive reward. That was why the seal of the trade guild appeared on what should have been an ordinary message. Holding the sealed letter, the son still carried hope. After finishing it, Chung Myung cursed quietly. Ordinary doctors would never solve this. The symptoms looked similar to severe poisoning, but the accumulation of energy near the forehead revealed the truth. Only one treatment existed, neutralizing the poison with needles. His pupils narrowed. The reason he could not stay calm was simple. These symptoms matched devil flower, a condition created by a special technique of the heavenly demon sect. Chung Myung immediately imagined Chun Ma. Those terrifying eyes returned to his memory. His jaw tightened. Clenching the letter, he suppressed his anger. He had believed he had nearly erased everyone in the Chilean mountains. Yet somehow their legacy remained. Looking toward the mountains, he realized the problem was bigger than surviving followers. Something felt wrong. It felt like forces were gathering again inside Zhongyuan. Like an unseen army was forming. His expression hardened. Those people had always carried hatred toward the sect. Throwing his arms out in frustration, he wondered why trouble always found its way back to his school. Among countless people, why did it have to involve Mr. Hang? Looking at the letter again, he calmed himself. The contents alone were not enough to confirm Devil Flower. He needed to see personally. Then his eyes practically turned into coins. According to Ghoul, the guild possessed absurd wealth. He began wondering how large this reward actually was. Besides, after a century without open wars between the Heavenly Demon Sect and Zhongyuan, very few people still recognized Devil Flower. Carefully restoring the seal with chi, Chung Myung remembered the battlefield. Most people capable of identifying those symptoms had died at the hands of Chun Ma that day in the Huashan-Sekte Basin. After restoring the envelope perfectly, he muttered that the world remained unpredictable. Maybe someone survived. Maybe someone else would recognize the letter. His forehead tightened. Then he immediately rejected the thought. No useless person was going to steal his opportunity. Turning, he ran. His eyes became coin-shaped again. Morally speaking, he decided this matter should obviously be handled by him. Leaping across the mountains, he declared to himself that he would take everything personally. Soon night arrived. The students climbing the mountain complained and wondered why they could not simply stay at an inn. Zhang breathed heavily. Then he heard someone shouting. Ghoul ran toward him. Zhang narrowed his eyes. This boy became more reckless every day. What emergency justified running around like that? Ghoul finally arrived. Out of breath, he announced that something terrible had happened. Zhang frowned immediately. He already knew this involved Chung Myung. The two rushed back. Ghoul slid the door open. They searched Chung Myung's room. Empty. Zhang frowned and wondered where that bastard had disappeared to. Then Ghoul pointed toward a letter. Zhang picked it up. His body trembled. The brat had left instructions asking them to hide his disappearance for a few days. Zhang gritted his teeth. He was furious. Ghoul nervously asked what they should do. After calming himself, Zhang decided they first needed everyone to stay quiet. But another thought followed immediately. If the truth came out, everything could become much worse. Clenching the paper tightly, Zhang decided that revealing everything now would only make things worse. Looking at his trembling hand, the head disciple concluded that they had to hide Chung Myung's absence at all costs. Then he frowned. If nobody had gone looking for him today, the elders probably would not have paid much attention to the youngest disciple of the third generation. Ghoul frowned and asked what they would do if someone discovered the truth. Zhang turned sharply. That part did not matter. What worried him more was what Chung Myung was doing that required disappearing for several days. The two exchanged uneasy looks. Both immediately realized the same thing. That boy was definitely about to cause trouble again. Meanwhile, deep inside a dense forest, Chung Myung moved like an arrow. He flew over the treetops. Landing briefly on a branch, he launched himself forward again. Jump after jump, he crossed the forest at incredible speed, only occasionally touching the branches, only to gain momentum again. Then he leaped higher. Sliding across the ground after landing, he finally stopped. Sweat poured down his face. Hands resting on his hips, he decided to take a short break. After covering nearly 300 li without stopping, his body had reached its limit. The mountains were already far behind. Looking upward, he quietly wondered what he had been like in the past. Back then, crossing mountains took a single step. Crossing rivers took two. Bending slightly, he admitted he would gladly trade everything for a cup of cold water. Wiping away sweat, he realized it had been a long time since he had returned here. Then he noticed the city. Bright lights spread through the night. Standing on the cliff's edge, Chung Myung looked over Sien. A smile appeared. Too many memories remained here. He remembered drinking sake, walking through these streets, escaping his elder's eyes, enjoying himself, a little drunk. Then his shoulder collided with someone. The gourd slipped from his hand. He turned immediately. The container struck the ground. The stranger rubbed his shoulder and complained about the smell of sour plum, then mocked the sect. Chung Myung's expression became blank. Sake slowly spilled onto the ground. His hair covered his eyes. Quietly, he demanded the gourd back. The group looked surprised. One laughed. They mocked the sect again, one of the 10 great sects, yet its disciples lacked manners. Another sneered that people from the sect still came to Sien despite looking miserable. One of them declared that the great Zhongin school should teach him a lesson. At that moment, Chung Myung's eyes became visible. He stepped over the fallen gourd, then picked it up. The next second, he disappeared. The disciples stiffened. Their bodies trembled. Their leader crashed backward. Chung Myung caught the gourd. Without stopping, he moved through them. His fists flashed with chi. One after another, disciples of Zhongin dropped. Standing still afterward, he tilted the gourd. Empty. Not a single drop remained. Looking at it quietly, he remembered something. Neighboring great schools were never meant to get along. They followed similar teachings, studied swordsmanship, shared similar principles, which only made rivalry inevitable. Even the smallest things became competitions. And those competitions always turned into fights. Whenever the question of who was stronger came up, there was only one answer: draw the sword and settle it. For them, it was a matter of honor. That was why followers of the Southern Edge sect and the sect naturally viewed each other as rivals. Normally, disciples of the sect avoided appearing in Sien. But Chung Myung was different. For him, Sien had always been the perfect place to relax without the sect leader noticing. Still, he could not visit often. If experienced cultivators recognized him, things would become troublesome. People constantly picked fights with him, though he never started them. Usually, while he was eating, disciples from the Southern Edge sect would approach. A moment later, they would all be lying on the ground. They always came first. They always attacked in groups. And they always lost. Entire crowds ended up collapsed in the square. Still, they deserved some credit. Even after broken limbs and repeated defeats, they kept coming back. Because of that, explosions and fights became common in the city. That persistence helped build the Southern Edge sect's reputation. Their crest flew proudly. The wind brushed Chung Myung's hair. Looking at the emblem, he thought that trouble would definitely start if paths crossed. Then he smiled. Nothing serious. Those people from the past no longer existed. Elsewhere, a physician carefully examined Hang's pulse. After checking again, he turned toward Hang's son and admitted that the condition was severe. The elder lay quietly. His son raised his head and asked whether even the masters of the Tang clan, the poison suppressors, could not treat him. The physician explained that although the symptoms resembled poison, this illness was different. Looking at his father's face, the son asked how such symptoms could not be poisoning. The physician repeated that despite the similarities, it was not poison. The man froze. Suddenly, he grabbed the physician's wrist and demanded to know what kind of illness this was. But moments later, he released him. Apologizing, he admitted that worry had made him lose control. The physician quietly apologized for his helplessness and left. The door closed. Sitting beside his father, the son felt powerless. Day after day, his father only worsened. Money changed nothing. His fist trembled. His father had spent his entire life helping others. Yet now he was collapsing from an unknown illness. After enduring a year of suffering, he could no longer hold back tears. Then, someone arrived. The visitor entered calmly. He was a dignified man, the son of an elder from the Southern Edge sect. Frowning, he told them to accept reality. The only remaining option was a ritual. The son lowered his eyes. He understood, but did not want to choose that path yet. The visitor narrowed his eyes and reminded him that it was rare for someone from the Southern Edge sect to personally offer such help. He said this opportunity existed only because of respect for the guild leader. The son bowed slightly. He explained that not all replies to the letters had arrived yet. Only after receiving every answer would he decide. The visitor frowned and dismissed it as meaningless. Anger crossed the son's face, but he remained silent. He understood why. The man standing before him was connected to the Southern Edge sect. The Southern Edge sect, once counted among the 10 great sects, had become known as one of the strongest sword schools. Its influence over Xian had existed for generations. Looking at the crest on the man's chest, he knew he could not reject him so easily. So he endured, quietly, but inwardly, he already knew what would happen. Another enormous payment would be demanded for the ritual. Money itself did not matter. He would hand over everything if it could save his father. But if they truly believed the ritual would work, they would not demand payment before even beginning. And he feared that all that money would simply disappear. The elder's eyes sharpened as he told Zhangyi that he was being unreasonable. Looking at the sick man on the bed, he said that even renowned physicians had failed to find a cure. Suddenly, both turned after hearing someone shout. A servant bowed and reported that someone from the sect had arrived. The man froze. He had sent the letter to the sect last. At best, it should only have arrived by now, yet someone had already come. Moksong Ki's expression darkened. He asked whether this was really the same collapsed sect and questioned who they thought they were. Placing a hand on Zhangyi's shoulder, he told him not to waste time and said there was no reason to meet useless people. Zhangyi glanced at the hand. Then he calmly replied that since he had sent the letter himself, he could not throw away visitors without meeting them. Qi withdrew his hand. Walking with the servant, Zhangyi asked where the guests were. The servant answered that they were waiting at the gate. Zhangyi immediately scolded him for leaving visitors standing outside and told him not to repeat such discourtesy. The gates opened. Zhangyi bowed and apologized for the delay before introducing himself. But while lowering his head, all he saw was a pair of legs. His eyes widened. They were too small. He slowly looked up. Chung Myung was standing there, picking his ear. Zhangyi froze and asked where the others were. Chung Myung lowered his hand and casually replied that he came alone. Zhangyi stared in surprise. Chung Myung laughed and said he had an idea about Mr. Huang's illness, but first wanted to know what exactly they meant by a huge reward. The merchant frowned. They looked at each other silently. Qi burst into laughter. Walking forward, he said he had already warned him there was no point meeting people from the sect. According to him, they knew nothing but wanted attention, so they sent a child instead. Chung Myung looked at him and sighed. Then he folded his hands politely. Bowing slightly, he apologized for not greeting them properly. He introduced himself and explained that he had carefully read the letter. After raising his head, he added that he came immediately because he had several guesses based on the symptoms. Zhangyi's eyes widened. He asked whether Chung Myung truly had an idea about his father's illness. Chung Myung answered that he did. Zhangyi's fist tightened. Countless doctors and experts had visited, yet none of them had spoken confidently before seeing the patient. This was the first time. Qi stepped forward again. Passing Zhangyi, he told Chung Myung to stop deceiving desperate people. He advised Zhangyi not to listen and said they should return inside. Then he turned sharply toward Chung Myung. Chung Myung placed his hands behind his back and asked why this man kept calling him a child. Qi froze. Pointing at himself, he asked whether that question was directed at him. Chung Myung calmly replied that nobody else there fit the description. Qi became furious and shouted that Chung Myung was too insolent to even recognize someone from the Southern Edge sect. Chung Myung casually cleaned his ear and blew on his finger. He said that since the man talked with such confidence, he assumed he was at least someone important. Then he asked whether this great expert already knew how to cure Chief Huang. Qi narrowed his eyes. Raising his hand, he declared that Chief Huang became ill because he had strayed from the Tao. According to him, only a ritual could remove heaven's displeasure. Chung Myung smiled. He suggested that if rituals were the answer, then they should invite a shaman or specialist from another sect instead. Then he added that everyone knew the sect and the Southern Edge sect were only half-trained in such practices. Turning toward Jonggi, Chung Myung calmly said, if they truly intended to solve the problem that way, they should at least find someone cheaper. The merchant froze. For a moment, he realized the young man's words made sense. His face twisted in anger. He sharply asked whether the sect leader of the Mount Hua Sect had taught disciples to mock their elders. Seeing that arguing was useless, he clenched his teeth and pointed at Chung Myung. He asked Jonggi if he really planned to stay silent and demanded that this insolent boy be thrown out. Jonggi sighed. Closing his eyes briefly, he answered calmly, this was not the Southern Edge sect. This was the Yunhe Trade Guild. How guests were received here was his decision. His expression darkened again. Jonggi turned to Chung Myung and said he would ask a few questions. Since he claimed to have a guess about his father's illness, he should explain. Chung Myung opened his mouth and said that Chief Huang frequently traveled for trade. He guessed that one of those trips had passed near the Huashan-Sekte basin. Fog-covered mountains appeared in his mind. Smiling, Chung Myung asked whether he was right. Jonggi frowned. He answered that no such trip had happened. Chung Myung raised both hands. Then perhaps, at minimum, Chief Huang had been attacked. Jonggi shook his head. His father had not been attacked even once in the last 5 years. His hopes quickly faded. He laughed loudly. Pointing at Chung Myung, he repeated that this was exactly why meeting someone from the sect was meaningless. Jonggi closed his eyes. Then he politely told Chung Myung that he understood the intention to help, but his father's condition was too serious. Any mistake could make things worse. The gates slowly began closing. Jonggi told Chung Myung to return and thanked the sect leader for his concern. Chung Myung froze, then frowned. Placing a hand against the gate, he calmly said, Chief Huang's body turned red but felt cold. Jonggi stopped. Chung Myung continued. If pressure was applied to the skin, the red faded white, then returned. Before losing consciousness, Chief Huang suffered intense cold, like being trapped inside an ice cave. And the black discoloration was not only on the bridge of his nose, but also the crown and back of his head. Jonggi abruptly pulled the gates open. He stared at Chung Myung and demanded to know how he knew that. Chung Myung smiled. He asked whether he should continue. Jonggi immediately bowed and invited him inside. He objected at once. He argued that the boy was simply repeating symptoms of energy deviation. Jonggi closed his eyes, then asked why, if Qin knew that much, he still could not cure his father. He froze. Straightening himself, he warned that if they continued interfering carelessly, the Southern Edge sect would officially step in. Chung Myung only laughed. He turned and left. Inside the mansion, Chung Myung removed the blanket. Standing beside the unconscious old man, he examined him. His expression became serious. The condition was worse than expected. Running his fingers across the chest, he concluded that the symptoms matched devil's flower. But the technique itself had been poorly executed. Straightening up, he remarked that if someone at his level had used it, Chief Huang would not have survived a year. Chung Myung raised his hand. Qi flowed into Chief Huang's body. Slowly, the dark energy began disappearing. Jonggi quietly asked whether treatment was impossible. Chung Myung opened his eyes. He casually answered, it was not difficult. He had already taken measures to prevent death. Jonggi froze. Chief Huang's face slowly lost its redness. The accumulated energy around his forehead disappeared. Jonggi trembled. He could hardly believe it. Standing beside the bed, Chung Myung explained that full recovery would still require time and preparation. Jonggi quickly asked what needed to be prepared. Chung Myung looked at the ceiling, then said he would not mind having breakfast first. Not long after, every bowl on the table was empty. Chung Myung kept stuffing food into his mouth. Sitting opposite him, Jonggi asked what preparations he meant. After swallowing the meat, Chung Myung smiled and said treatment consumed a lot of energy, so eating properly came first. Besides, their chef was excellent. Jonggi narrowed his eyes. After everything he had witnessed, it was difficult not to believe him. Taking another bite, Chung Myung added that curing his father was not the main issue. First, they needed to find out why he became ill. Crossing one leg over the other, he said he needed to ask a few questions. After finishing another mouthful, he asked who had stayed closest to Chief Huang. Someone who observed him daily. Someone who accompanied him from his room to expeditions. Someone nobody would ever suspect. Except himself, of course. Zhangyi frowned and asked why. Chung Myung simply replied, because treatment required it. Zhangyi crossed his arms and thought. After a moment, he admitted there were too many assistants. At least 5 people matched that description. Chung Myung bit into another piece of meat and said that made things troublesome. Soon, only clean bones remained. Zhangyi asked what exactly he was searching for. Chung Myung thought briefly before saying, he should already understand. Zhangyi froze. Chung Myung calmly explained that based on the details, the person responsible was probably not an outsider. Pointing with his chopsticks, he said it looked like an inside job. Zhangyi stood up immediately and demanded he watch his words. Everyone in the guild had lived together like family. They respected Chief Huang deeply. Chung Myung put down his chopsticks. If that was true, then things became easier. It would be even better if nobody needed to be suspected. Picking his teeth, he told him not to worry. The investigation would reveal everything. Judging by Chief Huang's condition, the person using the demonic technique had done it repeatedly and carelessly. Dark energy had built up over time. Running his hand over the old man earlier had already confirmed it. Now he had a plan. Zhangyi asked how he intended to investigate. Chung Myung smiled. The investigation had already started. The moment they began talking in this room, it started. Now they only needed to watch. Zhangyi stared at him. Chung Myung smiled wider and said, the fun would begin soon. Then he asked for one thing. Zhangyi placed a hand on his chest and said he would prepare anything. Chung Myung grabbed the bottle by the neck. Grinning, he asked for alcohol. Elsewhere, he sat at a table with a clenched fist. His chopstick snapped. His hand trembled. Not only had a disciple from Mount Hua Sect entered Xian with full courtesy, his name was also the same as that impossible bastard. His eyes narrowed. He remembered the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Songbeak asked who he meant. He slammed the table. He shouted that such a title did not suit a brat like that. Songbeak sighed. He already knew. Mentioning Mount Hua Sect always ruined Ki's mood. 100 years had passed since the Plum Blossom Sword was buried, yet people still remembered it. Song imagined that legendary swordsman and wondered how great he truly was. Ki frowned. He could not ignore this situation. That boy had already stirred the entire estate by claiming he could cure Chief Huang. He remembered Chung Myung's smug expression. Song asked whether it was actually possible. Ki answered that people were already talking about improvement. Song's eyes widened. He understood immediately. Chief Huang's support was invaluable. If Chung Myung truly cured him, Chief Huang would never turn away from Mount Hua Sect again. Instead, he would return to support the sect that saved his life. He lowered his eyes. Chief Huang would probably devote enormous effort to rebuilding the sect. Thinking this, he decided to stop it. Song opened his mouth and asked if the boy was causing so much trouble. Could they not simply throw him out? Smiling, the disciple said that if the elder personally intervened, it would damage the Southern Edge sect. But second-generation disciples could step in instead. If a second-generation disciple of the Southern Edge sect crossed swords with a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua Sect, nobody would question it. The elder lowered his head and asked whether people would accuse them of bullying children. The disciple calmly answered that everyone knew the Southern Edge sect and Mount Hua Sect had exchanged combat experience for generations. If they happened to clash during a demonstration and someone went a little too far, that would not seem strange. Songbeak chuckled and added that the Zhonghua assembly was approaching anyway. That alone would serve as an excuse. He tapped the table. After thinking, he said he understood, but he could not approve it. Songbeak's smile faded. He explained that Chung Myung was still a third-generation disciple. If anything happened to him, the Southern Edge sect's reputation would suffer. The disciple laughed softly, grabbing his sword. He said he understood and would not insist. Then he stood and bowed. He quietly added, if a disciple made a mistake, he would accept punishment. He smiled and said he would personally punish whoever touched that child. Song smiled. That answer was enough. Soon they left. After the door closed, Ki drank tea in silence. He understood why younger disciples looked down on Mount Hua Sect. By the time they were born, the sect had already begun declining. Setting his cup down, he quietly said, in his youth, Mount Hua Sect was never a school the Southern Edge sect could suppress. If the Heavenly Demon sect had not destroyed its foundation, the Southern Edge sect still would not have surpassed it. Only war and bloodshed had changed that. The disciple beside him frowned and said those days were gone. No matter how one looked at it, The Plum Blossom Sword Saint had once left Hua Sect and reached the Southern Edge Sect. In a sense, they all returned to their roots. The cup cracked. He frowned deeply. He decided to speak with the sect leader after everything ended. Meanwhile, the disciples walked outside. Wigo asked what they planned to do with the boy. Song walked ahead and answered simply they would beat him. Looking ahead, he admitted he disliked targeting a child, but it would be worse if elders became involved. Passing the pond, Wigo asked whether Manhwa Sect truly sent him alone. Song answered that every sect had different circumstances. There had to be a reason. As they continued talking, Song reminded him not to forget they were helping the elder. Wigo turned, then grinned. They would not even need a search. Someone was already approaching. Chung Myung walked ahead, whistling and enjoying the weather. Then he turned after hearing someone greet him. Song immediately stood straight and greeted him politely. Introducing himself, he said he was glad to meet a disciple of Manhwa Sect. Chung Myung nodded. Smiling politely, Song asked where he was heading. Chung Myung answered that he wanted to check Chief Huang's condition. Song narrowed his eyes. Neither famous physicians nor elders could help, yet a child claimed success. Looking carefully, he began suspecting something strange. Smiling again, he asked for a moment of Chung Myung's time. Chung Myung agreed. Looking toward the residence, Song explained that since ancient times, the Southern Edge Sect and Manhwa Sect had exchanged martial experience. Even now, the Zhonghua assembly existed to share knowledge. Chung Myung opened his mouth and admitted he did not know. He had only recently joined the sect. Song narrowed his eyes. Touching the hilt of his sword, he thought that this answer proved the boy had never attended such an event. Then he raised his head. Experiencing the sword style of Manhwa Sect would surely help his training. Chung Myung's eyes widened. He immediately understood. The wind blew. Song smiled and asked, would Chung Myung honor him by showing the technique of the Great Manhwa Sect? His smile remained calm. But inwardly, he was already thinking about how to make the boy accept. Chung Myung frowned and asked if they were really asking him to fight. Song Beek looked surprised and clarified that it was not a fight, only an exchange of knowledge. Chung Myung looked at him and calmly replied that this was clearly a challenge. Still, there was no reason to be nervous. He never refused one. Song Beek froze. Chung Myung lowered his head and quietly warned him not to regret the challenge later. Leaves drifted through the air. The disciples of two sects stood facing each other. Holding his sword, Song Beek asked for his opponent's rank. Chung Myung placed his hands behind his back and answered that he had none. Song Beek pressed his lips together and said he wanted to offer advice to someone so young. He continued that the world was not judged only by right and wrong. Narrowing his eyes, he told Chung Myung to return to Manhwa Sect before creating more trouble. Chung Myung looked puzzled and asked whether they were fighting or not. Then he added that disciples of the Southern Edge Sect seemed more interested in talking than fighting, despite being the ones who issued the challenge. Wigo's expression darkened. Song raised a hand to stop him. Gripping his sword tightly, he realized the boy had no intention of backing down. Drawing his sword, he greeted his opponent. Then he called for the Manhwa Sect disciple to draw his blade. Chung Myung paused and asked for a moment. Song frowned and asked what now. Chung Myung pointed at Wigo. Then, smiling, asked to borrow his sword. Everyone froze. A swordsman's blade was never casually lent. Someone shouted, how could a disciple not even carry his own sword? Chung Myung sighed and said he never expected a fight today. If they refused, he would find something else to swing. Wigo objected, but Song ordered him to hand it over. He quietly asked whether they wanted rumors to spread that the Southern Edge Sect attacked an unarmed disciple. A sword flew. Chung Myung caught it. Thanking Wigo, he rested it on his shoulder. Then he turned back and said they could begin. Song asked whether he would draw it. Chung Myung answered that he had no intention of killing anyone. Song exhaled. Talking to this boy had already ruined his patience. Looking at him, he realized there would be no understanding without action. His eyes sharpened. He said it was too late to expect mercy. Chung Myung simply told him to hurry before the day ended. Song shifted his grip. Then he moved. The ground cracked beneath his step. A moment later, he rushed forward. Wind scattered Chung Myung's hair. The sword descended. Chung Myung blocked. The impact pushed him back. His eyes widened slightly. The force shattered the tiles beneath him. Song attacked again. Chung Myung blocked once more. Shock flashed in his eyes. Powerful gusts spread across the training ground. Smoke filled the air. Watching from the side, Wigo quietly said that the elder was angry. He watched Chung Myung retreat while parrying. To outsiders, it looked like the child was barely holding on. Crossing his arms, Wigo thought Song Beek could have ended it immediately if he wanted. But then rumors would spread that they bullied children. So he was suppressing his strength, only blocking and pressuring, trying to teach a lesson. Song Beek gripped his sword with both hands. Then he rushed in again. The blade tore through the air. Chung Myung clenched his jaw. A moment later, a powerful gust of wind erupted. Chung Myung slid backward, his borrowed sword smoking from the impact of the block strike. Song Beek breathed heavily. Looking at the youth before him, he realized his attack had been blocked once again. Chung Myung frowned as he watched his opponent. Recalling his first charge, Song Beek realized the boy had simply placed his sword where the attack would land and waited. Sweat rolled down his face. Unless someone could read his thoughts, predicting his sword's path should have been impossible. Charging again, Song Beek convinced himself that the boy was still young and physically weak. The air split apart. Chung Myung calmly raised his sword. Song Beek stepped hard enough to crack the tiles beneath him before bringing his blade down. Chung Myung shifted one step to the side, twisted his body, dodged the strike, and effortlessly redirected the attack. Song Beek stared in disbelief. Every one of his attacks had been neutralized. He jumped back and widened the distance between them. His eyes filled with shock. The sword art of the Southern Edge sect, praised as the finest, was being countered with ease. Gritting his teeth, he gathered chi into his hand. Chung Myung's eyes narrowed. Wind swirled around Song Beek as he gripped the sword with both hands and poured even more chi into it. His eyes flashed with anger while violent currents rushed around him. He lowered his blade, continuing to channel power into it. An instant later, he appeared before Chung Myung. Wigo's face turned pale as he shouted for him to stop. Song Beek's eyes widened. Realizing what he had done, he immediately dispersed the chi and changed the attack into an ordinary strike. For a brief moment, everything fell silent. Song Beek breathed heavily. A little more, and he would have truly killed the boy. Suddenly, Chung Myung's body bent backward. The impact hurled him through the air. He slammed into the wall with a thunderous crash. Blood burst from his mouth. Song Beek froze. Wigo stood horrified, his pupils shrinking. Chung Myung collapsed to the ground as small streams of wind scattered around him. Blood continued pouring from his mouth. Song Beek broke into a panic. Lowering his sword, he stared as the dust settled. Then someone called his name. Wigo rushed over and asked what had happened to the child. Still stunned, Song Beek tried to explain himself. Sweat streamed down his face. He knelt beside Chung Myung and lifted him up. Blood stained the boy's chin. Song Beek clearly remembered dispersing his inner strength before the final strike. Blue chi flashed through his memory as his sword collided with Chung Myung's. Even his strongest attacks had never managed to injure someone like this. How could a strike without inner strength send him flying? Blood continued flowing from Chung Myung's mouth. Song Beek stared at it in horror before shouting in disbelief. Wigo anxiously asked what they should do. Song Beek realized this disaster had happened because of his own mistake. At that moment, footsteps approached. Both disciples looked up in alarm as someone entered the training ground. The newcomer looked across the spacious courtyard and angrily demanded to know what had happened. The doctor narrowed his eyes and declared that Chung Myung was in critical condition. After checking his eyes, he ordered his assistant to move the boy immediately. They carried Chung Myung away from the training ground. Song Beek frowned, desperately wondering what excuse he could possibly give. A blood-stained scabbard lay on the ground, covered in scratches. He realized that no explanation could fix the situation. The sect leader lowered his head before asking how anyone could dare attempt to assassinate his disciple. Walking to the pool of blood, he said he believed the disciples of the Southern Edge sect possessed honor. Looking at the blood-stained ground, he condemned them for committing such an act in front of everyone. His expression hardened. Looking at Song Beek, the sect leader declared that he would never forget what had happened. He then ordered the Southern Edge sect disciples to leave the guild immediately. Just then, someone asked what all the commotion was about. A bead of sweat rolled down Song Beek's face. He approached and asked what had happened. He immediately noticed the pool of blood, the shattered wooden fence, and disciples from different sects standing nearby. Frowning, he silently cursed his disciple for creating such a disaster. Raising a hand, Qi suggested that perhaps it had all been an accident. The sect leader looked at him in disbelief and asked whether an attempted assassination could truly be called an accident. He sternly explained that the child treating the guild leader had nearly died at the hands of disciples from an influential sect. Qi replied that an accident meant there had been no malicious intent. Song Beek quickly insisted he had never crossed the line. The sect leader angrily asked whether the problem was simply that Song Beek had used excessive force. Turning to Zhangyi, he questioned why a Southern Edge sect disciple had raised his sword against a child from Mount Hua Sect in the first place. Standing before the bloodstains, he reminded everyone that sparring was meant to be an exchange between opponents of similar strength. Then he asked whether they truly considered fighting a child barely half their age to be sparring. Song Beek placed a hand on his chest as Qi tried to defend him. The sect leader demanded whether this was the famed honor of the Southern Edge sect. Finally, he ordered Qi to gather his disciples and leave the guild that very day. Qi pursed his lips as the sect leader stated that he was speaking on behalf of the heir of the Yunhe Trade Guild and its acting leader. Unable to argue further, Qi accepted the decision. Before leaving, he wished Chief Huang a full recovery. The sect leader stepped forward. Zhangyi silently walked past Qi and quietly warned that, from an outsider's perspective, the incident looked completely different. Qi clenched his teeth, but remained silent. The two groups went their separate ways. Wiggle looked on in surprise. Song Beek lowered his head in disappointment, wanting to say something. Before he could speak, Qi announced that they would soon return to the main mountain. Giving Song Beek a stern look, Qi ordered him to remain behind and begged the guild leader for forgiveness by any means necessary before returning. Song Beek frowned but quietly accepted the order. White clouds drifted across the sky. Standing beside the bed, Jabok reported that Chung Myung's meridians were in complete disorder, leaving him in critical condition. A tub of bloodstained water stood nearby. The Taoist explained that the doctor was doing everything possible to restore the damaged meridians, but could not guarantee a full recovery. Chung Myung remained unconscious. Zhangyi asked whether Chung Myung's life was out of danger. The doctor believed he would survive. Looking at the unconscious boy, Zhangyi felt relieved that his life had at least been saved. He then asked when Chung Myung would wake up. The physician replied that it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Zhangyi closed his eyes with a heavy sigh, hoping the boy's condition would not worsen during that time. Chung Myung lay motionless with his eyes closed. Remembering how the boy had treated his father, Zhangyi realized Chung Myung was the only person capable of improving Chief Huang's condition. His expression darkened. He understood that Chung Myung might be his father's last hope. Song Beek lowered his head in determination. The sect leader thought about how someone had even tried to attack the boy while he was unconscious. Clenching his fist, he concluded that anyone with even a little respect for the guild and Chief Huang would never have done such a thing. The Southern Edge sect had crossed every boundary. Jabok looked over and asked whether the child could truly cure the guild leader. Standing beside the bed, the Taoist admitted he did not want to place his hopes on uncertainty. Zhangyi replied that none of the countless physicians had even identified his father's illness. Yet Chung Myung recognized the symptoms without examining him. He remembered Chung Myung accurately describing Chief Huang's burning red yet ice-cold body. Zhangyi had witnessed his father's condition improve with his own eyes. He said he would not rely on blind faith, but it felt as though heaven itself had sent the boy to them. Standing in the room, he ordered everyone to spare no expense to ensure Chung Myung's recovery. That night, the full moon illuminated the estate. Footsteps echoed outside the room. The door quietly opened. A hooded figure entered and looked at the sleeping boy. Raising 2 fingers, the intruder calmly said he held no personal grudge. His fingertips ignited with energy. He told Chung Myung to consider this payment for interfering in his affairs. The assassin struck, but his fingers pierced only the pillow. His eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Chung Myung opened his eyes. A faint grin spread across his face. Grabbing the assassin's wrist, he sat upright and calmly declared that he had finally caught his enemy. The attacker's fingers burned with crimson energy. Grinding his teeth, the masked man slashed with his claws. Chung Myung flipped through the air and avoided the strike. Using the attacker's back as support, he pushed off and landed behind him. The assassin turned with a snarl. A red glow gathered beneath his cloak. He swung again, releasing a powerful sphere of energy. Chung Myung leaped into the air and dodged. Dark energy gathered in the assassin's hand. Certain he had cornered his target, the attacker unleashed another strike, believing Chung Myung had nowhere to escape. Instead, Chung Myung kicked the attack aside. The assassin froze in shock, landing lightly. Chung Myung placed one hand on the ground. The impact destroyed the entire room. Removing his hand, he calmly said that the assassin had misunderstood. No one had caught him. Zhangyi rushed into the room. Hearing footsteps, the assassin looked around in horror. Representatives of the sects stood at the doorway. Smiling, Chung Myung announced that they had caught the intruder. The sect leader frowned and demanded to know what had happened. The light revealed Jabaka's frightened face. Chung Myung picked up a strip of cloth, tied back his long hair, and walked toward the doorway. Turning around, he explained that he knew the assassin would eventually come on his own. The sect leader said he had never doubted him. Jabak clenched his fist, calling it shocking that the culprit was someone they had trusted the most. He then asked how Chung Myung had figured out. Chung Myung smiled and admitted he had never known the assassin's identity. He had simply expected that someone would try to kill the only person capable of treating Chief Huang. Jabak stared at him in surprise. He asked what would have happened if they had not arrived. Chung Myung placed his hands behind his back and answered that he had no other choice. Pointing to where he had been lying, he explained that the assassin would never have missed the chance to kill him and shift the blame onto the Southern Edge sect. The assassin frowned, assuming Chung Myung had planned everything together with the Southern Edge sect. Chung Myung immediately denied it. He explained that those disciples had simply challenged him at the perfect moment. Jabak then asked about his internal injuries, reminding everyone that the doctor had declared his meridians completely ruined. Closing his eyes, Chung Myung replied that fooling one ordinary doctor was not difficult. Smiling, he added that his enemy's curiosity had been more important than waiting. Confidently, he declared that the person who tried to kill Chief Huang had walked straight into his trap. The assassin laughed loudly while standing beside the crater left by the explosion. Everyone watched in surprise. He argued that attempting to kill a child proved nothing about the attack on Chief Huang. According to him, there was no evidence connecting the two. Zhangyi frowned in confusion. Spreading his arms, Jabak insisted he would never harm the guild leader, who had always treated him well. The sect leader's expression hardened. He demanded to know why Jabak had hidden his martial arts and attempted to kill Chung Myung. Jabak raised a hand and asked whether Chung Myung had bewitched everyone. He angrily questioned how a mere child could accomplish what even the greatest physicians could not. The sect leader replied that all he needed was proof, and the truth would become clear. Standing before him, Jabak insisted that anyone under Chung Myung's influence would refuse to listen to reason. Pointing at Chung Myung, he claimed killing the boy was the only way to bring everyone back to their senses. Chung Myung frowned in annoyance and mocked Jabak, asking how much longer everyone would have to listen to his excuses. Jabak looked at him in confusion and demanded to know what he meant. Chung Myung stepped forward as blue aura wrapped around his fist. He lunged at Jabak, saying they could settle everything with a single blow. Jabak slashed with his burning claws. Because Chung Myung had closed the distance, the attack grazed his hand, leaving a red mark. Landing on one knee, Chung Myung raised his hand for everyone to see. His palm had turned red. Everyone stared in shock. Looking at the mark, Chung Myung explained that it was the cinnabar hand of the monster. He said the technique left a crimson mark on its victim and could kill an ordinary person within hours. Jabak stared at the wound in disbelief. Chung Myung calmly added that he was not in danger, but an elderly person with no martial arts training could easily die from it. He smiled and said he would believe Jabaka's innocence only if someone else had been secretly injecting the cinnabar hand's energy into Chief Huang's body all this time. The sect leader's expression hardened. He immediately ordered his men to seize Jabak and gave them permission to kill him if he resisted. The guard charged. Jabak raised his burning hands and cursed them. Enraged, he shouted that everything would have succeeded if not for Chung Myung. Meanwhile, Song sat on the staircase, remembering Qi's order to remain there and beg the guild master for forgiveness by any means necessary. He lowered his head, feeling it was more of a punishment than an assignment. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the courtyard. Song looked up in surprise. With a single strike, Jabak blasted through the wall. His hands burned with a sinister aura as smoke filled the area, though everyone behind it remained unharmed. Standing within the haze, Chung Myung remarked that the whole situation was simply ruining his mood. He added that they had already exposed the assassin and was certain the man had his own reasons for trying to kill Chief Huang. As the dust settled, Chung Myung narrowed his eyes and said he wanted to end everything quickly because he wanted to sleep. Jabok glared at him, furious at his confidence. Spreading his arms, he asked whether Chung Myung truly believed he could withstand the full power of the Cinnabar hand. Chung Myung raised an eyebrow and replied that he was not talking about himself. Everyone turned around. Zhangyi also looked back. Sunbeak was approaching from the distance. Chung Myung smiled and said the hero from the Southern Edge sect had arrived at the perfect time to defeat the assassin. Sunbeak stopped before the ruined building. Confused, he asked why he would do that. Chung Myung pouted in confusion. The sect leader frowned. A moment later, Sunbeak realized what Chung Myung meant. Holding his scabbard, he understood this was the perfect chance to make up for his earlier mistake. Gripping his sword, he rushed forward and declared that the assassin would face the sword of the Southern Edge sect. He charged past Chung Myung and engaged Jabok. Leaning back slightly, Chung Myung smiled and remarked that one problem had already been solved. Zhangyi asked whether that was all. Jabok answered with another punch. Chung Myung explained that someone from a renowned clan could not lose to a person who had never truly mastered the martial art. The sect leader asked what he meant. Chung Myung showed everyone his hand. The crimson mark had already begun to fade. He explained that although Jabok had learned the Cinnabar hand, he had lied about his level of mastery. The sect leader stared at the fading mark in amazement and asked whether Chung Myung was really just an ordinary swordsman. Looking puzzled, Chung Myung pointed at himself and casually declared that he was the greatest swordsman in the world. As Sunbeak and Jabok continued fighting, Chung Myung sat on the steps, opened his mouth, and let out a long yawn. The boy narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky while a fierce battle continued behind him. Glancing back, Chung Myung complained that they had been fighting for hours and said he could have defeated the villain himself. Jabok finally collapsed on his back. Sunbeak stood over him with his sword in hand. Covered in sweat and bruises, Sunbeak declared that the villain had been defeated. Zhangyi nodded and praised him, saying he would never forget the Southern Edge sect's help. Exhausted, Sunbeak dropped to the ground. Chung Myung folded his hands behind his back, relieved that everything was finally over. The sect leader wondered how he should react. He was amazed that Chung Myung had solved a mystery that had lasted for more than a year in only 2 days. He could not understand how the answer had been so simple or why no one had ever suspected the trusted manager. Looking at Chung Myung, the sect leader felt as though an old, wise master was hidden inside the young boy. Zhangyi then asked why Jabok had tried to kill his father. Surprised, Chung Myung admitted he had no idea. When asked if he had any guesses, he simply shook his head. Smiling, he explained that his job was to solve the problem and collect a reward, not investigate people's motives. Rubbing his fingers together, he reminded everyone that the reward had better be worthwhile. The sect leader smiled and assured him it would be. Then he pointed out that Chung Myung had forgotten something. Jabok was still lying among the rubble. Zhangyi explained that capturing the culprit was never his main concern. All he wanted was for his father to recover. The sect leader asked whether Chung Myung could truly heal him. With complete confidence, Chung Myung replied that he could. Zhangyi extended his hand and promised that if his father recovered, the Unitrade Guild would fully support the sect and devote all its strength to helping it. Chung Myung stared at him in surprise before shaking his hand. Zhangyi considered it only a small repayment. Chung Myung immediately complained that the debt should be repaid to him personally, not the sect, making Zhangyi realize his greed far exceeded what he had imagined. Later, Chung Myung sat beside Chief Huang's bed. Satisfied that he had pushed all the troublesome work onto the Southern Edge sect, he focused on the final task. Looking at the old man's body covered with crimson marks, he admitted to himself that he was not completely confident. He remembered that he was not the legendary Plum Blossom Sword Saint. One mistake could trigger a surge of demonic chi and kill the chief instantly. Even so, he decided to proceed. Closing his eyes, he silently hoped no one would blame him if something went wrong. Blue aura gathered around his hands as he poured his energy into Chief Huang's body. His consciousness entered the man's spiritual world. Before him stood a massive wall of demonic energy. Above it, the dark chi twisted into countless black snakes. The serpents hissed and rushed toward him from every direction. Seeing the overwhelming number of them, Chung Myung doubted whether his current strength would be enough. A sword appeared in his hand. The snakes charged. Surrounded on every side, Chung Myung gritted his teeth and swung his blade. With a single strike, he severed the heads of several snakes. At the same time, the crimson marks covering Chief Wang's hand slowly began to fade. Chung Myung kept his eyes closed and took a fighting stance, convinced he could finish it. A gap had already been torn through the wall of demonic chi. As the snakes charged, he cut them down with a single swing and realized the demonic chi had gathered only in the meridians where righteous energy flowed. Striking again, he concluded that without the chief's righteous nature, the accumulated demonic chi would have been 10 times stronger. The crimson mark on Chief Huang's chest disappeared. Chung Myung realized the task was simpler than he had expected. Chief Huang remained unconscious as Chung Myung understood everything now depended on how long he could endure. Another slash erupted in brilliant light, reducing the snakes to dust as pieces scattered across the ground. He urged the chief to hold on a little longer and confidently promised to finish everything at once. Suddenly, the remaining snakes merged into a single writhing mass. Their heads aligned in one direction before the entire cluster retreated. Watching them, Chung Myung realized they were trying to escape. His expression changed as he noticed all the demonic chi rushing toward Chief Wang's head. He immediately understood that every attack now had to be precise, since one mistake could cause a fatal hemorrhage. Unable to retreat because the infection would spread again, Chung Myung decided he had no choice but to act. Blue energy gathered in his glowing hand as he placed it on the chief's forehead. His body began turning red while he declared he would give the demonic chi an escape route through himself. His trembling hand glowed with purple light as bolts of energy tore through his body. A violent surge struck his chest, forcing him to one knee. His body shook violently, but he scraped the ground and refused to lose consciousness over something so minor. Frowning, he swore that his pride as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint would never allow him to faint. His vision blurred, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he realized his new body might not survive the strain. A bright light flared from his dantian, shining through his clothes. Knowing he had no time left, Chung Myung stepped forward and resolved to end everything at once. Thousands of red-eyed snakes stared back before rushing toward him with their fangs exposed. He leaped into the air, landed on one serpent's body, and sprinted along its back before launching himself forward. A brilliant arc split the darkness as a single slash cleaved the massive wall of flesh in two. Before he could react, the giant serpent swallowed him whole. An instant later, countless cuts erupted from inside its body. The monster exploded into pieces as Chung Myung burst free with another swing of his sword. Landing lightly, he turned around in confusion, wondering how it had happened. The remains of the giant serpent crashed behind him. More snakes attacked from every direction. Their speed had increased dramatically. Chung Myung spun around, severing their heads one after another, but the endless swarm continued advancing. Realizing he could no longer follow all of their movements, he was surrounded. A brilliant flash illuminated the darkness as several more powerful strikes destroyed the approaching reptiles. Breathing heavily with sweat pouring down his face, Chung Myung realized this battle was far more dangerous than when the demonic chi had remained inside Chief Wang's body. The demonic chi had become desperate now that it had nowhere left to escape. He looked ahead and understood that if the fight continued much longer, his energy would run out first. Veins bulged across his face as he jumped back to evade another strike. At that moment, a giant snake lunged and bit into his side, lifting him high into the air. Clenching his sword tightly, Chung Myung swung his blade. Before the strike could finish, another snake slammed into him, knocking the sword from his hand. Chung Myung's sword slipped from his hand. With no weapon left, the snakes swarmed and devoured him. Grinding his teeth, he realized this could be the end. Surrounded on every side, he understood there was only one option left. He had wanted to avoid using it because a single mistake could cost him both his body and his mind. Closing his eyes, Chung Myung made his decision. A white haze spread around him as waves of energy burst outward. He remembered the only method capable of destroying all the demonic chi inside the body at once. Pouring every ounce of energy from his dantian into every cell, he released it all in a single explosion. The snakes rushed toward the light, but exploded the moment they touched it. Brilliant flashes erupted from Chung Myung's body. He clenched his teeth against the unbearable pain as his body felt like it was falling apart. The skin on his hands peeled away with the crimson marks while the demonic chi evaporated from his fingers. The crimson aura finally left his body. Collapsing to the ground, Chung Myung lay there as white smoke rose from him. Sweat poured down his face. After a long moment, he gasped for air and clutched his chest before slowly forcing himself back up. Frowning, he admitted he had truly believed he was going to die. Grabbing his robe, he swore never to use that method again. Looking at Chief Huang lying on the bed, Chung Myung realized the demonic chi had been far beyond what his current level could safely endure. A moment later, Chief Huang opened his eyes. Surprised, Chung Myung looked at him. The old man turned his head and asked who he was. Smiling, Chung Myung asked if he was feeling all right. Chief Huang could barely make out the boy and wondered if he was a celestial being. Looking up at the drifting clouds, he assumed he had already died and reached the afterlife. Outside, the sun shone over the Yuna Trade Guild. After Chief Huang regained consciousness, the guild quickly restored order. Jabok confessed everything. Without Chung Myung exposing him, he would have taken control of the guild's entire fortune. Standing before Chief Huang, he admitted he was the son of a business rival and told a long, tragic story to explain his actions. Scratching his ear, Chung Myung dismissed it as boring and decided that a crime still deserved punishment. He also concluded that if the Heavenly Demon Sect had truly been involved, they would never have remained so quiet. With the crisis resolved, Chung Myung became the benefactor of the Yunha Trade Guild and was treated as an honored guest. At dinner, he happily stuffed himself with countless delicious dishes while drinking from a bottle. Behind the door, Zhangyi tried convincing his father to remain in bed. Instead, Chief Huang walked into the room, declaring that he felt stronger than he had before falling ill. Chung Myung turned toward them with a smile. He joked that they had already met when Chief Huang first woke up and guessed the old man had not recognized him because he had eaten too much. Chief Huang silently noticed that his guest seemed to have doubled in size over the past 3 days. When Chung Myung asked whether they needed something, Chief Huang stepped forward. Lowering his head, he bowed deeply before Chung Myung. He declared that Chung Myung had saved his life and that such a debt could never truly be repaid. Still eating, Chung Myung casually told him to stand up. Chief Huang explained that Zhangyi had told him everything and that he wished to repay his benefactor in any way possible. He sincerely asked Chung Myung to name any reward he desired without hesitation. Chief Huang raised his head, but Chung Myung quickly stopped him, saying a Taoist could not accept payment for saving a life. He added that if the sect leader found out, he would be in trouble because he had come without permission. Surprised, Chief Huang asked if he had really left the sect without informing the sect leader. Chung Myung nodded and explained that the situation had been too urgent to wait for permission. Chief Huang lowered his head once more and replied that this only increased the debt he owed. He promised not to tell the sect leader anything. Hearing that, Chung Myung immediately smiled and asked him to promise again. Chief Huang readily agreed. Chung Myung then took out a notebook, tapped his forehead, and joked that he had become forgetful with age, so he had written everything down before coming. Curious, Chief Huang asked what he had written. Opening the notebook, Chung Myung grinned and announced that he would now review everything he wanted. Some time later, the sun began to set. Zhangyi stood beside his father as Chief Huang marveled that his body felt completely restored, almost as if he had become 10 years younger. Zhangyi noticed his father's unusual excitement. Chief Huang then told him he had not called him there simply to discuss his recovery. Lowering his head, Zhangyi asked him to explain. Chief Huang reminded him that he had ordered the guild to reduce its dealings with the Southern Edge sect and had promised tremendous support to the sect. Zhangyi frowned. He pointed out that the Southern Edge sect was the dominant power in Xian and one of the strongest sects in Huang. In contrast, the sect was far away and had fallen into decline. Chief Huang quietly took a sip from his cup. Zhangyi continued, saying that while they were certainly grateful, his father had promised far too much. He believed it was dangerous to strengthen ties with the sect while weakening relations with the Southern Edge sect. He suggested maintaining their previous agreements instead. Chief Huang stared at the reflection in his cup before asking his son what the primary duty of a merchant was. Zhangyi thought for a moment before answering that a merchant should conduct business honestly, establish sound trade policies, develop the business, and contribute to the country and the world. Chief Huang burst into laughter. He said the answer sounded impressive, but only because Zhangyi had polished it well. Since he knew his son better than anyone, he told him there was no need to pretend. Picking up a coin, Chief Huang explained that a merchant's true duty was simply to make money. Sometimes merchants even crossed legal and moral boundaries to earn it. Holding the coin between his fingers, he said that money was the tool that allowed a merchant to follow the right path and help others. Looking through the hole in the coin, he declared that business had no room for emotions or virtue. Only efficiency mattered. A bead of sweat rolled down Zhangyi's face. He asked whether his father truly believed investing in the declining sect would be profitable. Chief Huang asked if his son had forgotten how he had built the Yunhe Trade Guild into the greatest merchant guild in Huam. Raising the coin, he explained that true merchants invested in things everyone else overlooked or considered worthless. Whether it was a sect or another merchant guild, value existed wherever others failed to see it. Even after hearing that, Zhangyi admitted he still could not see any reason to invest in the sect. Chief Huang quietly sipped his tea and asked Zhangyi if he had truly not seen it for himself. Zhangyi looked silently at his father. Closing his eyes, Chief Huang said that the current sect could not compare to the Southern Edge sect. Looking at his reflection in the tea, he continued that if his judgment was correct and the sect rose again, establishing a strong relationship with them now would bring benefits beyond anything they had ever imagined. Zhangyi stared at his father in disbelief. He replied that he understood even less now. If the sect failed, the Yunhe Trade Guild would suffer enormous losses as well, and there was no guarantee the sect would ever rise that high. Chief Huang dismissed the concern, saying Zhangyi was thinking like an ordinary man. A true merchant does not wait for the right opportunity to appear. He creates it. Placing his hand on the table, Chief Huang said he had no intention of waiting for the sect to rise on its own. He would help make it happen. Remembering Chung Myung, he said that throughout his life he had met countless merchants and craftsmen, yet no one had ever impressed him like that child. He had spent his entire life searching for a python, only to discover that a dragon ready to ascend had been right before him. Standing beside his son, he explained that such things could not be understood through ordinary reasoning. Instead of trying to understand immediately, Zhangyi should simply follow his orders, and in time everything would become clear. Chief Huang imagined binding Chung Myung to the Yunhe Trade Guild with favors that could never be forgotten. If today's rewards created a lifelong friendship, then they had paid a very small price. Zhangyi looked at his father in surprise and asked if he truly believed that. Chief Huang suddenly exploded in frustration, admitting the rewards had actually cost him 5 times more than he had originally planned. Clenching his fist, he called Chung Myung a clever little snake. Zhangyi smiled faintly. Seeing that his father had already made up his mind, he said he would trust his judgment. Even so, he admitted that doubt still remained in his heart. He promised to personally help support the sect and overcome those doubts. Chief Huang silently watched him. The evening sun illuminated the building as he smiled, saying it had been a long time since he had heard words that pleased him so much. The scene shifted to a small pond. Chung Myung lay on the ground, convinced that the merchant had his own motives. Crossing his legs, he thought that no one would spend such an enormous amount of money purely out of gratitude. Whatever Chief Huang wanted, it had nothing to do with him. Smiling, Chung Myung thought that if necessary, he could simply refuse. Looking up at the golden sky, he reflected that an ordinary child might have felt responsible. Unfortunately, life had beaten that innocence out of him long ago. Footsteps approached. Chung Myung looked over and saw Song standing before him. The two faced each other alone in the courtyard. Chung Myung asked what he wanted. Song extended a wooden sword and said he had no ill intentions. Frowning, he sincerely asked for another exchange of swordsmanship.
Holding out the wooden sword, Song admitted that he now understood Chung Myung had deliberately used him as part of his plan to uncover the truth. Since everything had worked out, he no longer held any resentment. Chung Myung stood up in confusion and asked what Song was talking about because he knew nothing about any trap. Song simply stared at him in silence. Chung Myung asked if they were not the ones who had tried to set him up in the first place. The young man smiled. Song asked if that was why Chung Myung no longer held a grudge against him. The Southern Edge Sect disciple looked at Chung Myung in silence. Chung Myung then asked what any of that had to do with exchanging swordsmanship. Holding out the wooden sword, Song admitted that it did not matter whether he had been humiliated, manipulated, or used as a pawn. Everything had happened because of his own ignorance. Frowning, Song said the only thing that still bothered him was their duel. Looking at Chung Myung, he admitted he still could not understand what had happened during that fight. Chung Myung looked away and asked if that was why he wanted another match. Song nodded, saying that although it was difficult to believe, he knew Chung Myung's skill was above his own. He simply wanted to understand the truth. Chung Myung looked at him and realized that Song knew he had been manipulated, yet still wanted another duel. Since he was not fighting out of pride alone, Chung Myung found the reaction rather interesting. Smiling, he asked whether Song was not afraid he would regret it. Song only smiled and agreed without hesitation. The two soon faced each other in the training arena. Song frowned in anticipation. Chung Myung rested the wooden sword on his shoulder while Song thought about the boy standing before him, someone nearly 10 years younger. As a second-generation disciple, he should have been capable of guiding a third-generation disciple. Yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. Sweat rolled down his face as an overwhelming pressure bore down on him. Faint blue aura surrounded Chung Myung. Song felt as though he were facing the sect leader himself. Unsure whether the pressure was real or simply an illusion, he resolved to confirm it with his own sword. Chung Myung noticed Song's keen instinct. Even though he showed no visible killing intent, Song could sense the danger before him. Chung Myung thought that such intuition allowed a swordsman to perceive what ordinary eyes could not and helped unlock true potential. Smiling, he concluded that Song would become an outstanding swordsman. With enough training, Song would surpass most of his peers, and Chung Myung would not be surprised if he one day became the greatest swordsman of the Southern Edge Sect. Amused, Chung Myung wondered if he should give him a few pointers. He casually gestured for Song to attack. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, Song spun it in circles, creating countless illusions. A moment later, the blade began to shine. Chung Myung frowned, wondering when the Southern Edge Sect had started using such an illusion sword technique. Song warned him to be careful before launching his attack. Claiming he had already discovered Chung Myung's weakness, he attacked with everything from the very beginning. Despite the countless illusions, Chung Myung immediately recognized the real blade. Song unleashed a relentless series of strikes with the Southern Edge Sect's new sword technique. Watching the attacks, Chung Myung's expression darkened. He immediately criticized the technique. Song leaped forward again. In the next instant, Chung Myung struck once. The wooden sword shattered. Song was knocked unconscious before he even realized what had happened. As he fell through the air, Chung Myung rushed forward and caught him by his clothes before he hit ground. Blood spilled from the Southern Edge Sect disciple's mouth. Chung Myung caught Song with one hand before he hit the ground. Frowning, he called him a fool. His eyes burned with anger as he demanded to know where Song had learned that sword style. Still gripping his clothes, Chung Myung noticed the technique felt strangely familiar. Clenching his fist, he recalled the movements and realized he knew them better than anyone. A whirlwind of plum blossom petals flashed through his mind. It was one of the forms of the 24 plum blossom sword palm technique. Standing in the arena, Chung Myung realized that the original 24 plum blossom sword palm had long been lost, even within the sect. His anger flared. He could not understand why someone like Song would be using that technique. Song breathed heavily, barely conscious. His hand trembled uncontrollably as fear filled his heart. The gap between them was simply too great. A crimson aura surrounded Chung Myung, making Song feel as though he were facing an evil spirit. His vision faded, and he finally lost consciousness. By the time he awoke, night had fallen. He slowly opened his eyes in another room. His body was wrapped in bandages, yet he felt almost completely recovered. Raising his hand in surprise, he looked at Chung Myung standing nearby. Chung Myung calmly explained that he had stabilized Song's rampaging internal energy and that his injuries would heal quickly. Still confused, Song asked what had happened. Chung Myung turned around and asked whether that had truly been the new sword style. Song hesitated before confirming that it was called the 12 snowflake style. Veins bulged across Chung Myung's forehead as rage surged through him. He realized they believed no one in the sect remained who remembered the original 24 plum blossom sword palm, allowing them to alter enter it without consequence. To him, it was nothing less than an insult to the sect. Lowering his head, he asked who was taught the style. Song answered that every second-generation disciple learned it. Chung Myung immediately asked whether the first-generation disciples and the sect leader also knew it. Song explained that he had heard the sect leaders themselves had never learned the technique. Only the first and second generations had mastered it. Hearing that, Chung Myung let out a slow breath. If one of the sect leaders had created the 12 snowflake style, it made sense that it would first be passed down through the first generation before reaching the second. Clenching his fist, he realized that the person who had created the style was still alive within the Southern Edge sect. His thoughts drifted back to the past. A village burned before his eyes. He remembered how, after the Heavenly Demon sect invaded the sect, most of it had been destroyed, while the remaining disciples were wiped out at Huashan-Sekte's hand. The disciples of the sect had fought desperately against the invading enemy. Flames raged behind the disciple. One of them shut his eyes in fear, while most of the survivors were only children. Suddenly, a man shouted that they had to help the sect and stop the Heavenly Demon sect. The young disciple looked up and saw streaks of blue aura crossing the sky. It was the warriors of the Southern Edge sect. Chung Myung lowered his gaze, knowing they had come because the sect would never stand by while the Heavenly Demon sect destroyed a neighboring sect. His thoughts shifted to the sect's stolen martial arts manual. Someone had stolen them while pretending to be righteous. Looking at the sect's crest engulfed in flames, Chung Myung began to doubt that the sect's destruction had been caused solely by the Heavenly Demon sect. He remembered the battlefield covered with corpses. 100 years earlier, the disciples of the sect had sacrificed their lives to protect the Southern Edge sect from disaster. Yet the Southern Edge sect had repaid that sacrifice like an enemy. Grinding his teeth, Chung Myung thought that even if someone had been blinded by greed and made a mistake, it was the duty of a sect to correct. Instead, they had renamed the stolen technique and presented it as their own, mocking the sect in the process. Song looked at him in confusion. Chung Myung suddenly turned to him and firmly warned him never to practice that technique again. Surprised, Song asked why. Without another word, Chung Myung smacked him on the head and shouted that if he said not to practice it, then he should simply obey. Silence followed. After calming down, Chung Myung explained that the technique would never allow him to reach the highest level. Holding his head, Song still could not understand. Looking down at him, Chung Myung admitted to himself that although he wanted to beat every disciple of the Southern Edge sect, he could not harm the one who had revealed the 12 snowflake style to him. Song looked at him in surprise as Chung Myung explained that the Southern Edge sect's swordsmanship was built upon laying a solid foundation step by step. Its essence was steady refinement. Although slow and difficult to master, it grew stronger the more it was polished. That was the true path of the Southern Edge sect's swordsmanship. Pointing at Song, Chung Myung explained that the 12 snowflake style violated those principles. Its footwork was inconsistent, its formations shifted chaotically, and it simply did not fit the Southern Edge sect's martial art. The two silently stared at each other. After a long pause, Song frowned in confusion, unable to understand what Chung Myung meant. Looking at him through his fingers, Chung Myung wondered how a disciple of the Southern Edge sect could fail to grasp the very foundations of his own swordsmanship. He could not understand why anyone would pursue such an unstable technique. Then a sudden realization struck him. Sweat formed on his forehead. Looking at his own hand, he remembered how mercilessly he had hunted the Southern Edge sect's disciples in the past. By constantly driving them into a corner, he might have been the very reason they abandoned their original path and created the 12 snowflake style. As one of the 10 great sect, the Southern Edge sect had always placed absolute confidence in the strength of its sword. Then Chung Myung appeared and defeated them again and again, shattering their confidence in their own swordsmanship. Clutching his head, he realized that if he had been in their position, he also would have tried to strengthen the sect's swordsmanship. In the end, people did not value martial arts for their traditions, but for the power they provided. Opening his eyes, he wondered whether Song had been practicing the new style without ever questioning. Song quietly looked at his own hand. Chung Myung thought there was no point blaming him. He had never been the one responsible for any of this. Taking a step away from the bed, Chung Myung said he was leaving. Song quickly reached out and asked him to stay. Without turning around, Chung Myung told him to forget everything he had said. No one could force another person to walk a certain path. Advice could only point the way. The choice had to be Song's alone. Whether he followed his sect leader's teachings or Chung Myung's words was entirely up to him. Song stared at him in surprise as Chung Myung told him to find his own answer and discover the path that would truly make him stronger. Immediately getting out of bed, Song followed him. He clasped his fist into his palm, bowed deeply, and thanked Chung Myung for his guidance. Chung Myung simply smiled, let out a quiet sigh, waved his hand, and walked out, closing the door behind him. Song remained bowed for a long moment. When he finally straightened up, he felt an indescribable sensation. Looking ahead, he quietly wondered if he had just met a celestial. Outside, Chung Myung stopped near the entrance. Frowning, he thought about marching straight to the Southern Edge sect and tearing it apart. He remembered the sect leader's face and angrily thought that those ingrates had repaid kindness with betrayal, stealing the sect's legacy instead of honoring it. Then he remembered the sect leader asking what he could accomplish through anger alone. Lowering his head, Chung Myung admitted that rage by itself would solve nothing. Clenching his fist, he resolved to grow stronger even faster. In Murim, only the words of the strong carried weight. Looking up at the sky, he swore that the Southern Edge sect had chosen the wrong enemy. For what they had done to the sect, he would make them pay without mercy. As the sun disappeared behind the mountains and night approached, the scene shifted back to the sect. Someone tapped their foot anxiously. Ghoul nervously bit his fingernails, insisting that Chung Myung was not the type to disappear without a reason. Jong clutched the note in his hand and said he was certain Chung Myung had a very important reason for being gone for 7 days. Ghoul replied that whatever the reason was, it had better be convincing enough for the mentors to believe it. He added that Mentor Angam had already been summoned by the sect leader again, which could lead to serious trouble. Meanwhile, Angam sat in the conference hall. Hyun angrily declared that a third-generation disciple disappearing without permission for an entire week was completely unacceptable. Hyeonjang listened in silence as Hyun insisted that the matter could not be ignored, especially now that the sect had only just begun rebuilding its foundation. Hyeonsen calmly raised his head and asked everyone to remain patient, reminding them that they still did not know whether the child had encountered some kind of danger. The teacher raised his hand and argued that even if Chung Myung had been in trouble, he should have informed the elders instead of making everyone search for him. Hyeonsen replied that Chung Myung might have simply injured himself on the mountain. Turning to the sect leader, he asked whether they should organize a search of the mountain. Hyeonjang answered that they could not rule out the possibility. Hunan then questioned why a third-generation disciple had been granted permission to travel freely to Huon. The sect leader calmly replied that he had a good reason. Hunan slammed his hand on the table, insisting that anyone could come up with a reason. Standing up, he argued that the rules should come before personal judgment. Frowning, he declared that granting special privileges to a third-generation disciple would shake the foundation of the sect. Such exceptions should never be made, especially for someone so young. Hyeonjang quietly closed his eyes. After a long silence, he opened them and said it was enough. The teacher froze in surprise. He slowly sat back down and apologized, admitting he had gone too far. Taking a deep breath, Hyeonjang wondered whether he had misjudged this child. Remembering Chung Myung, he thought that the boy he knew would never have caused trouble without a reason. Angam then suggested gathering a search party to search both the sect grounds and Huom for Chung Myung. At that moment, everyone turned toward the entrance as someone shouted that Chung Myung had returned. The sect leader immediately rushed outside. His eyes widened when he saw Chung Myung standing there. The elders hurried toward him, relieved to see he had returned safely. Unum remained where he was as the sect leader rushed past him, determined to check on the boy himself. Before he could reach him, Hunan raised a hand and asked him to wait. The sect leader stopped and asked what was wrong. Hunan respectfully said he understood how much Hyeonjang cared about Chung Myung. The sect leader looked at him in confusion. Hunan asked him not to spoil the child with excessive concern. Reward and punishment according to merit were the foundation of managing a sect, and proper discipline was what allowed disciples to grow. Hyeonjang silently smiled as Hunan continued. If a child made a mistake and was never punished, he would never understand his own faults. The more a sect leader cared for a disciple, the stricter he should be. Hyeonjang let out a quiet sigh. Seeing this, Hunan relaxed slightly. The sect leader replied that he already understood. He asked Hunan not to worry because no one wished for Chung Myung's growth more than he did. If the boy had returned unharmed, he intended to confine himself in seclusion for half a month instead. Hyeonjang's eyes widened. Before anyone could respond, Unum interrupted, saying that would not be appropriate. Angam stepped forward and declared that Chung Myung had disobeyed orders by leaving the sect and remaining absent without permission. It was a serious offense. He insisted that Chung Myung should be confined to the Repentance Hall for at least 6 months. The sect leader argued that Chung Myung was only a third-generation disciple. Angam calmly replied that if he had been a second-generation disciple, the punishment would have been even harsher. The elder frowned and urged the sect leader to punish Chung Myung according to the severity of his offense. Otherwise, Angam declared that he would discipline the boy himself. A bead of sweat rolled down the sect leader's cheek as he asked the other elders whether they agreed. All three nodded without hesitation. The sect leader slowly closed his eyes before looking ahead in silence. Unum quietly watched him, then lowered his head. He wondered what could have driven Chung Myung to disobey orders. Just then the sect gates opened. Chung Myung walked inside and immediately froze. The sect leader and the elders were waiting for him. He respectfully bowed and greeted them. The sect leader silently observed him before calling his name. Smiling calmly, Chung Myung raised his head. Standing before him, the sect leader asked why he had left the main mountain without permission. Chung Myung answered that the situation had been urgent. Hyung immediately exploded in anger, shouting that Chung Myung had better provide a proper explanation or face a severe beating. The sect leader remained calm. He asked Chung Myung to explain everything, adding that if his reason was not convincing, punishment would be unavoidable. A drop of sweat rolled down Chung Myung's face. Before he could answer, everyone turned toward the entrance after hearing someone call out for them not to be angry. Hyen looked over in surprise. A man in a yellow robe stepped through the gate. It was Chief Huang. Smiling warmly, he asked them not to blame the child. He then greeted everyone and asked how they had been. Hyenjang quickly walked over to welcome him. Surprised, he said he had received a letter only a week earlier stating that Chief Huang was gravely ill, so he could not understand how he had recovered so quickly. Chief Huang smiled and replied that it was all thanks to the young swordsman. Hyenjang stared at him in shock as Chief Huang explained that Chung Myung had saved his life. For that reason, he hoped the sect would not be too harsh on him. He continued by saying that Chung Myung had not only saved him but had also rescued the entire Yunhe trade guild. Chung Myung simply smiled and shrugged. A short time later, everyone gathered inside the office. Hyenjang asked Chung Myung how he had managed to cure Chief Huang's mysterious illness. Raising both hands, Chung Myung explained that there was a poisonous herb called yuan grass. Although it looked similar to mugwort, it was actually highly toxic. Sitting before the elders, Chung Myung explained that he had once lived among wanderers. He recalled seeing homeless people mistake a poisonous herb for an edible plant, leading to fatal poisoning. According to him, the poison caused a long, lingering illness that eventually claimed the victim's life. Remembering how he had treated those cases, Chung Myung explained that the antidote was surprisingly simple. Crushed radish was enough to neutralize the herb's effect. Although even skilled physicians failed to discover the cure, anyone who consumed crushed radish would recover almost immediately. The elders listened attentively. Chung Myung continued, saying that Chief Huang's symptoms had closely matched those cases, so he decided to try the remedy. Fortunately, the treatment worked. Hyensen raised his hand and remarked that he had heard of something similar before. Many people had believed such cases were caused by poison. Chung Myung smiled to himself. He knew the real cause had been the monster cinnabar hand, something he had personally encountered during the war. However, no one needed to know that. As long as both he and Chief Huang told the same story, the explanation only had to sound believable. Angam folded his arms and admitted that, under those circumstances, Chung Myung could not have simply ignored the situation and returned. Turning to the sect leader, he declared that if everything was true, Chung Myung deserved a reward rather than a punishment. Unum immediately objected. Frowning, he argued that although Chung Myung's actions had been righteous, leaving the mountain without permission after disobeying the sect leader remained a serious offense. Such behavior could not be overlooked. The sect leader listened quietly before raising an eyebrow. A bead of sweat rolled down Unum's face as Hyenjang calmly asked whether punishing Chung Myung was truly more important than saving a person's life. The sect leader reminded everyone that the sect followed the righteous path. Hyensen quietly listened as the sect leader continued. He asked what could possibly be more important than saving a life. Turning toward the elders, he questioned whether his own orders were more important than preserving both person's life and an important relationship. Unum immediately admitted that he had spoken rashly. Closing his eyes in embarrassment, he lowered his head. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. He realized the discussion was over. Looking at the other elders, Unum understood that he had been the first to challenge the sect leader and had only drawn his anger. The others would no longer press asked Chung Myung about his offense. With his back turned, the sect leader had protected both the authority of the elders and Chung Myung at the same time. Standing from his seat, the sect leader called Chung Myung forward. Still kneeling, Chung Myung raised his head. The sect leader patted him on the shoulder and praised him for doing an excellent job. Chung Myung smiled outwardly, though inwardly he grumbled about being treated like a child by someone much younger than himself. As the setting sun bathed the rooftops in golden light, Chief Huang sat with the elders. He explained that both he and the Yunha Trade Guild owed a great debt to the sect. Looking toward Chung Myung, he admitted that the young swordsman had been the one who saved him, but he had intentionally credited the entire sect instead. Closing his eyes, Chief Huang declared that he wished to repay the sect by making a major investment. Hanning cried out in surprise. Chief Huang smiled and clarified that investments expected returns, whereas what he intended to offer was genuine support without asking for anything in return. Haiyan widened his eyes and replied that they were already grateful for everything the Yunha Trade Guild had done. Chief Huang shook his head. If he had intended to stop there, he would never have come personally with members of the guild. He declared that he intended to place everything he had behind the sect. The sect leader looked at him in surprise. Chief Huang continued, saying that since the guild members were already present, they should thoroughly discuss everything the sect needed and everything the Yunha Trade Guild provide. Haiyan closed his eyes and sincerely thanked him. He then looked at Chung Myung and said that by saving Chief Huang, he had brought great fortune to the sect and further elevated its reputation. Smiling warmly, the sect leader praised Chung Myung's boundless virtue. The remaining elders began leaving the room after Haiyan instructed only the finance pavilion leader and Unum to remain. Before leaving, Haiyan slapped Chung Myung on the back and loudly praised him. Chung Myung insisted he had done nothing extraordinary. Haiyan laughed and replied that saving a man's life, especially Chief Huang's, was more than remarkable. Just then, Chung Myung turned around after hearing someone call his name. Ungam quietly approached him. He acknowledged that Chung Myung had done a good deed but said it had been reckless, especially leaving the sect without informing anyone. Lowering his head, Chung Myung admitted he had been in too much of a hurry to think things through. Ungam replied that although Chung Myung had disobeyed the sect leader's orders for a good reason, he could not use having no choice as an excuse every time. Suddenly, Chung Myung noticed something. A faint smile crossed Ungam's face. Without another word, Ungam turned and walked away, telling him to always stay focused. Watching him leave, Chung Myung narrowed his eyes. He realized the elders had protected him not because of luck, but because they had chosen to. Standing alone in the courtyard, Chung Myung looked around the sect and vowed to restore it to its former glory. Looking up at the sky, he smiled faintly as he imagined the sect leader, realizing he would have to work even harder from now on. The next morning, beneath a bright sky filled with drifting clouds, the sect's senior members gathered in the main hall. Chief Huang addressed everyone, announcing that the Yunha Trade Guild would take over managing the sect's businesses, ensuring they would no longer have to worry about money. However, he had two conditions. Surprised, Haiyan asked him to explain. Chief Huang raised one finger and said that first condition was that every coin they earned must be reinvested into developing the sect rather than saved. Haiyan nodded in agreement, saying the sect was not yet in a position to accumulate wealth and should instead focus on growth. Chief Huang then raised a second finger. His second condition was that special privileges be granted to the third-generation disciple, Chung Myung. Haiyan folded his arms thoughtfully. The word privileges was rather vague. Closing his eyes, he reflected that Chung Myung already enjoyed authority beyond that of an ordinary third-generation disciple, and wondered what additional privileges could possibly be granted. Haiyan then suggested allowing Chung Myung to study the sect's martial arts and secret manuals ahead of schedule. Imagining the sect's martial arts manuals, Haiyan clarified that he meant the Sword of Fallen Petals and the Seven Plum Sword, though Chung Myung could only be allowed to learn them after the elders had mastered them themselves. Hearing the proposal, Haiyan nodded and said it sounded reasonable. Before anyone could agree, Hyun immediately objected. Everyone turned toward the elder as he folded his arms in displeasure. Haiyan sighed and asked what was wrong this time. Hyun argued that such a reward could hardly be called a reward. Chung Myung was already busy mastering the sect's martial arts, so giving him even more techniques was simply adding to his workload. Calling that a reward was no different from punishment. Slamming his palm on the table, he declared that a true reward had to cost the sect something valuable. It had to be something difficult to part with, not something they already intended to give away. After demanding whether everyone understood his point, the room fell silent. Hyeonjang looked at him in confusion, remembering that the same elder had insisted on punishing Chung Myung during the previous meeting. Suddenly, Hyun jumped to his feet and shouted that the situation was completely different now. Because Chung Myung had saved Chief Hwang, the sect had received financial support beyond anything they could have imagined. Not only had they secured enormous backing, but Chief Hwang had even volunteered to manage the sect's businesses free of charge. Watching him, Hyeonjang finally understood. As the head of the finance pavilion, Hyun carried the burden of the sect's survival. For years, the finance pavilion had been nothing short of a living hell. Every day, Hyun sat buried under endless reports while his disciples constantly asked where more money could be found, how expenses could be reduced, and how they were supposed to pay the growing mountain of overdue debts. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes as he stared at the ceiling, long resigned to the fact that the sect had been completely broke. The sect's main gate was covered with cracks, reminding Hyeonjang how difficult it had been to manage the finances of a sect on the verge of collapse. He knew the sect had survived until now only because of Hyun, the head of the finance pavilion. For years, Hyun had endured endless hardship with a single dream, that one day the sect would finally have enough money left after paying its monthly expenses. Now that dream had become reality, all because of Chung Myung. Watching Hyun wave his arms and shout, Hyeonjang recalled Chung Myung casually shrugging as though it were nothing. Returning to the present, he listened as Hyun insisted Chung Myung deserved a proper reward. He argued that rewarding him would inspire him to accomplish even greater feats. Slamming his palm onto the table, Hyun declared that Chung Myung was the sect's god of wealth. If properly rewarded, he would keep bringing prosperity back to the sect. He shouted that no one understood how much wealth Chung Myung had earned this time. Unlike everyone else who couldn't even earn a few coins, this remarkable disciple had transformed the sect's future. Before he could continue, Hyeonsen wrapped his arms around Hyun and carried the still shouting elder out of the hall. A moment later, the door slammed shut. The room fell silent. Hyeonjang sighed, hoping everyone understood what Hyun had endured over the years. The other elders nodded, agreeing that although Hyun had overreacted, he was right. Eungam added that Chung Myung should be rewarded properly. Doing so would also show the other disciples that the sect rewarded merit fairly. When Hyeonjang asked what reward would be most appropriate, Eungam suggested appointing Chung Myung as the sect's official messenger to the Yunha Trade Guild, since he already enjoyed Chief Hwang's trust and would always be welcomed with honor. Hyeonjang nodded thoughtfully. He then proposed granting Chung Myung permission to learn the Plum Blossom Sword ahead of schedule since it was the sect's signature technique, or allowing him unrestricted access to the library. The remaining elders exchanged thoughtful glances. Just then, the finance pavilion chief burst back into the hall, threw open the door, and shouted that they should simply give Chung Myung money. He complained that everyone was overthinking the matter when the answer was obvious. Money was the best reward. Before he could continue, Hyeonsen hurried over and covered his mouth. The door slammed shut once again. Hyeonjang quietly stared at the closed door, thinking that the sect seemed to grow stranger with each passing day. High atop a steep mountain, Chung Myung stood beside Chief Hwang. Looking down at the sect, Chung Myung remarked that the old merchant had become quite the actor. Chief Hwang smiled and asked whether they were now in the same boat. Chung Myung looked back at him and scoffed, asking who he thought he was to share a boat with him. He had only happened to save his life, and now Chief Hwang should speak with the sect leader instead. Chief Hwang calmly replied that he had no interest in sharing a boat with the sect. Surprised, Chung Myung looked at him. The merchant explained that he was only interested if Chung Myung was on it. Chuckling, Chung Myung said the old man was overestimating him. Chief Hwang gazed toward the sect before saying that he had lived his entire life as a merchant and intended to remain one until his last breath. A merchant's greatest weapon, he said, was the ability to judge people. Meeting Chung Myung's eyes, he explained that if his judgment had been poor, he would have failed long ago. Even if everything that had happened were merely luck, he would eventually pay the price for believing it. If that day came, he would have no regrets. Narrowing his eyes, Chief Hwang asked whether, if his judgment was correct, only good things awaited both the Yunha Trade Guild and the sect. Chung Myung raised raised an eyebrow before slowly lifting a hand to his face. He admitted that he agreed. Then he told Chief Huang never to use phrases like "we're in the same boat again" because he disliked them. Closing his eyes, he explained that people who casually spoke of loyalty were often the first to betray others. Looking into the distance, he remembered walking beside his comrades as countless people praised them and shed tears when they volunteered to save the world. Yet when they truly needed help, no one reached out. Everyone only watched, shouted, and complained. Returning to the present, Chung Myung glanced at Chief Huang. The merchant smiled faintly and admitted that he disliked such words as well. Looking toward the horizon, he said that a merchant could leave the boat whenever he wished. Then he turned slightly toward Chung Myung. However, as long as they shared the same destination, there was no reason to abandon the journey. If two people rode together, they would simply reach it faster. Hearing that, Chung Myung raised an eyebrow in surprise. After a brief pause, Chung Myung looked away and admitted that Chief Huang was right. There was nothing wrong with working toward the same goal. Hearing that, Chief Huang lowered his gaze, convinced they shared the same way of thinking. He believed supporting the sect would ultimately benefit the Yunhe Trade Guild, but only if they maintained their relationship with Chung Myung. In his eyes, the sect had already begun rising from its knees. The old merchant looked at the young swordsman who was quietly gazing into the distance, then turned his own eyes toward the same horizon. The mountain was peaceful beneath drifting clouds. Breaking the silence, Chief Huang declared that the Yunhe Trade Guild would devote all its strength to supporting the sect. He then asked whether Chung Myung understood what that meant. Chung Myung glanced at him and asked if that meant the guild would become an enemy of the Southern Edge sect. Chief Huang calmly admitted that it did. Frowning slightly, Chung Myung told him not to expect repayment for something no one had asked him to do. Chief Huang closed his eyes and replied that he expected no repayment. He simply wanted Chung Myung to know the consequences of his decision. Smiling, Chung Myung answered that he understood. The two laughed together. Deep down, however, each regarded the other cautiously. Chief Huang thought that Chung Myung was an incredibly cunning snake, while Chung Myung wondered whether the merchant truly believed he could outsmart him. Outwardly, they continued smiling at one another. After a moment of silence, Chief Huang turned toward Chung Myung. He said the young swordsman was extraordinary and that there was no one else his age like him anywhere in the world. Expressionless, Chung Myung thought that the merchant was right. There truly could never be another person like him. After all, who else had died once and returned to life? Chief Huang then warned him to conceal his true ability. The world, he said, was a frightening place filled with greed and evil. He imagined countless people willing to betray, deceive, or even sell another person's life for profit. Once Chung Myung revealed his talent, countless people would try to approach him for their own gain. Chuckling, Chung Myung smiled and insisted the old merchant was overestimating him. He was only an ordinary boy. Chief Huang merely smiled to himself. After a brief pause, he bowed politely and said it was time for him to leave. After saying that, Chief Huang turned to leave. Before he could go, Chung Myung called out to him. Smiling, he said there was something he wanted Chief Huang to look into and asked if it was possible. Sometime later, Chief Huang descended the mountain, leaving the sect. He stopped for a moment and looked back at Chung Myung, who still stood at the mountain peak. Without taking his eyes off him, the merchant thought that the young swordsman was a true monster. Although he could not see what was going on inside Chung Myung's mind, it was hard to believe he was really just a child. Chung Myung silently watched the sect below. Chief Huang looked back once more and thought that place might as well be called a dragon's lake. In his mind, he imagined a dragon hidden beneath calm waters. He believed he was the first person to realize that such a dragon was concealed within the seemingly insignificant sect. If he made proper use of that knowledge, the Yunhe Trade Guild could become the greatest merchant guild in the world. Just then, his son approached and asked whether the conversation had gone well. Chief Huang looked at him before quietly saying that he had changed his plans again. Glancing back toward Chung Myung, he added that they had much more work to do. It was time to lay the foundation for the future. His son immediately followed him. Chief Huang entered his palanquin, and soon he and his attendants departed from the sect. Watching them leave, Chung Myung thought that the old merchant was far sharper than he appeared. Dealing with him was completely different from dealing with Haiyanjiang and the other elders of the sect. Keeping his eyes on the departing palanquin, he reflected that the world of merchants was filled with endless schemes and rivalry. Anyone who had survived in that world for a lifetime could never be as straightforward as a Taoist. Even so, he let out a quiet breath. The greatest obstacle to reviving the sect, poverty, had finally been removed. There was no longer any reason to waste time dwelling on the Southern Edge sect. If they had forgotten the foundations of their own swordsmanship while coveting that of others, then the sect would surpass them by preserving its own. With that thought, Chung Myung looked up at the sky and quietly closed his eyes. After a brief pause, Chung Myung opened his eyes and decided it was finally time to focus on martial arts. The streets were soon bustling with activity. The influence of the Yunha Trade Guild was astonishing. Within only a few days, they stabilized the sect's struggling businesses, something the sect could never have accomplished on its own. The shops were crowded with customers, every table in the restaurants was occupied, and experienced merchants quickly restored the marketplace to life. Thanks to them, even the head of the finance pavilion never lost his smile. At last, stability returned to the sect. Days passed peacefully. Like a calm river, life settled into a steady rhythm. In front of the main hall, every disciple gathered for training. With heavy stones strapped to their backs, they struggled through push-ups as sweat poured down their faces and every muscle trembled. Sitting atop a large rock, Chung Myung ordered them to do one more repetition. The exhausted disciples cried out that he had already promised the last one and that they would die at this rate. Crossing his arms, Chung Myung replied that no one had died yet. As he shifted his weight, the disciple beneath him struggled with all his strength to complete another push-up. Watching the effort, Chung Myung smiled with satisfaction. Nearby, Gul forced himself through another repetition. A few moments later, he finally pushed himself up. Across from him, Jung smiled through his exhaustion. Clapping his hands together, Chung Myung announced that everyone would continue training their bodies together every morning at dawn. At first, he had doubted whether simple physical conditioning would help swordsmen. Since the sect's swordsmanship relied on speed and illusion, he had feared that building raw strength might only hinder their techniques. Instead, the results had exceeded his expectations. As their bodies grew stronger, their sword strikes became faster, sharper, and more powerful. The disciples gripped their wooden swords with renewed confidence while Zhang unleashed increasingly powerful attacks. Even while carrying heavy stones, the disciples ran through the forest, their steady improvement visible with each passing day. Before, everyone counted the minutes until dawn training ended. Now, some of them voluntarily stayed behind to train even longer. The disciples, carrying buckets filled with weights, raced up the stairs before challenging each other to sprint to the summit and back before breakfast, all competing for first place. By the time the sun rose, they had changed completely. Their bodies had become lean and muscular. They flexed their biceps proudly, laughing that it was all thanks to their training and even asking for heavier boulders. Watching them, Zhang wondered whether this was still a sect or a band of outlaws. He told everyone to clean up, eat breakfast, and then return for morning training. The disciples quickly agreed and hurried off. Zhang then asked Gul if Chung Myung had shown up that morning. Gul replied that Chung Myung had rarely attended training lately and had not appeared today either. Zhang said he had expected that. Ever since everyone started training voluntarily, Chung Myung had stopped joining them. Even so, he never overslept. Instead, he always woke up before everyone else. Zhang recalled checking Chung Myung's room early one morning only to find his bed empty, wondering where he kept disappearing to. Gul guessed he was probably at the Yunha Trade Guild, since he had been visiting it frequently after things settled down at the sect. Carrying a sack of stones over his shoulder, Gul remarked that Chung Myung was probably the busiest person in the entire sect. As lights shone from the nearby buildings, Gul asked Zhang if he could tell how much stronger they had become. Zhang admitted it was difficult to judge. Strength was relative, and since everyone had improved together, there was no clear standard for comparison. Still, ever since Chung Myung arrived, they had become at least twice as strong. Gul frowned and asked if it was really only twice. Zhang smiled and said that twice wasn't an exact measure. What he did know was that he could now defeat 3 versions of his former self. Gul listened carefully without taking his eyes off Zhang. Then Zhang quietly said that it still wasn't enough. Surprised, Gul looked at him. Zhang frowned, knowing the upcoming gathering was approaching. Tightening his grip on the bag over his shoulder, he said they needed to become much stronger. He looked at Gul for a moment before smiling. Zhang said he finally understood. As soon as Chung Myung returned, they would ask him for even harsher training. Dark clouds drifted across the sky. Chung Myung slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and let out a long yawn. A short while later, he walked alone through the forest with his sword on his back. Even if it was all for the sake of growing stronger, he wondered why he had to avoid everyone every morning. As he climbed higher, he reflected that this training wasn't even part of his responsibility. All he was doing was reducing the imbalance between his body and spirit through endless sword sword practice, using the simplest possible method. Moonlight illuminated his path as strong winds bent the treetops. He continued thinking about the state where swordsman and sword become one. Although his sword was already perfectly synchronized with the body he had possessed in his previous life, his current body still couldn't fully match it. Leaping onto a cliff, Chung Myung realized that while his movements looked complete from the outside, they were still imperfect compared to the past, and forcing them had already caused side effects. If he wanted to regain his former strength, he had to train relentlessly until he truly became one with the sword. Landing on the mountaintop, he thought the biggest problem was that he couldn't train at full power in front of the others. If he did, he would turn the entire sect upside down. That was why every morning before sunrise, he climbed Fallen Leaf Peak, trained alone, and returned before anyone noticed. Just then he stopped. Someone else was already there. In the distance, a lone figure was practicing with a sword. Surprised, Chung Myung wondered who could possibly be training at such an early hour. The swordsman had long hair, and each swing left a brilliant trail through the air. The blade moved so quickly it seemed to shine beneath the moonlight. After completing another strike, the figure finally stopped. Watching from afar, Chung Myung realized it was a young woman. Standing quietly beneath the moon with her sword drawn, she moved with a style that was both gentle and powerful, graceful yet unwavering. Her sword dance flowed as softly as falling plum blossom. Chung Myung's eyes widened. Within her movements, he recognized the ancient swordsmanship of the sect. It was a technique he had believed no one else in the world still remembered. As the young woman resumed her training, Chung Myung silently watched, realizing that the long-forgotten art of the sect was unfolding before his eyes once again. Smiling, Chung Myung realized that what mattered wasn't the technique itself, but the meaning contained within the sword. Before he could finish the thought, the girl's eyes flashed. In an instant, she charged toward him, shouting to know who was there as her sword slashed past his head. She stopped directly in front of him. Chung Myung's expression changed as he sighed to himself. His mood was ruined. He had allowed a mere disciple to notice his presence, leaving no trace of the great swordsman he once was. The girl glared at him and demanded to know who he was, saying she had never seen him before. Frowning, Chung Myung wanted to ask the same question. At first, he assumed she was a disciple of the sect. Looking closer, he spotted the sect's emblem on her robe. Then his eyes widened. He couldn't help staring at her face. She possessed a beauty capable of captivating anyone. Even with a sword pressed against his neck, he found himself thinking that during more than 50 years of his previous life, he had traveled across the world and rarely met someone so beautiful. If he had truly been an ordinary young man, he might have frozen on the spot. Crossing his arms, he simply admitted to himself that she was beautiful. At that moment, the girl pressed her sword closer, leaving a thin cut on his neck as she demanded an answer. Calmly, Chung Myung replied that he was wearing the sect's uniform. Surprised, she slowly eased the blade away. Chung Myung pointed at the emblem on his robe. The girl said she had never seen him before and asked if he was really a third-generation disciple. He answered without hesitation that he was. She kept her sword raised and pointed out that third-generation disciples were forbidden to leave the sect after sunset. Chung Myung calmly replied that he had permission from the sect leader. The girl stared at him in disbelief and asked if the sect leader had truly given such permission to a third-generation disciple. He answered yes. Frowning, she accused him of lying. Without the slightest fear, Chung Myung told her she was free to verify it herself. He then asked whether any disciple would dare use the sect leader's name in a lie. Using 2 fingers, he gently moved the blade away from his neck and remarked that it was remarkably sharp. The girl immediately withdrew her sword. Dark clouds drifted across the night sky as she sheathed her weapon and told him that no one was allowed to watch her training. Chung Myung touched the cut on his neck and replied that until yesterday this had been his training ground, yet she had appeared out of nowhere and was now acting as if he were the one at fault. He asked what he was supposed to say to that. She answered that he should have left the moment he noticed her. Keeping his eyes on her, Chung Myung replied that a stranger wandering near the sect naturally deserved to be investigated. He asked if that wasn't common sense. The girl frowned. Seeing her reaction, Chung Myung realized she was genuinely angry. She bit her lip before suddenly turning away. Watching her, Chung Myung concluded that while her sword was well honed, her tongue was not. With a face like hers, she probably had little experience arguing with anyone. After a moment of silence, she turned back and asked for his name. Chung Myung answered. Hearing it, she asked in surprise whether he had already received a courtesy name. He shook his head and replied that his name was simply Chung Myung. She then asked if his real name was Chung, nodding that it was now the third generation's turn to inherit the Chung generation name. He confirmed it, adding that his courtesy name would naturally follow later. She nodded thoughtfully before quietly remarking that it made sense. Watching her reaction, Chung Myung couldn't help thinking she was a little slow. After a brief silence, she looked at him and introduced herself as Beek Isal. She explained that she was a second-generation disciple, making her his martial aunt. Chung Myung raised an eyebrow. He recalled the generation order Yoon, Myung, Hyun, and Beek, and realized he hadn't met anyone from the Beek generation since returning to the sect. Given the sect's decline over the years, it wasn't surprising that an entire generation had rarely appeared. Beek Isal then asked if that was all he had to say after the introduction. Chung Myung felt slightly annoyed, wondering if being younger was somehow a crime. Even so, he folded his arms and politely replied that it was a pleasure to meet her, Martial Aunt Isal. Chung Myung noticed the sun rising over the horizon and figured it was time for Beek Isal to leave. It was getting light, and she had spent enough time occupying someone else's training ground. As if she had heard his thoughts, Beek Isal turned to leave. She said she would confirm his story with the sect leader, and if he had lied, he should prepare for the consequences. Chung Myung watched her leave from the corner of his eye. She glanced back at him once before quietly remarking that he was a strange child. As she disappeared, Chung Myung wondered who she really was. With the sun climbing higher, he decided it was time to find another place to train. Later that morning, sunlight filled the dining hall. One disciple sighed, then another. A third did the same. Looking around, Chung Myung saw everyone sitting with their heads lowered. The gloomy atmosphere reminded him of the time he had turned the salted plum pavilion upside down. He asked Zhang what was going on. Zhang replied that their martial aunt had returned. Surprised, Chung Myung asked if he meant someone from the Beek generation and wondered why that was such a big deal. Zhang immediately warned him not to casually refer to the elders by their generation name, or they would surely scold him. Chung Myung looked puzzled. Zhang sighed and explained that the second-generation disciples had returned after spending time in secluded training, because the sect's facilities were too limited for proper large-scale cultivation. Chung Myung asked if all the others looked so depressed because every elder had a terrible personality and bullied the younger disciple. Zhang replied that the elders weren't the type to beat people. Chung Myung immediately asked who was. Zhang quietly told him to forget it. Gul then joined the conversation, explaining that everyone was worried because of the Huam meeting. Curious, Chung Myung asked what kind of meeting it was, joking that it sounded like a festival celebrating the end of the blooming season. Gul shook his head and explained that it was the gathering between the sect and the Southern Edge sect. Every 2 years, the two sects met to compare their achievements through friendly competition. Crossing his arms, Chung Myung said he vaguely remembered hearing about it. Zhang explained that the event had originally been held every 5 years to strengthen the friendship between the two sects, but over time it had turned into a competition where the second and third generation disciples exchanged martial skill. Zhang opened his eyes and admitted that calling it a friendly duel was an exaggeration. Another disciple at the table sighed and said they usually just got beaten, and the back injury he suffered 2 years ago still bothered him. Chung Myung turned toward him. The other disciples began talking among themselves, wondering how they would survive it again. Some complained that if they lost badly, the elders would become so furious that life in the sect would turn into pure misery. Lowering his head, Chung Myung asked if the elders couldn't fight personally because things would escalate too far, leaving only the second and third generation disciples to compete and take the punishment. Zhang nodded shamefully. That was exactly why the elders had gone into secluded training after the last event, hoping never to experience such humiliation again. Now they had returned, meaning the Huam meeting was approaching. Without lifting his head, Chung Myung quietly asked if that was really true. Then a grin spread across his face. He asked if that meant they would soon have a demonstration match against the Southern Edge sect. His chopsticks tightened in his hand as he realized this hadn't existed in his previous life. What was supposed to be a friendly exchange had become nothing more than an opportunity to expose the sect's weakness. His chopsticks snapped in half. Chung Myung wondered if the Southern Edge sect was deliberately trying to prove that the sect had grown weak. His hand trembled with anger. No matter how much the sect had declined, he couldn't tolerate watching its disciples be humiliated. He looked up and asked whether the seniors who had returned from secluded training could finally win. Zhang shook his head. The very fact that they needed secluded training just to prepare for the match showed the gap between the two sides. Even after all that training, there was no guarantee of victory. After hearing that, Chung Myung stood up. Clenching his fist, he declared that if the seniors couldn't guarantee victory, then they would have to win as well. He turned to the others and asked whether they were willing to do whatever it took to win, even if it meant enduring poison or breaking their arms and legs. The disciples turned toward him one after another. With burning determination, Chung Myung declared that they would defeat the Southern Edge Sect, restore the sect's honor, and that he would personally lead them to victory. High above them, birds drifted peacefully across the clear sky. The sun shone brightly over the buildings of the sect as an announcement echoed through the main hall that the second-generation disciples were returning. Some had already arrived in Huam, while the rest were on their way. Inside the main hall, Unum frowned and asked why the Huam meeting, which was still 6 months away, had suddenly been moved up. The sect leader set down his cup and explained that the Southern Edge Sect had requested an earlier meeting. Unum asked whether it truly couldn't be postponed. Closing his eyes, the sect leader quietly replied that it would be difficult. Unum also fell silent. After a moment, he pointed out that the sect had finally regained some stability. Their major problems had been resolved, and for the first time in a long while they no longer had to worry about food. Compared to just a few months earlier, that alone was a tremendous improvement. The sect leader nodded in agreement. Even so, Unum admitted they still couldn't be called a true martial arts school. Although they had recovered new martial arts manuals and everyone was training diligently, it was still too early to expect meaningful results. Even with their progress, they were nowhere near ready to compete with the Southern Edge Sect. His expression filled with concern as he worried that another crushing defeat would destroy the hope the sect had only recently regained. He feared disciples like Chung Myung, Jang, Gul, and the others would begin believing they could never succeed. The sect leader lowered his head before asking whether Unum really thought he hadn't considered that possibility. Looking at him, he asked whether the disciples would truly gain confidence if they avoided the meeting instead. Wouldn't they simply conclude that even their own sect leader had no faith in them? Unum paused, realizing he hadn't thought of it that way. Before he could respond, the sect leader continued. He knew the odds were against them because the Southern Edge Sect had advanced far beyond the sect. Even so, there was nothing shameful about losing. If they fought with everything they had and still lost, then they would simply train harder and come back stronger. With a calm but firm expression, he added that avoiding a battle simply to escape defeat was something he could never accept. Seeking temporary peace through fear would only leave deeper scars than any loss on the battlefield. After hearing the sect leader's reasoning, Unum lowered his head and admitted that he had been thinking too narrowly. The sect leader replied that the disciples had already endured enough hardships, so they should prepare a proper feast and bring out the wine to welcome the returning second-generation disciple. As evening approached, Unum assured him everything would be ready before leaving. Once the hall was empty, the sect leader walked to the window and opened the shutters. His eyes rested on the blooming red flowers outside as he quietly reflected that every breath felt as though thorns were piercing his heart. He feared the pain would only deepen with time before silently lowering his head. Mist drifted through the mountains while the training grounds remained empty. Inside the disciples' quarters, everyone discussed whether they could defeat the Southern Edge Sect. Gul confidently declared that they had all grown much stronger. Chung Myung agreed but jokingly showed only a tiny gap between his hands to describe their progress. After the room fell silent, he laughed and widened the gap by only a few more millimeters. Gul protested in frustration, arguing that they had nearly trained themselves to death yet had improved so little despite how much stronger their bodies felt. Chung Myung explained that a few months of training could never erase such a massive gap. Even if an acorn grew several times larger, it still could not compare to a fully grown oak. His expression turned serious as he evaluated everyone. The third-generation disciples were improving at an astonishing pace, faster than any previous generation, but they were still nowhere near the level of the sect's former disciples, let alone the Southern Edge Sect. Jang and Gul lowered their heads in disappointment. After judging everyone's abilities, Chung Myung concluded that if the Southern Edge Sect's strength had remained the same, none of the third-generation disciples could reliably defeat them. Gul might stand a chance against the right opponent, and Jang could also win with favorable circumstances, but beyond those two, the gap was simply too great. Gul finally asked how they were supposed to win. Chung Myung answered that there was only one solution: they had to become much stronger. Zhang reminded everyone that the Huo meeting was only about 2 weeks away. If months of training had not been enough to catch the Southern Edge sect, it seemed impossible to close the gap in such a short time. Smiling, Chung Myung explained that this was exactly why he had gathered them. He then asked whether they were prepared to risk everything for the sake of victory. Outside, night had fully fallen, and a bright moon illuminated the mountains. The disciples gathered at the training grounds, wondering why Chung Myung had suddenly changed their training schedule and insisted on meeting in the middle of the night. They suspected the training would be even harsher than before, but considering how much they had improved, no one complained. Chung Myung arrived and confirmed that everyone was present. Zhang stepped forward, reporting that the group had assembled as instructed before asking what kind of training awaited them. Instead of answering, Chung Myung struck the ground with a wooden sword before calmly drawing a real sword from its sheath. The disciples froze in surprise. They stared at the weapon, wondering why he had brought out a real blade and what he intended to do. Chung Myung casually remarked that the training itself was nothing unusual. Then he rested the sword on his shoulder, his expression suddenly turning serious as he explained that they would have to train as if they were risking their lives. The disciples instinctively stepped back, convinced he had lost his mind. Ignoring their reactions, Chung Myung lowered the sword and declared that he would rather risk everything than watch the sect lose to the Southern Edge sect again. The second-generation disciples might be able to win on their own, but the third generation also had to claim victory, and he intended to make that happen. Ghoul nervously stepped forward and admitted that he was willing to endure any training if it meant becoming stronger. Even so, he couldn't understand what Chung Myung meant by risking their lives. Chung Myung called him forward. Ghoul looked helplessly at Zhang and the other disciples, but they all quietly avoided his gaze. Feeling completely abandoned, he reluctantly stepped toward Chung Myung. Stopping a few steps away, Ghoul confirmed that he truly wanted to become stronger. Chung Myung replied that, strange as it sounded, all of them had already become considerably stronger. None of their previous training had been wasted. Confused, Ghoul reminded him that he had also said they still couldn't match the Southern Edge sect. Spreading his arms, Chung Myung admitted that both statements were true. The disciples had grown stronger, yet they still weren't strong enough. He compared them to Sunbeak, judging that Ghoul could only compete on equal footing with the right opponent, while Zhang would still need favorable circumstances to win. As for the rest of the third-generation disciples, victory would remain impossible unless fortune was entirely on their side, and even then, defeating the Southern Edge sect would be unlikely. Looking across the group, Chung Myung explained that their problem was not simply a lack of strength. Even after improving their bodies, they continued training with the same mindset and methods. Ghoul looked puzzled and asked what was wrong with the way they trained. Instead of answering directly, Chung Myung asked why they had chosen to learn the sword. While Ghoul searched for an answer, Chung Myung reflected on the sect's original philosophy. To the sect, the sword had never been the ultimate goal but merely a tool for cultivation and for walking the path of Tao. However, he knew such an explanation would mean little to them. After a moment, Ghoul answered that he trained to defeat his enemies. Chung Myung laughed, remarking that such thinking was more fitting for practitioners of the demonic path than followers of Tao. Even so, he admitted it wasn't entirely wrong because it reflected the most straightforward answer. He then explained that defeating an opponent was ultimately about achieving victory. Raising his sword, Chung Myung asked what was required to win through swordsmanship. After a brief hesitation, Ghoul concluded that the answer was becoming stronger. Satisfied, Chung Myung confirmed that this was correct and explained that victory belonged to the one whose strength surpassed their opponents. Chung Myung suddenly turned the blade and explained that becoming stronger did not mean exactly what they thought it did. Ghoul looked confused, unable to understand the difference. Without another explanation, Chung Myung tossed him a wooden sword and told him they would settle it through a spar. Ghoul caught the sword in surprise. Chung Myung instructed him to use every technique at his disposal, while he would do nothing but defend. Holding the wooden sword with both hands, Ghoul hesitated. He knew defeating Chung Myung was impossible, but if his opponent only intended to parry, then perhaps he had a chance. He tightened his grip, adjusted his footing, and settled into a proper stance. Before they began, Ghoul asked if Chung Myung truly intended to fight with a real sword. Chung Myung confirmed it without hesitation. Cold sweat rolled down Ghoul's face. He wanted reassurance that the blade wouldn't actually cut him, but Chung Myung only laughed instead of answering. That vague response made Ghoul even more uneasy. Unable to get a clear promise, he finally asked for permission to begin. Chung Myung looked at him with slight amusement, surprised by his confidence after all the harsh training they had endured. At that moment, he noticed Ghoul's left hand trembling ever so slightly from nervousness, causing a faint smile to appear on his face. Taking a deep breath, Ghoul charged. In a single leap, he closed the distance while recalling every humiliating defeat Chung Myung had put him through during training. Putting those emotions aside, he immediately unleashed the Fallen Flower Sword technique. Chung Myung calmly dodged while inwardly remarking that the attack looked far more personal than Ghoul claimed. Without slowing down, Ghoul used the 7-star step to shorten the distance again before following with another strike from the Fallen Flower Sword technique. Watching the sequence, Chung Myung nodded inwardly. Ghoul had skillfully combined the 7-star step with the Fallen Flower Sword technique to maintain constant pressure. It was an intelligent combination that revealed genuine talent. Judging purely by natural ability, Ghoul was every bit as gifted as Sunbeak, giving him every reason to be confident. Even so, there was still one decisive difference between talent and victory. Chung Myung effortlessly avoided every strike as Ghoul continued his relentless assault. The other disciples watched in silence. One of them quietly remarked to Jang that, despite attacking alone, Ghoul seemed to be performing better than expected. Jang agreed that Ghoul had improved considerably, but pointed out that he still hadn't managed to touch even a single hair on Chung Myung's head. Chung Myung evaded every attack with simple, precise movements. He wasn't relying on an extraordinary footwork technique. Instead, he merely stepped back at the perfect moment and shifted his body just enough to avoid each slap. Watching closely, Jang felt as though Chung Myung wasn't escaping the sword but dancing around it. It almost seemed as if he already knew where every strike would land. Although Chung Myung had returned to the sect several months earlier, this was the first time Jang had truly watched him fight. Even without launching a single counterattack, the gap between them was painfully obvious. The disciples stared at the duel without blinking. Jang wondered just how far Chung Myung could read an opponent's movements. Ghoul then unleashed a powerful horizontal slash, but by the time it arrived, Chung Myung had already moved far beyond its reach. Breathing heavily, Ghoul realized every attack had missed by the smallest margin. He recalled how Chung Myung had avoided one strike by leaning left, another by leaning right, and yet another simply by bending backward. It was as though he knew every attack before it was launched. Stopping briefly, Ghoul gripped his sword with trembling hands. After all the brutal training he had endured, he had believed he was finally becoming strong. Yet now he felt as though none of that progress mattered. Sweat poured down his face as frustration consumed him. Surrounded by despair, he refused to accept reality. His sword and hands shook violently before rage finally overtook him. The blade suddenly became enveloped in sword chi. Without hesitation, Ghoul gathered all his strength and unleashed the most powerful strike he had ever performed. The resulting shockwave tore across the training grounds, reaching the walls of the sect. The watching disciples stood frozen in disbelief. A massive trench split the ground, a deep crater scarred the wall, and towering clouds of dust rose into the night sky. As Ghoul's attack ended, Chung Myung calmly raised his sword behind his head. Ghoul glared at him while the moonlight reflected off the blade. With an emotionless expression, Chung Myung judged that the duel was over. In the next instant, he swung a razor-thin slash shot toward Ghoul's face before stopping just short of his forehead. Even without making contact, the force of the strike rippled across the training grounds. The ground trembled and dust exploded in every direction. Ghoul collapsed where he stood, his body trembling uncontrollably. Resting the sword on his shoulder, Chung Myung asked whether he had finally experienced the feeling of standing on the edge of death. Still shaken, Ghoul admitted that he had felt completely helpless. Smiling, Chung Myung told him to rest before calling for the next disciple. Everyone instinctively stepped back. Jang looked around, hoping someone else had been chosen, only to realize the next opponent was him. Chung Myung warned them not to think they could escape the training. If they refused to step forward, he would personally drag them into it. Without waiting for a response, he charged. Before long, cries echoed throughout the sect under the bright moon. After defeating every disciple, Chung Myung gathered them together and asked Ghoul why he had failed to block an attack that had been launched openly in front of him. Ghoul clenched his teeth and admitted that the strike had simply been too fast and too powerful. Everything had happened before he even had time to think, making it impossible to react. Chung Myung nodded and pointed out that they already understood the problem. The real question was why they still couldn't overcome it. The disciples fell silent. Chung Myung then raised his sword and demonstrated the same strike once more. A powerful wave spread outward as the blade cut through the air. He explained that the technique itself was actually simple. Ghoul immediately recognized it as the same attack from their duel but couldn't understand why it now looked much slower. Chung Myung explained that watching a sword from the outside and facing it directly were completely different experiences. What seemed impossibly fast in battle was, in reality, one of the most basic strikes. Anyone who trained their body to the proper level could perform it. Chung Myung tapped the ground with his foot and explained that everything begins with proper footwork. A stable stance keeps the body balanced and allows power to flow correctly. He demonstrated the movement, showing how force travels from the legs through the body, combines with internal energy, and is released through the sword. With a single clean swing, a powerful shockwave spread across the training ground. Ghoul stared at the blade in disbelief. There was no flashy technique or impossible speed. Chung Myung had simply delivered a fast, precise downward strike without wasting a single movement. Recalling their duel, Zhang suddenly realized what Chung Myung had been trying to teach them. Instead of chasing complicated techniques, they should focus on combining solid fundamentals with a well-trained body. Chung Myung confirmed that their goal was to defeat an opponent with a single decisive strike. They had to fight as if there would never be a second chance, because failing to end the battle immediately could cost them their lives. Zhang finally understood why Chung Myung had sparred with them every day. Feeling the killing intent behind a real sword taught far more than words ever could. If they had only listened to explanations, they would never have grasped the lesson as clearly. Still, Zhang wondered whether, as disciples of the sect, they shouldn't rely on the sect's own swordsmanship. Chung Myung remained silent for a moment before asking about the first form of the Sword of Six Harmonies. Zhang hesitantly answered that it was a simple downward slap. Chung Myung nodded and reminded everyone that the Sword of Six Harmonies was one of the sect's core techniques. Its principles formed the very foundation of the sect's swordsmanship, with every technique beginning and ending from those fundamental. He planted his sword into the ground and explained that they had not even mastered the Sword of Six Harmonies yet, so there was no point in chasing advanced techniques like the Fallen Petals Sword or the Seven-Star Step. Gripping the hilt firmly, he compared swordsmanship to a building, explaining that without a solid foundation, everything would collapse. Every sword art of the sect was built upon the principles of the Sword of Six Harmonies, so mastering those fundamentals had to come before anything else. The students silently accepted his word. Ghoul stood up and admitted that he finally understood why Chung Myung kept emphasizing the Sword of Six Harmonies. However, he also confessed that only Chung Myung could display such overwhelming power with it. What they truly wanted was enough strength to avoid another humiliating defeat against the Southern Edge sect. Hearing this, Chung Myung looked at him in surprise. Ghoul asked whether following his training would at least spare them from that humiliation. Without hesitation, Chung Myung grabbed Ghoul by the front of his clothes. As Ghoul panicked in confusion, Chung Myung rebuked him for already assuming they would lose, declaring that anyone who accepted defeat before the battle did not deserve to call themselves a swordsman. Chung Myung's eyes blazed with anger as he rebuked the students for already accepting defeat. He declared that the disciples of the sect would never lose to the Southern Edge sect and reminded them that he had promised to lead them to victory. Still holding Ghoul by his clothes, he made it clear that there was no such thing as an honorable defeat. On the battlefield, victory was everything, and if winning required fighting with every trick and every ounce of determination, then that was exactly what they would do. He threw Ghoul to the ground and dismissed any talk of cowardice, reminding everyone that those who had survived real battlefields had no right to be concerned with appearances. They had to do whatever it took to win. The students stared at him in stunned silence as Chung Myung clenched his fist and declared that he would first beat that defeatist mindset out of them before teaching them how to defeat the Southern Edge sect. Chung Myung turned to the rest of the students and ordered everyone to pick up wooden swords. Their new training would begin with 10,000 slashes. The students were stunned by the number, but Chung Myung made it clear that enduring harsh training now was better than suffering defeat later. His thoughts drifted to the past, when the elders had once discussed whether he should take disciple. Although they acknowledged that his swordsmanship was too valuable to disappear, they also believed his brutal training methods were more like punishment than instruction. They joked that he believed anyone could improve if they were pushed hard enough, making him the last person who should teach children. Remembering how he had overheard the entire conversation only soured his mood. Returning to the present, Chung Myung climbed the mountain, reflecting that raising disciples was very different from teaching someone to walk by guiding every step yourself. If he wanted the sect to truly recover, he could not simply create talented individuals who depended on him. As he walked deeper into the forest, he realized he wasn't trying to grow flowers that would wither after his death. He wanted to restore the very soul of the sect so it would remain strong even without him. To him, blossoms were beautiful but fleeting, while roots remained hidden beneath the earth, silently sustaining the entire tree. Even so, he knew understanding that truth in words alone was not enough. With that thought, he came to a stop. Chung Myung returned to his usual training spot and looked around, wondering if the second-generation disciple would come back. Considering the early hour, he doubted she would appear. He looked at his reflection in the blade, drew his sword, adjusted his footing, and settled into a fighting stance. His only thought was to grow stronger, not to reclaim his former strength, but to surpass it because his past power had not been enough. Closing his eyes, he recalled the battle against the Sky Demon. Even as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, he had never been able to defeat that enemy alone. Without the combined efforts of countless warriors who had weakened the Sky Demon first, victory would have been impossible. He lowered his gaze and clenched his fist, wondering whether everything could have been different if he had possessed greater strength. When he opened his hand, he imagined it stained with blood. Memories of the sect leader, the elders, and his fellow disciples filled his mind. If he had been stronger, perhaps they all could have survived and continued their peaceful lives. Those memories reminded him that there was no guarantee another enemy like the Sky Demon would never appear. The next threat could be even more terrifying. If he wanted to protect the sect, he had to become stronger than anyone in the world, stronger than his former self and strong enough to surpass even the Sky Demon. In his mind, waves of demonic energy rushed toward him once again. Chung Myung opened his eyes without hesitation and cut through every attack with swift, precise strike. As the Sky Demon launched another barrage, Chung Myung leaped forward, rising to meet his greatest enemy head-on. In the next instant, Chung Myung cut down the Sky Demon with a single decisive strike. The illusion split in two before dissolving into a shower of pink light, leaving him alone in the silent clearing. He reflected on how the Sky Demon's martial arts had shattered everything he once believed, challenging his conviction that virtue alone was enough to overcome any obstacle. Landing lightly on the ground, he watched plum blossom petals drift through the air and realized that the only path forward was to surpass his own limits. Unbeknownst to him, Issel had been watching from behind a large tree. She stared in astonishment as the petals fell around. Looking at his sword, Chung Myung realized he needed to create a style of his own, one that would surpass his current limits and open the path to a new realm. He felt he was close to grasping it, yet it remained just out of reach. Forging a new sword style also meant reaching a higher level of mastery, and he knew it would not be easy. As he opened his eyes, Issel was suddenly standing inches away, staring directly at him. Startled, Chung Myung instinctively leaped several steps backward. Shock filled his face as he realized she had approached without leaving the slightest trace of her presence. Even while deep in thought, he should have sensed someone getting that close, yet this had happened twice. Faint aura he sensed from her only made him wonder who she really was. The two silently studied each other. Chung Myung wondered how much she had witnessed and considered how to deal with the situation. Issel quietly mentioned the plum blossom. Realizing she had seen everything, Chung Myung tried to act as though nothing unusual had happened. He casually shifted his sword, but Issel immediately reached for her own weapon, assuming he intended to silence her. Chung Myung quickly denied it, only to realize he had spoken too hastily. An awkward silence followed. Sweat formed on Chung Myung's forehead as he realized his reaction had only made things more suspicious. Seeing no better option, he sheathed his sword, clapped his hands together, forced a smile, and announced that it was time to leave. Before he could go, Issel reached out to stop him. Chung Myung immediately pushed off the ground and vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Left alone in the clearing, Issel slowly lowered her hand and quietly repeated the words, "Plum Blossom." Meanwhile, Chung Myung hurried down the mountain, admitting to himself that she had genuinely startled. Since she was the only witness, he doubted anyone would believe her. Still, he knew repeated rumors could eventually become accepted as truth, so once the Beck generation returned, he would have to be far more careful. Halfway down the mountain, he suddenly came to a stop, remembering there was still something he needed to finish before they arrived. Remembering he still had something to do before returning to the sect, Chung Myung changed direction and ran off. By morning, the streets were crowded with people. He entered a busy tavern, ordered a cold drink and some food, then settled at a table by himself. As he enjoyed the meal, he reflected that life had almost returned to normal since the wine from the cave had run out. Now he intended to make full use of the freedom the sect leader had granted him whenever he had the chance. He happily sampled the food, washed it down with another drink, and wondered why the sect leader insisted he not leave the mountain too often when enjoying enjoying a simple drink required so much effort. His thoughts drifted to his previous life. Having lived for more than a century, he found it amusing that the stolen wine had always tasted better than anything else. He had never felt the need to share a drink with anyone, yet now he found himself sitting alone in a lively tavern. Looking around, he realized every other table was filled with companions. He smiled to himself, remembering the old elders who constantly joked with one another. Despite being revered Taoists and martial saints, they had simply been ordinary old men who enjoyed each other's company. With a faint blush from the alcohol, Chung Myung emptied another cup and decided this place was far more enjoyable than any lofty ideal of ascension. He resolved to stay a little longer and let the elders enjoy their own company without him. Just then, 3 figures in black robes entered the tavern. Relieved to finally eat proper food after living on fasting pills, they took a nearby table. From the corner of his eye, Chung Myung observed them. Judging by their uniforms and appearance, they were martial artists in their 30s, making him immediately more cautious. Chung Myung soon noticed Plum Blossom emblem on one of their robes and immediately recognized them as second-generation disciples of the Beck generation. After finishing another cup, he decided that getting involved with them would only bring trouble, so he planned to finish his meal and leave quietly. Listening from the side, he overheard them talking about Issel. Apparently, she had already gone ahead to the sect because she rarely listened to anyone, meaning the elders likely already knew they had returned. The others laughed it off, saying that everyone knew she always did things her own way. They ordered the tavern's best dishes and several drinks while Chung Myung watched them from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help shaking his head. They had barely returned, yet their first stop was a tavern in the middle of Huon. In his previous life, anyone caught doing that would have spent a week in the Cave of Reflection, swinging a sword until they learned their lesson. His attention eventually settled on the disciple sitting in the middle, who appeared to be the eldest of the group. As drinks were poured, the others praised him for working harder than anyone else during their training. He accepted the compliments with a warm smile and thanked them sincerely. Seeing him up close, Chung Myung was genuinely surprised. Even from another man's perspective, the disciple possessed an extraordinary presence, carrying himself with the elegance and dignity of a legendary nobleman. As they raised their cups, the eldest reminded everyone that he had personally paid for the drinks, so they should enjoy themselves after all their hard work as long as they didn't overdo it. Chung Myung continued eating, while silently lamenting how much the sect had changed. Their conversation soon shifted to the upcoming gathering. One of the disciples wondered whether their secluded training would be enough to achieve good results. The eldest admitted he couldn't say for certain. He acknowledged the Southern Edge sect's strength and reputation, explaining that although the sect had once stood among the 10 great sects, its current reputation did not necessarily reflect its true strength. Reputation and ability, after all, were not always the same. The others looked at the eldest in surprise, but he showed no fear or hesitation. Although they had lost the previous gathering, he believed the gap between the sect and the Southern Edge sect was not as great as everyone thought. Holding up his calloused hands, he reminded them of everything they had endured during their secluded training. They had pushed themselves to the limit without giving up, and he believed sincere effort would never betray them. Because of that, he was confident they could stand against the Southern Edge sect. He went on to explain that the Southern Edge sect had not always been powerful, just as the sect had not always been weak. If they continued training without fearing hardship, they could one day surpass the Southern Edge sect and become the strongest. Hearing those words, Chung Myung couldn't help laughing. The sound immediately drew everyone's attention. Realizing they were staring at him, Chung Myung awkwardly waved his chopsticks and tried to brush it off, pretending it was nothing. The eldest wasn't convinced. Setting down his cup, he stood up and walked over, politely asking who Chung Myung was because he couldn't remember ever seeing him before. He then asked him to introduce himself. Chung Myung immediately sensed he had attracted trouble. As the two exchanged silent glances, the eldest finally understood the faint sense of unease he had felt ever since entering the tavern. It had all come from the young boy sitting before him. Looking more closely, he noticed that despite appearing no older than 15, Chung Myung had ordered expensive dishes and was calmly drinking alone. He couldn't recall any son of a wealthy official or merchant in Huam behaving that way. Chung Myung casually replied that he was only passing through and encouraged them to continue enjoying their meal without worrying about it. The explanation eased the elder's suspicions somewhat. Believing their meeting to be a matter of fate, he carried over a stool, sat across from Chung Myung, and politely introduced himself as Beggar, a second-generation disciple of the sect. Chung Myung turned his head away, inwardly wondering why Beggar insisted on talking to him when he had no intention of getting involved. He simply replied that he had no suitable name to give. Beggar narrowed his eyes, questioning why the boy kept hiding his face, believing such behavior was unworthy of a proper Taoist. A drop of cold sweat ran down Chung Myung's face. Inwardly mocking the elder's ideals, he decided it was best to leave. Covering part of his face, he excused himself and walked past Beggar. Beggar stopped him and tried to continue the conversation, but Chung Myung made it clear that he had no interest in chatting with men. The elder's expression sharpened. Channeling chi into his hand, he suddenly reached out to stop him, but Chung Myung effortlessly slipped past the grab, casually wished them well, and disappeared from the tavern. Beggar stared at his own hand in surprise, unable to understand how the boy had avoided his technique so easily. His companions asked why he had let the boy escape, but Beggar brushed it off, claiming it wouldn't have been proper for a Taoist to trouble a child. Even so, as he looked toward the empty doorway, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about the encounter had been unusual. Meanwhile, Chung Myung hurried through the mountains, grumbling that the Beak generation would become a real headache. Finishing the last of his alcohol, he reflected that one reason life the sect had been peaceful was the large gap between generations. For a new disciple, the most intimidating person was never the sect leader, but the senior standing directly above them. Seeing the bottle was empty, he sighed in disappointment, wishing he had brought more. He also regretted laughing in the tavern but couldn't help scoffing at the Beak generation's confidence. They talked about surpassing the Southern Edge sect despite still lacking the fundamentals. Recalling Beggar's attempt to stop him with the so-called China palm, Chung Myung shook his head in disbelief. Calling such a crude technique by that name was embarrassing, and it left him even more shocked than his first meeting with the sect's third-generation disciples. Thinking of his companions, Chung Myung wondered how far the third-generation disciples could progress. Even with proper martial arts, growth still required time. The second-generation disciples, however, were a different matter. While the third generation was still polishing the fundamentals, warriors like Beggar and Issel were already refining their skills through intensive training. Realizing this, he sighed, deciding there was no point worrying about it now. He set the empty bottle aside and headed back to the sect, wondering when he had started feeling responsible for things like this. By evening, the third-generation disciples were ordered to gather in the main square to welcome the returning senior. Ghoul quickly prepared to leave but first checked on Chung Myung. The room's door was open and a shoe lay by the entrance. Without even changing clothes, Chung Myung had collapsed onto his bed the moment he returned. The strong smell of alcohol filled the room. Ghoul shook him several times, but Chung Myung didn't budge. Losing patience, he shouted at him to wake up. Chung Myung instantly sprang to his feet as though nothing had happened, casually greeting him and asking what he wanted. Caught off guard, Ghoul nervously brushed it off. Chung Myung simply stretched, claiming he had only dozed off for a moment, while Ghoul wondered how someone could call collapsing fully dressed a nap. Covering his nose again, Ghoul reminded him that the returning elders had gathered everyone in the square and urged him to wash because he reeked of alcohol. Before he could finish, Chung Myung covered his own nose. Steam burst from his body and quickly filled the room. When it cleared, Ghoul stared in astonishment as the smell of alcohol had completely vanished and a dark silhouette emerged through the lingering steam. Chung Myung stepped out of the steam as if nothing had happened, insisting that alcohol was beneath a proper Taoist. He called Ghoul to hurry, reminding him they would be punished if they were late. As they headed toward the training grounds beneath the darkening sky, Chung Myung questioned why they had to welcome the returning second-generation disciples. Ghoul explained that they had endured months of secluded training and deserved proper reception. Internally, Chung Myung scoffed. To him, true secluded training meant surviving in the cave of remorse with nothing but moss to eat and endless sword practice. Spending a few months training, taking pills, and then celebrating with alcohol hardly qualified. Ghoul excitedly explained that the returning elders were determined to defeat the Southern Edge sect this time and that even the sect leader had fully supported their training. He also warned Chung Myung to behave himself because Baekjin was known to be strict. Chung Myung casually agreed, though Gul remained convinced he would eventually get himself into trouble. By the time they reached the sect entrance, the other disciples had already gathered. As the announcement spread that the second-generation disciples had returned, the massive gates slowly opened. The returning elders entered to warm smiles and applause from the disciples. Everyone welcomed them enthusiastically. While Chung Myung watched in silence, his gaze settled on Baekjin. He had to admit the man was exceptionally handsome, even more than the stories from his previous life had suggested. With looks like that, Chung Myung thought the women in any town would line up to see him. Before he could finish the thought, memories of his former sect leader briefly crossed his mind, making him dismiss the comparison. Just then, Baekjin spotted him. He stopped, stepped away from the group, and walked straight toward Chung Myung. Seeing Baekjin approach, Chung Myung raised an eyebrow. Instead of confronting him, Baekjin simply raised a hand in greeting while holding the edge of his robe. Chung Myung frowned, but Baekjin smiled as if they were already acquainted. Calling him a younger brother, he remarked that the boy's expression made it seem as though they had known each other for a long time. Inside, Chung Myung's irritation flared. He had no idea what Baekjin was talking about and wondered if he should simply teach the elder a lesson. Baekjin calmly observed him before asking when he had joined Mount Hua. Zhang explained that Chung Myung had entered the sect during the second generation's secluded training, so the two could not have met before. Although satisfied with the explanation, Baekjin found it interesting how close the younger disciples had already become. He praised the bond between seniors and juniors before asking Chung Myung for his name. Without lifting his head, Chung Myung quietly introduced himself. Baekjin repeated the name with a gentle smile, but before the conversation could continue, an elder called for him from the main hall, reminding him that everyone was waiting. As he left, Baekjin told Chung Myung to remember his name since they would likely meet again. The disciples watched him depart, while Chung Myung continued staring after him with visible displeasure. Zhang then asked whether the two had met before, but Chung Myung firmly denied it. Looking toward Baekjin's retreating figure, Zhang explained that he was considered Mount Hua's greatest talent and the disciple expected to restore the sect to its former glory. Surprised, Chung Myung asked if Baekjin was truly considered the sect's greatest genius. The title reminded him of his own childhood, before his former sect leader jokingly claimed his greatest talent was drinking and arguing. Shaking off the memory, Chung Myung wondered aloud whether Gul wasn't actually the most talented disciple instead, leaving the others staring at him in disbelief. Gul immediately blushed and nervously told Chung Myung to lower his voice before someone overheard him. Confused by his reaction, Chung Myung asked why he was so nervous. Gul admitted that Baekjin was someone he would never dare compare himself to. Hearing that, Chung Myung frowned. To him, accepting defeat so easily only made people unnecessarily humble. Looking at Baekjin, he admitted the elder stood out among the others, but only because he was like a crane among chickens. A true genius belonged among other geniuses, not in a crowd that made him appear exceptional by comparison. Meanwhile, Baekjin walked toward the sect leader's residence, naturally taking the lead while the other second-generation disciples followed behind him. Just then, Issel suddenly appeared and calmly took her place beside the returning disciple. Seeing her, Chung Myung immediately wondered where she had come from and whether she had already told the others about what she had witnessed on the mountain. Gul noticed him starring and assumed he was captivated by Issel's beauty. With a grin, he explained that everyone reacted that way the first time they saw her and casually mentioned that she was already devoted to Baekjin. Both Chung Myung and Zhang reacted with obvious disbelief. Embarrassed, Gul wondered if he had said something wrong and continued praising Issel as the greatest beauty in Shanxi. With a tired sigh, Chung Myung pointed out that Gul had just called Baekjin Mount Hua's greatest genius and Issel Shanxi's greatest beauty. If someone overheard him, they would think the entire region revolved around those two. Patting Gul on the shoulder, Chung Myung remarked that if he spent as much time training as he did worrying about other people's relationships, he would already be a proper swordsman. Gul could only lower his head, admitting that the comment hit a sore spot. At that moment, Baekjin formally greeted the sect leader, and the rest of the second-generation disciples followed with the same respectful salute. Haiyan Zhang looked at them warmly, welcomed them back, and praised them for enduring their secluded training before asking how it had gone. on. Beggar humbly replied that their training had not been especially difficult, explaining that the sect had invested so much in them that they had no right to complain. When asked about their progress, he admitted they had only achieved modest improvements and had come to realize that there was no end to the path of the sword. Pleased with the response, Huashan-Sekte suggested holding a feast to welcome the returning disciples. The head of the finance pavilion grumbled that preparing such a feast was hardly a small expense, but after a moment reluctantly agreed, pointing everyone toward the dining hall while muttering about how much it would cost. Watching him leave, Huashan-Sekte couldn't help thinking that ever since the Milky Way Guild began supporting Mount Hua, the old man had started complaining in very unusual ways. The sect leader then asked Unum to help the returning disciples relax after their long training before calling Chung Myung over. From across the courtyard, Huashan-Sekte asked him to come to his residence because he had something to discuss. Chung Myung reluctantly agreed, prompting Beggar to stare in disbelief. He couldn't believe a third-generation disciple would respond to the sect leader so casually. Noticing the situation, Huashan-Sekte simply tempted Chung Myung with sweets, and the boy immediately followed him. As Chung Myung walked away beside the sect leader, Beggar quietly asked where such an unusual child had come from. Angam stepped beside him and advised him not to think too much about Chung Myung if he valued his peace of mind. Patting Beggar on the shoulder, he warned that getting involved with the boy would only give him headaches. Beggar watched the two disappear into the distance, silently wondering whether this was really the Mount Hua he remembered. As evening settled over the sect, the disciples gathered in the dining hall, where a table filled with roasted meat awaited them. Beggar stared at the table in shock, wondering where Mount Hua had found the money for such a feast. One of his fellow disciples explained that during the year they had been away, the pavilions and even the dining hall had been completely renovated. Everything was now clean and well maintained. Judging by the younger disciples' reactions, it was as if the god of wealth had truly descended upon the sect. Turning back, Beggar noticed the third-generation disciples casually discussing whether they should eat meat or try fish instead. He was left speechless. The Mount Hua he remembered had been so poor it could compete with the poorest sects in the world. Even beggar sects had lived better than they had, yet now the disciples were acting as though they had grown tired of eating meat. Unable to understand the situation, Beggar asked Angam what had happened during their absence. Angam simply smiled and said it was a long story that they would learn in time. For now, all he would reveal was that Mount Hua had gained a lucky charm. Beggar curiously asked what kind of lucky charm he meant. Before anyone could answer, the dining hall doors burst open. Everyone turned in surprise as Chung Myung marched inside with his head lowered, visibly irritated. He stomped across the room without acknowledging anyone, walked straight to his seat, and sat down beside his companions as if nothing unusual had happened. An awkward silence filled the hall. The second-generation disciples stared in disbelief, but the third-generation disciples didn't react at all, treating the scene as completely normal. Beggar found it even stranger that not a single junior questioned Chung Myung's behavior. Even Zhang and Gul, who normally valued discipline, remained perfectly calm. Watching the scene unfold, Beggar began to wonder if this young disciple had somehow won over the entire third generation. Even Gul, the strongest and most talented among them, was quietly seated at Chung Myung's side as though this was the natural order of things. Watching Chung Myung sit among the third-generation disciples, Beggar imagined the boy smiling slyly and wondered what kind of trick he had used to gain such influence over everyone. Just then, Zhang noticed Chung Myung's bad mood and asked what had happened. Grumbling, Chung Myung complained that he had been ordered to visit the Milky Way Guild again. He muttered that he felt less like a disciple and more like a messenger pigeon, admitting the task had already grown tiresome. The others laughed, reminding him that he had enjoyed it at first. Chung Myung admitted that was only in the beginning. At least, he said, they were only sending him to the Hainan branch. If they started sending him farther away, he would truly be exhausted. From across the room, Beggar watched the exchange with growing curiosity. He couldn't understand how every third-generation disciple naturally followed Chung Myung's lead. Even Zhang, who normally respected hierarchy above all else, treated him as an equal. Beggar decided he would eventually find an opportunity to uncover the truth. Just then, one of his companions asked why he wasn't eating. Realizing his plate was still untouched, Beggar reached for the food. Before taking a bite, he suddenly noticed someone was missing and asked where Issel had gone. His companions explained that she had walked with them to the dining hall but had disappeared somewhere along the way. Beggar frowned and and suggested they should look for her instead of eating without her. The other second-generation disciples only smiled helplessly. They reminded him that if Issel didn't want to be found, no one could find her, so searching would only waste time. Hearing that, Baekjin could only sigh. His companions quietly remarked that he was reasonable in every matter except when it came to his junior sister. Setting down his chopsticks, Baekjin had just decided to stop worrying when footsteps echoed through the dining hall. He turned toward the entrance and immediately brightened. Issel had arrived. Baekjin raised his hand to call her over, but instead of responding, she calmly looked around the dining hall as though searching for someone else. Ignoring her fellow disciples, Issel looked around the dining hall before walking straight toward the third-generation table. She stopped beside Chung Myung. Feeling someone behind him, he turned in surprise as Issel quietly asked if she could sit with him. The entire second generation froze. None of them could believe Issel had willingly approached someone first. Chung Myung glanced at her familiar face before immediately refusing. Even when she politely asked to speak with him, he repeatedly turned her down, insisting he had no interest in talking and telling her to leave him alone. The second-generation disciples could only watch in disbelief. Gul was equally stunned. In all his time at Mount Hua, he had never seen a junior casually reject a senior, especially someone like Issel. Undeterred, Issel calmly explained that she only needed a short conversation, but Chung Myung remained firm, saying they had nothing to discuss and asking if she would just let him eat in peace. After a brief silence, Issel simply sat down beside him and quietly decided to wait until he finished eating. Chung Myung frowned even more, reminding her that he had already refused and had no intention of going anywhere. Issel answered that she had come specifically to see him. By then, nearly all of the second-generation disciples had gathered around the table to watch the unusual scene. A loud cough suddenly echoed through the hall. Everyone turned to see Baekjin rising from his seat. Looking directly at Chung Myung, he confirmed the boy's name and remarked that he had heard Chung Myung frequently traveled on the sect leader's behalf, so he understood he must be busy. At this time, Issel points at herself questioningly. Chung Myung raises an eyebrow and tells her to apologize because the elder is scolding her for being distracted by personal matters during the celebration welcoming the second generation back. Issel immediately bows to the elder and asks for forgiveness, but he waves his hand, explaining that is not what he means. Chung Myung then tells her to apologize to the seniors instead because she made a mistake in front of them. Issel bows to the seniors, apologizes, and admits she's being narrow-minded. AM laughs it off, saying there is nothing wrong with it, while Baekjin silently lowers his head. Angry, he digs his nails into the table, leaving scratch. Chung Myung notices with a slight smirk and wonders if he should stop. Jang places his hands on the table and congratulates the returning seniors for their hard work. Gul raises his fist and agrees that it is a wonderful day, adding that since even the eldest, Issel, is present, they should begin the celebration. Everyone laughs and starts eating. After a while, the elder lets out a heavy sigh. Without looking at Chung Myung, he asks if he remembers his name correctly. Gul senses trouble and quietly urges Chung Myung to stay polite just this once. Chung Myung looks at the elder in silence before commenting that they have traveled a long way and must be tired. He then casually suggests that if the elder keeps dwelling on the same matter, he should go and rest. Without lifting his head, the elder says he has only one question. Looking at Chung Myung with anger, he asks whether they truly did not meet earlier that day and tells him to answer honestly. Chung Myung smiles and repeats that it is the first time he has seen him, then asks whether the elder was really fooled. Baekjin frowns in anger. Deciding he cannot let the matter continue, he respectfully turns to the mentor and says he has a question. The mentor looks at him in surprise and asks what it is. Baekjin explains that, as far as he knows, third-generation disciples are forbidden from leaving the Mount Hua sect without a special assignment, and wearing civilian clothes instead of the sect uniform is not allowed. He says that earlier that afternoon, he saw a disciple from the Mount Hua sect walking around without a uniform. AM quietly listens as Baekjin identifies Chung Myung as that disciple. Realizing someone has reported him, Chung Myung raises an eyebrow. The mentor frowns and asks if it is true. Baekjin confirms it, calling it a serious violation and suggesting that the mentor investigate Chung Myung's movements that day. To his surprise, AM calmly says there is nothing to worry about. Chung Myung raises his head in surprise while the mentor continues eating and repeats that everything is fine. Hearing this again, Baekjin rubs his ears and wonders if something is wrong with his hearing. After a brief pause, he questions whether the mentor, who is usually strict about the rules, is truly overlooking a third-generation disciple's violation of discipline. Closing his eyes, the mentor explains that Chung Myung is allowed to leave the Mount Hua Sect without permission from the older generation. Beggar is surprised and asks who could possibly grant such authority to a third-generation disciple. Am raises his head and explains that the sect leader gave the order before asking if there is a problem. Beggar rests his fist against his palm and asks if that is really true. Silence fills the dining hall as everyone looks between the mentor and the elder. Suddenly, loud chewing breaks the silence. Beggar turns around and sees Chung Myung greedily eating chicken while casually commenting that the meat is a little tough. Everyone turns to look at him and the elder's face tightens with anger. At that moment, Finance Elder enters the dining hall with his hands behind his back. He walks forward, stops, and calmly looks around. The elder sees him and decides to pursue the matter without backing down. He stands, walks over, and greets the Finance Elder respectfully. The Finance Elder waves away the formalities, saying he only comes to check on everyone and is glad to see them enjoying themselves. He then asks Am to keep an eye on everyone without letting the celebration go too far. Beggar then says he has something to report, surprising the Finance Elder, who asks what happened. Beggar says he is embarrassed to mention it, but earlier that day he saw a third-generation disciple drinking at the inn. As soon as the Finance Elder hears this, he narrows his eyes in disbelief. He repeatedly questions whether a third-generation disciple was really drinking, asks if Beggar is certain, and wants to know which disciple he saw. Beggar confidently confirms that he witnessed it himself despite Chung Myung denying it. Thinking Chung Myung started the provocation, he points him out as the disciple involved. Chung Myung continues eating while glancing at him from the corner of his eye. After seeing who it is, the Finance Elder immediately calms down and asks if the disciple is Chung Myung. Beggar confidently confirms it and repeats that he saw him drinking. To his surprise, the Finance Elder simply asks what is wrong with that. When Beggar repeats that a third-generation disciple was drinking outside the Mount Hua Sect and considers it a violation, the Finance Elder asks whether Beggar is the one making the sect's rules. Beggar admits he is not. Finance Elder then asks whether any rule actually forbids drinking outside the Mount Hua Sect and says there is nothing wrong with Chung Myung having a drink. Beggar is left shocked, unable to understand what is happening. The Finance Elder continues scolding him, pointing out that many people live off Chung Myung's efforts without paying for their own meals, yet they criticize him for spending his own money on a drink. He asks whether becoming an elder means finding fault with such trivial matters. Throughout the exchange, Chung Myung keeps eating his chicken. The Finance Elder's face turns red as he points at Beggar and criticizes the second-generation disciples, saying they only know how to swing their swords and eat, leaving nothing to be proud of. The second-generation disciples turn toward the Finance Elder in surprise as he continues scolding them for eating meat bought with the money Chung Myung earned. He questions why they cannot tolerate Chung Myung spending a little of his own money on a drink instead of immediately reporting. Cold sweat appears on every disciple's face as the Finance Elder continues shouting, ordering them to stop eating because they have done nothing to deserve the meat. At that moment, someone suddenly covers his mouth. Henyang places a hand over the Finance Elder's face and happily remarks that he has finally found his favorite disciple. Afterward, the Finance Elder leaves with the elder to speak somewhere away from the children. The elder remains standing where he was scolded. Hearing loud chewing, he turns and sees the second-generation disciples gathered around Chung Myung, who continues eating with his cheeks full. Beggar watches in confusion, unable to understand what is happening. Later that evening, inside the second-generation disciples' residence, one of the disciples remarks that the situation is strange. He points out that not only the sect leader but also Elder Henyang and the Finance Elder seem to favor Chung Myung. Beggar quietly drinks from a cracked teacup while another disciple spreads his arms and says all the elders are looking after the boy. Beggar adds that even his sister barely speaks to them, yet he has seen her actively talking to Chung Myung despite them only spending a short time together. He recalls watching her approach Chung Myung. Turning to Beggar, another disciple asks what is happening. He tells Beggar not to stay angry for no reason. Beggar lowers his gaze and says he understands but still feels the situation is unfair. As Beggar pours himself more tea, his companion points out that they struggled for an entire year without receiving such treatment, yet one child child has gained all the elders' favor. Beekchin sets the teapot down and replies that the time when they sought favor has already passed. His companion says that is not what he means. Beekchin answers that he understands perfectly, realizing the issue is not simply about favor. Taking a sip of tea, Beekchin reflects that it almost feels as though Chung Myung has taken over the sect because the Mount Hua Sect they left before entering seclusion is completely different from the one they returned to. Looking at the old teacup with its chipped rim, he remembers the worn dishes, aging buildings, and everything in the Mount Hua sect that had been weathered by time. Back then, the second generation had been the sect's only hope for revival, and he believed he would be the one to lead that change. Now, after only a year, the sect has changed so much that it leaves him confused. The things he once thought had their own charm now simply look old and shabby. As he slowly turns the cracked teacup in his hand, the crack grows larger. Beekchin thinks that although he does not know how Chung Myung earned the elders' trust, the Mount Hua sect is still his home. He believes everyone in the sect should rely on him and that he should be the one to restore its future. Seeing him lost in thought, his companion asks whether they should simply leave Chung Myung alone, insisting that he should at least be scolded before he turns the Mount Hua sect upside down again. Beekchin continues looking at the cup before placing it on the table. He tells Beekang to calm down because he does not disagree but says they first need to understand one thing. Surprised, Beekang asks what he means. Closing his eyes, Beekchin says every situation has a beginning and an end. Before judging Chung Myung, they first need to understand why the elders are protecting him so strongly. As Beekang asks whether he has a way to find out, a man walks down the hallway. Beekchin turns to the side and says the person they need has arrived. A shadow appears behind the door, and after receiving permission to enter, Jang walks in. He greets the elders respectfully. Seeing him, Beekchin smiles and invites him over. As he pours him a cup of tea, he praises Jang for taking care of the teachers as the senior disciple during his absence. Jang humbly replies that he is only fulfilling his duty as a disciple of Mount Hua Sect. Beekchin sets the teapot down and says that something unusual has happened to the sect while he was away, all because of one disciple. Jang immediately realizes he is referring to Chung Myung. Sweating nervously, he apologizes for failing to guide him properly as the senior disciple and says he is willing to accept any punishment. Instead, Beekchin asks him to explain everything that has happened during his absence before he decides what to do. Confused, Jang later returns to Chung Myung's room and explains that Beekchin has summoned him alone. Chung Myung simply gives him permission to go. Before leaving, Jang hesitantly asks whether it is alright to tell Beekchin everything that has happened. Chung Myung calmly agrees. Rather than feeling relieved, Jang becomes even more uneasy. He thinks it would have been easier if Chung Myung had told him what to say. Although he believes he should honestly report everything to his senior, he cannot shake the feeling that he is betraying Chung Myung. After gathering his thoughts, Jang begins explaining everything from the day Chung Myung first entered the Mount Hua sect. As the story continues, silence falls over the room. Sweat covers Beekchin's face as he asks whether Chung Myung truly discovered the treasures and martial arts manuals left by the previous generation. Jang confirms it. Beekchin then asks whether Chung Myung also found the accounting ledger, paid off the sect's debts, and recovered its businesses. Jang confirms that as well. Still stunned, Beekchin asks about the most important matter. Jang explains that Chung Myung cured the leader of the Yunhe Trade Guild, and in return, the guild agreed to financially support the Mount Hua sect. Beekchin is left speechless. After a long pause, he dismisses Jang, who respectfully leaves and closes the door behind him. Beekchin remains staring into space until Beekang approaches with a troubled expression. He asks whether all of that means Chung Myung has single-handedly solved nearly every major problem facing the Mount Hua sect. A drop of sweat runs down Beekchin's face as he admits he finally understands why the elders protect Chung Myung so much. He explains that the achievements themselves are not the only issue. Since Chung Myung established a relationship with the Yunhe Trade Guild, his importance will continue to grow every time the Mount Hua sect earns money through that partnership. Thinking it over, Beekchin realizes even the sect leader now seems to view Chung Myung differently. Confused, Beekang wonders whether those accomplishments are truly that significant. He argues that the Mount Hua sect is a martial arts sect and that it is unheard of for such a sect to value a disciple because he earns money. He believes something must have gone wrong within the sect for this to happen. happen. Baekjin warns him to be careful with his words and asks whether he is criticizing their elders and teachers. Baekjin immediately lowers his head and says he never intended that. After a moment, Baekjin admits there is some truth to Baekjin's opinion. He agrees that the Mount Hua Sect is a martial arts sect, not a trade guild, no matter how much money Chung Myung earns. Martial training remains the sect's highest priority. Picking up his cup, Baekjin points out that the Huadong meeting is approaching. He says that once the elders begin preparing for it, they will no longer have time to focus on the younger generation. They will have no choice but to return their attention to martial training and the sect's original purpose. Baekjin looks at Baekjin, who asks whether not only the second generation but also the third generation will participate in the upcoming meeting. Baekjin says that if so, the younger disciples also need proper training, and as elders they should protect the third generation from disgrace rather than focus only on themselves. Baekjin nods and tells him to continue. Baekjin explains that while it is important for the second generation to train, they also have a responsibility to guide the next generation. With a slight smile, he suggests personally overseeing the third generation's martial arts training. Baekjin praises Baekjin for caring about and protecting the Mount Hua sect more than anyone else. At the same time, he realizes that simply drawing the elders' attention will not be enough. Thinking of Chung Myung, he concludes that if things continue this way, the third generation will eventually surpass the second. Before that happens, however, they need to be properly taught why they should respect their senior. Striking the table with a trembling hand, Baekjin strengthens his resolve. Baekjin smiles and says he hopes Chung Myung's martial arts are as impressive as his achievements. Otherwise, he believes Chung Myung will have a difficult time. The next morning, sunlight shines over the Mount Hua Sect. Chung Myung is still asleep in bed. Jang looks at him, relieved that he had worried for nothing. As Chung Myung turns over in his sleep and quietly mutters something, Jang wonders where all of his dignity has gone. Gul asks how the meeting went. Sitting on the bed, Jang explains that Baekjin made him recount everything Chung Myung has done since joining the Mount Hua sect. Gul asks whether he really told him everything, and Jang confirms that he did. When Gul asks if anything happened afterward, Jang says nothing did and wonders what would have been the point of hiding anything. Gul then asks how Baekjin reacted. Looking at the sleeping Chung Myung, Jang says the reaction is exactly what anyone would expect and thinks Chung Myung is completely reckless. He cannot understand how anyone would dare inconvenience not only the elders but even the mentor. Jang reflects that Baekjin has never been especially strict with the third generation, but now that their relationship has become strained, everyone knows things will change. Gul sighs, saying the others will end up suffering for it as well. Both of them let out a heavy sigh. Jang says everyone expected this once they heard the second generation disciples were returning. He asks Gul to gather the others and tell them to be more careful starting the next day. They do not need to do anything special, but they should avoid giving anyone a reason to criticize them. Gul immediately agrees and heads for the door. Before leaving, he stops and curiously asks who would win in a duel between Baekjin and Chung Myung. Jang immediately dismisses the question as nonsense and tells him to do what he was asked. As Gul leaves, he rolls his eyes. Watching him go, Jang thinks Gul is also in trouble because he now treats Baekjin more like a familiar elder than a respected senior. After sighing, Jang glances at Chung Myung, who continues sleeping peacefully without realizing what he has caused. Looking out the window, Jang thinks the Mount Hua sect's peaceful days are over. Elsewhere, while looking into a cup of tea, someone remarks that everything is unfolding exactly as the sect leader expected, because the relationship between the second and third generation disciples has become very different from before. The sect leader quietly agrees and reflects that this was inevitable. He recalls allowing Jang and Issel to work with the younger disciples because the age gap between the second and third generations is actually quite small. The youngest second generation disciple is nearly the same age as the oldest member of the third generation. Looking out over the Mount Hua sect, the sect leader reflects that although the sect remains one of the most respected martial arts sects, financial difficulties forced it to lower its recruitment standards. Instead of selecting only the most qualified candidates, it eventually had to accept children from families that financially supported the sect. The sect leader reflects that if the age gap between the second and third generations had been much larger, they would not have seen each other as rivals. However, with a difference of less than 10 years, conflict is almost inevitable. Looking into his cup, he wonders if they rushed things too quickly. The sect leader explains that the third generation disciples who once could not compete with the second generation have now changed. AM agrees. The sect leader realizes his concerns are becoming reality and believes the recent recent changes are all centered around one key person. Looking at his reflection in the tea, he remembers that Jang and Ghoul were once ordinary third-generation disciples. After they began spending time with Chung Myung, however, they started improving and accomplishing far more than before. Am lowers his head, blaming himself for not handling the situation better. The sect leader reassures him that it is not his fault. He explains that the White Hall was established as a separate building because they anticipated this problem when they accepted the third generation earlier than planned. Their intention was to separate the second generation so they could continue training among their peers while the third generation developed independently, since there was little for them to learn from one another at the time. Am asks what they should do now. Taking a sip of tea, the sect leader says people naturally clash from time to time and believes things will eventually settle down. Am worries that they are still responsible for their disciples and asks what will happen if a serious conflict breaks out. Smiling, the sect leader tells him to trust Baekjin, explaining that he is not someone who loses his temper easily. Hearing Baekjin's name, Am remains unconvinced. The sect leader asks whether Baekjin is not a polite and responsible disciple. Although his pride has been hurt, he believes Baekjin is not the type to let the relationship between the second and third generations deteriorate. He is confident Baekjin will resolve the situation on his own. Am simply responds with a doubtful remark before taking another sip of tea. Looking out the window, he still feels the situation is far from good. The next day is bright and clear. The third generation disciples lie exhausted on the training ground, begging for a chance to rest because they can barely move. Chung Myung looks at them and explains that repeated hardship makes both iron and people stronger. He adds another saying, causing everyone to stare at him in confusion because it makes little sense. At that moment, heavy footsteps approach. Baekjin enters the training ground and sternly asks who allowed them to lie down during training. The students immediately turn toward him. Walking past them, Baekjin says the second-generation disciples came because they were concerned, and their worries were justified since the younger disciples slack off without supervision. Chung Myung watches him in confusion. Baekjin asks whether they really think they can rest when the Mount Hua Sect has the upcoming South Valley meeting to prepare for. He then orders them to clean the training grounds after practice and make sure the entire sect is spotless. As the second-generation disciples leave, they explain that this is the punishment for slacking off. The third-generation disciples remain frozen, confused by the sudden order to clean. Ghoul wonders why the second-generation disciples suddenly appeared. Someone asks what is wrong with them, and Chung Myung calmly folds his hands behind his back before wondering if they ate something bad. Suddenly, he sharply turns his head to the side. Chung Myung looks at Ghoul in confusion and asks what he is staring at. Ghoul frowns, wondering whether Chung Myung has any conscience at all. Later, inside a room with the doors tightly shut, the third-generation disciples are drilled under strict orders. They are told not to bend their knees while walking, to march properly, and even to ask permission before leaving to get a drink of water. Ghoul suddenly stops and puts his hands on his hips, complaining that it is unbearable. He says he is used to being beaten during training, but this kind of treatment feels like torture, and he never thought the elders would act this way. Jang frowns and says the elders seem determined to bring back the old rules. Ghoul complains that there used to be a rule requiring Mount Hua Sect disciples to never let go of their swords, wondering whether that means carrying them to meals, the bathroom, and even while sleeping. He also points out that everyone gets punished even when only one person makes a mistake. Ghoul asks Jang whether they should do something about it. Folding his arms, Jang asks what they could possibly do. Ghoul argues that the elders are going too far, openly humiliating them, and should not be allowed to continue treating the students this way. Jang sighs and turns to Chung Myung, asking whether they should do something. Chung Myung asks what exactly they should do. Jang explains that the elders clearly want the younger disciples to submit to them. He says he knows Chung Myung well enough not to expect him to bow, but if he simply gives them what they want, the situation might improve. Chung Myung interrupts and asks what exactly they want. Jang begins clarifying his point, but Chung Myung cuts him off again. Standing up with his hands on his knees, he says he has a much better solution that will settle everything. As he confidently walks toward the door, Jang grows suspicious and asks what he means. Smiling, Chung Myung opens the door and casually announces that he will simply beat up the elders. The hallway is packed with people. Jang's expression changes instantly as he shouts for everyone to stop Chung Myung before he gets away. Chung Myung's eyes light up as he dashes through the hallway. The others grit their teeth and rush after him, convinced they will be in serious trouble if they fail to stop him. He sprints past everyone at incredible speed, knocking one disciple to the floor. Someone shouts that Chung Myung is too fast to catch this way. Another disciple jumps in front of him to block his path, but Chung Myung effortlessly ducks and slips past everyone trying to grab him. With the exit in sight, he races toward the doors, but they suddenly swing open as more elders rush inside. Several of them seize his arms while others pile on, shouting for everyone to help hold him down. More disciples jump into the struggle. One grabs Chung Myung's leg and the others quickly latch onto him as well. Just as Chung Myung tries to leap free, Ghoul charges in and tackles him face first onto the floor. Chung Myung struggles and demands to be released, but Ghoul shouts for everyone to ignore him and not let go under any circumstances. Still trying to break free, Chung Myung complains that these lunatics are using methods that were unacceptable even 1,000 years ago. He kicks his legs and tries to push himself up on his hands, but someone immediately shouts for everyone to hold him even tighter. Ghoul grabs Chung Myung by the shoulders and warns that attacking an elder will get him expelled from the Mount Hua Sect. Jang steps forward and says he understands Chung Myung's frustration, but now is not the time. He reminds him that the South Valley meeting is approaching. Still furious, Chung Myung listens as Jang asks him to think about the situation. Baekjin is responsible for leading the second-generation disciples, and if Chung Myung beats him now, how will he be able to represent the sect afterward? Chung Myung immediately says he only intends to beat Baekjin enough that he can still fight, since controlling his strength is his specialty. Jang sighs, knowing from experience that Chung Myung is capable of doing exactly that. Even so, Jang insists that he cannot allow it. He asks Chung Myung to consider whether the elders would have any dignity left if one of the third-generation disciples defeated them. He then urges him to endure the situation a little longer, saying that no matter how difficult things are now, it is still better than being humiliated by the South Valley disciple. Hearing the South Valley meeting mentioned again, Chung Myung gradually calms down. He lowers his gaze and lets out a breath. Ghoul looks toward Jang, who gives a small nod. Ghoul slowly releases Chung Myung and everyone else lets go as well before stepping back. Sitting on the floor, Chung Myung asks whether he really has to wait until after the South Valley meeting. Jang confirms that he does. Chung Myung agrees, saying he will respect the elders' efforts. Jang closes his eyes in relief, feeling grateful enough to nearly cry. A moment later, Chung Myung asks what he should do if the elders challenge him first. Jang shakes his head, saying he does not think that will happen. However, if it somehow does, he admits he will have no answer and tells Chung Myung he can do whatever he thinks is necessary. Chung Myung smiles, confirms that answer, and finally accepts it. Later, Baekjin is asked how things went. He replies that, surprisingly, Chung Myung remained calm. Although he was obviously angry, he neither resisted nor caused any further trouble. This is completely different from what Baekjin expected. He had assumed Chung Myung would immediately lose his temper if provoked. His original plan had been to use that reaction as an opportunity to discipline him and teach him not to challenge the elders. Thinking back to Chung Myung's restraint, Baekjin wonders if he is not as reckless as he first believed. He then asks Baekjin whether they pushed too hard. Baekjin replies that they already went as far as they reasonably could. If they had gone any further, even they would have been in the wrong. Baekjin continues reflecting before asking about the other third-generation disciples. Baekjin says they briefly observed them and aside from the unusual training, nothing else stood out. Baekjin adds that they cannot wait any longer. The elders could express their dissatisfaction at any time, and with the South Valley meeting approaching, the second generation also needs to begin preparing. Baekjin agrees, saying the time has come to act. Remembering Jang and Ghoul from before they entered closed-door training, he reflects that they were once innocent children. Looking at them now, he is surprised by how much they have changed in only a year. He concludes that people naturally become like those they spend time with. Because of that, he believes there is no reason to punish the entire third generation. Thinking of Chung Myung, Baekjin realizes the real issue lies with only one disciple. When Baekjin asks what they should do, Baekjin replies that they should simply follow the rules of the Mount Hua Sect and take especially good care of their precious Chung Myung. Baekjin looks toward the Mount Hua Sect and says that although Chung Myung is a little difficult, he will become a worthy swordsman. Problem, he believes, is only the method. He says he would rather not use harsh measures, but with so little time left, they have no other choice. Beking smiles and agrees that one day the younger disciples will understand the elder's intention. Beekchin smiles back, believing that even if it is painful now, they will understand in the future. That night, the sect is quiet under the bright moon. No lights are visible inside the building. The door slowly opens and Chung Myung carefully peeks outside. After confirming no one is around, he quietly slips out with his sword. After running for a while, he reminds himself not to return to the same place twice. Walking through the forest, he thinks that although he has already been caught twice, there will not be a third time because no one gets caught 3 times doing the same thing. Letting out a sigh, he finds it ridiculous that he has to avoid a group of youngsters. He remembers Ghoul complaining that the elders invented pointless rules and tried to train everyone with them, thinking that if he wants something done properly, he should handle it himself. He also recalls Jang asking him to be patient. As he continues through the forest, he realizes something has been bothering him lately. Whenever he looks at Jang, he is reminded of the sect leader. Their faces are different, but the worried expression they both wear whenever he causes trouble is almost identical, and unexpectedly it makes him feel a little guilty. Looking up at the night sky, Chung Myung decides to wait until the Huadong meeting is over. Although he originally wanted to beat up the Beak generation, what he truly wants is to deal with the Southern Edge sect. After walking farther into the forest, he finds a suitable clearing. Gripping his sword with both hands, he slowly begins drawing it from its scabbard. A faint rustling suddenly comes from behind him. Chung Myung immediately turns and scans the surrounding. His eyes widen as he cautiously looks in every direction, wondering whether someone is there. Closing his eyes, he complains that he cannot even relax in peace. He immediately thinks of Issel, remembering how she constantly follows him whenever he is alone. She usually keeps her distance when he is with the other third-generation disciples, but somehow appears out of nowhere whenever he is by himself. Since her presence is so difficult to sense, he can never avoid her in advance. Figure gradually appears through the fog. Seeing her glowing eyes, Chung Myung briefly wonders if she is a ghost. Although he has lived for decades, he has never seen one. He slowly reaches for his sword, reminding himself that people with extremely weak Kai can be nearly impossible to detect. Just then, Issel quietly calls out to him. Seeing her reflection in his blade, Chung Myung's pupils shrink in surprise. Under the bright moon, he spins around and angrily complains that she should at least make her presence known because she nearly scared him to death. Issel calmly points to herself, reminding him that she is his senior while he is her junior, and then points out that he should show proper manners toward his elders. Annoyed, Chung Myung asks why she is following him. Issel questions that assumption, causing Chung Myung to awkwardly correct himself. Embarrassed, he thinks that if the sect leader saw him now, he would probably laugh at the sight of a girl young enough to be his granddaughter lecturing him about manners. After letting out a sigh, Chung Myung stares at Issel. Looking into her eyes, he thinks that no matter how beautiful she appears on the outside, it is impossible to know what she is really thinking. Issel notices the sword in Chung Myung's hands, making him tense. Narrowing her eyes, she says it is the sword that creates Plum Blossom. Chung Myung's expression changes. Scratching his head awkwardly, he claims he has no idea what she is talking about. He tells her she is imagining things and insists she should stop wasting his time. Ignoring his denial, Issel asks him to teach her. Chung Myung freezes in shock and asks her to repeat herself. Issel calmly repeats that she wants him to teach her the sword that creates Plum Blossom. Confused, Chung Myung realizes this is the real reason she has been following him. Looking at the sword in her hands, he thinks she would normally question where he learned a technique that does not belong to the Mount Hua Sect or accuse him of using some strange martial art. He starts to ask whether she knows something but immediately stops himself. Once again, he insists he has no idea what she is talking about. Growing frustrated, Issel says she will report everything to the elders. Chung Myung smiles and tells her to do as she likes because he doubts anyone will believe her. She then says she will even report it to the sect leader. Still unconcerned, Chung Myung tells her to do whatever she wants. He thinks no one would believe that a disciple who has not even spent half a year at the Mount Mount Hua Sect could perform a sword technique that makes plum blossoms bloom across the sky. Resting the sword behind his back, he reminds Issel that she is his senior while he is the junior. He points out that a junior cannot teach a senior and that she should be the one teaching him instead. Issel pouts and grips her sword more tightly, continuing to ask him to teach her. She insists that martial arts have nothing to do with seniority. Rolling his eyes, Chung Myung grabs his head and says she must have imagined it. He suggests she either dreamed it or mistook what she saw because of exhaustion, repeating that he has no idea what she is talking about and telling her to forget about it. After a brief silence, Issel lowers her head and quietly says she cannot be mistaken. Tightening her grip on her sword, she explains that she has seen the technique before. Hearing that, Chung Myung falls into deep thought. He realizes she is referring to the Plum Blossom Sword, one of the Mount Hua Sect's secret techniques. Among the sect's countless sword arts, only a handful can produce real blooming plum blossoms instead of merely imitating them. The technique is never recorded in manuals and is passed down orally only to those who reach the rank of elder. He remembers the day every elder of the Mount Hua Sect died atop Mount Shuanged Mountain. Their swords remained planted in the ground, stained with blood, leaving no one behind to preserve the true inheritance. Gripping his sword tightly, Chung Myung realizes Issel is claiming she has seen the Plum Blossom Sword used by someone other than him. His expression hardens, and he suddenly asks what connection she has to the Southern Edge Sect. An awkward silence follows. Looking puzzled, Issel asks what the Southern Edge Sect is. Chung Myung slowly begins drawing his sword. Slightly leaning forward, Issel asks why. Watching her closely, Chung Myung wonders whether she is pretending. However, her confused expression appears completely genuine. He begins to doubt she could fake such ignorance. He then remembers that even if she had encountered the Southern Edge Sect's 12 Snowflake sword, no one there should be capable of reproducing the true Plum Blossom Sword, whose full power can only be displayed through the Mount Hua Sect's martial art. He slowly returns the sword to its scabbard before asking what she means when she says she has seen the technique before. He asks where and when she saw it. After another pause, Issel quietly answers that she saw it in the distant past. Looking up at him, she says it was a very long time ago before pleading once more for him to teach her. Closing his eyes, Chung Myung repeats that he truly does not understand what she is talking about. Issel tightens her grip on her sword and quietly accepts his answer. Chung Myung's eyes widen in surprise when Issel suddenly agrees. Looking at her lowered head, he wonders if she has finally given up. The next moment she grabs the hilt of her sword. Drawing it without hesitation, Issel says that if he refuses to teach her, she has no other choice. Her eyes fill with determination as she throws the scabbard onto the ground. Confused, Chung Myung asks whether she has lost her mind. He tells her once again that he will not teach her and asks why she is drawing her sword. Without changing her expression, Issel reminds him that he is her junior. Taking a stance, she declares that if he refuses to learn willingly, she will train him herself. Watching her, Chung Myung realizes why none of the Beak generation seem particularly close to her. He concludes that she is completely unreasonable. Announcing that she is attacking, Issel suddenly dashes forward. Chung Myung barely avoids the first strike. Seeing him evade it, she frowns and immediately begins launching another series of attacks. As her sword spins through the air, Chung Myung realizes how sharp it is and thinks she is genuinely trying to cut him down. Issel lands lightly before instantly closing the distance again. While switching her sword from one hand to the other, she attacks with fluid, unpredictable movements. Chung Myung recognizes the technique as the same unusual sword style he witnessed before. He continuously dodges while realizing that her swordsmanship is so fast and flexible that it creates the illusion of multiple attacks. When she switches hands again, one strike barely grazes his hair. Gripping his own sword, Chung Myung realizes that neither the third-generation disciples nor even Un-Am could perform swordsmanship like this. He also notices that her style resembles one of the oldest traditions of the Mount Hua Sect. Another slash cuts several strands of his hair. Startled, he leaps backward and complains that she nearly killed him. Breathing heavily, Issel insists he was capable of avoiding it before immediately launching another attack. Forced onto the defensive, Chung Myung raises his sword only to block. He knows that if Issel has no connection to the Southern Edge Sect, injuring his senior would only make him appear disrespectful. He decides he can only defend himself without hurting her. Issel lowers her stance as her eyes begin shining intensely. She spins rapidly with her sword before gradually slowing down. Jumping backward again, Chung Myung wonders what kind of senior tries to kill her own junior. Looking more carefully, however, he notices something unusual. Her eyes seem slightly unfocused. He immediately realizes she has become completely immersed in her swordsmanship. She has entered a trance, allowing her instincts to guide her blade. As Issel rushes forward again, Chung Myung knows interrupting someone in that state could ruin their breakthrough or even drive them insane. He continues dodging instead of interfering. Even so, he notices that despite her incredible speed, her attacks still contain several flaws. Watching each swing, he instinctively thinks about the proper angles and how each strike should be adjusted. When he finally blocks one attack, he realizes the correction is exactly right. Issel stares at her sword in surprise. Sliding to a stop, she remains frozen where she stands, clearly confused by what just happened. Watching from the side, Chung Myung realizes she has entered a genuine state of enlightenment during the fight. Without taking his eyes off her, he reflects that he once believed Chagall possessed the greatest talent with the sword in the Mount Hua Sect, but Issel's natural aptitude surpasses even that. After remaining motionless for a moment, Issel regains her focus. She fixes an intense gaze on Chung Myung, pushes off the ground, and charges at him once again. Chung Myung watches Issel in surprise, realizing her speed is exceptional. As he dodges another strike, he thinks she should hold her sword slightly higher. Her blade slices past his face with enough force to cut a person's throat. Preparing for the next attack, Issel swings again. Chung Myung raises his sword, realizing her strike is too low. He blocks it while mentally correcting the angle. As she attacks again, he continues judging each movement, thinking where her sword should be positioned instead. He subtly adjusts his own defense to guide the exchange without harming her. Issel leaps forward once more. At that moment, someone watches them from the top of a nearby cliff. Beggar clenches his fists as he looks down at the scene. Chung Myung and Issel continue facing each other in silence. Watching her carefully, Chung Myung realizes her swordsmanship is improving, but only temporarily. Judging by her heavy breathing, he concludes she is sinking even deeper into her state of self-forgetfulness. Beggar takes a deep breath before shouting at Chung Myung, demanding to know what he is doing. Looking up in surprise, Chung Myung recognizes him and wonders where he came from. Without hesitation, Beggar draws his sword and leaps from the cliff. With sword chi surrounding his blade, he charges straight toward Chung Myung while angrily calling him out. Chung Myung's eyes narrow. He immediately pushes off ground to meet the attack, his legs gathering power as he launches upward. With a powerful kick, he strikes Beggar's sword. The collision sends a violent wave of energy across the area. Beggar stares in surprise as Chung Myung forces him backward. Chung Myung's expression remains calm as he pushes Beggar away. The elder crashes to the ground while Chung Myung lands lightly a moment later. Dust rises around Beggar. Chung Myung sighs, thinking it is dangerous to recklessly use sword chi like that. He suddenly remembers Issel. Turning around, he hurries toward her, worried that the clash might have interrupted her breakthrough. Looking closely, he sees her eyes are still unfocused. Relieved, he realizes she has not awakened from her trance. He understands how valuable such a state is for a swordsman and knows losing it would have been a lifelong regret. Beggar stands and angrily demands to know what Chung Myung is doing. Holding his sword tightly, Chung Myung asks whether someone who truly understands martial arts would draw a sword while another swordsman is in the middle of self-forgetfulness. Beggar is caught off guard. Pointing toward Issel, Chung Myung asks what Beggar would have done if Precious' senior disciple had been injured. Beggar argues that everything would have been fine if Chung Myung had simply not fought back. Raising an eyebrow, Chung Myung asks whether Beggar is seriously suggesting he should have stood there and died. The two silently glare at each other. Rolling his eyes, Chung Myung wonders whether the entire Beak generation is full of lunatics. Normally, only a few unreasonable people exist in any group, but he feels the situation is somehow reversed here. Beggar angrily insists he never intended to kill him. Chung Myung calmly counts on his fingers, pointing out that Beggar released killing intent, drew his sword, and used sword chi. From Chung Myung's perspective, he did everything necessary to kill someone. Beggar's expression stiffens as he realizes Chung Myung is right. He remembers their clash in midair and cannot understand how Chung Myung Myung escaped completely unharmed. His anger grows, and he decides there is no point asking any more questions about Chung Myung's action. Gripping his sword firmly, Baekjun orders Chung Myung to lower his weapon and step back immediately. Otherwise, he says, he will face him not as an elder but as a fellow swordsman. Chung Myung becomes interested and asks if Baekjun is serious. Thinking about it, he decides he would actually be grateful. His attention suddenly shifts back to Issel, who still stands completely motionless. Watching her, he thinks that with just a little more guidance, her breakthrough could become something extraordinary. Such opportunities are incredibly rare, and being present to help her could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Letting out a sigh, he reluctantly looks away. He thinks it is a shame to lose an opportunity that could help restore the Mount Hua Sect. Now that the chance has passed, however, there is nothing he can do. His gaze returns to Baekjun, and he decides dealing with the person who interrupted the breakthrough is a different matter. Placing his hands on his hips, Chung Myung asks whether everything will really be alright. Before Baekjun can respond, he explains that he is only concerned because Baekjun is his senior. If a senior fights a junior, his reputation could suffer. Baekjun steps forward and says he has already gone too far to worry about his reputation. He adds that no elders or mentors are deep in the mountains to protect Chung Myung. Although Chung Myung may be punished later, no one can save him right now. Chung Myung hums thoughtfully and remarks that it has been a long time since he heard someone speak so boldly. Raising a finger, he says he has a better idea and asks Baekjun to hear him out. Suspicious, Baekjun asks what trick he is trying to play. Chung Myung proposes that they both swear no one will ever learn about the fight. That way, even if he is beaten, the elders will never hear about it and both of them can settle the matter as men. Baekjun listens silently while wondering what Chung Myung is planning. He accuses him of trying to avoid responsibility and says he will not let the matter end so easily. Chung Myung shakes his head and explains that he is not trying to escape. Instead, they should forget about ranks, mentors, disciples, and even the Mount Hua Sect and settle everything here without consequences. Smiling, he says neither of them will tell anyone what happened. No matter how badly he loses, he will remain silent, and if he breaks that promise, he will accept whatever punishment Baekjun chooses. He expects Baekjun to do the same. Baekjun studies him in disbelief. Chung Myung simply asks whether he agrees. After a moment, Baekjun accepts. He says they will keep the fight between themselves if Chung Myung also swears to it. Chung Myung immediately agrees. Baekjun draws his sword and declares that there will be no consequences afterward. Raising his blade, he says that during this fight they are not senior and junior but two equal swordsmen. He also intends to put an end to all the hostility between them. Hearing the words equal fight, Chung Myung smiles and wonders what nonsense Baekjun is talking about. Kicking off the ground, he charges forward and asks who decided the fight would be equal. Snorting confidently, he declares that Baekjun is already finished. Baekjun stares at him in disbelief. He cannot believe that a disciple who has not even spent 6 months at the Mount Hua Sect would speak this way. Raising his sword, Baekjun declares that his junior has truly lost his mind. Chung Myung calmly denies it. As sweat runs down Baekjun's face, he asks what Chung Myung means. With a fearless expression, Chung Myung replies that he is not the crazy one. The real madman is the person foolish enough to challenge him. Grinding his teeth, Baekjun realizes Chung Myung remains arrogant until the very end. He swings his sword, releasing glowing sword chi. Holding his own weapon behind his back, Chung Myung watches as Baekjun's blade flashes through the air. One slash cleanly splits a large stone in half, and the sound of the powerful swings echoes across the mount. Chung Myung clenches his fist as he studies Baekjun's stance, thinking his sword technique is rough. Baekjun grips his sword with both hands and charges straight at him. Chung Myung remains still, calmly watching his opponent approach. As he observes Baekjun's footwork, he realizes the movements resemble the Southern Edge Sect's rigid style rather than the original Mount Hua Sect technique. Watching the sword chi gather around Baekjun's blade, Chung Myung wonders if he has unknowingly followed the Southern Edge Sect's path. Shaking his head, he silently dismisses it as a poor choice. Baekjun swings his sword, declaring that he will correct Chung Myung's attitude today. Chung Myung narrowly avoids the strike while carefully observing every movement. Seeing the opening, he remarks that no one has ever succeeded in correcting his habits. His fist flashes forward. Before Baekjun can react, punch lands squarely on his nose with a loud crack. The impact sends him flying backward until he crashes into a large stone slab. Coughing up blood, Baekjun struggles to his feet while Chung Myung calmly watches him. His body trembles as he tries to stand. Chung Myung orders orders him to get back up. Breathing heavily, Begchin asks how Chung Myung found an opening. Chung Myung explains that Begchin altered the footwork of a technique designed for constant changes, believing it had no weaknesses. Begchin asks why no one else ever noticed that flaw. Chung Myung replies that it is because all of Begchin's opponents have made the same mistake. Biting his lip, Begchin forces himself upright despite his unsteady leg. Chung Myung asks whether he is really going to continue. Looking ahead, Begchin asks whether his technique is truly wrong. Chung Myung answers that Begchin is only slightly ahead of his juniors for now, but they will eventually surpass him. Angered by the remark, Begchin demands to know how Chung Myung could possibly judge him after joining the sect only a short time ago. Sighing, Chung Myung thinks Begchin is repeating the same mistakes he has seen countless times before. Similar situations happened repeatedly throughout history because people failed to recognize where gradual changes would eventually lead. With the experience gained over countless breakthroughs, Chung Myung can clearly see the problem. Stepping forward, he tells Begchin that he should be grateful to be a disciple of the Mount Hua Sect. Cracking his wrists, Chung Myung says that under different circumstances he would simply beat Begchin with his fist. However, since Begchin is one of the Mount Hua Sect prized disciples, he will beat him while also helping him improve. With determined eyes, Chung Myung draws his sword and tells Begchin not to worry because he will use the sword instead of his fist. He explains that many people believe the Mount Hua Sect's swordsmanship is merely about imitating blooming plum blossom. As he approaches, however, he says that only those who do not truly understand the sect believe that. The Mount Hua Sect's swordsmanship is not simply an imitation of plum blossom. He pauses, then waves away the explanation, deciding Begchin would not understand through words alone. Smiling, Chung Myung points his sword forward and says it will be easier to demonstrate. Begchin, still bleeding from the nose, carefully watches him. Suddenly, Chung Myung disappears into motion. Before Begchin can respond, Chung Myung strikes his leg. The sudden pain forces a cry from him. The attacks continue without pause. Chung Myung lands precise blows to Begchin's shoulder, wrist, lower back, knee, and ankle in rapid succession. Unable to withstand the barrage, Begchin cries out in pain and loses his grip on the sword, sending it flying away. Chung Myung swings his sword again, striking Begchin across the shoulder. Unable to endure any longer, Begchin collapses to the ground. Without stopping, Chung Myung walks toward him with his sword in hand. Begchin looks up in horror as Chung Myung smiles. Laughing, Chung Myung announces that the next strike is aimed at Begchin's head before bringing the flat of his sword down hard. Begchin's vision blurs. Chung Myung raises the sword again and delivers several more blows to his head. By the final strike, Begchin is completely exhausted and the bandage around his head comes loose and falls to the ground. Lying there without strength, Begchin wonders why Chung Myung announced 5 strikes but actually hit him 6 times. After some time, Begchin slowly regains his senses. His face is covered in blood and his vision is still blurred. Chung Myung crouches beside him with a smile and asks whether his senior has finally woken up. Startled, Begchin instinctively backs away until he bumps his head against the rock behind him. Chung Myung asks why he is so surprised. Gently touching the back of his head, Begchin realizes he has completely lost. The outcome is so one-sided that there is no point questioning who won. After catching his breath, he says there is one thing he wants to ask. Looking at Chung Myung, Begchin asks how he became so strong. Surprised by the question, Chung Myung realizes that even after such a crushing defeat, Begchin accepts reality far more quickly than expected. Squatting in front of him, Chung Myung says the issue is not that he is especially strong. He pokes Begchin in the shoulder and says Begchin is simply too weak. Begchin immediately objects, but Chung Myung calmly repeats that he is weak. Clutching his chest, Begchin insists he is one of the leading disciples of the Beak generation and that he will someday become the sect leader and restore the Mount Hua Sect. Chung Myung asks whether simply believing that proves he is not weak. Pointing directly at him, Chung Myung says Begchin is like a frog living at the bottom of a well. He explains that Begchin has become comfortable inside a narrow world where no one around him can challenge him. Still holding his chest, Begchin quietly asks whether Chung Myung truly sees him that way. Chung Myung then asks whether Begchin knows the Mount Hua Sect is declining. After a pause, Begchin admits that he does. He says he has devoted himself to reviving the sect by any means possible. Listening carefully, Chung Myung asks what effort he is talking about. From his perspective, Begchin has done very little. He recalls how Begchin and the other second-generation disciples spent their time in closed-door training, returned, relaxed along the way, and only shortly before the Huadong meeting decided to begin training the younger disciple. Chung Myung asks whether that is really what Baekjin considers hard work. He explains that true effort means sacrificing the time spent pursuing one's own desires. Simply using the remaining time efficiently is not the same thing. Looking directly into Baekjin's eyes, Chung Myung says he never truly pushed himself. Instead, he became satisfied with being the strongest person in the small world of the Mount Hua Sect, where no one above him remained to challenge or criticize him. Still crouching, Chung Myung asks whether the Southern Edge sect is the only real rival Baekjin has ever faced. He points out that across the martial world there are many second-generation disciples stronger than Baekjin. He then asks whether getting slightly ahead inside one sect is enough to consider himself truly strong. Tilting his head, Chung Myung calmly concludes that the difference is not because he himself is extraordinary, it is because Baekjin has become weak. Baekjin glares at him and asks whether he truly believes there are many disciples from other sects who are stronger than he is. Without hesitation, Chung Myung replies that there certainly are, leaving Baekjin speechless. Looking Baekjin in the eye, Chung Myung says he did not win because he is exceptionally strong. He explains that Baekjin would struggle even against the Southern Edge sect now, let alone disciples from places like Shaolin, Wudang, or the Namgung family. Compared to them, defeating Baekjin would not be especially difficult. Clutching his robe in frustration, Baekjin lowers his head and quietly admits that he already knows that. His answer surprises Chung Myung. Baekjin says he has always known his limits. As a disciple of the Mount Hua sect, he can only work with what he has and continue doing his best. Chung Myung immediately taps him on the head with his sword and says he is not trying at all. Kneeling in front of him, Chung Myung explains that the problem is not effort alone but that Baekjin has chosen the wrong direction. He asks whether Baekjin really believes anyone can become a master simply by working hard. Pointing off into the distance, he says someone could spend 500 years striking a scarecrow and still learn nothing if they practice incorrectly. Baekjin looks at the ground before asking whether Chung Myung knows the right path. Chung Myung calmly replies that he certainly knows it better than Baekjin. After staring at him for a moment, Baekjin asks whether Chung Myung can make him stronger. Smiling, Chung Myung confidently says he can. Baekjin presses a hand against the ground and rises before asking Chung Myung to make him stronger. He declares that he will follow every instruction without question. Then, folding his hands together, he sincerely asks Chung Myung to teach him. He says he is willing to learn from someone younger if it will make him stronger. He even says he is prepared to call Chung Myung his older brother if necessary. Looking at him in surprise, Chung Myung immediately refuses. Baekjin is stunned and asks why, believing everything Chung Myung said was meant to guide him. Chung Myung simply replies that teaching him would be far too exhausting. Silence falls between them. Standing up, Chung Myung says Baekjin has misunderstood something because they are not finished yet. Fear appears on Baekjin's face as Chung Myung explains that people are naturally selfish. He says Baekjin has already convinced himself that everything is settled and that he has fully made up for his actions simply by training the third-generation disciple. Smirking, Chung Myung says that is only the beginning. Raising his sword, he explains that the consequences for exposing him and creating all this trouble are far from over. Looking at Baekjin's frightened expression, Chung Myung says he still has not understood what really happened. Holding the sword over him, Chung Myung tells him not to worry because the night is long and before it ends, he will understand everything. Pointing at the torn pieces of clothing scattered on the ground, Chung Myung says they will figure out exactly why Baekjin is so weak, why his swordsmanship is flawed, and why he could not even touch him. With renewed determination, Chung Myung attacks again. The sounds of their fight echo throughout the forest. After everything is over, Chung Myung stretches, sits down on the ground, and lets out a satisfied laugh. Closing his eyes, he breathes deeply, feeling relieved that the problem has finally been settled. After a moment, he gets back up and looks toward Baekjin, who lies motionless near the cliff. Chung Myung assumes he is only pretending to be unconscious. Although he beat him thoroughly, he is confident he did not inflict any lasting injuries. At worst, Baekjin simply passed out and will recover on his own. Whether he is in pain is no longer Chung Myung's concern. Satisfied, Chung Myung thinks that knocking Baekjin unconscious has made him feel much better. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted. Isil's face appears directly in front of him. A startled scream from Chung Myung echoes through the entire forest. Chung Myung grabs his chest and tells Isil to at least least make her presence known before appearing. Issel looks at him in confusion and says she already did. When Chung Myung asks when, she points behind him. Following her gaze, Chung Myung looks toward Baekchan's unconscious body. Issel explains that she revealed herself while Chung Myung was beating him. Surprised, Chung Myung asks whether she saw everything. Issel replies that she only saw part of it. The two stare at each other awkwardly. Sweat runs down Issel's face as she nervously asks whether he is going to silence the witness. Chung Myung immediately dismisses the idea, saying that would be going too far. Still looking at her suspiciously, he studies the back of her head. Confused, Issel asks why he keeps looking at it. Scratching his chin, Chung Myung casually remarks that if someone is hit hard enough on the back of the head, they can lose their memory. Issel immediately looks away and hurriedly says she has already forgotten everything. Narrowing his eyes, Chung Myung asks if she is telling the truth. Still avoiding his gaze, Issel repeats that she remembers nothing. Watching her reaction, Chung Myung concludes that pretending to be foolish is a surprisingly effective survival instinct. The two sit facing each other in silence until Issel once again asks him to teach her swordsmanship. Chung Myung sighs, realizing the subject has returned. Since she even witnessed him happily beating Baekchan, he knows he cannot simply ignore her anymore. Looking directly into her eyes, he asks why she wants to learn that sword style. Issel quietly replies that she cannot reveal the reason, only that she absolutely must master it. Chung Myung assumes she is only fascinated by the beauty of the Plum Blossom Sword. He asks again and Issel simply nods. Still unconvinced, Chung Myung explains that she does not need to ask him because the style originally belongs to the Mount Hua Sect. She should simply wait until the sect recovers and inherits it naturally. Issel points out that the technique no longer exists within the Mount Hua Sect. After thinking for a moment, Chung Myung admits she is right but says the style will eventually return once the sect is ready. He stands up and raises two fingers. A blue glow gathers around them as he traces a line through the air. His movements gradually accelerate, leaving countless glowing trails behind. Issel watches without blinking. The flowing lines remind her of the moon sword technique she spent years practicing, yet she immediately realizes Chung Myung's movements are fundamentally different. The difference is not merely in technique but in the very principles behind it. Completely absorbed, she watches every motion before asking whether this is the moon sword. Chung Myung confirms that it is. With one final motion, the glowing lines disappear. He asks whether she understands. Issel honestly shakes her head and admits she understands nothing except that he is demonstrating the direction she should pursue. Chung Myung explains that reaching that level requires mastering the fundamentals first. Until she reaches the proper foundation, she will never be able to understand the technique. Smiling, he says she has grasped the important point. For now, she should focus on refining the basic. Issel nods, saying she understands. Chung Myung smiles and tells her that, in return, he will never teach her if she tells anyone what happened that night. Issel immediately agrees. Calling her clever, Chung Myung pats her on the head. Frowning, Issel reminds him that she is the senior while he is the junior. Ignoring the correction, Chung Myung pats her head once more and repeats that she is smart. Chung Myung starts walking away as Issel stands still, frowning. After taking a few steps, he stops and adds one last instruction. Pointing toward Baekchan's unconscious body, he tells Issel to carry him back to his room because leaving him there will only cause rumors. With that, Chung Myung leaves, leaving Issel alone. She does not answer. Instead, she quietly thinks about Plum Blossom Sword. Closing her eyes, she remembers her father promising that he would one day restore that sword style. In her memory, he says he will return to the Mount Hua Sect, take responsibility for his mistakes, and invites her to go with him because there is no place more beautiful than the Mount Hua Sect. Issel opens her eyes and leaves the memory behind. Standing up, she quietly decides that she must learn the Plum Blossom Sword no matter what. Meanwhile, Chung Myung returns to his residence. As soon as the door opens, Gul and Jang turn around in surprise. Relieved to see him back, they ask where he has been. Chung Myung instead asks why they are still awake and jokes that they must already be getting used to the new training. Gul explains that they stayed awake because of the commotion. Chung Myung asks what happened. Jang tells him that the second-generation disciples came to the White Plum Pavilion looking for the missing Baekchan. Rolling his eyes, Chung Myung figures they probably suspected someone from the White Plum Pavilion had kidnapped him. Thinking about it, he admits it is a clever assumption and jokes that if he had realized that sooner, things would have been much easier. Annoyed, he remarks that everyone is now under suspicion. Jang smiles in relief and says that at least Chung Myung is not involved. Chung Myung immediately corrects him, saying that he is. His companions stare at him in disbelief. Seeing their expressions, Chung Myung wonders why they look so miserable instead of happy. Jang cautiously asks whether Chung Myung was with Baekjin. Looking away, Chung Myung asks what Jang is imagining. Nervously, Jang says he is sure Chung Myung would never do something so reckless because he knows how to think things through. He hesitantly asks whether Chung Myung really hit Baekjin like he threatened to before. Scratching his chin, Chung Myung casually asks whether there is much difference between punching someone and beating them. Gul comments that punching someone in the face usually earns extra points. Waving them off, Chung Myung tells them to stop treating him like a child. Relieved, Jang says he knew Chung Myung would never actually attack an elder, no matter how unpredictable he is. With an innocent expression, Chung Myung calmly replies that he did not merely hit Baekjin, he beat him thoroughly. Jang begins replying that Baekjin already looked miserable enough before suddenly realizing what Chung Myung actually said. His face immediately turns pale. Moments later, his horrified shouting echoes through the building as he grabs Chung Myung by the collar and demands to know whether there is any limit to his recklessness. He reminds him that attacking an elder is an extremely serious offense. Chung Myung casually kicks Jang away, straightens his clothes, and says he already handled everything to avoid any consequences, so Jang should calm down. Nearly in tears, Jang cannot believe Chung Myung went through with it despite knowing the risks. While Gul tries to calm Jang down, Jang covers his face and says that no matter how outrageous Chung Myung usually is, there are still lines that should never be crossed. He believes Chung Myung ignored those boundaries from the very beginning. Chung Myung remains silent until Jang asks what Baekjin said afterward and whether he was even able to speak. When Chung Myung reveals that Baekjin asked him to make him stronger, both Jang and Gul are stunned. Gul scratches his head and admits that, strangely enough, it makes some sense. Jang still cannot understand it. He points out that Baekjin is their senior while they are the juniors. After a brief silence, Jang asks whether Chung Myung accepted. Chung Myung replies that he refused. When they ask why, he casually explains that he still was not satisfied, so he beat Baekjin a little more until he felt better. Leaving the two speechless, Chung Myung walks past them and tells them to stop filling their heads with useless thoughts and go to sleep. By morning, he says they will understand everything themselves. Jang watches him walk away, still unable to believe that Chung Myung really defeated Baekjin. Looking at Gul, Jang asks if this is some kind of joke. Gul raises a finger and realizes something important about Chung Myung. He says Chung Myung never lies or makes empty claims. Hearing that, Jang turns pale, realizing that if Chung Myung truly said he defeated Baekjin, then it must have happened. As the realization sinks in, Jang wonders what the Mount Hua Sect is becoming. The next morning, Jang and Gul step into the courtyard. Looking at the empty gate, Jang places a hand on his chest and wonders why the second-generation disciples have not appeared yet. He expected them to arrive early and continue tormenting the younger disciples. Remembering Chung Myung confidently saying he had already taken care of everything, Jang wonders if it was actually true. Although he cannot imagine how beating an elder could possibly resolve anything, the unusual silence makes him question it. Gul remarks that everything seems strangely quiet. He then asks whether Chung Myung really defeated Baekjin. Without opening his eyes, Jang replies that Chung Myung would never lie. Otherwise, things would not be so peaceful. Surprised, Gul realizes that Chung Myung is actually stronger than Baekjin. He then wonders how Chung Myung would compare to the Southern Edge sect. If he could defeat Baekjin so thoroughly, perhaps he could defeat them as well. Jang asks what difference that would make. Gul says it would change everything. Standing in front of the White Plum Hall, Jang explains that producing a single martial arts master is certainly worth celebrating, but one person alone cannot revive the Mount Hua Sect. Even if Chung Myung brings glory to the sect, everything would return to the way it was if he suddenly disappeared. Looking toward the gate, Jang says that if they truly want to restore the Mount Hua Sect, they cannot rely only on Chung Myung. They all have to become stronger. Looking at Gul, Jang says the sect will truly be revived only when no one dares look down on any disciple of the Mount Hua Sect. After thinking it over, Ghoul agrees. Jang continues that because of that, he is also looking forward to the upcoming match against the Southern Edge Sect. He believes this time will be different. When Ghoul asks why, Jang pictures Chung Myung. He believes Chung Myung could become the hero who changes the Mount Hua Sect, although he also jokes that he could just as easily become a dictator who takes over their small sect. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by Chung Myung shouting for someone to leave him alone. Chung Myung runs across the courtyard while Issel chases after him, repeatedly asking him to teach her. She leaps through the air to attack him, but Chung Myung yells that she should ask one of the mentors instead. Issel replies that the technique she wants to learn is meant for women, so the mentors cannot teach it properly. Still running, Chung Myung protests that he does not look like a woman. Issel ignores his complaint and continues asking him to teach her. Watching the scene, Ghoul asks whether Issel has always been this talkative. Looking toward the sky, Jang suggests they begin their morning training, and Ghoul agrees. From a nearby cliff, Bekang and Baekchan quietly watch Issel chasing after Chung Myung while he desperately tries to escape. Bekang turns to Baekchan and asks whether he really intends to leave everything as it is. He points out that Chung Myung does not appear to feel any remorse and suggests punishing him. Baekchan looks at Bekang and asks whether he truly thinks Chung Myung should be punished. Before Bekang can respond, Baekchan tells him to forget about it. Confused, Bekang watches him in silence. Holding his side, Baekchan thinks he can never admit that he lost. The more he reflects on the fight, the more unbelievable it seems. He cannot understand how Chung Myung defeated him so completely without leaving any obvious external injuries. Staring at Chung Myung from afar, Baekchan remains conflicted as Bekang asks why he stopped the others from disciplining the third-generation disciples, unable to understand his intention. Baekchan closes his eyes and realizes there is no longer any need to discipline the third-generation disciple. Remembering Chung Myung's smiling face, he frowns and admits to himself that the real reason is simple: he does not want to be beaten again. Looking at Bekang, he says there is very little time left before the conference, and only now does he realize how short-sighted he has been. Baekchan explains that there will still be opportunities to deal with the third-generation disciples later. However, the annual meeting between the Mount Hua Sect and the Southern Edge Sect is far more important. The sect's reputation matters just as much as its internal affairs. Hearing this, Bekang agrees that it makes sense. Baekchan adds that their true enemies are not their own disciples but the Southern Edge Sect. He reminds Bekang why they spent so long training in seclusion. Bekang admits he is right and says he briefly lost sight of their real objective. Baekchan thinks that he is actually the one who lost his composure. He is relieved Bekang accepted his explanation because he would not know how to explain that he started the conflict only to back down afterward. Thanking Bekang for understanding, Baekchan orders the second-generation disciples to postpone all issues involving the younger generation. Their full attention should now be devoted to preparing for the upcoming meeting. He instructs everyone to polish their martial arts one final time and prepare thoroughly. Bekang nods and leaves to carry out the order. Watching him go, Baekchan sighs. He believes that once the competition is over, everyone will forget the minor conflicts with the third-generation disciples. Looking toward Chung Myung, who is still running away from Issel, Baekchan thinks everyone will soon witness an incredible sight. He believes the Southern Edge Sect will be even more shocked than they are. Although Chung Myung disrupted some of his plans, Baekchan decides to focus on what truly matters. For the past 2 years, his goal has been to prove himself before both the Mount Hua Sect and the Southern Edge Sect. Remembering the opponents who will participate this year, he realizes he has no time to waste. Clenching his fists, Baekchan leaves, determined to prove his worth. Flower petals drift over a teacup as news arrives that the Southern Edge Sect will be arriving that day. Tea is poured into a second cup as Unum is asked whether all the preparations have been completed. He calmly replies that everything is ready and there were no problems preparing to receive the guests. The sect leader looks around and reflects that, unlike previous years when the sect struggled with food shortages and the training grounds were in poor condition, this time they are able to properly welcome their visitors. Holding his teacup, he remarks that the more he thinks about it, the more amazed he is by how much Chung Myung has done for the Mount Hua Sect. Unum agrees, saying Chung Myung's contributions are not limited to improving their food and living conditions but have also restored the sect's honor. After taking a sip of tea, the sect leader asks how it tastes. Unum smiles and says the flavor is much richer this time. Properly dried plum blossom leaves create a deeper taste and make the tea tea feel much lighter. The sect leader sets his cup down and remarks that people only discovered this method after many decades. Looking at the tea leaves, he says they remind him of the Mount Hua sect itself. He explains that for years he struggled simply to keep the sect alive. Although he always spoke of restoring the Mount Hua sect to its former glory, in reality he was only trying to preserve what little remained. Listens quietly as the sect leader says they have endured hardship for a long time but have finally been given an opportunity. Picking up his cup again, the sect leader says that sometimes the right choice is to endure patiently instead of exhausting yourself with complicated plans and strategy. Glances across the table, realizing the Mount Hua sect is not the only thing that has begun to improve. The sect leader sits quietly with his head lowered. He reflects that sometimes it seems as though he has become satisfied with the Mount Hua sect's current state. However, people should continue striving to improve until the end of their lives, and he believes he must do the same. After taking a sip of tea, watches him with a faint smile, thinking that the sect leader truly deserves to lead the Mount Hua sect. The sect leader looks at who says that restoring the Mount Hua sect to its former glory requires a leader like him. The sect leader replies that, fortunately, everything is moving in the right direction. As the disciples continue training outside, the sect leader says the sect's recent progress is not his achievement alone, but the result of the disciples' effort. Frowns and asks what he means by saying it is not his merit. Setting his teacup down, the sect leader explains that he knows his own shortcomings well. If the Mount Hua sect had never fallen into decline, he would never have become its sect leader. If his senior brothers had remained, he would still be quietly studying Taoist scriptures. Immediately disagrees, saying that those who abandoned the Mount Hua sect proved they were unworthy of belonging to it. In his eyes, only the sect leader deserves to lead the sect. The sect leader smiles warmly before asking how the second-generation disciples are doing. Replies that they have finished training and are now resting, but admits he is worried that they may not be able to defeat the Southern Edge sect. The sect leader calmly takes another sip of tea. He then asks about the third-generation disciples and whether they are preparing well despite not participating in the upcoming conference. Answers that they have been training extremely hard. The sect leader quietly remarks that saying they are working hard is an understatement since they only recently joined the Mount Hua sect. He then asks to imagine a huge mountain suddenly appearing in front of him. When hesitates, the sect leader explains that if someone must cross it, they could walk around it or slowly climb over it if time allowed. He then asks what someone should do if neither option is possible and they must cross immediately. After thinking for a moment, replies that they would have no choice but to climb the mountain. The sect leader smiles slightly and says that even such a difficult climb provides valuable experience. If that is true, there is no reason to deliberately seek an easier mountain instead. Setting the teapot down, he explains that the meeting between the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect was originally meant to exchange experience. Winning or losing has never been the most important part. What truly matters, he says, is whether those who participate learn from the experience and become stronger. Agrees. Smiling, the sect leader says their guests have traveled a long way, so they should receive them with the greatest hospitality possible. Replies that, thanks to Mr. Hang and the support of the Yunhe Trade Guild, all the preparations have been completed without any problems. As the sect leader raises his teacup again, admits he is still worried that the Southern Edge sect may become arrogant during the conference. The sect leader tells him not to dwell on such concerns because he believes everything will work out well. After bowing respectfully, asks for permission to leave so he can personally inspect the preparations one final time before the guests arrive. The corridor grows quiet as leaves, leaving the sect leader alone. Steam rises from the untouched teacup before him. Looking at the floating tea leaves, the sect leader reflects that victory and defeat are not truly what matter. Lowering his head, he admits to himself that, as a Taoist, he has just told a blatant lie. In reality, victory matters greatly. His gaze shifts to a nearby book. Compared to the past, the Mount Hua sect now possesses records of the 7 Plum Blossom Sword technique. Even so, after taking another sip of tea, he realizes that alone is not enough to restore the Mount Hua sect to its former glory. Setting the cup down, he looks at his reflection in the tea and thinks that if only they also possessed the true Plum Blossom Sword technique. Letting out a heavy sigh, he silently prays to the sect's ancestors before straightening his back. he realizes the Mount Hua Sect still needs help. Elsewhere, beneath the bright sunlight, people walk through the streets below the towering mountain. Looking up at the peak, a young disciple remarks that the Mount Hua Sect truly was once one of the 10 great sects. Sohan looks around the small, aging village and comments that it hardly seems worthy of such a great sect. His companion smiles and replies that the village only exists because the Mount Hua Sect was once so powerful. Adjusting the strap of his bag, Jimin explains that the sect's influence was so great that it transformed the village into a place where even passing travelers chose to settle permanently. Sohan says he understands, but points out that the Mount Hua Sect has already lost its former strength. He questions the value of continuing this annual meeting, arguing that competing against an obviously weaker sect serves little purpose and that they would benefit more from training on their own. Jimin frowns and reminds him that their elders must have a reason for maintaining the tradition, so he should be more careful with his words. Sohan agrees, but suddenly notices someone behind them. Sunbi quietly walks past as another disciple remarks that the conference still has one purpose. It gives them a chance to avenge the humiliation they suffered before. Sunbeak continues walking without reacting. Watching him, Sohan thinks Sunbeak has become unusually quiet since that incident. He comments that it is almost boring now and says they will finally have an opportunity to repay the humiliation they suffered. As Sunbeak watches his companions walk ahead, his gaze drifts toward the mountain. His hand trembles as he remembers how carefree he felt the last time he came here. The image of Chung Myung fills his mind. He realizes he has been unable to stop thinking about him ever since. Looking toward the mountain again, he feels as though they are walking straight into a tiger's den. As the group continues climbing the mountain, someone wonders why anyone would build a Taoist temple in such difficult terrain. Their camp is set up on a cliff ledge. Another disciple comments that this is exactly why the Mount Hua Sect declined. Someone else replies that perhaps the sect deliberately abandoned the image of an ordinary Taoist temple in order to live in greater harmony with nature. Leaning against the cliff, Jimin says that it actually makes sense. Since Taoists devote themselves to studying scripture and self-cultivation, choosing a place that outsiders cannot easily reach is perfectly reasonable. Sohan sighs and points out that half the people in the Mount Hua sect are lay disciples anyway. His companion jokes that if Sohan truly understood Taoism, he would have become a Taoist himself. One disciple drops to the ground and complains that after making such a difficult climb, they will probably end up eating nothing but herbs and staying in another half-ruined pavilion. He says he does not even dream of good food anymore and only hopes for a decent place to sleep. Turning to Jimin, another disciple asks whether it is finally time to stop attending this pointless gathering. In his opinion, they only make the exhausting journey every year for the sake of one declining sect. Jimin smiles and admits everyone feels that way, but reminds them to control themselves because they all know how much their mentors respect the Mount Hua sect. The young man grimaces and says he cannot understand that respect at all. Looking at him, Jimin asks why he finds it so difficult to understand their mentor's attachment to a sect that has already fallen into decline. Several disciples turn around as one of them remarks that there is no reason to worry unless the Mount Hua sect is secretly hiding some unknown power. Another disciple laughs and says that if the Mount Hua sect truly possessed such strength, it would have regained its former glory long ago. Its century-long decline proves that its time has already passed. Still smiling, he asks what future remains for a sect that never recovered its former greatness. Another disciple agrees, saying the Mount Hua sect will probably reach its end within another 100 years. As they rest on a rocky ledge, the disciples continue discussing how a sect that has shown no progress has little to offer in terms of exchanging martial arts experience. Some say they can hardly believe the Mount Hua sect was once one of the 10 great sects. Others worry that continuing this exchange will only damage the Southern Edge sect's reputation. One disciple cautions them not to underestimate the Mount Hua sect too much. Leaning silently against a rock, Sunbeak warns that a single careless mistake could bring them unprecedented humiliation. The group falls silent before Sohan lets out a mocking laugh. Looking at Sunbeak, Sohan sarcastically asks whether things will really turn out that way. He confidently says there is nothing to worry about because, unlike Sunbeak, the rest of them will never give the Mount Hua sect a reason to be proud. Sunbeak frowns and replies that, on the contrary, they intend to erase even the little pride he left behind. Sohan continues smiling and asks what difference that would make since they are only facing the Mount Hua Sect. Sunbeak sighs and tells them to do as they wish, but warns that they will bear the consequences of their own carelessness. Just then, heavy footsteps approach. Sama walks toward them, passing Jimin and Sohan before stopping a short distance ahead and telling everyone to take a break. Looking at the group, Sama asks whether they have already forgotten what happened at the Yunha Trade Guild. Jimin bows respectfully and replies that they remember. Sama reminds them that the Southern Edge Sect suffered humiliation because of the Mount Hua Sect and asks whether they understand how much that incident angered the sect leader. Sunbeak lowers his head as Sama continues, saying they have already suffered enough humiliation by being forced to compete against a declining sect. For the Southern Edge Sect, even facing a second-rate sect is disgraceful. Narrowing his eyes, Sama explains that the sect leader intends to end the relationship between the Southern Edge Sect and the Mount Hua Sect through this Jonghua meeting. His expression hardens as he warns that if anyone is careless for even a moment and allows the Mount Hua Sect to embarrass them again, he will never forgive them. A bead of sweat runs down one disciple's face. Standing with his hands behind his back, Sama says that a general entering battle never regrets the consequences, and even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Stepping forward, he declares that this Jonghua meeting is not merely about defeating the Mount Hua Sect. This time, they will completely crush its spirit. He orders every disciple to remember his words. The disciples answer together that they understand. After everyone has rested, Sama orders the group to continue climbing, saying the Mount Hua Sect must already be waiting eagerly for their arrival. The Southern Edge Sect disciples continue making their way through the mountains without stop. Eventually, they arrive at the gates of the Mount Hua Sect. Sama comes to a stop as the disciples gather before the entrance. Looking at the gate, Sohan wipes the sweat from his face and remarks that it looks much cleaner than during their last visit. Jimin narrows his eyes, remembering that the Yunha Trade Guild only recently began supporting the Mount Hua Sect, making the improvements even more surprising. Jimin looks up at the roof and realizes that, in such a short time, the Mount Hua Sect has not only solved its financial problems but has even repaired its entrance gate. His attention shifts to the missing signboard, and he cannot understand how such rapid changes are possible. Someone remarks that once the sect obtained financial support, it naturally repaired the gate first since it is the first thing visitors see. Sama walks past the disciples and tells them not to be concerned. He says that although the gate may have changed, the essence of the Mount Hua Sect remains the same. In his opinion, focusing on appearances does not suit them. Just then the gate opens. Huashan-Sekte steps forward to welcome the delegation from the Southern Edge Sect. Greeting them politely, he thanks them for making the long journey. Huashan-Sekte folds his hands in greeting and introduces himself, reminding Sama that they have met before. Sama returns the greeting and says he is pleased to see him again. He then asks why the sect leader did not personally come out to receive them. Huashan-Sekte explains that he has been inside until now. Sama frowns, believing it is inappropriate that guests who traveled so far were not personally welcomed. He thinks the Mount Hua Sect must have planned this in advance. After a brief pause, however, he dismisses the matter and tells everyone to proceed. Huashan-Sekte steps aside and says a welcoming banquet has been prepared for the Southern Edge Sect. Sama lets out a faint laugh, remarking that it seems the Jonghua meeting has become nothing more than an excuse for eating and celebrating. Huashan-Sekte simply smiles. As they walk into the sect, Sama says that before anything else he wants to meet the sect leader. While crossing the courtyard, he carefully observes the surrounding. Seeing the repaired gate and new uniforms, he assumes the sect spent all of its new funds on what visitors would notice first. Expecting the interior to remain neglected, he suddenly pauses. Looking down, he realizes the training grounds are no longer bare dirt but have been properly renovated. Turning around, he is surprised to see that the inner pavilions have also been restored. The buildings are noticeably cleaner and brighter than before. The Southern Edge Sect disciples quietly look around, realizing the improvements extend far beyond the entrance. Huashan-Sekte smiles and asks whether something is troubling Sama. Sama narrows his eyes and comments that the Mount Hua Sect seems to have changed considerably. He asks who could possibly be providing such generous financial support. His tone becomes increasingly arrogant as he suggests that no respectable family family would support the Mount Hua Sect through dishonest means. Huasang's expression hardens, and he tells Sama to be careful with his words. As the conversation grows tense, a loud voice suddenly interrupts them. Chung Myung appears nearby, clicking his tongue in annoyance and telling someone in front of him to move out of the way. Sama looks at him in surprise, while Huasang turns around in confusion. Chung Myung continues staring ahead with an irritated expression. The second-generation disciples chase after him as he runs straight toward the Southern Edge Sect delegation, stopping directly in front of them. Sama's face darkens as he asks Chung Myung to repeat what he just said. At that moment, Ghoul catches up, complaining that they have already run far enough and that he is exhausted. Without looking back, Chung Myung kicks Ghoul in the leg and tells him to stop whining and keep running properly. Ghoul falls to the ground. Turning back toward the guests, Chung Myung calmly explains that his earlier remark was directed at Ghoul, not at them. The young man awkwardly says he must have misunderstood Chung Myung's words and remarks that the situation has become rather embarrassing. Sama grits his teeth, convinced the excuse is nothing more than an attempt to deceive him. Just then, one of his disciples steps forward and respectfully asks Sama to calm down, pointing out that arguing with a child would accomplish nothing. His attention then shifts to Chung Myung, and he asks who he is. Pointing to himself, Chung Myung asks whether he would even understand the answer. The disciple smiles and says he has already heard about him before asking him to introduce himself properly. Chung Myung casually replies that it is not difficult and introduces himself. Hearing his name, the disciple immediately realizes that this is the Mount Hua Sect disciple who humiliated the Southern Edge Sect at the Yunha Trade Guild. Looking at Chung Myung more carefully, he is surprised that the boy is much younger than expected. He cannot believe that a single disciple managed to cost the Southern Edge Sect its business with one of the 10 most influential trade guilds in Shanxi. Someone nearby calls Chung Myung's name. The disciple comments that Chung Myung clearly has not been taught proper manners. Ignoring him, Chung Myung casually cleans his ear with a finger before asking him to repeat himself because he was too far away to hear clearly. He tells him to come closer if he wants to speak. The disciple stares at him in disbelief. Chung Myung asks again whether his ears are blocked and repeats that he should come closer before talking. The disciple lowers his head, unable to understand where Chung Myung gets such confidence. Remembering the report that Chung Myung defeated Sama with a single strike, he realizes the rumors may actually be true. Even so, he still cannot understand how a third-generation disciple dares to behave this way before him. He asks whether Chung Myung belongs to the third generation. Instead of answering directly, Chung Myung says his response depends on the reason for asking. Smiling, the disciple explains that if Chung Myung is a third-generation disciple, then he is Chung Myung's senior. According to proper etiquette, the junior should approach the senior rather than ordering the senior to come closer. He adds that anyone familiar with basic manners should already know that. After listening quietly, Chung Myung nods and agrees that he is absolutely right. He then asks whether the same standard also applies to the elder standing beside him. Repeating the elder's earlier words toward the sect leader of the Mount Hua Sect, Chung Myung points out that those words sounded far less polite. The disciple's eyes widen. Smiling, Chung Myung asks whether he is wrong. The disciple clenches his teeth, realizing Chung Myung has cornered him into exposing his own elder's inconsistency. Unable to find an answer, he tightens his fist while silently admitting that Chung Myung deliberately guided the conversation so that he would expose the contradiction himself. Before the situation escalates further, Sama raises a hand and orders his disciple to step back. The disciple immediately obeys. Looking at Chung Myung, Sama remarks that the boy certainly has a sharp tongue. Since his words came from concern for the sect leader, Sama says he will overlook the disrespect this one. Chung Myung calmly listens. Sama then explains that there is a fundamental difference between his own behavior and Chung Myung's. He asks whether Chung Myung understands why. Without waiting for an answer, Sama says the difference is strength. Standing with his hands behind his back, he explains that whether a person's words are considered rude depends on the strength they possess. If no one has the power to challenge them, others simply overlook their behavior. He concludes that the right to criticize others comes from strength. Looking directly at Chung Myung, Sama says Chung Myung lacks that strength, so his words remain nothing more than rudeness. By contrast, someone with sufficient strength can speak the same way without it being considered rude. Chung Myung listens silently as Sama finishes his explanation. Exhaling, Sama says Chung Myung should learn to speak properly before lecturing others about manners. He warns that youthful mistakes are easily forgiven, but one day that arrogance will become the rope around his neck. Chung Myung silently watches him. Sama turns away and orders his disciples to leave. His deputy bows in acknowledgement and the group walks away from the training ground. As they leave, Songbik glances back at Chung Myung. After stopping briefly, he bows his head. Chung Myung smiles and Songbik returns the smile before following the others. Watching them go, Chung Myung is annoyed that those thieves dared to come to Mount Hua Sect and even insult the sect leader. He had intended to settle things peacefully, but now doubts everything will go according to plan. Ghoul asks how Chung Myung could provoke the elder of the Southern Edge sect like that, and whether he understands what he has done. Chung Myung kicks him in the leg before pointing toward the Southern Edge sect disciples. He asks whether they could really stay silent after seeing them insult the sect leader. The disciples admit they also found it difficult to hold back. Chung Myung tells everyone to listen carefully. Pointing at the Southern Edge sect disciples, he asks what will happen if they lose to them. Clenching his fist, he declares that anyone who loses will answer to him. They can lose to anyone else for all he cares, but losing to the Southern Edge sect is unacceptable. Anyone who disgraces Mount Hua sect should prepare themselves. One disciple nervously asks what they should do if they are not confident of winning. Chung Myung repeatedly asks whether they are not afraid of dying. He warns that if any of them lose even once, none of them will have an easy life. He loudly asks whether everyone understands. From above, Gimrian notices the scene and asks Songbik whether he is worried. Songbik keeps watching below and says he cannot believe someone who does not know his place can act so boldly. He adds that those who overestimate themselves are usually the weakest, because only people who have never seen the true heights behave so carelessly. Gimrian tells him there is nothing to regret because they will soon have the chance to teach Chung Myung a proper lesson. Smirking, he says he is eager to see whether Chung Myung can keep talking after being beaten, since such behavior is unworthy of an orthodox sect disciple. Songbik replies that Chung Myung was the first to provoke them. Gimrian agrees and says that is exactly how the stronger side should respond. After all, martial artists settle matters with their swords, not with words. No matter how much Chung Myung talks, it will not change the outcome. Smiling, Songbik decides the upcoming meeting will be very interesting. Elsewhere, Sama quietly observes the sect leader. He finds the sect leader unusually calm compared to before and assumes it is because the sect finally has money. Looking around, he concludes that even with their improved circumstances, Mount Hua sect will never surpass the Southern Edge sect. As he drinks his tea, irritation builds inside him. He suddenly slams the cup onto the table. The sect leader calmly asks whether he likes the tea. Holding the cup, Sama admits it has a rich aroma, then smirks and says he has never liked plum blossoms very much. The sect leader silently watches him. Looking ahead, Sama is asked why he dislikes plum blossoms. He explains that a forest normally carries many scents, including earth, trees, and morning dew. But wherever plum blossoms bloom, their fragrance overwhelms everything else. To him, the world is a place where everything should exist in harmony, which is why he prefers the subtle aroma of green tea over plum blossoms that overpower everything around them. The sect leader listens in confusion before realizing Sama is comparing plum blossoms to Mount Hua sect, implying the sect pursued its own interests instead of living in harmony with the Southern Edge sect. Sama dismisses the discussion about tea and gets to the real reason for his visit. He states that the joint conference between the Southern Edge sect and Mount Hua sect should end after this year. The sect leader calmly asks why. Sama replies that continued sparring with Mount Hua sect no longer benefits the Southern Edge sect. The gap between the two sects has become too great, making the exchange meaningless. The sect leader reminds him that the conference was never meant only for sparring, but also to maintain friendly ties between the two sects. Sama scoffs, asking whether they were ever truly friends. He says the two sects have always been rivals and no one in Mount Hua Sect has ever wished them well. Using a broken porcelain vessel as an example, he says that once something is broken, no matter how much effort is spent repairing it, it can never return to its original state. The sect leader realizes Sama has no intention of continuing the Mount Hua Sect Southern Edge Sect conference. Instead, the Southern Edge Sect has simply been using it to publicly humiliate Mount Hua Sect, making the announcement deeply insulting. Unum questions whether such a decision is too sudden, but Sama replies it should have happened long ago. He then asks whether Unum truly believes the current Mount Hua Sect is worthy of standing as an equal to the Southern Edge Sect. Smiling, Sama says the Southern Edge Sect has already done more than enough for Mount Hua Sect. Unable to stay silent, Unum stands and demands to know what they have actually done, accusing Sama of exaggerating. Sama calmly places his hand on the table and asks where the exaggeration is. He claims they set aside past grievances, continued supporting Mount Hua Sect, never complained about holding the conference there every year, and even brought valuable gifts each time to help them. He asks whether that still counts as doing too little. Unum clenches his fists, realizing the truth behind those gestures. The conference was always held at Mount Hua Sect so the Southern Edge Sect could witness its decline firsthand, and the so-called gifts were nothing more than charity meant to ensure the impoverished Mount Hua Sect could never refuse their humiliation. Unum suddenly stands and looks toward the sect leader, believing he must feel the same frustration. Realizing they cannot properly respond to Sama's insults only makes him angrier. Sama calmly lifts his teacup and tells the sect leader he will put it simply. After this year's conference between the Southern Edge Sect and Mount Hua Sect, the Southern Edge Sect will no longer continue the exchange. He stands and advises the sect leader to think carefully if he truly cares about his disciples' future before turning to leave. As Sama reaches the door, the sect leader calls out and asks whether the Southern Edge Sect intends to cut ties with Mount Hua Sect completely. Without turning around, Sama replies that such a decision is beyond his authority before opening the door and leaving. Silence fills the room. The finance elder slams his fist onto the table in anger, asking how they could behave with such arrogance. Unum says the Southern Edge Sect has always acted disrespectfully during these conferences, but they have never gone this far. He cannot believe an ordinary elder would dare speak to the sect leader that way and suggests informing the Southern Edge Sect leader directly. The sect leader calmly tells everyone to let it go. He explains that some words serve no purpose and there is no point arguing. Looking down, he says he can endure any insult directed at himself, but he is deeply worried about the disciple. Hyenjang agrees, pointing out that Sama's words make it clear this conference will be dangerous. The sect leader says he does not care if he is humiliated, but he cannot bear the thought of the children suffering because of it. Unum knows the situation is dangerous, yet they cannot simply cancel the conference. If Mount Hua Sect withdraws before the matches even begin, the disciples will carry that shame for the rest of their lives. He then adds that the Southern Edge Sect's goal is likely much greater than a simple victory. Through the sparring matches, they want to prove that Mount Hua Sect no longer deserves to be respected among the sects, delivering the final blow to its already damaged reputation. The sect leader quietly admits that this is likely true, but there is little they can do. Unum raises his hand and says they do not need an elaborate plan, they simply need to win the matches. Remembering the third-generation disciples, especially Chung Myung, he says they should trust the students who have worked so hard. Smiling, he believes they may yet bring Mount Hua Sect good news. Meanwhile, the disciples train on the grounds as Chung Myung shouts for them to run faster, threatening to catch anyone who slows down. Later, the Southern Edge Sect disciples gather in the dining hall for a lavish meal. Seeing the table full of food, several students admit they never expected to enjoy such luxury at Mount Hua Sect. Gimrian, however, remains dissatisfied. His companions notice his expression, and one remarks that Mount Hua Sect has become unusually arrogant lately before asking whether, in the end, martial skill is not what truly matters. Looking at the meal, one student remarks that no matter how luxurious the food is, a martial sect without strong masters is nothing but an empty shell. Another agrees. Gimrian suddenly snaps his chopsticks and lowers his head, saying that all he wants is a complete victory. Slamming his hand onto the table, he declares that he wants to crush Mount Hua Sect in every possible way. He cannot accept that a ruined sect now dares to stand as their equal. He turns to the other disciples and shouts that Mount Hua Sect will never be their equal. Asking whether they have all lost their resolve, he reminds them that their generation is supposed to raise the Southern Edge Sect to even greater heights fights, yet they are acting as though they are on vacation. Clenching his fist, Gimrian orders everyone to pull themselves together. He reminds them of their true purpose and warns that anyone who disgraces the sect's honor will regret it before the elders even have the chance to punish them. The disciples immediately answer in unison. Just then, someone applauds. Everyone turns to see Sama approaching. He remarks that the speech he intended to give has already been delivered. Gimrian bows respectfully and the other disciples follow suit. Gimrian apologizes, saying he would never have spoken so boldly had he known Sama was present. Smiling, Sama praises the speech as an example for the entire sect. He tells Gimrian to maintain that determination, adding that merely defeating Mount Hua Sect is not enough. They must make everyone fear the name of the Southern Edge Sect. Sama then reminds them that martial arts competitions are supposed to avoid serious injury. However, he warns that Mount Hua Sect's fighting spirit is stronger than expected, and even the Southern Edge Sect's patience has its limit. When Gimrian asks whether that means they may have to fight seriously, Sama replies that they cannot allow their own disciples to be injured. He orders everyone to ensure their own safety, even if it means breaking their opponent's arms and legs. Gimrian confidently promises everything will go according to plan. Sama then says he has one more task. Recalling Chung Myung's disrespectful behavior, he says that insolent boy must be dealt with. A disciple who is not even 20 dared argue with him, and he refuses to let someone like that continue growing within Mount Hua Sect. Turning around, Sama calls another disciple forward. The disciple quickly approaches, bows, and stands respectfully before him. Gimrian introduces him as Sun Wu, explaining that despite his calm personality, he is the strongest disciple of the third generation and the perfect trump card to teach Chung Myung a lesson. Sama orders Sun Wu to carry out that task during tomorrow's Mount Hua Sect Southern Edge Sect conference. Sun Wu bows and accepts the assignment without hesitation. Satisfied, Sama says he will leave the matter to him. Believing this competition will mark the beginning of the Southern Edge Sect's golden age, he declares that Mount Hua Sect will soon fade into history. That night, the moon hangs behind the clouds. A door quietly opens inside Mount Hua Sect, while Ghoul remains alone on the training grounds. Ghoul lets out a sigh. Hearing someone approach, he turns around as Jang asks why he is still outside. Standing in the middle of the training grounds, Ghoul says he simply cannot sleep. Jang asks about Chung Myung, and Ghoul replies that he is fast asleep in his room. Remembering the scene, he says Chung Myung is sprawled out like a baby and snoring even louder than usual, making him seem completely insane. Jang still cannot believe Chung Myung can sleep so peacefully when the Mount Hua Sect Southern Edge Sect conference is tomorrow. He quickly corrects himself, realizing it is already after midnight and the conference is today. At that moment, Chung Myung approaches and says he does not have nerves of steel, they are simply cowards. He asks why they are still awake. Ghoul admits he is too anxious to sleep. Expecting another strange lecture, he explains that they know they will be in trouble if they lose. With his hands behind his back, Chung Myung asks whether only people who are poorly prepared feel anxious. Jang replies that it is not because he doubts his performance tomorrow. Chung Myung asks whether going back 10 days would really have allowed him to prepare any better. Jang imagines enduring another 10 days of Chung Myung's brutal training and shudders at the thought. Chung Myung explains that someone who has already done everything they possibly can should not be consumed by anxiety. The only reason they are nervous is because they still do not believe in themselves. He tells them that if they are weak, they should simply admit it. What truly matters is whether they gave everything they had. Looking at Jang, he asks whether he honestly did his best. After a moment of silence, Jang answers without hesitation that he did. Closing his eyes, Chung Myung says that is enough. As he walks away, he reminds them that all of their efforts have been recognized, regardless of what anyone else says. He tells them to stop wasting time worrying and get some sleep because resting well before an important day is also an essential skill. Jang asks where he is going. Chung Myung casually replies that he is going to train. Jang reminds him the conference is today, but Chung Myung says it does not matter because training is 100 times more important before leaving the sect grounds. Watching him go, Ghoul asks whether he is seriously going to train. Jang realizes they have been worrying for nothing. Chung Myung is acting exactly the same as always, making them feel foolish for stressing over the conference. He admits Chung Myung is right. If they truly believe they have worked as hard as they could, then they should stop worrying and get some sleep. Gul quietly smiles. As they watch Chung Myung disappear into the distance, Jang thinks he is an unbelievably strange person. Yet somehow, those few words completely cleared his mind. Looking toward the exit, he realizes that no matter how the conference ends, as long as Chung Myung is with them, the third generation will only continue to grow stronger. Gul asks whether Jang is coming. The scene shifts to the mountain behind Mount Hua Sect. Hidden inside a bush, Chung Myung peeks outside and looks around, convinced no one should be there today. Clenching his fist, he thinks that if Issel appears again, he will lose his patience. He then remembers she is his elder and reminds himself that hitting elders is wrong. Patting his chest, he wonders how his life has reached the point where he has to hide in the bushes just to avoid someone. Suddenly, he notices movement in the distance. At first, he assumes Issel has come after him again, but after taking a closer look, he realizes it is someone else. Narrowing his eyes, he spots two figures meeting deep in the forest in the middle of the night. Smirking, he immediately suspects they are up to something. Curious, Chung Myung dashes through the forest, leaping across tree trunks before landing silently on a branch above them. Looking down, he recognizes one of them as Baekchin. He wonders what Baekchin is doing there before noticing that the other person is a disciple of the Southern Edge Sect. The Southern Edge Sect disciple greets Baekchin warmly and calls him brother. Baekchin frowns but replies that he seems to be doing well. The disciple smiles and says he has no reason to worry, then asks whether Baekchin has one. Watching from above, Chung Myung puffs out his cheeks in surprise. The disciple suddenly glances around, but Chung Myung has already hidden behind the tree trunk. The visitor then asks Baekchin not to reject the name given to him by their parents. Baekchin firmly replies that his name is now Baekchin. His brother smiles and says it does not matter what others call him because, to him, Baekchin will always have the name he was born with. Hearing this, Chung Myung realizes the two are actually brothers. Learning both of their names, he becomes more interested in wondering what kind of father would give his children such names. Baekchin insists that his name has changed. His brother smiles and remarks that Baekchin seems to be doing well at Mount Hua Sect since he looks perfectly healthy. Baekchin asks what he means. The man calmly replies that he simply missed his younger brother. Then, with a mocking grin, he says he was curious how his useless little brother, who ran away from home to join Mount Hua Sect and defeat him, was surviving in such a rundown place. Baekchin asks whether it has already been 2 years. His brother answers that humiliating weak people never becomes boring. Baekchin silently thinks his brother is a despicable person. Although he always wears a gentle smile, he knows that beneath it lies a rotten and cruel nature. His brother has always looked down on those weaker than himself, and Baekchin remembers experiencing that cruelty firsthand. Still smiling, the Southern Edge Sect disciple says he has a proposal for him. Baekchin listens as his brother says that if he kneels and begs right now, he might still be accepted into the Southern Edge Sect. Clenching his fists, Baekchin tells him to stop talking nonsense. He declares that he is the senior disciple of Mount Hua Sect's second generation and has devoted himself to helping the sect surpass the Southern Edge Sect. He warns his brother never to make such suggestions again. His brother smirks, saying that even if Baekchin begged, he would only laugh because that is simply his nature. He remarks that family bonds are strange since, despite being apart for so long, Baekchin still understands him so well. He then says Baekchin made the wrong choice. If he truly wanted to surpass him, he should have joined the Southern Edge Sect. Only then would he have had even the slightest chance. Watching from the tree, Chung Myung listens as the man mocks Baekchin's decision to join Mount Hua Sect, laughing that anyone would find it ridiculous to believe an outdated sect could produce someone capable of defeating him. Baekchin calmly admits that he did join Mount Hua Sect to surpass his brother. He truly believes he can accomplish that by leading the very sect his brother despises. His brother dismisses the dream as childish and foolish. Still hidden above them, Chung Myung quietly listens as Baekchin says he has genuinely come to love Mount Hua Sect. He is proud to be the senior disciple of the second generation and wants nothing more than to grow stronger for the sect's sake. Only then does Chung Myung understand the full story. He realizes he never imagined Baekchin could be sincerely happy serving such a worn-down sect. His brother laughs and asks whether he has lost his mind. Baekchin replies that his brother should not underestimate Mount Hua Sect. He admits it may sound strange, but after coming here he realized happiness is not found in expensive clothes, fine food, or a luxurious life. Instead, he says this is the place that truly needed him. That is why he has dedicated himself to raising Mount Hua Sect above every other sect. Here, he has found his purpose, and the sect has repaid him with trust and kindness. His brother repeats the the word kindness in disbelief. He then says Baekchen's speech only proves he still understands nothing. According to him, Baekchen's foolish decision has already sealed his fate. He will spend the rest of his life as a third-rate martial artist, forced to watch his brother rise through the Southern Edge sect. Baekchen calmly answers that he does not care because this is the life he chose. His brother sneers, calling it the life of a fool, and saying it is amusing to watch someone waste their potential. Pointing at Baekchen, he declares that today's conference will prove just how meaningless the path he chose really is. Smiling coldly, he calls it the perfect combination, a fallen sect and a foolish younger brother. Unable to tolerate the insult any longer, Baekchen warns him never to insult Mount Hua Sect again or he will force him to stop. His brother simply smiles. Martial energy begins gathering around his feet and spreads outward as he asks whether Baekchen truly believes he has the strength to silence him. Grinning, Gimrian tells Baekchen that his strength is far too insignificant to challenge him. He says today's conference will reveal just how worthless both Baekchen and Mount Hua Sect truly are. As his martial aura fades, Gimrian says he will deal with him later and tells his younger brother to wait until then before walking away. Baekchen watches him leave, breathing heavily. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to cast aside his doubts. Clenching his fist, he reminds himself that he is a disciple of Mount Hua Sect and that one day he will become its sect leader and restore the sect to its former glory. Just then, a voice praises his determination. Looking up in surprise, Baekchen finds Chung Myung sitting on a tree branch. Startled, he asks why Chung Myung is there and how he managed to hide his presence so completely. Chung Myung stands up and casually admits that he heard everything, smiling. He says he never expected Baekchen to be so devoted to Mount Hua Sect. Embarrassed, Baekchen asks him not to tell anyone about the meeting because people would surely misunderstand it. Chung Myung pats his chest and promises to keep it a secret, though the way he says it only makes Baekchen more suspicious. Chung Myung then asks whether Gimrian is really his older brother. Baekchen confirms it, explaining that they have different mothers and that their relationship has never been close. Before he can continue, Chung Myung cuts him off, saying he has no interest in hearing a tragic family story. He casually guesses that Baekchen was the younger son who never received proper attention because of his talented older brother, eventually running away from home to join Mount Hua Sect. Baekchen immediately tells him to stop oversimplifying other people's lives. Chung Myung closes his eyes and agrees that life is never that simple. Then, to Baekchen's surprise, he praises the decision he made. He says joining Mount Hua Sect was the right choice. No matter where Baekchen came from or what his past was, once he chose to enter Mount Hua Sect of his own free will, he became a true disciple of the sect. Chung Myung assures him that one day everyone will see his decision was never a mistake. Baekchen quietly realizes those are not words an immature person would say. For reasons he cannot explain, Chung Myung's confidence puts his heart at ease. He asks when Chung Myung intends to prove those words. Raising a finger toward the moonlit sky, Chung Myung smiles and says that day is already today. It is finally time to teach those Southern Edge Sect bastards a lesson. As the sun rises over the mountains, the Mount Hua Sect disciples assemble on the training ground. The sect leader and the elders stand before them while everyone lines up in formation. Noticing the tension among the disciples, the sect leader tells them there is no need to be so nervous. Whether they win or lose, today's conference is another step in their growth. He reminds them that regardless of the outcome, they will always remain worthy disciples of Mount Hua Sect. Standing in line, Chung Myung thinks the speech is far too gentle. It does little to raise everyone's fighting spirit or strengthen their determination to defend the sect's honor. Even so, he realizes the sect leader's words are enough to calm the hearts of those burdened by anxiety. The sect leader finishes with a gentle smile still on his face. The sect leader wishes everyone good luck and tells them he believes in every one of them. The disciples of the Southern Edge Sect entered the training ground as the Mount Hua Sect disciples walked out and lined up across the arena. Gimrin stood among the Southern Edge Sect disciples while the elders and the sect leader took their seats. Just then, the sect leader heard the guards stopping a group of visitors, insisting outsiders were not allowed to enter. More people continued entering the sect, leaving Hyunjung and the others confused. An assistant explained that they had come to watch the Mount Hua Southern Edge Sect conf. The sect leader recognized many of them as influential figures from the Yunha Trade Guild and other major merchant groups across Shanny, making him wonder why they had come. Remember Remembering the warning that rumors would soon spread about Mount Hua losing its prestige, he realized this could be another scheme against them. Unum demanded to know why the outsiders had been allowed inside, but Hyeonjung insisted it was not his decision. Sama also stated that the Southern Edge sect had not invited them. When the sect leader asked what had happened, the assistant admitted he had tried to stop them but did not know who had brought them. At that moment, Mr. Huang stepped forward and revealed that he was responsible. He politely greeted the sect leader and explained that such an event would be far more interesting with spectators, so he had invited a few distinguished guests. Sama mockingly remarked that it was an excellent idea and suggested turning the final Mount Hua Southern Edge Sect conference into a festival for Shani. The sect leader remained silent until one of Mr. Huang's men delivered a letter from the young Taoist. As Huang recalled, Chung Myung had specifically asked him to invite famous and influential spectators. Although Huang had fulfilled the request, he still had no idea what Chung Myung intended. Soon, viewing platforms filled with important guests appeared around the arena. Chung Myung quietly noted that everything was finally ready. An assistant then stepped into the center of the arena and loudly announced the opening of this year's Mount Hua Southern Edge Sect Conference. As the first match was announced, two fighters entered the arena. The Mount Hua disciples cheered for their senior, urging him not to get hurt and to win. Carrying a wooden sword, Beek-chung stepped forward with a serious expression to face his own brother. Watching from the stands, Mr. Huang smiled in anticipation. The guests commented that the opening duel would determine the tone of the entire conference, and one even remarked that its outcome could decide the fate of the entire event. The guests looked at the Southern Edge sect disciple and recalled hearing that he was the sect's greatest talent, destined to lead it to prosperity. They remarked that he looked like the hero of a legend. Looking at Beek-chung, they noticed the two fighters looked strikingly alike, almost like a black and white painting. One merchant wondered how a Mount Hua sect disciple could possibly stand as Gimren's equal. Facing Beek-chung, Gimren mocked him for not running away. Beek-chung pointed his sword forward and declared that he would never flee from the Southern Edge sect. Smirking, Gimren commented that his younger brother talked too much. The sect leader watched with a frown as a tiger-shaped aura gathered around Beek-chung. Declaring himself the future leader of the Mount Hua sect, Beek-chung charged forward. His sword trembled as he unleashed the crouching Azure Tiger Yuan sword, followed by the furious Tiger Claw dance, filling the arena with countless sword vortices. The spectators were stunned. Ghoul explained that the technique resembled a crouching tiger suddenly pouncing, allowing the user to launch relentless high-speed attacks. Although he had seen it before, he couldn't understand when Beek-chung had become so strong. Even the sect leader was shocked by how much the elder had improved through training. Beek-chung continued pressing the attack with glowing blue eyes, forcing Gimren backward. Jang excitedly claimed their elder was cornering his opponent, but Chung Myung immediately struck him and said that wasn't the case. When Jang asked whether Beek-chung could still win, Chung Myung calmly replied no, pointed out that Beek-chung had yet to land a single hit, and asked whether he truly looked like someone who was winning. As the dust settled, Gimren emerged completely unharmed. Beek-chung desperately demanded to know why he couldn't reach him. He launched another series of attacks, but Gimren effortlessly dodged every strike. The repeated failures left Beek-chung unable to understand why he remained powerless. Grinding his teeth, Beek-chung charged again, swinging with both hands, yet every slash missed as Gimren evaded with ease. Staring at his opponent, Beek-chung felt as though he were facing an unclimbable cliff. Blue aura gathered around his hand as frustration overwhelmed him. Thinking all his training had been meaningless, he screamed in anger and unleashed another barrage of rapid sword strike. Even then, Gimren calmly dodged every attack. Watching his opponent avoid every slash with ease, Beek-chung gritted his teeth and tightened his grip, grabbing the sword with both hands as the fight continued. A moment later, Beek-chung raised his sword and charged forward. The two second-generation disciples crossed paths before stopping back to back. Gimren looked down as Beek-chung's clothes suddenly tore apart. Crying out in pain, Beek-chung dropped to one knee while Gimren calmly walked away with a smile, saying his opponent had enjoyed himself long enough. Beek-chung looked back just as Gimren turned and struck him with another powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Placing his foot on Beek-chung's back, Gimren called him a fool and declared that no matter how many techniques he learned, he would never touch even a single hair on a Southern Edge sect disciple. Raising his sword, Gimren said he would make Beek-chung realize how foolish his words had been. Heavy blows echoed across the training ground as Beek-chung was battered and rolled across the arena before collapsing face down. Even then, he realized the gap between them had not narrowed at all. Refusing to surrender, Beek-chung grabbed his sword, struggled back to his feet and charged once more. The two exchanged attacks, but Gimren effortlessly circled around him, landing blow after blow while avoiding every strike. Baekjung couldn't understand why he couldn't even reach his opponent. Summoning all his strength, Baekjung screamed and launched another desperate attack. Gimren easily dodged it before counterattack. Blood sprayed through the air as Baekjung collapsed once again. Standing over him, Gimren said he admired his persistence but declared that Baekjung would never injure him in his entire life. Breathing heavily, Baekjung asked why. Gimren replied that he had already explained it was the difference between their sects. Before the furious Mount Hua disciples, he spread his arms and proclaimed that the gap between them was simply too great. He mocked the Mount Hua sect, claiming that even after 1,000 years its martial arts would never compare to those of the Southern Edge sect. He then urged Baekjung to abandon Mount Hua because the sect had no future and its former glory had become nothing more than a joke. Keeping one hand on the ground, Baekjung rejected the offer and declared that he was a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Smiling, Gimren praised his resolve but said courage alone deserved no mercy. He struck Baekjung down once more, sending him unconscious to the ground. Baekjung and the other disciples rushed over, calling out to their senior. Baekjung cradled his unconscious brother's head as another disciple accused Gimren of going too far, reminding him that sparring matches were not meant to seriously injure opponents. Gimren replied that Baekjung should be grateful he had used a wooden sword because, with a real blade, he would already be dead. He mockingly apologized for underestimating such a weak opponent. Gritting his teeth, Baekjung ordered the disciples to carry Baekjung to the infirmary. As they carried him away, Baekjung looked back and asked to witness the power of the Southern Edge sword technique, and Gimren accepted without hesitation. Looking away, the second-generation disciple of the Southern Edge sect called Sohan. Standing before his elder, Sohan accepted the next match without hesitation. Baekjung watched with determination as the spectators discussed the previous duel. One elder remarked that Baekjung had been stronger than expected, but Gimren had exceeded every expectation and truly deserved the title of Shanny's most talented swordsman. Another guest wondered whether the Southern Edge sect now deserved to be called the strongest sect in Shanny because of a disciple like Gimren. An elder replied that although the Mount Hua sect had clearly improved, its progress could not compare to the Southern Edge sect's strength and investment. Mr. Huang sighed inwardly. While Baekjung was being carried away in such a miserable condition, the merchants cared only about which sect was worth investing in. Even as a merchant himself, he found their attitude disgusting. He then turned to Chung Myung. Since the young disciple had confidently asked him to gather influential spectators, Huang was certain he had a plan. But if things continued like this, Mount Hua's reputation would only sink further. Even so, Huang hoped Chung Myung would not disappoint him. Watching Baekjung escort the injured disciple away, Zhang asked Chung Myung whether their elder would be alright. Chung Myung calmly replied that he probably wouldn't be. Zhang grew upset, asking how Chung Myung could remain so indifferent when their elder had been beaten so badly. Chung Myung told him to calm down. When Zhang angrily argued that this wasn't how a junior should treat an elder, Chung Myung asked what he had honestly expected. He told Zhang not to pretend Baekjung had ever stood a real chance of winning. Zhang looked back at the battlefield, admitting he had never expected Mount Hua to win the Mount Hua Southern Edge Sect Conference. He had only hoped they could preserve a little of their pride after working so hard. Wondering if the 10 great sects were truly on such a different level, he fell silent. Without looking at him, Chung Myung said that if hard work alone were enough, everyone could become a martial artist. What truly mattered was how that effort was used. He then told Zhang to watch carefully and pointed toward the battlefield, saying that every second-generation disciple would lose. When Zhang asked if they would all be defeated, Chung Myung replied that only one person had a chance to win. He glanced toward Issel, adding that it looked like she wouldn't be participating. Zhang looked at Issel in confusion and wondered if Mount Hua couldn't even manage a draw. When he asked if they were going to lose completely, Chung Myung looked at him in surprise and asked who had said they would lose. He explained that he was only talking about the second-generation disciples before telling Zhang to go train because they were all about to sweat soon. On the battlefield, another powerful strike slammed into the Mount Hua sect disciple, sending him crashing to the ground. His opponent stepped forward, placed a foot on his chest, and mockingly asked if he was finished. Sohan pitied him, saying he could still continue, before turning toward Chung Myung with a mocking grin and calling the Mount Hua disciples nothing but empty talkers. Chung Myung frowned as anger flashed across his face, thinking he would soon wipe that grin away. The injured disciple was sent flying again before crashing heavily onto the ground. His wooden sword slid across the arena and stopped at an elder's feet. Hyanson turned pale and announced that it was already Mount Hua's 9th consecutive defeat. He begged the sect leader to stop the matches, fearing the third generation generation disciples would be crushed as well. After a long silence, the sect leader quietly replied that he couldn't stop them. Hyanson desperately asked how he could allow this to continue. The sect leader looked at the elders and merchants, wondering if he should admit that the Mount Hua sect was no match for the Southern Edge sect and surrender before more disciples were injured. But he knew those words would destroy Mount Hua forever. Closing his eyes, he declared that they could only continue forward, leaving Hyanson speechless. Soon another Mount Hua disciple was defeated, giving the Southern Edge sect its 10th straight victory. Smiling proudly, Sama celebrated the result, believing the long-awaited dream of crushing Mount Hua had finally come true. The merchants commented that the event had become nothing more than a beating, wondering whether the Southern Edge sect was simply that powerful or whether the Mount Hua sect had become unbelievably weak. Hearing their remarks, Sama became even more pleased, convinced that everyone now acknowledged Mount Hua's downfall. Looking at the defeated disciples, he decided the only thing left was to uproot the sect completely so it could never rise again. Meanwhile, Unum silently looked toward the sky before announcing that the matches between the third-generation disciples would begin next. Jang let out a nervous sigh. Although their brutal training had given them confidence, watching one senior after another suffer crushing defeats had destroyed that confidence. At that moment, an elder suddenly looked to the side in surprise. Chung Myung was gritting his teeth in barely restrained rage. Jong tried to calm him down, warning him not to lose control, but his words only made Chung Myung angrier. As Unum began announcing the first third-generation match, the Mount Hua disciples suddenly shouted that Chung Myung absolutely could not be allowed to fight first. They all rushed forward and grabbed him, insisting he should be the last person to lose his temper. Then, to everyone's shock, Chung Myung effortlessly leaped over the crowd. He soared through the air before landing in the center of the arena in a cloud of dust. The merchants watched with great interest as he stood confidently with clenched fists. Yum stared in disbelief, wondering why Chung Myung was already standing there. Looking around the arena, Chung Myung shouted that he didn't care which Southern Edge sect disciple came out next. Grinning fiercely, he demanded that one of them step forward immediately because he intended to kill every one of them. Sama leaned forward in surprise, wondering what was wrong with the crazy disciple. Gimran smirked, saying Chung Myung had finally lost his temper. He then called Yureng forward and told him that, despite Chung Myung stepping out first, nothing had changed. Yureng only needed to teach him his place. Yureng immediately accepted the order and stepped into the arena. Declaring himself a third-generation disciple of the Southern Edge sect, he vowed to crush his opponent. Instead of drawing his sword, Chung Myung calmly walked toward him with only his fists raised. Yureng's eyes widened in confusion. In the next instant, Chung Myung vanished from sight and drove a full-powered punch straight into Yureng's cheek. The impact horrified everyone. Sama stared in disbelief while Zhang and Ghoul watched with their mouths hanging open. As Yureng spun helplessly through the air, Chung Myung leaped back and asked how a weakling like him dared to act so arrogantly before telling him to prepare for death. The beaten Waryang continues spinning through the air as sweat runs down Sama's excited face. The student's body flies right past him. Watching from the side, the elder realizes Chung Myung had disappeared for an instant. Looking closer, he wonders if he completely missed the boy's movement and can hardly believe what he witnessed. With a heavy thud, Waryang crashes onto his back, his weakened limbs collapsing after him. Chung Myung calmly grips the hilt of his wooden sword and walks toward him. Stomping the ground, he orders Waryang to stand, pointing out that he hasn't even used his internal energy yet. The Southern Edge sect disciples protest, accusing Chung Myung of attacking while talking and claiming the Mount Hua sect has no manners. Chung Myung dismisses the complaint, believing manners have no place in battle and questioning whether enemies are supposed to greet each other before fighting. Using the last of his strength, Waryang braces himself against the ground and struggles to his feet. His trembling hand reaches for the sword beside him as Chung Myung impatiently tells him to hurry because he won't wait forever. Someone suddenly checks if Waryang is alright. Despite his swollen face, he insists he can still fight. Blood drips from his nose before suddenly pouring out in a massive stream with a small rainbow appearing above it. Chung Myung watches in complete confusion, wondering if the student might actually die and questioning whether a first kill in this new life is supposed to involve this much blood. Chung Myung looks toward Unum with concern, asking if Waryang needs a doctor. Unum admits this is also their first experience with such a situation and says they should first ask the other sect for understanding. Without hesitation, Waryang tears a strip from his shirt, twists the cloth and stuffs it into his nostrils to stop the bleeding. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he regains his composure. Seeing this, Chung Myung smirks, realizing his opponent truly intends to continue fighting. Waryang angrily calls Chung Myung a coward, wipes the blood from his face, and vows to tear him apart. When Chung Myung asks him to repeat himself, Waryong declares that it's too late for mercy and threatens to beat him so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Chung Myung remains completely calm. Waryong withdraws the praise he gave earlier and signals that the fight should continue. Chung Myung steps forward, admitting he felt a little sorry for him a moment ago, but that feeling has completely disappeared. Beckoning with a finger, he tells Waryong to attack and promises to show him what it's like when he can't even land a single hit. Furious, Waryong's eyes turn red. Someone behind him calls out and he turns to the elders. Gimren warns him not to get carried away or underestimate his opponent. Waryong looks at him in confusion before his expression hardens with anger and he immediately faces Chung Myung again. Saying the warning was a good reminder, Waryong raises his sword and tells Chung Myung not to rely on tricks, claiming his blade won't even touch him. Chung Myung raises an eyebrow and asks if getting beaten for so long has affected his judgment. Enraged, Waryong leaps into the air while cursing Chung Myung and swings his sword. At the last moment, Chung Myung ducks and makes a sharp sidestep. Waryong flies straight past with his mouth wide open as Chung Myung smoothly slides beneath him. Still airborne, Waryong's eyes widen in shock as he realizes what just happened, and he instinctively throws his head back. Chung Myung drives a powerful punch into Waryong's stomach, sending him crashing toward the ground. Turning around, he calmly continues speaking before suddenly spinning back and landing another full-force blow. As Waryong screams in pain, Chung Myung continues striking him, making it clear that what matters in battle is not manners. Landing lightly, Chung Myung raises his head and delivers a devastating kick to Waryong's groin. Waryong turns pale from the pain and lets out a deafening scream. He desperately tries to push Chung Myung away, but the effort only twists his face in agony. Gimren watches with a deep frown as Waryong finally collapses face first onto the ground, his body trembling. Chung Myung steps beside him and points his sword at his face. Grabbing Waryong by the collar, he tears the cloth from his nostrils and asks if he still claims he was never touched. Blood immediately gushes from his nose again, forming another small rainbow above it. The elders stare in horror as Chung Myung tosses aside the blood-soaked cloth, smiles, and declares the battle over. Gimren bites his lip in frustration while Chung Myung calmly leaves the arena. Returning to his seat, he sits down as though nothing happened. Henan stares in disbelief, wondering if what he just witnessed was real. Looking between Chung Myung and the defeated Waryong, he struggles to believe that a third-generation disciple of the Southern Edge Sect had been defeated so quickly and so completely. The sect leader sits frozen with his mouth hanging open, while Hyensen beside him wears the same stunned expression. Hyen Jan can't believe what he has seen, insisting Waryong was supposed to win. Everyone wonders how Chung Myung claimed victory even after Waryong fought with everything he had. Hyensen covers his face before asking Aang how long Chung Myung has been at the Mount Hua Sect. Aang firmly answers that it hasn't even been 6 months. Shocked, they question how someone could reach and even surpass the level of the Southern Edge Sect's disciples in such a short time. As several disciples carry the unconscious Waryong away, Hyensen wonders if Chung Myung had trained in another martial art before joining the sect. Aang shakes his head, saying that wasn't the case. He admits he still can't determine Chung Myung's true strength because the boy has always kept his abilities hidden. Hyen Jan looks ahead in amazement, realizing the boy is an incredible treasure. Remembering Chung Myung's innocent smile, the sect leader reflects that he once believed the child had no potential because he had shown nothing at Mount Hua. Today's battle proves that Chung Myung never stopped growing and has developed his talent far beyond anyone's expectation. They begin to see him as a true genius. Looking toward the sect leader, Hyen remarks that in the end it was still a victory. The sect leader replies that he will take responsibility for restoring the sect's reputation. The elder narrows his eyes, believing this victory is far greater than simply protecting their reputation. Watching Chung Myung quietly sitting in his place, he realizes Mount Hua may have finally found the talent capable of restoring its former glory. As the wind carries smoke through the air, spectators discuss the outcome, agreeing that the child from Mount Hua won with overwhelming ease. A merchant comments that the fight was surprisingly one-sided, especially since the Southern Edge Sect had sent out one of its best disciples first. Huang narrows his eyes, recalling that he was unconscious during the incident at Yinhe Temple, so this is the first time he has personally witnessed Chung Myung's true strength. The old man believes Chung Myung is worth trusting and investing in. Since the boy was never considered someone suited for combat, everyone expected him to lose. Even if someone had anticipated a surprise, the outcome still exceeded every expectation. The merchant remarks that Chung Myung couldn't have defeated defeated a Southern Edge Sect disciple by luck. Another man agrees, saying that considering his age, calling him merely talented isn't enough. Mr. Huang lets out a heavy sigh, convinced that everyone now recognizes Chung Myung as a rare talent and he's glad he invested in him. The old man points out that one victory alone isn't enough. Only after defeating all of the Southern Edge Sect's main disciples will Chung Myung truly be acknowledged as an extraordinary genius. Hearing this, Huang admits the assessment is fair. Clenching his fist, he silently hopes Chung Myung will continue proving himself and eagerly watches to see what happens next. The elder lowers his head, wondering whether Mount Hua will now launch its counterattack. As the flag flutters in the wind, Chung Myung takes a deep breath of fresh air and casually comments that it feels refreshing. The Southern Edge Sect disciples can't understand how he can remain so relaxed after such a fight. Soon, Mount Hua's disciples surround Chung Myung, congratulating him and saying he should have hit his opponent even harder. One disciple laughs, admitting that years of frustration disappeared the moment Chung Myung defeated that arrogant opponent. The elder listens to their praise in surprise while the disciples continue complimenting Chung Myung, saying that someone as strong as him has earned the right to act confidently. Chung Myung brushes off praise, saying the fight ended almost instantly and telling everyone to stop making such a fuss. Hearing that, Zhang smiles in relief. Even after telling everyone they were being noisy and should leave him alone, Chung Myung remains completely unconcerned. Zhang then looks toward the elders who nod in approval. Realizing it's his turn, he steps forward while recalling Chung Myung's battle and thinking he exceeded every expectation. The elder reminds himself that he now has to keep the team's morale high. Seeing Zhang hesitate, Chung Myung asks why he's still standing there and tells him to hurry. Zhang realizes Chung Myung always acts this way after doing something worthy of praise. Knowing his personality, he asks if Chung Myung has any advice, perhaps something about the Southern Edge Sect's technique. Chung Myung questions whether any explanation would actually help in battle before simply telling him to attack the moment he sees his opponent. Though slightly disappointed, Zhang accepts the advice, grabs his sword, and walks toward the center of the arena. Everyone watches with anticipation. The Mount Hua disciples focus on his back, the merchants eagerly observe the arena, and the elders wait in tense silence. As Zhang walks forward, he worries about failing. Just then, Chung Myung calls out to him. Zhang stops and turns around. With narrowed eyes, Chung Myung warns that if he loses, he'll kill him. Zhang freezes before forcing an awkward smile and tightening his grip on his sword. As he climbs the steps, a cool breeze blows from Mount Hua's direction. Stopping briefly, he loudly introduces himself as a third-generation disciple of the Mount Hua Sect and challenges a Southern Edge Sect disciple to face him. Anger spreads across Gimran's face as he calls for Gongjin. Looking at his serious disciple, he orders him to defeat the challenger and return victorious. Gongjin immediately leaps from his seat and rushes into the arena. Gimran grits his teeth, furious that Chung Myung dared to overshadow what should have been a perfect victory. Sitting calmly, Chung Myung doesn't react. Gimran realizes Chung Myung is stronger than he expected, but convinces himself that his success won't last. Filled with anger, he refuses to believe Mount Hua will rise to lasting dominance while he is still around. Gongjin calmly points his weapon forward, his expression unchanged. Watching the scene, Zhang quietly wonders if it has really been 2 years. A drop of sweat runs down Zhang's face as he realizes it hasn't been long since their last encounter. Memories of their previous fight flood back. He remembers collapsing in exhaustion as blood streamed down his face before Gongjin pressed a wooden sword against his neck in victory. Returning to the present, Zhang takes his stand, convinced today's outcome will be different. As his feet slide across the ground, he wonders what would have happened if Chung Myung had never joined them. He recalls how he always lost control whenever he faced the Southern Edge Sect, leaving his sword spinning through the air and making all his training feel meaningless. He remembers slowly walking toward his fallen sword, believing that no matter how hard he trained, it would never be enough. But while everyone else was consumed by despair, Chung Myung never stopped fighting. Zhang recalls seeing Bekchung training high on the cliffs and noticing Chung Myung talking with another disciple. Ever since Chung Myung joined them, they had trained relentlessly for 6 months, climbing cliffs and pushing themselves beyond their limit. Through that grueling training, they discovered abilities they never knew they possessed. As Zhang climbed with bleeding hands, he believed they had finally begun closing the gap with the Southern Edge Sect. At that moment, he decided the outcome no longer mattered. He simply refused to give up. Back in the arena, Gongjin tells him there is no need for unnecessary words and declares that he will force Zhang to bow before the greatness of the Southern Edge Sect. Zhang calmly replies that it isn't a question but a statement. Gongjin instantly charges. Watching his approach, Zhang notices that his stance has changed since their last fight. The attack is simple, fast, and predictable. In the past, he could never block it. This time, Zhang calmly turns his sword sideways and extends it forward, stopping Gongjin's strike. Gongjin frowns in surprise as Zhang forces his weapon aside. Realizing his opponent has improved, Gongjin rushes in again, convinced Zhang still has no chance. Zhang grits his teeth and thrusts his sword forward, but the impact throws him backward. Crouching low, he realizes Gongjin is both faster and stronger than before, easily twice as powerful as during their previous battle. Gongjin stares at him, questioning whether Zhang's strength is real, then launches another attack. Their swords collide repeatedly as Gongjin retreats while avoiding every counterattack. Confused, he wonders why Zhang can read all of his movements. When Gongjin swings again, Zhang blocks the strike and forces his sword away. Gongjin's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes Zhang didn't just defend himself but overpowered the attack. Breathing heavily, Zhang looks at his own hands before raising his eyes and calmly asks if that's all Gongjin can do, making it clear he isn't joking. Enraged, Gongjin declares that Zhang shouldn't become arrogant just because he blocked a few attacks. He leaps high into the air, hurling insults as he brings his sword down with full force. Zhang quickly dodges the strike and counters with a kick to Gongjin's stomach. Gongjin lands on the ground and immediately jumps back, grinding his teeth in anger. Zhang stares at him in surprise before turning toward Chung Myung, who is quietly watching the fight. Zhang realizes everything they endured during those months of training has led to this moment. Gongjin lets out a furious roar and charges again. Zhang plants his feet shoulder-width apart and fixes his eyes on his opponent's footwork. Tightening his grip on his sword, he reminds himself that he can do this. After all, he has practiced this stance countless times. Lost in his memories, Zhang remembers that he never missed a single day of training. As Gongjin raises his sword for a downward strike, Zhang recalls that every movement of a sword reflects the countless hours of training behind it. He steadies his stance like a solid rock and reminds himself not to miss even the slightest movement. Blue energy gathers around Gongjin's sword as he charges forward. Zhang recalls Chung Myung's advice to commit fully to a single strike without hesitation. The moment Gongjin closes in, Zhang acts decisively. His sword flashes toward Gongjin's head. Furious, Gongjin quickly shifts his footing and raises his sword to block, but Zhang's attack remains unwavering. Their weapons collide, sending Gongjin's wooden sword flying through the air. Only the broken blade lands several meters away as the force of the impact spreads across the arena. Ghoul stares in shock and the Mount Hua elders are equally stunned. Even Gimrin can't hide his disbelief. Overwhelmed by the impact, Gongjin collapses onto his back. Zhang tightly grips his sword before letting out a long breath and lowering it. After adjusting his stance, he declares it was a good fight. His fellow disciples erupt in cheers, jumping with excitement and celebrating Zhang's victory. The head of the Mount Hua Sect faints from overwhelming joy, while the head of the finance department panics, shouting that he can't collapse at a time like this. The remaining elders continue staring at the victorious Zhang in amazement. Less than a minute later, Zhang returns to his companions who congratulate him on his victory. Still unable to recover from the shock, Ghoul asks how Zhang became so strong. Zhang simply replies that all he needed to do was step into the arena, adding that Ghoul wouldn't lose either if he just fought with confidence. Afterward, Zhang glances at Chung Myung and asks what he did to them. Chung Myung acts as though he doesn't understand the question. Smiling, Zhang asks again, wondering how they all changed so much. Chung Myung finally explains that he didn't do anything special. He simply made them believe they had to win. He says the Southern Edge Sect disciples are undoubtedly strong for their age, but from another perspective, they are also weak. Confused, Zhang asks how they can be both strong and weak. Keeping his eyes on the arena, Chung Myung explains that they have learned many techniques for their age, but martial arts are like building a tower. The tower's height depends on the strength of its foundation. The Southern Edge Sect built the upper floors before properly finishing the first. Making making the entire structure unstable. He asks Jong what would happen if two towers collided with only one built on a solid foundation. Jong answers that the weaker tower would collapse, and Chung Myung says that's exactly the point. He explains that true martial arts begin with complete control over one's body before delivering a decisive strike. As the foundation grows stronger, every technique naturally develops into something faster, stronger, and more stable. Folding his arms, Chung Myung says he merely helped them strengthen their roots before telling Jong to watch the arena. At that moment, Gul is already fighting with everything he has against a disciple of the Southern Edge Sect, and even his teacher notices that his movements are completely different from before. Watching Gul's footwork, Chung Myung points out that his legs are no longer shaking. As Gul relentlessly pressures his opponent, Chung Myung explains that his strikes are more precise than ever because he can now see every opening clearly. With determination in his eyes, Gul grips his sword tightly and pours everything into a final strike, defeating his opponent. Chung Myung explains that, at this stage, putting all of one's strength into a single decisive blow is more than enough. That alone is enough to overcome the enemy. Gul stares at his defeated opponent in disbelief. Jong then asks Chung Myung why other sects don't train the same way if it's so effective. Chung Myung responds by asking whether the training ever seemed easy. Jong quickly denies it, explaining that he meant the focus and mindset rather than the physical training. Chung Myung asks whether they could endure spending half the day training and the other half meditating while learning discipline, respecting their elders, protecting the weak, avoiding greed, respecting authority, and setting an example for younger disciples. When Jong admits they couldn't, Chung Myung explains that if people could truly live that way, they would become great. Jong finally understands. Everyone dreams of becoming great, but only a handful of people in every generation achieve it because very few can devote themselves completely to that path. As Gul returns to his companions and another Mount Hua disciple enters the arena, Chung Myung continues explaining that a single drop of water can eventually wear down a boulder if it falls long enough. Martial arts require complete dedication, which is why the older generations always emphasized hard work. The third generation disciples listen in silence as Chung Myung explains that most people simply cannot push themselves to their limits day after day. Only those who can endure such relentless effort become truly great. Meanwhile, another Mount Hua disciple defeats his opponent. Watching the victory, Jong tells Chung Myung that he finally understands what he has done. Chung Myung replies that they secured victory the moment they found the determination to endure that training. He compares them to young birds that dared to fly only after growing strong enough to support themselves. As the Southern Edge Sect disciples carry away another defeated teammate, Jong breaks into a cold sweat. He wonders where Chung Myung learned all of this and continues staring at him, but Chung Myung remains focused on the matches. Another Southern Edge Sect disciple falls, and the Mount Hua disciples erupt in celebration after claiming yet another victory. Jong is stunned as he realizes they have already won 4 consecutive matches. Aside from Gul and Changyang standing out, the rest of Mount Hua's disciples had been considered evenly matched with their opponents. If they kept winning, then Mount Hua would defeat the Southern Edge Sect. Moments later, another Southern Edge Sect disciple is defeated. In the following match, one is blasted backward by a powerful strike, while another is launched into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Breathing hard, the victorious Mount Hua disciple stares in disbelief before raising both fists and shouting in triumph. His fellow disciples join in the celebration, cheering that they had truly won. Every third-generation disciple had claimed victory. Mount Hua completed a clean sweep, winning all 10 matches after previously suffering 10 straight defeats. Watching the celebration, Jong smiles broadly, realizing they had turned 10 consecutive losses into 10 consecutive victories. The Mount Hua disciples jump with excitement, celebrating their victory, while Jong realizes it is obvious which side has the higher morale. In contrast, the Southern Edge Sect disciples sit with their heads lowered in shame. Jong turns to Chung Myung and excitedly says they won thanks to him. Before he can finish, Chung Myung interrupts, asking how they can celebrate after the results. Standing up, he points out they previously lost 10 matches and winning 10 now only makes the score even. Jong replies that a draw is still a good result. Chung Myung straightens his posture and says they still don't understand. Filled with determination, he declares that he doesn't recognize the word draw. Hearing this, Jong quietly hopes Chung Myung isn't planning what he thinks he is. Picking up his wooden sword, Chung Myung says that if he were satisfied with a draw, he would never be able to hold his head high. He reminds himself that the Southern Edge Sect still hasn't paid for stealing the Plum Blossom Sword sword techniques or for insulting Mount Hua and its sect leader. Thinking of everyone responsible, he decides there is no way he can let them leave without settling the score. Turning toward the elders, Chung Myung tells his fellow disciples not to miss what he is about to do. Everyone watches in surprise as he walks toward the arena. His steady steps draw every eye, and his familiar back now seems to carry the future of the Mount Hua Sect, reflecting the greatness it once possessed. Under the drifting clouds, the Mount Hua Sect leader regains consciousness and quietly says he can't believe this day has finally arrived. With tears in his eyes, he admits he always believed it would happen someday but never expected to live long enough to witness it. Hyensen supports him as he proudly praises the disciples. Overwhelmed with emotion, the sect leader says he cannot even find the right word. He simply repeats that they have done well and believes he will one day face his ancestors with his head held high. His expression suddenly changes when he notices Chung Myung entering the arena and wonders what the boy is about to do. Meanwhile, the Southern Edge sect leader grips his chair so tightly that his hand trembles as he furiously scolds his disciple. None of them dare lift their heads while he berates them for suffering such a humiliating defeat. He calls them useless for disgracing the sect by losing to Mount Hua before so many witnesses. Gimrin lowers his head and quietly repeats that they suffered 10 straight defeats, turning what should have been the Southern Edge sect's overwhelming victory into nothing more than a tie. Filled with anger, he can't accept what has happened. At that moment, Chung Myung raises his hand and politely asks to speak. The Southern Edge sect leader immediately turns toward him with displeasure. Standing in the center of the arena, Chung Myung says he has something to say before addressing Mr. Huang. Surprised, Mr. Huang asks what he means. Chung Myung says he believes the answer should now be clear after everything they have witnessed. Pointing toward the arena, he asks a simple question: who truly won this conference? Mr. Huang is caught off guard and quickly realizes Chung Myung has no intention of accepting a draw. Smiling, he says that since the question has been asked so directly, they should give an honest answer. He then asks the other judges for their opinions so they can decide the true winner. The judges quietly agree to discuss it. One of them comments that if they must choose only one person, the Southern Edge sect's representative might deserve the victory because he is older and has more experience. One of the judges suddenly raises his hand and says age doesn't matter. Looking toward the future, he believes the victory should go to the Mount Hua disciples. The heavyset judge immediately disagrees, arguing that this ignores important detail. He points out that the Southern Edge sect's third-generation disciples are younger than Mount Hua's, so every factor should be considered before reaching a conclusion. Mr. Huang quietly watches the discussion before turning to Chung Myung. After a brief pause, he admits that reaching a fair verdict is difficult. Remaining in the center of the arena, Chung Myung says he understands. He then points out that if the result ends in a draw, everyone will leave feeling unsatisfied. He proposes one final match to decide the conference once and for all. Since both sects have won 10 battles, the winners from each side should face one another to determine the true victor. Gimrin grits his teeth in frustration, while the Mount Hua disciples stare at Chung Myung in surprise. Gul and Zhang are stunned, realizing the Southern Edge sect's representatives would all be second-generation disciples while they are only third-generation disciples. Mr. Huang continues watching Chung Myung as he reveals another condition. A one-on-one duel would be too ordinary, so he poses a team battle instead. Smiling confidently, he suggests a match where everyone fights continuously until only one side has members left standing. The team with the last fighter remaining will be declared the winner. Rage fills Gimrin's eyes. Chung Myung then runs his thumb across his throat in a mocking gesture, saying that if the Southern Edge sect is afraid, they can simply admit it. The Southern Edge sect leader lets out a disbelieving laugh and asks whether Chung Myung is seriously proposing a team battle. He angrily questions who Chung Myung is to make such a decision and whether he believes he has the authority to do so. Without hesitation, Chung Myung points toward the Mount Hua sect leader and replies that they can simply ask him instead since everything can be discussed openly. The Southern Edge sect leader becomes even angrier, demanding to know how Chung Myung dares speak so boldly. Before he can continue, one of the judges interrupts, saying the proposal sounds interesting. The long-bearded judge agrees, explaining that he would like to see the Mount Hua and Southern Edge sect disciples compete in a team battle. Regardless of the outcome, he believes it would be an exciting match. One by one, the other judges begin agreeing agreeing with him, leaving the Southern Edge sect leader visibly surprised. After a brief silence, Chung Myung says that all they need now is approval from both sects. The Mount Hua sect leader frowns and asks Chung Myung what he is doing. At that moment, Angam asks the sect leader to trust the boy. Shocked, the sect leader asks whether he is seriously suggesting they agree to such a reckless proposal. Angam calmly explains that Chung Myung is exceptionally intelligent. Although he sometimes goes too far, he never speaks without reason, and Angam fully trusts his judgment. He insists that Chung Myung always knows what he is doing and urges the sect leader to place his trust in him as well. Hyeon Jang looks on in surprise while Hyeonsun silently nods in agreement. The head of the finance department also gives his approval. Seeing that everyone supports the idea, the Mount Hua sect leader lets out a deep breath. After a moment, he looks at Chung Myung and officially announces that the Mount Hua sect accepts the proposal. Hearing those words, the Southern Edge sect leader stares at him in shock as a bead of cold sweat runs down his face. After a brief silence, the Southern Edge sect leader lowers his head and agrees to the proposal as well. Seeing that both sides have accepted, Chung Myung smiles with satisfaction. A moment later, Jong grabs him by the clothes and drags him out of the arena. Looking annoyed, Chung Myung asks what he's doing. Jong demands to know how they are supposed to win. He reminds Chung Myung that their opponents are all second-generation disciples, including Gimrin, the most talented swordsman in the province. He insists they aren't strong enough to face opponents of that level. Chung Myung frowns and asks if Jong truly believes they will lose. Jong scratches the back of his head and says Chung Myung's decisions are as reckless as ever. Chung Myung tells him not to think about losing. Looking at Gul, who is still stunned, Jong admits that Gul could probably hold his own against an ordinary second-generation disciple if he gave everything he had. But once Gimrin enters the arena, the entire battle will change, because he is on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Gimrin watches his opponents with eyes full of anger. Jong reaches toward Chung Myung and asks if he actually has a plan. Chung Myung casually asks what plan he's talking about. At the same time, the Southern Edge sect leader wonders if Mount Hua really intends to fight a team battle. He concludes that their strategy is probably to wear Gimrin down before sending Chung Myung to finish the fight. Gimrin immediately declares that they simply have to win. Whether there are 10 opponents or 20, he'll defeat every one of them. Without even turning around, the sect leader replies that there's no need to play by Mount Hua's rules. Gimrin doesn't need to fight everyone because he will only face Chung Myung. As the other disciples gather around, the sect leader orders Yabak to fight first. Yabak bows confidently and promises not to disappoint him. At that moment, Chung Myung steps into the arena with his wooden sword resting on his shoulder. He says there is no need for complicated strategies because he is the plan. Then he loudly calls for his opponents to come forward. The Southern Edge sect leader looks toward the arena in surprise. Yabak frowns and walks forward until he stands opposite Chung Myung. Without changing his expression, Chung Myung thinks that no matter how much Mount Hua has improved, words alone won't convince anyone. Whether their strength has doubled or increased tenfold, only they know the truth. The only way to restore Mount Hua's reputation is to prove it before everyone. The merchants watch intently while the judges focus on the arena. Nearby, the defeated third-generation Southern Edge sect disciples stand nursing their injury. Yabak takes his stance as Chung Myung slowly swings his wooden sword. He reflects that defeating the Southern Edge sect would certainly attract attention, but completely overwhelming them would make the entire province realize that Mount Hua has truly returned. With that thought, Chung Myung glances at Jong and tells him to remember everything that is about to happen. Standing opposite him, Yabak warns that Chung Myung may believe he's unbeatable, but excessive confidence only leads to humiliation. Before Yabak can finish, Chung Myung grips his wooden sword, folds his arms, introduces himself, and formally requests a duel. Yabak mirrors the gesture, introduces himself, and accepts. Watching from the side, Jong realizes something has changed. Chung Myung's usual playful attitude has disappeared, replaced by the presence of a true swordsman. Without the slightest hint of fear or hesitation, he spins his wooden sword once before settling into his fighting stance. Jong turns to Gul and tells him not to miss a single moment. He then shouts to the rest of the disciples to watch every movement of their teacher. Gul immediately fixes his eyes on the arena, and Jong reminds everyone not to blink. Chung Myung's eyes sharpen as he confidently declares that today a legend will be born. Hearing those words, Yabak crosses his arms and criticizes Chung Myung's lack of manners before charging forward. Watching the opening exchange, the Mount Hua sect leader frowns, surprised by the level of the Southern Edge sect's swordsmanship. Yabak rushes forward at incredible incredible speed and reaches Chung Myung in an instant. Chung Myung calmly steps forward, draws his sword behind his back, and thrusts with tremendous force. Shock fills Yabak's eyes as he realizes his technique has been stopped. Before he can react, Chung Myung takes another step and swings again with overwhelming power. Yabak's hands tremble as he realizes there is no special technique behind the attack. Chung Myung is simply swinging his sword, yet every strike carries unbelievable force. Frightened, Yabak jumps back, but Chung Myung immediately closes the distance. Yabak barely blocks the next attack and wonders how his opponent can move so quickly. Chung Myung advances again without slowing down. As Yabak struggles to defend himself, he realizes he can't even use one of the 12 Snowflower sword techniques because Chung Myung's relentless pressure leaves him no opening. All he can do is continue blocking while searching for an opportunity. As he retreats, Yabak suddenly reaches the edge of the arena and instinctively stops. Chung Myung immediately steps in and swings his sword toward Yabak's head. The wooden blade stops only a few centimeters from his face, while the force of the strike sends a powerful gust of wind across the arena. The Mount Hua Sect leader feels the wind himself and stares in disbelief. Yabak's hair is blown back before he loses his footing and falls off the arena onto his back. Chung Myung remains standing calmly in the arena as Yabak breathes heavily below. Lowering his sword, Chung Myung looks toward the remaining opponents and simply calls for the next challenger before walking back to the center of the arena. The Southern Edge Sect leader watches in silence, unable to understand how Chung Myung completely overwhelmed his opponent using nothing but basic sword techniques. He recalls the exchange and realizes that although Yabak managed to defend himself, he was completely dominated by simple attack. Cold sweat runs down the old man's face as he stares at Chung Myung. He can't understand who this young swordsman really is. Every instinct tells him that Chung Myung must be stopped immediately. If he continues growing at this pace, the Southern Edge Sect will eventually live in his shadow. As Chung Myung briefly looks in his direction, the sect leader recalls the legendary Plum Blossom Sword from the past. Snapping out of his thoughts, he calls for Siohan and orders him to fight next. He tells him not to let Chung Myung win easily and instructs him to stall for time and wear him down as much as possible. Siohan silently nods before entering the arena. He repeatedly reminds himself not to underestimate Chung Myung or become overconfident. Standing opposite him with his head lowered, Chung Myung waits quietly. Siohan points his sword forward and convinces himself that as long as he doesn't make the same mistakes as Yabak, he won't lose. Suddenly, it feels as though an enormous presence is standing before him. Chung Myung's gaze alone overwhelms him with crushing pressure. Terror fills Siohan's eyes as he wonders what kind of monstrous aura he is facing. Before he can recover, Chung Myung launches forward. In an instant, he appears directly in front of Siohan with his sword already descending. Siohan barely raises his weapon in time to block, but the impact forces him onto one knee. Still trembling from the blow, Siohan struggles to understand what just happened. Chung Myung immediately steps forward again. Shock flashes across Siohan's face, and before he can react, Chung Myung delivers the decisive strike, sending blood spraying from Siohan's mouth and nose. Siohan collapses to the ground as Chung Myung lowers his sword. Looking toward the remaining opponents, he calmly calls for the next challenger. The Mount Hua disciples leap to their feet in celebration. Zhang stares in shock, realizing Chung Myung defeated another second-generation disciple with a single move. Meanwhile, Siohan remains on the arena floor, unable to stand. As Chung Myung walks back to the center of the arena, he reflects that simply defeating the Southern Edge Sect isn't enough. Today, he intends to leave them with a humiliation they will never forget. Watching another defeated disciple being carried away, Chung Myung's expression hardened. Remembering the battle against the heavenly demon, he recalls how Mount Hua sacrificed everything to protect the world, giving their lives to stop the heavenly demon in the Great Mountain. Yet the Southern Edge Sect repaid that sacrifice by stealing the Plum Blossom Sword techniques, humiliating Mount Hua, and trying to erase the sect from history. Gripping his sword tightly, Chung Myung realizes he has restrained his anger every day while waiting for this moment. Now, there is no reason to hold back any longer. With eyes filled with fury, he orders the next opponent to step forward. His commanding voice causes every Southern Edge Sect disciple to shudder. The next challenger nervously swallows before gathering his courage and entering the arena. Unable to take his eyes off Chung Myung, the disciple watches as Chung Myung calmly folds his arms and decides he has demonstrated enough basic swordsmanship. It is time to reveal something more. Seeing his stance, Ghoul immediately recognizes it as Falling Petal Sword Saint. The Southern Edge Sect disciple raises his sword, but fear is already visible on his face. Before he can react, Chung Myung is suddenly behind him. Startled, the disciple turns around just as a strike tears through the left shoulder of his robe. Enraged, he charges forward with a shout, but Chung Myung calmly repeats the same technique. This time, the strike lands on the opposite shoulder. A moment later, the disciple drops to his knees. Chung Myung immediately follows up, stopping his wooden sword at the man's throat before pulling it back. The defeated disciple falls flat onto his back. The Mount Hua disciples watch in amazement. They realize Chung Myung's mastery of the falling petal sword far surpasses anything they have achieved. Zhang can only stare in disbelief. He never imagined the falling petal sword could completely suppress the Southern Edge Sect's swordsmanship. To him, every technique Chung Myung demonstrates seems to declare that Mount Hua is in no way inferior to the Southern Edge Sect. Standing beside the defeated opponent, Chung Myung remains expressionless. Still stunned, Ghoul begins praising Chung Myung's falling petal sword, but Zhang immediately tells him not to look away. He reminds everyone that this is the true swordsmanship of Mount Hua, the art they will inherit and pass down to future generations. With a bead of sweat running down his face, he silently hopes Chung Myung will show them just how extraordinary Mount Hua's swordsmanship can become. Standing firmly beneath the bright sunlight, Chung Myung continues fighting. The next Southern Edge Sect disciple quickly loses his balance and is knocked unconscious. Chung Myung calmly calls for the next challenger. Looking at another defeated opponent lying on the ground, Chung Myung realizes this is already his sixth victory over a second-generation disciple. The remaining Southern Edge Sect disciples stare at him with fear, wondering if he truly intends to defeat every one of them. They can hardly believe someone this powerful is only a third-generation disciple. Chung Myung silently faces them as the Southern Edge Sect disciples exchange uneasy glances, realizing someone has to step forward and accept the challenge. Gimren lowers his head and calls the others pathetic. He asks how disciples of the Great Southern Edge Sect can fear someone 10 years younger than themselves. Leaning on the armrest, he says they have clearly forgotten what shame is. Rising to his feet, he declares that he can no longer watch Chung Myung's arrogance and will personally restore the Southern Edge Sect's honor, if there is still any honor left to restore. As he steps toward the arena and asks for a wooden sword, the sect leader suddenly orders him to stop. Instead, he announces that Manchak will fight next. Startled, Manchak asks if he truly wants him to go. The sect leader angrily orders him to enter the arena and wear down Chung Myung's strength. Manchak immediately accepts and rushes ahead of Gimren. Gimren stops where he is as the sect leader tells him to follow. Walking together, the sect leader quietly asks whether Gimren believes he can defeat Chung Myung. While Manchak takes his place across from Chung Myung, the sect leader explains that Chung Myung is already a monster despite his young age. If they fail to stop him now, he warns, one day Chung Myung will overshadow the Southern Edge Sect and darken its future. He asks whether Gimren understands what he means. Gimren admits Chung Myung is exceptionally strong for his age but doesn't believe he has reached a level worthy of such concern. He questions whether Chung Myung could truly become a threat to the Southern Edge Sect. Across the arena, Chung Myung calmly watches Manchak without the slightest hint of hesitation or pity. The sect leader continues, explaining that talent alone is never enough to become the strongest warrior. To reach that level, a person must become a monster who defies common sense and the laws of nature. Only monsters can stand above even the most gifted geniuses. Those words leave Gimren deep in thought. At that moment, Manchak is defeated and collapses to the ground. Chung Myung stands over him as another victory is decided. Gimren clenches his fist while the sect leader continues speaking. He says that although Chung Myung is a monster, he is still young. Even a tiger cub can be killed by a dog's bite before it matures. Surprised, Gimren asks what he is implying. The sect leader fixes him with a burning stare and orders him to kill Chung Myung. He insists they must eliminate him before he reaches his full potential. While they still still have the opportunity, they must strike now. If Gimren cannot kill him, then he should at least cripple him by cutting off one of his arms. Horrified, Gimren stares at the sect leader, realizing how far he has gone, and urges him to think rationally. Cold sweat runs down the sect leader's face as he asks what being rational would accomplish. He refuses to spend the rest of his life living in Chung Myung's shadow. Understanding the depth of the sect leader's fear, Gimren silently listens as he promises to take full responsibility for whatever happens. He tells Gimren that accidents occur during sparring and one mistake would be enough. After a long silence, Gimren lowers his head and calmly says there is one thing he wants to make clear. He firmly declares that this young man will never surpass him. The sect leader looks at him in surprise. Raising his head, Gimren states that if Chung Myung's existence truly threatens the future of the Southern Edge Sect, then he will stop him at any cost. A twisted smile appears on the Southern Edge Sect leader's face. Filled with anger, he praises Gimren's resolve, believing it is the only proper course of action. At the same time, the force of Chung Myung's attacks sends gusts of wind beyond the arena. His eighth opponent lies unconscious on the ground. Looking toward the Southern Edge Sect without emotion, Chung Myung reflects that he originally intended to win all 10 matches himself. However, defeating these opponents is taking so little effort that he may have to stop after 9 victories. The Southern Edge Sect disciples tremble as they watch one teammate after another fall. Letting out a quiet sigh, Chung Myung thinks that, despite wanting 10 straight wins, the final battle may require a different approach. Soon, the next disciple steps into the arena. Gripping his sword tightly, he stops a few steps away and admits he knows he isn't strong enough to defeat Chung Myung. Even so, he refuses to stand by while his fellow disciples are humiliated. Hearing those words, Chung Myung smiles faintly, believing they deserve respect. As expected, the challenger is Sunbaek. After a brief pause, Sunbaek formally introduces himself and requests a duel. Chung Myung returns the greeting and accepts. Looking at Sunbaek, Chung Myung realizes he is the only Southern Edge Sect disciple he does not despise. Because of that, he decides to show him the level he has yet to reach. Neither of them shows the slightest fear as they move apart and prepare to fight. Sunbaek exhales, adjusts his footing, and settles into his stance. Chung Myung's sword begins to glow. He thinks that if Sunbaek can endure what comes next, he may learn something. Otherwise, the outcome will be disappointing. With that thought, Chung Myung also takes his stance. Sunbaek's eyes sharpen as he launches forward with explosive speed, his powerful step cracking the arena floor. As he charges, Chung Myung points his glowing sword toward him, thinking that what he is about to witness is only the tip of the iceberg. Long ago, this was a level reached only by the Southern Edge Sect's greatest disciple. Sunbaek closes the distance and swings his sword with a shout. In an instant, the light around him disappears, confused. He wonders why everything has suddenly gone dark and where Chung Myung has gone. A brilliant light suddenly appears to his side. He immediately turns toward it, only to see the enormous image of Chung Myung descending upon him. Terror fills his eyes. Although he realizes it must be an illusion, his body refuses to move. The blazing sword is reflected in his eyes as he wonders what kind of overwhelming power has left him completely helpless. A devastating strike lands, sending a powerful shockwave more than 10 meters across the arena. Blood sprays from Sunbaek's mouth as he drops to one knee, struggling to remain conscious. Smiling faintly, Sunbaek quietly recognizes the technique as oneness with the sword. Moments later, he loses his balance and collapses onto the arena floor. Standing over his defeated opponent, Chung Myung lets out a slow breath. This marks his 9th victory. Only one opponent remains. He then turns toward the side of the arena, where the Southern Edge Sect leader stands behind a screen with Gimren. As the sect leader orders Gimren to enter the arena, Chung Myung calmly fixes his gaze on his final opponent without the slightest trace of fear or hesitation. As the Southern Edge Sect disciples carry away their fallen comrade, the judges quietly wonder whether anything like this has ever happened before. They cannot recall a single Zhonghua conference where the Southern Edge Sect suffered such a defeat. Even during the era of the noble Plum Blossom Blade, when the Mount Hua Sect stood at its peak, nothing like this had occurred. The Mount Hua Sect leader and the other elders watch Chung Myung without taking their eyes off him. Standing firmly amid the dust he stirred up, he appears completely unshaken. Hyan Jan quietly wonders how many years it has been since Mount Hua last looked down on its opponent like this. Hyansen starts to speak, but the sect leader stops him. Keeping his eyes on Chung Myung, he says they should continue watching because he believes the boy still has more to show them. At that moment, Gimren steps into the arena. His fellow disciples look at him with excitement, but for the first time he notices fear and uncertainty in their eyes. They had always expected victory from him, and he had spent his entire life earning the reputation of the strongest. Yet in a single day, Chung Myung has filled them with doubt. Stopping a few steps away, Gimren asks whether he should congratulate Chung Myung on his victory. Chung Myung lets out a faint laugh and replies that there is nothing worth congratulating because he has done nothing extraordinary. Gimren's expression hardens as he accuses Chung Myung of looking down on the Southern Edge sect. Chung Myung calmly denies it, explaining that defeating someone weaker than himself is nothing to be proud of. Those words ignite Gimren's anger. He remembers disliking Chung Myung from the very beginning because of his calm confidence, as though he considered them equals. Dropping his polite facade, Gimren says humility doesn't suit him. He admits Chung Myung has earned the right to be arrogant after defeating 9 second-generation disciples, and that his name will soon spread everywhere. Still, Gimren believes Chung Myung was simply born in the wrong place. He claims that if Chung Myung had joined the Southern Edge sect instead of Mount Hua, he might have surpassed even him. Chung Myung raises an eyebrow and asks why Gimren believes that. Why does he assume Mount Hua is inferior? Gimren answers without hesitation. He says Mount Hua is trapped in its glorious past, obsessed with restoring its old martial arts instead of moving forward. The Southern Edge sect, on the other hand, continues improving its swordsmanship, creating new techniques and pursuing the future. That is why, in his eyes, Mount Hua can never catch up. Chung Myung listens silently. He can respect someone who truly believes in and supports his own sect. In fact, he almost admires Gimren's conviction. But that admiration disappears when he remembers the truth. The future Gimren speaks of is built upon sword techniques stolen from the Mount Hua sect. Lowering his head slightly, Chung Myung's eyes gradually fill with anger. He thinks about everything the Southern Edge sect has done after Mount Hua sacrificed so much for them. Instead of repaying that kindness, they betrayed the sect and stole its legacy. He recalls planting a seed within Mount Hua not long ago. Whether it eventually grows or not, he has already done everything he can. If the Southern Edge sect insists on stealing Mount Hua's swordsmanship, then he will show them what those techniques truly look like. Gripping the hilt of his sword until it trembles, Chung Myung stands confidently before Gimren. In his heart, he vows to reveal the true power of the techniques they stole. In this battle, he will no longer fight merely as Chung Myung, a third-generation disciple of the Mount Hua sect. He will fight as Chung Myung, the noble Plum Blossom Blade. As that thought settles in his mind, the silhouette of his former self appears behind him. Surprise flashes across Gimren's face when Chung Myung says he has a gift for him, one that will be useful for the rest of his life. With a firm expression, Chung Myung declares that Gimren will never forget him. The Mount Hua disciples watch their teacher in silence. Suddenly, Zhang hears a familiar voice and turns around. Holding his bandaged wounds, Beggar slowly walks toward them, saying he had to witness this fight. The second-generation disciples immediately rush over and ask about his condition. Ignoring them, Beggar drops to one knee, breathing heavily. He says that after regaining consciousness, he heard Chung Myung had already won 9 consecutive matches. As a second-generation disciple, he couldn't remain in bed after hearing that. Though he can barely stand, he insists on personally supporting Chung Myung and silently prays for his victory. Back in the arena, Chung Myung lowers his stance. A moment later, Gimren does the same. The two silently stare at one another before both launch forward at the same instant. Beggar's eyes widen as they seemingly disappear. In the next moment, their wooden swords collide with tremendous force, sending both of them flying apart. Chung Myung's hair sways in the wind while Gimren lands with a deep frown. They immediately charge again, their swords crashing together once more. Neither is willing to yield. The duel intensifies as both continuously attack and counterattack. Chung Myung blocks every strike while returning attacks of his own. Gimren roars with anger, pouring all of his strength into every swing. The force of their clashes sends powerful gusts of wind sweeping across the arena. Soon, they begin moving so fast that they vanish from everyone's sight. Ghoul watches in complete disbelief, unable to follow their movements. He realizes they are fighting at a speed beyond anything he has ever seen. The battle continues high above the arena as their wooden swords collide once again. Gimren presses Chung Myung back before unleashing the 12 snowflake sword technique. A hint of surprise appears on Chung Myung's face. In the next instant, Gimren follows with the infinity snowflake technique. Chung Myung is driven back to the ground, dropping to one knee. Looking at the cuts across his robe, he realizes his opponent has combined a beautifully executed technique with a deadly hidden attack. Standing again, he notices several tears in his clothing. Although the technique has changed over time, he recognizes its origin immediately. The Southern Edge Sect has refined the 24 Plum Blossom Sword techniques they stole, and Gimren has mastered them far better than Sunbeck. Gimren crosses his arms before launching the Infinity Snowflake technique once more. Watching carefully, Chung Myung silently admires the elegance of the technique, its flawless precision, and the immense power behind every strike. Gimren leaps forward again, while Chung Myung remains perfectly calm. Every one of Gimren's attacks is reflected in his eyes, as countless dazzling sword strikes fill his vision. One strike tears Chung Myung's sleeve, another slices across his leg, a third leaves a shallow cut on his cheek, drawing blood. Without hesitation, Chung Myung leaps out of the attack's range. Straightening up, he calmly wipes the blood from his face. Still in the air, Gimren shouts that Chung Myung will never defeat him if he keeps retreating. Landing confidently, he mocks the Mount Hua Sect, saying its swordsmanship was once compared to falling snowflakes, but that era is over. He declares that those techniques now belong to the Southern Edge Sect and that the Mount Hua Sect's swordsmanship will eventually be forgotten. Future generations, he claims, will remember only the 12 snowflake sword technique. Spreading his arm, Gimren proudly says their ancestors created this technique to prove that the Southern Edge Sect would always stand above Mount Hua. In his eyes, there is no reason to prove its superiority anymore because Mount Hua is already a sect on the verge of disappearing. Chung Myung quietly lowers his hand and listens in silence. Gimren points his sword at Chung Myung and mockingly says this technique will mark the end of the Mount Hua sect. He tells Chung Myung to attack, claiming he is ready to destroy Mount Hua's last hope. Chung Myung lets out a quiet laugh and asks if he really believes that. He dismisses the technique as worthless. Gimren's surprise instantly turns to rage. Furious, he demands to know how Chung Myung dares insult his swordsmanship. Chung Myung calmly waves his hand and tells him not to misunderstand. He isn't mocking Gimren himself but the Southern Edge Sect. He says the sect has only led him down the wrong path. Enraged, Gimren starts to respond, but Chung Myung cuts him off and asks a simple question. What exactly is your technique? Gimren stares at him in confusion. Chung Myung explains that everything is clear now. The Southern Edge Sect stole Mount Hua's swordsmanship, renamed it the 12 Snowflake Sword Technique, and considered that enough. But the original Mount Hua swordsmanship is faster, cleaner, and far more beautiful. Unable to tolerate another word, Gimren orders Chung Myung to watch his mouth. Deciding there is no point continuing the argument, he gathers his energy. Powerful internal energy surges through his body. Veins bulge across his neck as he raises his sword and declares that Chung Myung will fall beneath it today. An overwhelming aura erupts around Gimren. Slowly raising his sword, he unleashes a devastating attack that tears through the air. Snowflakes begin drifting across the arena as countless sword marks carve into the ground. With narrowed eyes, Gimren declares that his bladed snowflake technique will swallow both Chung Myung and the sunlight, leaving him nowhere to escape. His sword arm becomes a blur as he swings repeatedly. Every slash releases countless snowflakes that spread across the battlefield. In the next instant, he unveils the snowflakes swallowing the sky technique. A massive snowstorm rises into the sky. The Mount Hua disciples watch in disbelief. One of the senior disciples admits the technique has exceeded all expectations and believes he could never reach that level. Zhang watches in terror and shouts Chung Myung's name. Every Mount Hua disciple stares at the arena in silence. Aisal frowns as she realizes the technique resembles the Plum Blossom Sword art, yet it is clearly different. Standing calmly before the approaching storm, Chung Myung reflects that he has seen something like this before. He imagines the demonic sect facing the true 24 Plum Blossom Sword art and realizes they must have felt the same overwhelming pressure. The storm closes in. Chung Myung quietly adjusts his footing and concludes that this technique is nothing more than an empty shell. Watching from the sidelines, suddenly recognizes the stance. He remembers reading about it in an ancient text. Horror fills Hyansen's face as he realizes Chung Myung is preparing the 7 Plum Sword technique. He immediately shouts for him to stop, warning that he hasn't fully mastered it and is still too inexperienced to use such a dangerous sword art. Ignoring the warning, Chung Myung calmly reflects that everyone believes only the Plum Blossom Sword art can make flowers bloom. But the 12 snowflake sword technique is merely an imitation. It copied only the appearance, leaving behind its true essence. Powerful energy gathers around Chung Myung's body and sword. He declares that every true sword technique of the Mount Hua Sect can make flowers bloom. With that thought, he unleashes the 7-plum infinity sword technique, Wild Plum Strike. His overwhelming sword aura collides head-on with Gimrin's storm. As Chung Myung continues swinging his sword, wave after wave of power erupts across the arena. Like plum blossoms blooming even on towering trees before scattering with the wind, every strike gives rise to an even greater surge of sword energy. Within moments, a giant plum blossom rises into the sky. Its blooming petals withstand the overwhelming force of the snowflakes swallowing the sky technique. Gimrin stares in disbelief. He thought the Mount Hua Sect had long since lost the Plum Blossom Sword art. Everyone believed that was why Mount Hua could never reclaim its former glory, yet the genuine Plum Blossom Sword art is now unfolding before his eyes. Pink petals drift toward the countless snowflakes. The instant they meet, the snowflakes vanish. Shock replaces the anger in Gimrin's eyes as he realizes his technique has simply disappeared. Chung Myung calmly tells him that those snowflakes were nothing more than an illusion. With a casual swing of his arm, he releases another wave of sword energy. Gimrin hurriedly raises his guard. Using the 7-plum infinity sword technique once more, Chung Myung forms a massive plum blossom barrier that surges toward his opponent. A gigantic plum blossom blooms across the arena, completely dispersing the snowflakes swallowing the sky technique. Every remaining snowflake disappears. Unable to accept what he has witnessed, Gimrin asks how Chung Myung accomplished it. He insists that he had perfectly executed the 12 snowflake sword technique. Clutching his sword tightly, he argues that such a thing should be impossible because the 12 snowflake sword technique is supposed to surpass the old plum blossom sword art. Filled with frustration, he continues shouting that the technique represents the very essence of the Southern Edge sect and demands to know how it could have been defeated. Chung Myung quietly asks whether he truly believes the Mount Hua sword techniques merely imitate the shape of plum blossoms. The answer, he says, is no. As petals continue falling, he reflects that every Taoist sect seeks to express its philosophy by drawing closer to nature. Some pursue the power of the sun while others embody the 5 elements. Only Mount Hua chose the plum blossom. The Mount Hua emblem bears 5 plum blossom petals. Plum trees have always grown throughout the sect, and the plum blossom sword art became the symbol that distinguished Mount Hua from every other Taoist sect. To the world, Mount Hua represented both strength and elegance. After devoting his entire life to mastering Mount Hua's swordsmanship and becoming the strongest Taoist swordsman in history, Chung Myung came to understand its true essence. Surrounded by overwhelming sword energy, he gazes at the enormous flowering tree before him. The Mount Hua sword techniques do not merely create the illusion of plum blossoms. They make plum blossoms truly bloom. As petals gently fall across the arena, Chung Myung realizes that the true meaning lies not in the flower itself, but in the act of blooming. It is as though an endless forest of plum blossoms appears behind him. Mount Hua chose the plum blossom because its petals once covered the entire mountain. As long as a sword technique possesses the power to bring forth new life, the type of flower is irrelevant. That truth is not limited to the plum blossom sword art or the 24 plum blossom sword style. The 7 plum sword technique can also make plum blossoms bloom. That is the true intent of the Mount Hua sword arts. The crest on Chung Myung's chest begins to shine as he silently vows that everyone who carries the name of Mount Hua should remember this truth forever. The Southern Edge sect, however, became fascinated only by the appearance of the techniques. Mesmerized by their beauty and precision, they failed to grasp their true essence. Standing within the swirling energy, Gimrin can only grit his teeth in frustration while his fellow disciples watch in fear. Without the slightest hesitation, Chung Myung tells him that he will end his swordsmanship here. This defeat will remain engraved in his memory forever. Every time Gimrin swings his sword or trains in the future, he will unconsciously remember this very moment. Eventually, he and everyone else will realize where the true power of this sword technique lies. With those thoughts, Chung Myung calmly shifts his footing, lowers his sword, and places his free hand above the blade. Maintaining his stance, Chung Myung declares that the Southern Edge sect will remain bound by these chains forever. This will be his final revenge for their betrayal and lack of honor. Hatred fills his eyes as memories of a battlefield covered with fallen warriors return. He remembers how Mount Hua was betrayed by those it trusted, how its treasured sword manuals were stolen, and how sworn enemies attacked the sect. Those memories only strengthen his resolve. His gaze sharpens as he proclaims that the Mount Hua Sect will continue to live. Remembering the former Mount Hua Sect leader, he reflects that the world will always perish and be reborn. Such is the natural cycle. The Tao that Mount Hua's ancestors sought has always existed within the Plum Blossom. Although they failed to fully understand it during their time, the truth still remains. The Southern Edge sect stole the techniques but lost sight of their true meaning, and they will never be able to comprehend what they have discarded. The aura surrounding Chung Myung grows stronger with every passing moment. The Mount Hua sect leader and the elders stare in disbelief, while every Mount Hua disciple watches their teacher in silent amazement. Chung Myung unleashes another wild plum strike. His sword rises and falls, each swing laying the foundation for the next. Every strike releases a powerful wave of sword energy. As he continues attacking, the waves merge together, stirring the dust into a raging whirlwind. Each slash shines brighter than the last until the combined force forms a massive storm. Countless blooming plum blossom petals surround Gimrin from every direction. Gimrin stares at the scene in shock. Pointing his sword toward him, Chung Myung calmly declares that this is the true swordsmanship of the Mount Hua sect. With those words, he unleashes the 7-plum infinity sword technique, Plum Blossom Whirlwind. The attack engulfs Gimrin completely. Plum blossom petals slash across his arms, shredding his robe into strips. Frozen in disbelief, Gimrin watches the petals swirl around him. For the first time, he realizes how beautiful the Mount Hua swordsmanship truly is. As he wonders where he went wrong and why his own swordsmanship could never achieve such beauty, a single petal gently brushes his forehead. When the light fades, Chung Myung is already standing behind him. He lands lightly on the arena while Gimrin continues staring at the sky. A crack suddenly appears across the ornament on his forehead. Moments later, it splits cleanly in two. Under the clear blue sky, plum blossom petals continue drifting through the air as Gimrin's headband flies free before falling to the ground with a sharp sound. At that moment, Gimrin drops to his knees before collapsing onto the arena floor. Only Chung Myung remains standing. The Mount Hua disciples stare at their defeated opponent while Chung Myung stands with his back to him, calmly spinning his wooden sword. Deep cuts left by their techniques cover the arena. Finally turning around, Chung Myung announces that this time, Mount Hua is the victor of the conference. His companions stand speechless in shock. Tears fill the eyes of the Mount Hua sect leader before a proud smile spreads across his face as he declares Mount Hua's victory. Beak Chung stares in disbelief before raising his fist into the air. The other disciples immediately follow, erupting in celebration. Even the head of the finance department jumps to his feet, laughing with joy. The disciples excitedly shout that they defeated the Southern Edge sect and that Chung Myung won all 10 matches. Smiles spread across every face as they celebrate their first conference victory after years of defeat. Zhang watches his companions with a satisfied smile. For the past 10 years, everyone had grown accustomed to losing. Now, even the senior disciples who constantly argued with the third generation are celebrating together. Whatever disagreements existed between them no longer matter. Mount Hua has reclaimed its pride, and that is what truly matters. The celebration only grows louder. Suddenly, Ghoul grabs Zhang by the front of his robe and shakes him excitedly, shouting that the crazy fool actually did it. Chung Myung defeated Gimrin and achieved 10 consecutive victories. As the celebration continues, Chung Myung quietly clutches his chest. Blood spills from his mouth and he realizes he pushed himself a little too far, wiping the blood away. He reflects that only by giving everything he had to the 7-plum sword technique was he able to defeat Gimrin. His internal injuries will take time to recover, but that doesn't matter. Looking toward the Southern Edge sect, he reminds himself that this isn't the end. As long as the Southern Edge sect stands in Mount Hua's way, they are destined to clash again. For now, however, this result is enough. Chung Myung turns toward Unum, who finally comes to his senses and walks into the arena. Stopping in front of the marks left by the battle, Unum looks down before meeting Chung Myung's eyes. Chung Myung gives a silent nod and Unum returns it. After taking a deep breath, Unum proudly announces the official result of this year's Zhang Hua conference. Raising his hand toward the Mount Hua Sect, he declares Mount Hua the victor. Hearing the announcement, Chung Myung looks up at the sky. He quietly thinks that everything has finally begun. From this day forward, the fate of the Mount Hua Sect will most likely change. Looking at the drifting clouds, he silently asks the former sect leader whether he is happy with the outcome. Receiving no answer, he smiles to himself, knowing the old man was never generous with praise. The next moment, his fellow disciples rush toward him, surrounding him with cheers. The Mount Hua sect leader and the elders watch from a distance. Smiling warmly, the sect leader realizes it has been a very long time since he last saw all of his disciples celebrating together like this. Angam quietly suggests that they should calm the celebration and conclude the event properly, since the Southern Edge sect is unlikely to appreciate their excitement. Meanwhile, the Southern Edge sect leader sits with his head lowered, trembling with anger. Haiyan Jiang approaches and congratulates him on the match. Remaining composed, the Mount Hua sect leader humbly replies that luck was on their side today. The Southern Edge sect leader bitterly responds that the celebration is understandable since Mount Hua has never experienced such a victory before. He tells them to enjoy it because it may be their first and last. He insists that losing the conference doesn't mean the Southern Edge sect has fallen behind, arguing that a few matches between second and third generation disciples prove nothing. At that moment, Chung Myung steps forward and remarks that the Southern Edge sect leader is still as rude as ever. The old man immediately looks up. Chung Myung then turns toward Ghoul and asks whether it's appropriate to behave so disrespectfully after winning the conference. Ghoul points to himself in confusion, asking if Chung Myung is really talking about him and reminding him that he's his senior. Without saying another word, Chung Myung suddenly kicks Ghoul in the leg, knocking him to the ground. He calmly tells him to show more respect to his elders, adding that such behavior is extremely rude. Watching the scene, the Southern Edge sect leader's face turns red with anger. Chung Myung then folds his arms and turns toward the Mount Hua sect leader, saying that now the sparring has ended, he wishes to properly show respect to the Southern Edge sect leader. The Mount Hua sect leader warmly praises him, thinking to himself that Chung Myung is surprisingly polite. As every Mount Hua disciple folds their arms in greeting, the Southern Edge sect leader grips his chair so tightly that it trembles. Furious, he blames everything on his own disciples. He realizes that no matter how angry he is, failing to deal with Chung Myung now could allow him to become the Southern Edge sect's greatest obstacle. Powerful internal energy gathers in his hand as he considers attacking. Before he can act, Chung Myung, without even looking up, calmly asks whether he truly intends to strike. The Southern Edge sect leader freezes in shock, unable to understand how Chung Myung sensed his intentions. Straightening up, Chung Myung chuckles and says it seems they will be meeting much more often in the future. Next time, he hopes they can greet each other properly. Realizing the opportunity has slipped away, the Southern Edge sect leader clenches his fist in frustration. Grinding his teeth, he orders everyone to return. His injured disciples struggle to rise, and before they are fully on their feet, the Southern Edge sect leader turns and walks away. Chung Myung watches the Southern Edge sect leader leave and quietly remarks to himself that the man is completely consumed by his anger. As the Southern Edge sect disciples hurry after their sect leader, Chung Myung can't help finding the situation almost amusing. A moment later, Haiyan Jiang approaches him. To Chung Myung's surprise, the old man briefly reminds him of the previous Mount Hua sect leader who once praised him for his hard work. Lowering his head, Chung Myung imagines that only the two of them are standing there. Remembering those days, he silently expresses his gratitude. The moment is interrupted when Hyanson turns toward a commotion nearby. The merchants accompanying Mr. Huang rush over, eager to speak with the Mount Hua sect leader about potential business opportunities. Hearing the word deal, the head of the finance pavilion immediately steps forward with sparkling eyes, enthusiastically announcing that all business matters should be discussed with him. He eagerly leads the merchants away, promising to go over every detail. Shortly afterward, the Mount Hua sect leader tells the disciples that he must leave. Every disciple respectfully bows to him. Just then, someone calls out to Chung Myung from behind. Turning around, he sees Sunbaek approaching. Chung Myung asks why he is still here instead of catching up with his fellow disciples who have already left. Sunbaek glances toward his injured companions and quietly admits that he no longer feels connected to them. Looking at the group, Chung Myung reflects that, to be more accurate, there is almost no connection left at all. He has always despised traitors more than enemies, though he doubts Sunbaek cares about that now. Sunbaek smiles and thanks Chung Myung for the lesson he gave him. At first, he didn't understand what Chung Myung meant when he said that others should never decide the path someone walks. Now, however, he finally understands. Listening in silence, Chung Myung raises an eyebrow and asks whether it doesn't bother him that he learned such a lesson from someone belonging to another sect. Sunbaek smiles warmly and replies that the sect doesn't matter. What matters is that he learned from someone worthy of being called a teacher. A teacher can be anyone who has something valuable to teach. He then glances toward Gimran, who is being carried away, and remarks that the battle must have changed him as well. Turning back to Chung Myung, Sunbaek tells him to be careful because he truly is an extraordinary person. Sunbaek declares that his new goal is to defeat Chung Myung. He intends to become much stronger, no matter how difficult the journey may be. Chung Myung quietly studies him before saying that the path he has chosen will be an incredibly difficult one. He asks whether Sunbaek is truly certain. Chuckling, Sunbaek admits that nothing can be hidden from Chung Myung. He opens his eyes and says that this isn't the path he wanted to walk, but it is the one he must follow. Satisfied with that answer, Chung Myung smiles. After bidding him farewell, Sunbaek leaves. Watching him walk away, Chung Myung realizes that the road ahead will be lonely and difficult. Sunbaek will continue studying the Southern Edge Sect's techniques while striving to reach the level of Mount Hua. If he succeeds, he may one day become the Southern Edge Sect's greatest hope. As Chung Myung watches him rejoin his companions, Jong walks over and tells him that the sect leader is looking for him. He wants to speak with him privately. Looking across the battle-scarred arena, Chung Myung quietly realizes he can already guess what the conversation will be about. The time has finally come. A bead of cold sweat runs down Chung Myung's face. As evening falls and the sky glows with warm colors, he wonders how he is supposed to explain everything. Claiming to be the sect's ancestor is impossible. Saying he simply stumbled across a secret martial arts manual isn't any better. Scratching the back of his head, he struggles to think of a believable excuse as he approaches the Mount Hua Sect. Before he can say anything, the head of the finance pavilion grabs his cheeks and pulls them in both directions. Laughing loudly, he calls Chung Myung their lucky star. He says he has never heard of anyone making money through sparring matches. At first, he believed the sect leaders were simply throwing money away, but instead they ended up bringing in an enormous fortune. Hyensen points at Chung Myung and asks if he is injured. Chung Myung replies that he only has a small cut. Hyensen immediately insists that his injuries could become worse and says he should go to the medical hall. A moment later, he changes his mind and declares that the head of the medical hall should come to them instead. When the Mount Hua sect leader asks who he is talking about, Hyensen replies that he is obviously referring to Chung Myung. There is no reason for him to walk to the medical hall when the doctor can come to him. Hyen Jang lets out a helpless sigh before standing up. Calling Chung Myung to follow him, he quietly walks away. Without hesitation, Chung Myung follows. As mist drifts through the mountains, the two slowly climb toward the summit. Watching the sect leader's back, Chung Myung realizes this is the second time he has followed him like this. The first was outside the secret storage. He remembers how back then the sect leader's back seemed weighed down by the burden of Mount Hua's decline. Today, however, he walks with confidence as though that weight has finally begun to lift. The leaves sway gently in the wind. After a while, they stop at the mountain's highest point, where the setting sun stretches across the horizon. As Chung Myung joins him, the sect leader asks how it feels to stand at the highest point of Mount Hua. Looking into the distance, Chung Myung simply replies that it is very high. Smiling, the sect leader agrees before warmly bringing up the Plum Blossom Sword technique Chung Myung demonstrated during the battle. Surprised, Chung Myung immediately wonders whether this is the question he had been expecting. He tells himself to stay calm because he doesn't know exactly what will be asked. Quietly reaching toward his belt, he prepares to take out a small piece of paper he had prepared in advance. Before he can, the sect leader softly calls his name. To Chung Myung's surprise, the sect leader bows deeply before him and thanks him. Startled, Chung Myung hurriedly waves his hands, asking what he is being thanked for and why the sect leader is bowing to him. Without lifting his head, the sect leader explains that he is grateful because Chung Myung never relied on the authority of the sect or placed himself above everyone else. Instead, he remained an ordinary young disciple. He says he always wished to witness a day like this at least once in his lifetime, and Chung Myung made that wish come true. Caught off guard, Chung Myung can only stare in silence. After straightening up, the sect leader says that, as the head of the sect, there is still one question he must ask. He asks how Chung Myung managed to make flowers bloom while using the 7-plum sword technique. Another bead of cold sweat appears on Chung Myung's face. The paper in his hand crumples, he quietly lets it go and the wind carries it away. After a brief pause, he answers that it simply happened naturally. While practicing the 7-plum sword technique, the plum blossoms appeared on their own. He admits he doesn't fully understand how it happened, but believes every sword technique of the Mount Hua Sect may be capable of producing the same result. The sect leader silently gazes into the distance. Without taking his eyes off the horizon, he realizes his question was unnecessary. After all, that is the true essence of the Mount Hua sword techniques. Looking at Chung Myung as he gazes into the distance, the sect leader says that although he is only the youngest third-generation disciple, he has already advanced further than anyone else. If the other disciples devote themselves to the same relentless training, they too may one day reach that level. Every disciple of the Mount Hua sect has that potential, and when that day comes, it will mark the beginning of a new era for Mount Hua. Glancing at the one who brought the sect its greatest victory, the sect leader quietly calls him the noble Plum Blossom Blade. The two continue looking toward the horizon as the sect leader reflects that no one has deserved that title for a very long time. One day, when every disciple of Mount Hua can make plum blossoms bloom, someone truly worthy of that name will appear. Chung Myung quietly replies that such a day is still very far away. The sect leader looks back at him and laughs, calling him a scoundrel for ruining such a beautiful moment. After a brief silence, he asks Chung Myung what the Mount Hua sect truly means to him. The question catches Chung Myung by surprise. Memories begin flooding back. He remembers drawing on an elder's face, stealing something right under another elder's nose, and shaking hands after nearly beating someone to death during a sparring match. He remembers sleeping on the rooftops and walking beneath blooming plum trees with his companions. One memory stands out above the rest. While walking together beneath the falling petals, a companion placed a hand on his shoulder and asked the very same question. Back then, Chung Myung simply brushed his hand away and answered that Mount Hua was just Mount Hua. Nothing more needed to be said. Returning to the present, Chung Myung smiles and gives the same answer. Mount Hua is simply Mount Hua. The sect leader smiles warmly, saying he understands. For a disciple of Mount Hua, that answer alone is enough. Turning to face Chung Myung, he explains that after everything that happened today, Chung Myung will never again be able to live quietly, no matter how much he wishes to. That is simply how the world works. He asks whether Chung Myung is prepared for all the hardships that lie ahead. A faint smile appears on Chung Myung's face. He replies that if he couldn't face those challenges, there would have been no point in starting. The sect leader lowers his head with a satisfied smile. Since Chung Myung has already made up his mind, he declares that the entire Mount Hua sect will do everything in its power to protect him. Placing a hand over the Mount Hua crest on his chest, he promises on behalf of himself and the entire sect that they will stand beside Chung Myung against every hardship he faces. Chung Myung is briefly surprised. He knows the sect leader has countless questions he could ask, yet instead of seeking answers, he simply promises to protect him. Looking at the old man's sincere smile, Chung Myung realizes that although the sect leader has never enjoyed great fame or extraordinary achievements, he has earned both his respect and his recognition. Placing his own hand over his chest, Chung Myung quietly replies that he doesn't need to be protected. He only asks that they walk this path together. That is what the Mount Hua sect truly means. The two silently look at one another. After a few moments, the sect leader smiles and says he hopes to hear those words from Chung Myung again someday. Without lowering his hand, Chung Myung confidently replies that he certainly will. By the time their conversation ends, the sun has nearly disappeared beyond the horizon. Night falls over Mount Hua. From the disciples' quarters, laughter and excited shouts echo through the mountains as everyone celebrates defeating the Southern Edge sect. The disciples enthusiastically reenact techniques, wave their arms, and laugh together. Standing off to the side with Zhang and Gul admits he won't be able to sleep tonight. Folding his arms, he says that every time he closes his eyes, he sees the outline of Chung Myung's sword technique. It has completely filled his thoughts and he can't even find the words to describe it. Zhang quietly watches his friend, wondering if he feels exactly the same way. Looking at his hand, Zhang admits that he didn't realize it at first because everyone was overwhelmed by their first victory. But once the excitement faded, his thoughts kept returning to that sword technique. He wonders what it should even be called. Was it really something almost beyond imagination? Remembering the incredible technique Chung Myung displayed, Zhang stares at his palm and asks himself whether he could ever wield such a sword technique. Without lifting his head, Gul quietly asks whether they will ever be able to use it themselves. Zhang turns toward him before admitting that, although he probably shouldn't say this as the senior-most third-generation disciple, he has always wanted only one thing: to become stronger. He never cared how high he climbed or which techniques he mastered. Strength alone had always been his goal. Now, however, Chung Myung has changed his way of thinking. Clenching his fist, Zhang says he wants to learn that sword technique. He believes every third-generation disciple feels the same. After all, despite spending years in the Hua Sect, today was the first time they had witnessed its true swordsmanship. Nearby, the Mount Hua disciples continue celebrating. They laugh together, proudly reenact their techniques, and relive the excitement of their victory. Zhang then asks Gul if he remembers asking whether they could one day use that technique as well. Smiling confidently, he answers the question himself. Of course they can. They are disciples of the Mount Hua Sect, so there is no reason Mount Hua's own techniques should remain beyond their reach. Gul smiles in agreement, convinced by those words. Just then the door suddenly bursts open. Chung Myung steps inside with an irritated expression and immediately asks what they think they're so proud of. He stomps across the room, scolding everyone for celebrating such a pitiful performance. Instead of wasting time rejoicing, he says they should each grab a sword and run up and down the mountain hundreds of times. He demands to know whether they really believe winning one conference is enough. Veins bulge across his forehead as he angrily asks whether they've already grown tired of living. With his hands behind his back, he tells them about a disciple of the Southern Edge sect who abandoned everything to pursue the true essence of his sect alone, while they are busy celebrating because they managed to defeat Taoists 5 years younger than themselves. He reminds them that those opponents were practically children only 2 years ago, yet they still struggled against them. His words strike everyone like a heavy blow. Zhang nervously argues that while they certainly lacked technique, the results were not terrible and mistakes are inevitable in real combat. Before he can finish, Chung Myung narrows his eyes and demands to know what he means by inevitable. Leaning over Zhang, he shouts that the enemy will never spare them simply because they made a mistake. They trained so relentlessly to eliminate mistakes, yet now they are treating them as something normal. Pointing directly at the disciples, he declares that such an attitude is exactly why they fought so poorly during the conference. Then he reminds them that only moments ago they were talking about mastering his sword technique. He asks whether they honestly believe they can achieve that while stumbling through battles and wasting time celebrating. Pointing around the room at the disciples who had been cheering only moments earlier, Chung Myung firmly tells them there is nothing worth celebrating. At the same time, there is no reason to be discouraged. This was only a single battle. Countless more await them, and one day this victory will seem insignificant. Listening carefully, Zhang asks whether, if they continue training without ever stopping, they will truly reach the point where they can use that sword technique. Chung Myung turns toward him with an annoyed look. That single expression is enough to make cold sweat run down Zhang's face as Chung Myung realizes they still don't understand what truly matters. Suddenly, Chung Myung's eyes blaze with determination. He tells everyone never to ask whether they can master that sword technique, they simply have to. He then demands to know whether they truly believe he would allow the disciples of the Mount Hua Sect to spend their lives without making even a single plum blossom bloom through their swordsmanship. Of course not. His shout leaves everyone speechless. The moment Chung Myung orders them outside to train, every disciple rushes out. Within seconds, he is left alone in the building. Letting out a long breath, Chung Myung reminds himself that they cannot celebrate yet. This victory is only the first step. Turning around, he reflects that it is good the disciples have finally gained confidence in themselves. The important thing now is making sure that confidence never turns into arrogance. Just then, he notices someone standing quietly by the doorway. Raising an eyebrow, he asks what the man is doing there. Baek-chung steps out from behind the door and says he came to speak with him. Frowning slightly, he asks Chung Myung if they could take a walk together. Under a sky covered with dark clouds, the two walk into the mountains. After a while, Chung Myung sits down on a rock, complaining that his legs hurt. Baek-chung looks at him and can't help thinking that, despite being so young, he acts like a middle-aged man. Closing his eyes, Baek-chung thanks him for taking the time to meet. Chung Myung casually replies that there is no need for thanks since Baek-chung is still his senior. Patting his sore leg, Chung Myung jokingly asks why he was brought to such a dark place and whether Baek-chung plans to attack him again. Turning toward him, Baek-chung says he watched the battle against Gimrin. Chung Myung achieved a complete victory, leaving even the second-generation disciples speechless. Now that the excitement has faded, however, they are all left with mixed emotions. Curious, Chung Myung asks him to stop speaking in circles and get to the point. Taking a deep breath, Baek-chung clenches his fist and admits that he wants to become stronger. He explains that, as a senior disciple, asking someone younger for help is not easy. Even so, after thinking it over countless times, he could not find a better solution. He insists that he isn't questioning the abilities of Mount Hua's elders. He simply believes there are things that only Chung Myung can teach him. As difficult as it is to admit, he fears that if he doesn't change, the third-generation disciples will eventually surpass him, and he cannot allow that to happen. Raising an eyebrow, Chung Myung asks whether Baek-chung is really setting aside his pride to ask a third-generation disciple to train the entire second generation, including himself. He then asks what he would possibly gain from taking on such a burden. Surprised, Baek-chung replies that they all belong to the same sect, so helping each other should be natural. Before he can continue, Chung Myung interrupts him, reminding him that he is already spending much of his time training the third-generation disciples. Baek-chung points out that, by that logic, Chung Myung has no reason to train them either, yet he still does. When asked why, Chung Myung simply shrugs and admits that he doesn't really know. The two fall silent. Baek-chung wonders what motivates Chung Myung. What could he possibly gain by dedicating himself to the third generation? Unable to find an answer, he frowns before asking whether Chung Myung expects the second-generation disciples to address him as their elder. Waving his hand, Chung Myung immediately rejects the idea. He says he isn't that arrogant. With a bead of cold sweat running down his face, Baek-chung reminds him that Mount Hua still has rules that everyone must follow. Crossing his arms, Chung Myung asks whether Baek-chung has ever actually watched the third-generation disciples train. Baek-chung recalls seeing Chung Myung sitting on Ghoul's back while shouting orders at exhausted disciples who could barely crawl. Most of the time, they looked as though they were being driven completely insane. Without looking away, Chung Myung asks whether Baek-chung truly believes he could train the second-generation disciples, their own seniors, in exactly the same way. He explains that he somehow managed to find an approach that works for people his own age. But if he tried using those methods on the second generation, the sect leader would probably punish him before long. Hearing those words, Baek-chung frowns. He realizes Chung Myung never said it was impossible to train the second-generation disciples, only that it would create problems. His mind drifts back to the conference. He remembers Chung Myung driving his fist into an opponent's stomach, Ghoul overwhelming his own opponent, and another third-generation disciple claiming victory. He recalls the triumphant cries that echoed across the arena. Returning to the present, the veins on Baek-chung's face bulge as he bites his lip. After a long pause, he clenches his fists and declares that, as long as he remains a disciple seeking guidance, he will address Chung Myung as his master. Before he can continue, Chung Myung immediately raises a finger and tells him to stop. He asks whether Baek-chung truly means only until the training ends. Does that mean he will no longer recognize him as his master afterward? Crossing his arms, Chung Myung says that if Baek-chung is truly prepared to follow him, then he should do so before training, during training, and after training for the rest of his life. Otherwise, Chung Myung cannot help him. Baekjung lets out a deep sigh. He remembers Chung Myung recreating the overwhelming Plum Blossom whirlwind. He recalls Gimrin's confusion as the blooming petals surrounded him before his inevitable defeat. Leaving those memories behind, Baekjung raises his head and firmly vows that from this day forward he will address Chung Myung as his senior. Furthermore, no second-generation disciple of the Mount Hua Sect will ever use their rank against him. Chung Myung quietly listens. The moment he hears that promise, his eyes light up. A sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes he has completely won Baekjung over. Early the next morning, thick clouds cover the sky. The doors of the disciples' quarters open, and one of the third-generation disciples complains that, even after several days, he still hasn't gotten used to the intense training. Turning to his companions, he admits that at least they now know the effort isn't wasted, and he has even started enjoying it. Before he can finish, the entire group freezes. Every second-generation disciple is standing in formation on the training grounds. The third-generation disciples stare in confusion, wondering why all of the elders have gathered there so early in the morning. At that moment, Chung Myung steps forward and asks whether everyone has arrived. Jong quickly approaches him and asks why the second-generation disciples are lined up outside the White Plum House. Patting Jong on the shoulder, Chung Myung says the second generation has suffered enough. Watching how badly they have been treated broke his heart. With a sarcastic smile, he announces that the world is about to become a much better place because, starting today, every disciple of Mount Hua will train equally. Standing at the front of the second generation disciples, Baekjung remains completely composed. Jong glances at him before jokingly asking Chung Myung whether this better world sounds suspiciously like hell. Chung Myung immediately denies it. Pressing one fist into his palm, he loudly announces that the second-generation disciples have voluntarily joined them today, and as their master, he is deeply moved. Standing before both generations, he reminds everyone that training is never effective if it feels easy. They didn't come here to rest. Only when they finish training with every muscle aching, unable to say a single word, and too exhausted to even lift their chopsticks during meals, can they call the training successful. Frowning, Chung Myung tells them never to seek the easy path. The only way to grow stronger is to give everything they have every single time they train. If they do that, becoming stronger is inevitable. Finally, he asks whether everyone understands. Both the second and third generation disciples proudly raise their heads and shout in unison that they understand. A wide smile spreads across Chung Myung's face as he says that this is exactly the attitude he wants. Every disciple must commit to training with both heart and body. The third generation disciples quietly think that, after constantly listening to each other complain about the brutal training, it actually feels refreshing to train alongside seniors who are so determined. The second generation disciples stand before their new master without the slightest hesitation. Looking at them, Chung Myung wonders if he really has to start everything from the beginning again. He then turns to the third generation disciples and asks them to show their seniors what their training is like. Jong raises an eyebrow in surprise, while the second generation disciples stare in confusion. Suddenly, every third generation disciple looks at the second generation with mischievous smiles, immediately realizing why they have been gathered here. A few moments later, everyone begins lifting heavy stone bags onto their shoulders. Watching the training begin, Chung Myung thinks that for the next 3 months and 10 days, the walls of the Mount Hua Sect will echo endlessly with screams and shouts. By the end of it, they will all be properly forged. The second generation disciples watch the training in horror. Just then, Chung Myung notices Issel standing nearby, quietly staring at him. After everyone else leaves, she approaches and asks him to train her personally. Casually waving his hand, Chung Myung tells her to join the others. Issel calmly replies that she has been left without a partner. Nearby, one of the second generation disciples is already carrying stones piled onto him by 2 others. Confused, he asks why 2 people are loading him when Issel is standing there without anything to do. Hearing that, Issel turns toward Chung Myung. Letting out a sigh, he finally agrees to teach her, but makes it clear that he will not spar with her. Issel simply replies that she never asked for sparring. Rolling his eyes, Chung Myung mutters to himself that she is unbelievably stubborn. Stepping closer, Issel asks whether enduring all of this training will eventually allow her to make plum blossoms bloom with her sword. Chung Myung sighs in exasperation, wondering why she is still focused on that. Turning Turning toward all of the disciples, he tells everyone to remember what he is about to say. Every disciple immediately focuses on him. With his hands behind his back, Chung Myung explains that disciples of the Mount Hua Sect should never make blooming plum blossoms their ultimate goal. The blossoms are only one part of the training. Their true objective is to deepen and expand the sword techniques that eventually give rise to those blossoms. Hearing this, Issel quietly repeats the word expand as she falls into thought. She recalls her father reaching out his hand toward her. Watching his disciples, Chung Myung reflects that in the past he only cared about his own strength. He never paid attention to how far other Taoists had progressed. Now everything is different. He cannot shoulder the future alone. One day, the entire Mount Hua Sect will have to face countless enemies, not just one. As every disciple prepares to continue training, Chung Myung smiles with satisfaction. He imagines the day when all of them can make plum blossoms bloom and stand beside him in battle. When that day comes, every opponent will be left behind. He will unite the entire Jianghu and plum blossoms will bloom everywhere, even on the bald heads of the Shaolin monks. Satisfied with his speech, Chung Myung loudly announces that training will now begin. Meanwhile, Aang stands on a nearby mountain overlooking the training grounds. Watching both the second and third generation disciples train together, he wonders if they have all truly entrusted themselves to Chung Myung. He remembers the previous day's conversation with the Mount Hua sect leader who told him to let things be, they should not interfere. The sect leader explained that the elders, like their old teachings, had become outdated. Their role now is to become fertilizer for the younger generation, helping them grow into something greater. Remembering those words, Unum lowers his gaze in thought. The sect leader had told him simply to trust Chung Myung. As someone walking the path of the Tao, he would never lose his way. Returning to the present, Unum quietly wonders who taught Chung Myung to make plum blossoms bloom, how he reached such an extraordinary level of martial arts and where he truly came from. The questions are countless. The answers remain unknown. Chung Myung glares across the training grounds and loudly orders the disciples to straighten their backs. He warns them that if they cannot maintain their stance for 2 hours, he will personally make them regret it. He walks between the rows as both the second and third generation disciples squat with heavy stone bags on their shoulders. Watching from a distance, Aang reflects that no one has the right to restrain Chung Myung. The path of a Taoist is like a flowing stream that must be guided, not blocked. Looking at the Mount Hua crest on Chung Myung's chest, he realizes that no matter how unconventional he may be, he is still a disciple of Mount Hua. Since the path of the Tao has no end, they have no reason to stop him. Smiling to himself, Aang decides that now they have entrusted the disciples to Chung Myung completely, he will no longer interfere. Instead, he will focus on becoming stronger himself so that he can support Mount Hua rather than become a burden. A thought suddenly crosses his mind. He wonders whether it would be too greedy to ask Chung Myung to train him as well. As Chung Myung continues shouting at the disciples to maintain their stance, Aang quietly leaves.